Chapter 751 Eternal Space-Time Cage. The Power of the Beast. Please subscribe. These people can only be trapped in the cave quietly listening to the whistling wind outside. Everyone already feels very bored. After all, they can only be locked up here and no one comes to help. What we said before, don't they agree? But we think we are already quite sincere and the conditions we offer are also very good. Why do those people refuse? The faces of these people clearly revealed a bit of complicity and they looked at each other carefully. But now they have no way at all. Everyone thought for a long time and could only speak carefully. However, when those people come again, they will definitely ask us about some relevant conditions and we will directly release the poison. As long as they don't succeed, isn't it okay? There shouldn't be any other problem. It would be better if we took this opportunity to leave directly. The people around whispered they still felt that the situation here might have a lot to do with Lin Chen. If it weren't for Lin Chen, the situation wouldn't be like this. Lin Chen made such a big thing, but he himself became a guest of honor and they were more unlucky than each other. Everyone thought about it again and again and felt that it should be okay to do so. Okay, then when the time comes we will get the Pokemon out first. As long as the situation here is solved, other things will be solved. It makes sense. Everyone paused nervously for a while. They could only wait here for someone to come back. Whether the person coming was Su Mao or someone else, no matter who it was, as long as someone could come. The other people by the stream were also speculating about some recent situation. They looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen and then looked at many things under the stream. They didn't know what to do specifically. They believed that what Lin Chen said couldn't be false, but what they should do in this situation would be more appropriate. What should we do? We can't stay here forever, right? How about this? You wait up there, I'll go down to see the situation. What if Su Mao is really down there? Lin Chen has no need to lie to us at all. The people around had been thinking about it for a long time and they finally thought that they should send a few people down first. The people who were captured were obviously different from those who were captured before and they were very smart. They also proposed to give some chips. They couldn't say that they were tempted by these chips, but they couldn't say that they were not interested. Specifically, they still needed to wait for Su Mao to come up before they could make the decision to solve the situation here. Because of this, they had to wait for a while. Lin Chen, how about this? You wait up there and help us take a look and we will go down to see the situation. Do you know where they all went? As far as I know, Su Mao may not be able to recognize the direction alone underwater. The people around were a little nervous. They looked in the direction of Lin Chen and said carefully. Hearing what these people said, Lin Chen also nodded. Lin Chen was of course clear about the situation here, but Lin Chen had his own ideas. I think you might as well wait here. Maybe someone will take the initiative to come up soon. If you go down there, maybe more an inappropriate situation. Lin Chen's calm eyes fell on these people and said softly. The faces of the people around him became even uglier. They have been thinking about it for a long time. What should we do? Should we go down first or wait here? The people around him always felt that something was different. At this time there was a splash not far from them. Azumarill and Su Mao came out of the water one after another. Both of them were a little helpless in their heart. They didn't expect that they would return empty-handed. If they could, they would definitely solve the previous things. What a pity. We are back. Su Mao sighed slightly, looked in the direction of Lin Chen and saw some things, but he didn't know how to say it. Lin Chen frowned. From the current situation, he probably guessed the situation and knew the result. So you went there and returned empty-handed. Do you know why? Did you find anything, or did you find nothing? Lin Chen pushed away the other people standing aside with a bit of confusion in his tone. The people around thought about it carefully and they didn't seem to understand what was going on here at all. It's not easy down there. What you said just now is right. We have been looking for it down there for a long time, but it's a pity. There are many problems in the middle. Otherwise, see if you can find someone else to help. Chapter 752 Immortal Reincarnation. The Demon King of the Supreme Heaven. Please subscribe. Everyone is thinking about the situation here. Anyway, no matter what these people really think, Lin Chen doesn't think there will be any problem. He stood aside and looked in the direction below and felt that the situation here might be a little different from what he imagined. I also think that things here are indeed a little different, but many situations. I remembered the position you mentioned before, but it was a little wrong after waiting. Many situations are a little different from what I imagined and I found that many things below can be changed. Azumarill confirmed that the position was correct, but Su Mao looked at Lin Chen with hesitation and didn't know how to explain it. He really felt that there was something wrong with the situation here. Lin Chen nodded slowly. From the surface he already knew that some things that happened here and there was no need to continue asking. You should solve the things here first. They said they encountered some situations and some things can't be handled at all. They have important. He'll tell you what's going on. I'm just going to go out for a walk. Azumarill, follow me. Lin Chen looked deeply in the direction of Su Mao, pointed at the people around him and walked away directly. Looking at the direction direction where Lin Chen left. The other people were a little surprised. They were still wondering whether they should find an excuse, but now it seems that there is no need. I have to admit that Lin Chen is still a very easy person to talk to, and I think he seems to be helping us. Who said it's not? We also think he seems to be helping us, but the recent situation is indeed a bit troublesome. What should we do? Everyone frowned tightly. They had been thinking about it for a long time, but many things are not that easy. Su Mao patted the non-instant dust on his clothes and looked in the direction of the crowd, seeming a little unhappy. What are you wasting so much time for? The situation here was originally easy to solve, but after these people messed it up it was a little uncertain. Tell me, what do you want to do here? If you say that the situation here has nothing to do with you, I don't believe it. As far as I know, there should be no problem with the situation here. Su Mao's sharp eyes fell on the people around him. The situation here is too troublesome for them. The people around were stunned for a moment. They secretly looked in the direction of the person in front of them, and they haven't figured out how to say it. Of course they know some of the current situations, but some things may be different. Remember the people who were arrested before? They are very strange. It's not just strange, what they did makes people feel very strange, and it's a bit. They said they caught a lot of Pokemon and wanted to use Pokemon to exchange for their freedom, but we didn't agree directly. We think what they said is wrong and there may be a lot of trouble, so we plan to ask you first. The people around looked seriously in the direction of Su Mao, and their tone was still a bit calm. On the other side, Lin Chen had already left this position. No matter what the real purpose of these people is, Lin Chen has already said that if he doesn't turn around and listen to them, he will definitely not. Lin Chen considers himself a person who keeps his word. No matter what these people think, it is their own purpose, at least it has nothing to do with him. Lin Chen walked slowly but suddenly saw the black shadow flying towards the direction of the cave. Although he didn't know what was in the cave, Lin Chen always felt that he might be able to go over and take a look. Maybe they will see something special here, and as for the specific what, maybe it will bring them some new influence. Thinking of this, the color of Lin Chen's eyes was even more different from before. He quickened his pace and ran a few steps in the direction of the front. When Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of the cave and saw the people inside, he was also stunned. The people who stayed inside heard the footsteps, and their first reaction was very excited. Finally someone could come over, otherwise the situation here would definitely be more troublesome. But when they saw the person who appeared at the door, they were stunned. The hearts of the people clearly revealed a bit of complexity. I thought who would come over, but I didn't expect it to be Lin Chen, so what should we do? Net, did you get that Pokemon out before? Maybe we can solve it. Let's count as one if we can come. It's impossible not to meet anyone. If we keep the previous situation, we will definitely suffer more. Chapter 753, The Strongest Divine Beast Team, the Eternal God Level Secret Treasure. Please collect. Please subscribe. Everyone paused for a moment, but soon they reacted. Although they didn't have time to summon the Pokemon, the things here can also be solved. It was not easy to meet a living person like Lin Chen. They must not prolong the things here. If they can solve Lin Chen as soon as possible, of course it would be the best. Sometimes you have to do it as soon as possible. The longer the time, the more troublesome the problems may be. Everyone's heart clearly revealed a bit of helplessness. They looked at each other carefully. Soon some people reacted. They said to Lin Chen. One of the yellow-haired men soon had a smile on his face. He smiled and greeted Lin Chen and said very enthusiastically, "Hey, isn't this Lin Chen? Otherwise let's discuss the situation here. I also think something seems to be wrong here. What do you think of the recent situation? We were caught for no apparent reason, and we also saw your involvement. Don't you think you should give us an explanation? If others say that this matter has nothing to do with them, we might believe it, but as a personal participant it is impossible that it has nothing to do with you, right?" The people around nodded and their cold eyes fell on Lin Chen, obviously wanting Lin Chen to give them an answer. At least there should be an explanation. Lin Chen heard what these people said. How could he not understand what they meant? It was nothing more than thinking that they were because of him will be caught, but how is that possible? Lin Chen was too lazy to explain to them that Palyaki was the master of the tomb. Even if he did, these people might not believe it. What does the situation here have to do with you? As long as the things here can be solved, isn't it good? Don't you already know what happened before? So what do you think? Isn't the current situation a good thing? Anyway, you are not injured. Lin Chen stood aside calmly. His calm eyes fell on everyone and he said word by word. The people around him showed a confused look on their faces when they heard it. Why did they feel that what Lin Chen said seemed to make sense but also seemed to be bullying? Just when they pointed at Lin Chen and seemed to want to do something, Lin Chen suddenly said again, "I just saw a black thing flying in this direction. I was chasing it. That thing is a little different for me. I want to know what it can do and whether you have seen it before. If you can try to tell me the news, maybe the situation here can be handled more easily. If not, then this matter can only end here." Lin Chen said this and turned around to leave, but at this time a Azumarill and Cobalion behind Lin Chen jumped out from behind him one after another. They stared at these people with greedy eyes. From the current situation they seem to want to take action against these people. There is some hatred between them. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows innocently and his face showed a little surprise. If I remember correctly, they didn't seem to have such a relationship before. Could it be that something happened in the middle? Please give me flowers. He was about to ask about the situation here and what was going on when he heard the sound of wind from a distance. At this time Su Mao was still following those people around and they all felt that the situation in the stream was a little bit wrong. But as for how the situation here would affect them and how things should be done here, it was a little different for them. Everyone's heart obviously revealed a bit of helplessness and they looked at each other carefully. We just feel a little different. Is the relationship between you and Lin Chen? We are a little confused why the relationship between you and Lin Chen has become so good. You can't be unaware of the problems in the middle, right? Yes, we all think that there are a lot of troubles in the middle, but we haven't thought about how to do it specifically. The people around looked nervously in the direction of Lin Chen. They have been thinking about it for a long time, but with the recent situation it is really a bit speechless. Su Mao's expression was still a bit cold. In response to what these people said, Su Mao had already guessed the situation here. If you are smart enough, you should not do anything you shouldn't do, right? If you do something you shouldn't do, don't tell me that I'm rude to you. After all, I have many completely different ideas from you. When the people around heard what the man in front of them said, they were obviously a little nervous. Chapter 754 Darkrai, the god of eternal nightmare, is coming. Please subscribe. When these people listened to him, they obviously showed some helplessness on their faces. At this time Cobalion, Arcanine and Azumarill were not on their faces and their expressions would naturally be more sincere. Su Mao, we are just a little worried about the current situation. Yes, in fact the situation here is not particularly important, but there is something else that is a little worried. These people shrugged and their faces showed a little helplessness. Anyway, no matter what they think in their hearts, many of them are a little different. Seeing that the atmosphere of 633 here has quieted down, the man standing aside suddenly froze. He found that the thing he placed in the dark void seemed to have been touched. No, under normal circumstances it is impossible for their people to go through. Those who can go through are definitely not their people and they may have caused some special effects on them. Something is wrong. I think we should go over there first. There should be some problem. If we waste time it must be a bit inappropriate to stay here all the time, so let's go over there first. Where did Lin Chen go? Things here are really wrong. We suspect that the situation here is not that simple. So one of them showed a panic expression on his face and the other few people were the same. They hurriedly looked up in the distance, always feeling that something seemed a little different. Will such a troublesome thing really happen? Maybe you are too worried. I think so too. Are you a little too worried? So the situation here is like this? The people around, he was stunned for a moment, then whispered. Su Mao hadn't figured out what to say. Intellectually he thought Lin Chen would never do something special, but the reality might be different. Lin Chen might have guessed the situation here a long time ago. So what should we do now? Wait here for a while? Or? The other people looked in Su Mao's direction secretly. They didn't even dare to speak, just felt something was wrong. Su Mao paused for a few seconds and after confirming that the situation might be related to Lin Chen, he hurriedly called Arcanine. After all, in comparison the speed of these people was not as fast as Arcanine. Go and see what happened to Lin Chen and solve the problem here as soon as possible. I believe Lin Chen should not have the idea of interacting with those problematic people, but if the situation here continues to drag on, the situation will only become more and more troublesome. If you find Lin Chen, let Lin Chen stay away from those problematic people, otherwise the matter will be reported to the elders and we will have no way to say anything. When Lin Chen felt the wind coming from behind him, he had already realized that the situation here might not be normal. He hurriedly stepped back a few steps and left the cave. When Lin Chen stood outside, he had already keenly noticed that there would be many special things around him. He seemed to be surrounded by a group of Pokemon which made people a little uncomfortable. Lin Chen frowned innocently, staring at the Pokemon that appeared here with a bit of complicity in his heart. Why did these guys appear here? Could it be that they also encountered some problems? While Lin Chen was still thinking about the situation here, he had already seen the figure of Su Mao not far away. Su Mao and his companions hurried in this direction. None of them expected that the situation here would become like this. Lin Chen finally found you. Do you know some of the recent situations? Yes, Lin Chen, some of the things we encountered recently seem a little abnormal and we heard that it may be related to some special cases. We wanted to go into the water to study the situation here, but because of some things that happened in the middle we had to delay temporarily. The people around looked in the direction of the crowd with a bit of helplessness in their tone. When they saw Lin Chen, they also felt that something was wrong. When they were sure that Lin Chen did not go and they were relieved, feeling that these people's eyes fell on him. Lin Chen also felt that something seemed to be different. I saw a black thing flying in this direction before, so I chased it. I didn't expect that someone was talking inside. That black Pokemon seems to be able to create nightmares, but I didn't catch it and didn't see clearly what it is. So why are you so happy now? Lin Chen's eyes fell on the people around him and there was a bit of curiosity in his tone. The people around him just looked in the direction of Lin Chen nervously. They looked at each other privately and didn't give a direct reply. Chapter 755 The Strongest Nightmare God, the Dark Hell Star. Please subscribe. The people around him felt that something was wrong when they heard what Lin Chen said, but they didn't know how to say it. They looked in the direction of Lin Chen carefully. It always felt like something went wrong in the middle. You said you saw a black shadow here. Do you know what the black shadow looked like? Did it do anything? Didn't see it clearly? Or did something else happen? The faces of the people around him became nervous. They stared at Lin Chen nervously, hoping to get some other information from Lin Chen. Lin Chen probably understood what these people meant. He just shrugged helplessly and said frankly to Su Mao and the others, I'm not very clear either. I just followed the black shadow and came directly to this cave. It seems that the people we met before are inside. They are all tied up and tried to let me in, but I think it may not be appropriate to do so. The people around Su Mao were more alert. They first walked to the vicinity of the cave and looked to see if there were any signs of being triggered here. They also found that the situation here was indeed a little different from what they imagined. Under normal circumstances this problem should not occur. How is Su Mao? Is there really something triggered in this place? One of the men showed some curiosity on his face. He quietly glanced in the direction of Lin Chen and asked subconsciously. There were so many of them and they gathered here so quickly. If the person who triggered it was really Lin Chen, it would be normal for him not to leave, but what if it wasn't? Lin Chen just stood aside frankly. Facing the questioning eyes of the crowd, he did not avoid them. He seemed to know the purpose of these people coming here, but he didn't think much of what was happening here. Cobalion and Arcanine also ran to Lin Chen. They chirped and shouted as if they knew what was happening here. Arcanine came here very quickly. Did you notice anything special in this place? Su Mao shook his head and found that the situation over there was not what they imagined. In that case, although there are signs of being triggered, the person should not have walked too close. He even touched Arcanine with his hand, trying to get some accurate information from Arcanine. Cobalion showed a hesitant look on his face and they were also looking at each other. Many situations here seem a little different to them, a little surprising and a little helpless. Feeling the gaze of that person on himself, Lin Chen touched his chin with his hand and finally said frankly, I don't think there is any big problem here. You don't have to do this. If you are not assured, why don't we disperse and look for it? Just now I saw that black shadow passing from there to there. Lin Chen also gestured to everyone the trajectory of the shadow and everyone frowned tightly as if they felt even more helpless about this matter. After Lin Chen said this, it seemed that some of them had seen this black shadow before, but no one could figure out the specific situation. So what should we do now? Maybe we should intervene in this matter. This situation is indeed a little different for us. I think so too. The situation here is indeed a little different for us, but what should we do? The people around gathered in the direction of Lin Chen and they were still a little nervous. At this time the people in the cave were also shouting non-stop. It seemed that they were very uneasy. Hey, what's going on with you people outside? You're already here. Why don't you say hello to us? That's right, you're here. You can say hello to us. Don't you know what's happening here? The shouting of these people became louder and louder and their faces seemed to be a little irritated. Lin Chen and Su Mao looked at each other and were a little surprised. These people have been arrested and they have no ability. Why are they so powerful now? Why don't we go over and take a look? Anyway, I think the situation here is a little bit wrong. It's not good to let these people go. You are right. Otherwise, let's go over and take a look. The situation here may not be as simple as imagined. The people around them obviously showed some helplessness in their heart. They nodded slowly and walked forward. Originally, Lin Chen planned to stand outside and not participate in this matter, but this situation was quickly rejected by Su Mao. Su Mao looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen and said very calmly, let's go together. Chapter 756 The Power of the Three Holy Sword Pokemon, the Hidden Ancient Mystery. Please subscribe. Lin Chen was stunned on the spot. He looked in the direction of Su Mao incredulously. He never thought that such words would come from Su Mao's mouth. That's not good. I remember you had other things to do before. I'll deal with things here first. I'll talk about other things after I'm done with the situation here. Lin Chen scratched his head with his hand. He felt that the situation here was not suitable. The people around him thought about it seriously and shook their head. In fact, we have discussed it for a long time before. You have made great contributions to us and we believe that you will not have any problem. Yes, Mr. Lin Chen is indeed like this, so you can go with us. The people around him looked at Lin Chen calmly with a serious tone. After hearing what these people said, Lin Chen could did only nod. He walked towards the inside of the cave. Although he had come in before, he could keenly feel that there seemed to be something else. As everyone arrived in this direction, they could feel more keenly those hidden nearby. The captured people were still tied up with ropes and leaning against the corner, but their eyes and sights were very different from before. When they were first caught, these people were in a listless state, but now they seem to be very dazzling. Something is wrong. Did they eat the wrong food? There should be a limited number of us coming here and few people send them things. How could it suddenly become like this? The faces of the people around them showed confusion. They frowned tightly and they were always thinking about the situation here. Lin Chen just hugged her shoulders and leaned in the corner. Anyway, no matter what happened here, it was no problem for her. The purpose of their coming here was originally for Palakai. If they could solve Palakai, it would be great, but if there is no way to meet Palakai, then for now it can only be like this temporarily. Have you seen other people coming into this cave? If so, please report to us. It is difficult to guarantee that those things coming in will not harm you. They may want to attack you. If you report it earlier, it will be a good thing for you. Su Mao walked a few steps forward. His eyes fell on the crowd and he said word by word. Anyway, from the surface, what Su Mao said seemed to be quite polite. The people around him were obviously a bit complicated. They thought about it for a long time and didn't plan to participate at all. Some people even looked in the direction of Lin Chen curiously, and they also wanted to know what was going on here. The man took a few steps in the direction of Lin Chen and poked Lin Chen's shoulder with his hand. Do you know what's going on here? I also feel that they may be different here. Do you think we should ask for help? If you can determine the situation here, it may be easier to solve it. The man's heart was obviously a bit cautious and he gently pulled Lin Chen's sleeve with his hand. Lin Chen just glanced in his direction, but he felt that there seemed to be something under his feet. He looked down and saw that it was Cobalion lying on his feet. Cobalion's lazy look made Lin Chen feel a little more helpless. He directly picked up Cobalion and put it in the pokeball. In Lin Chen's opinion, the situation here might be caused by their own people, but with so many people here, it is impossible to say so directly. You don't have to worry so much. Anyway, there are a lot of people here. If the people over there don't succeed, they may come again. Just wait and see what will happen. Net. If it doesn't work, you can send some people to ambush here. Lin Chen's calm eyes fell on the people around him and he seemed to want to figure out their ideas. When everyone heard it, they didn't expect that Lin Chen would understand their routines so well. Could it be that Lin Chen had studied their tactics before? If so, everyone's faces showed a bit of surprise, which was completely different from some of the things they had guessed before. How do you know what's going on here? Yes, we think you seem to have just been here for a short time and you should not be very familiar with many of the situations here. The faces of the people around him clearly showed confusion. They looked in the direction of Lin Chen and many things were not clear yet. Lin Chen certainly knew what these people meant and also knew their concerns and worries, but some situations were unnecessary. Just a random guess. Chapter 757 Dark Pokemon Secret Realm Eternal Divine Beast Item. Please collect. Please subscribe. Everyone's hearts were full of confusion and puzzlement. Lin Chen could guess so much just by a random guess, so what could they do? Anyway, Lin Chen had already guessed the situation here. The people around him even moved slowly around Lin Chen and didn't care about the people tied in the corner at all. They seemed to be more interested in Lin Chen. If possible, can we have a good chat? We all think that the situation here is a little different. If we can have a good chat, it will definitely be better. Everyone excitedly blinked and rushed towards Lin Chen. They stared at Lin Chen curiously, wanting to figure out the situation here. Feeling what these people were doing, Lin Chen quietly distanced himself from them. At the same time, Azumarill also appeared at Lin Chen's feet. They all felt that the situation here seemed a little different. Didn't they say they were going to go into the water to find those strange things? Why didn't they go? Azumarill lay on Lin Chen's feet. This touch was very obvious to Lin Chen. Lin Chen lowered his head and looked in the direction of Azumarill with a flash of surprise on his face. Why did you come here suddenly? By the way, did you find anything useful underwater, or did you return empty-handed before you could succeed over there? Lin Chen raised his head and looked in the direction of the crowd with a bit of curiosity in his tone. The people around him didn't know how to respond when they heard it. Their eyes flickered slightly and they also felt that the situation here might not be as easy to explain as they imagined. Everyone pulled the corners of their mouths awkwardly and shook their head. There is no way to find specific clues. The situation here is indeed a little different from what we imagined. Yes, if we can find them, we will set out to chase those people now, but there is no clue at all, so it is not easy to succeed in this situation. After hearing what these people said, Lin Chen also nodded, which sounded like a very normal thing. Lin Chen was still thinking about other situations. He held Azumarill in his arms and subconsciously glanced in the direction of Su Mao. If I remember correctly, didn't you plan to explore underwater before? Since the situation here is almost the same, are you still going? Should we arrange arrange some people here in the cave? If we don't arrange people, they might be captured. Maybe those people are related to Pocky. Maybe those people are related to these people. Lin Chen looked at the people around him frankly with a bit of calmness in his tone. Everyone had some complicated thoughts in their heart. They also had some guesses about this matter, but many situations seemed to be a little different. Their eyes flickered slightly and they always felt that something was different. Lin Chen, how about this? You haven't had direct contact with our village before. If you are curious, why not come with us to take a look? From the current situation, you have been accepted by us. Why don't you go to the village with us? There are actually some other Pokemon there. After a brief eye contact, these people quickly finalized the matter. Anyway, Lin Chen is not a bad person to them. If they can solve the problem here as soon as possible, it would be great. Okay, let's go and take a look. Lin Chen's deep eyes fell on everyone, and when he was sure that they were not simply being polite, he nodded and agreed. When they walked out one after another, some changes seemed to have taken place here. The eyes of the people who were originally tied up gradually became blurred and they leaned against the stone wall one after another, as if the people who seemed very energetic just now were not them. They didn't know why this happened at all and everything seemed like a dream. What's going on? I feel like something is wrong with my body and I don't know why. One of the men clearly revealed a bit of compulity in his heart, and he carefully raised his head and looked into the distance. If it's not an illusion, I seem to have heard footsteps just now. Is someone coming? Really? Is someone coming? Then why didn't we follow the previous plan? The faces of the people around were obviously surprised. They looked at each other and couldn't figure out the situation here. In some ways they did feel that something was wrong here, but I seem to have heard Lin Chen's voice just now. Look, there are many footprints in that place. There should be more than one person coming here, but a group of people. Why don't we have this opportunity? Chapter 758, The God of Eternal Dreams, The Dark Nightmare Resurrect. Please subscribe. Everyone opened their mouth lightly with expressions of disbelief and shock on their faces. Could it be that we were all dreaming or sleepwalking just now, so we did this? I think there is indeed this possibility, otherwise it would not be possible, but we have prepared all the Pokemon, so didn't we release them? Bulbasaur. These people looked at each other cautiously, but their Pokeballs had disappeared without a trace. Their faces became even more difficult. They never expected that the situation here would suddenly become like this. This is not normal. Why did the Pokeball disappear? No, have we been tricked by someone so this happened? I don't know why we have no way to say anything about what's happening here. If we can figure out the situation here, it won't be like this. The faces of the people around them showed obvious embarrassment. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do about the situation here. The people in the cave seemed to be wailing and staying at the door. The people in charge of guarding the cave had a flash of confusion in their eyes. It seems that their annoyance is not fake. So what happened before? Why didn't so many of them get the relevant news? Is it really that there is a traitor among them, or is the speed of the thing that appeared so fast that they didn't have time to find it? But isn't this speed too fast? What exactly is the Black Shadow? As for Lin Chen is not too worried about the situation here. There is Arcanine leading the way. Su Mao and Lin Chen walked slowly towards the villa. Lin Chen found that the road seemed to be very far, but it also seemed very close. He frowned calmly with a little confusion in his heart. The situation here was a little different from what he had guessed before. Su Mao really felt Lin Chen's thought. Pulled the corner of his mouth first, showed a smile and simply explained to Lin Chen, the situation here is indeed different. Our grass can be moved. Some Pokemon like to live here and play with us. If it weren't for the people we brought here, it would be difficult for them to come in. You also know that after all, there are too many people catching Pokemon now. We need to ensure their safety, so we will take some necessary measures. Su Mao's calm eyes fell on Lin Chen and he explained word by word with a calm tone. The people following them also nodded in unison. They all felt the same way about the current situation. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the direction of the village, the people following behind them suddenly stopped. The leading man coughed twice and waved to Su Mao. You are already so close, why don't you do this first? We remember that there are other things to do. You can take Lin Chen directly there. Yes, Su Mao still needs someone to patrol. After all, the situation over there is indeed a bit strange and no one can be sure. Otherwise you can solve the situation here first and we will go and see. Please give me flowers. Everyone was still a little nervous. They secretly glanced in the direction of Lin Chen and quickly prepared to move in the distance. Lin Chen always felt a little helpless. Didn't they invite him here enthusiastically before? Why are they going to leave now? Arcanine's jumping steps have stopped. He looked back at these people and felt that something was wrong. Lin Chen thought about it and released Cobalion directly. I think you'd better transfer more people. If possible, solve the problem under the river first. It's best not to delay that problem for too long. After all, it's uncertain what impact it will have on you. The longer it's delayed, the greater the impact will be. Lin Chen sighed slightly helplessly and his expression seemed seemed to be a little calm. He looked in the direction of the crowd and said word by word. In fact, the people around him could understand what Lin Chen meant. Their eyes flickered slightly and they nodded. How about this then? You go patrol first and if possible bring some people to eat change. I will take Lin Chen over first. I can take Lin Chen to the training hall to participate first or see other Pokemon and introduce them to them. Your ideas are indeed a little different from ours. Go this way. Su Mao waved to the people around him and after making sure that the situation on their side had been explained, he took the initiative to walk in front. Arcanine quickly followed. Azumarill and Cobalion followed Lin Chen on the left and right and their steps were quite neat. Chapter 759 Pokemon Paradise Demon King Arena. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen followed behind Su Mao and walked in the direction ahead and found that the atmosphere here was indeed a little different. The green vegetation was obviously more than the previous location and there were some laughter and laughter. Lin Chen also saw several other Pokemon, but there is no Palyaki in this place. It would be better if I could see Palyaki, but it doesn't matter if I can't. Lin Chen touched his chin with his hand. He had already guessed some related situation. He walked a few steps forward slowly. Su Mao, I suddenly feel that this is a bit inappropriate. After all, I am not particularly familiar with them. To them I am an outsider. I came here so suddenly. Lin Chen looked at the people around him shyly. Su Mao was also stunned for a moment. He felt that Lin Chen might not be a person who cared about such details, but now it seems a little different. Su Mao suddenly showed a smile on his face, pulled Lin Chen's face with his hand and then simply explained. Actually, the situation here is nothing. The people in the village are very friendly and you are also very honest. Don't worry, I believe that these people in the village will never do anything to you. Even if they have a problem with you, I have a way to solve their situation. Su Mao showed a friendly smile on his face, patted Lin Chen's shoulder gently, took the initiative to walk in front and led the people over. Since people have already said so, Lin Chen naturally has no intention of refusing. Even Azumarill and Cobalion are jumping and moving forward. Some of the people in the village are weeding, some are fighting one-on-one duels and some are fighting two-on-one duels. As soon as he arrived here, Lin Chen had to admit that this village is not small and these people seem to be very friendly. Lin Chen just looked in the direction of the crowd and there was still a bit of surprise in his heart. It was the first time he saw such a lively village. What he saw before seems to be always different from what appears now. The duel was almost over and when they suddenly looked up and saw Su Mao and a stranger, they did show a puzzled look on their faces. They didn't expect why the situation here would become like this. Hey, this seems a little wrong. Can you see what's going on? Isn't that Su Mao? I recognize Su Mao's Arcanine, but whose Cobalion and Azumarill are they? It should be the new strangers. We have all seen Su Mao's Pokemon. When everyone saw Lin Chen net to Su Mao, they began to whisper. They always felt that the situation here was a little different. While talking, these people gathered in the direction of Lin Chen without making a sound. After hearing what these people meant, Lin Chen didn't have much reaction. Anyway, whether before or now, Lin Chen has his own criteria for some of the current situations. Don't forget the purpose of your coming here. After the situation here is almost resolved, go to the river to explore. You can let Azumarill go with you. Lin Chen directly stretched out his hand and gently patted Su Mao's shoulder with a bit of certainty in his tone. But in fact, Su Mao's inner thoughts were indeed somewhat different from Lin Chen's and he nodded. Su Mao snorted lightly. His eyes fell on Lin Chen's body. The idea is to let Lin Chen follow him down. There are actually some problems in the communication between him and Azumarill, but Lin Chen as the master of Azumarill will definitely not have such symptoms. The communication between Azumarill and Lin Chen will be smoother and maybe Lin Chen will find these things more easily net time. But the current situation is definitely not suitable for conversation. Those people gradually gathered in the direction of Lin Chen and Su Mao and their faces clearly showed some confusion and curiosity and they said softly, Su Mao, where did you bring this person back from? Is it the one you mentioned before? Yes, we don't seem to have seen this person before and he seems to be quite good. Where did you know him? Everyone in the village showed curiosity and suspicion on their faces. They glanced at Lin Chen 1-5 but thought that this person looked pretty good. He is a good looking person and he also has two Pokemon, Azumarill and Cobalion. Although it is not clear whether he has other Pokemon, it is always felt that this person is not simple. Lin Chen was obviously watching the people around him. He didn't expect that these people would be so enthusiastic about him. There were some things that Lin Chen hadn't thought about how to say. Okay, try to stay away from him. He is usually a little shy. Pokemon are not that shy. You can also get to know Azumarill and Cobalion. Chapter 760 The Relics of the Eternal Divine Beast, the Authority of the Supreme Creator God. Please collect. Please subscribe. Everyone's face showed a friendly expression. They looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen and always felt that something was a little different. Shouldn't we get to know this person first and then get to know his Pokemon. Yes, Su Mao, isn't the order you said a bit strange? The faces of the people around him showed a calm expression. They looked in the direction of Su Mao and even revealed a bit of blame in their eyes. Facing what these people said, Su Mao's reaction was very calm. He just shrugged and said frankly, I don't think there's anything wrong with the situation here. Lin Chen. Su Mao gently poked Lin Chen's shoulder with his hand, signaling him to say hello to everyone. Lin Chen 14's calm eyes fell on everyone and he simply nodded to them. When he saw Su Mao secretly staring at him, he still wondered in his heart whether the way he met was a little wrong. Thinking of this, Lin Chen scratched his hair helplessly and followed up with another sentence. Hello, my name is Lin Chen. Cobalion and Azumarill are my Pokemon. I came here to find Pocky. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, the people around him opened their eyes wide with some doubts and surprise in their eyes. They had heard Su Mao say before that Lin Chen was a relatively honest person, but now it seems that he is a little too honest. Lin Chen came here to find Pocky. How should they say it to be more appropriate? The faces of these people kept changing. They were also speculating about the relevant situation and they always felt that something was wrong. What should we do now? I didn't expect Lin Chen to find Pocky. This is quite normal. There are a few trainers who don't want to find Pocky. Unfortunately, they don't have much chance of success. The people around looked at each other and their expressions clearly showed some helplessness. Anyway, they had guesses about many situations here. Azumarill and Cobalion have quickly joined the other Pokemon. Judging from the situation here, we have to admit that Lin Chen's temper seems to be more easygoing. Even his Pokemon are the same. Su Mao thought carefully and decided that he still needed to organize some people to see if they could go to the river together to detect what was happening. Anyway, it was impossible to waste time standing here stupidly. Su Mao walked towards Lin Chen, patted Lin Chen's shoulder gently and continued, I'll take you inside. If you are interested, you can go to the training hall. Some people like to play in the training hall and of course some people like to play. There are all kinds of people outside. I don't know what you like, or you can wait here for me to see them first. Su Mao's tone sounded a bit calm. While talking to Lin Chen, he walked forward. Lin Chen didn't think the situation here was good. He waited quietly by the side, and just as Su Makai left here, some people walked towards this direction. Lin Chen subconsciously glanced in the direction of these people. What were they going to do? Lin Chen also felt that the situation here was a bit inappropriate and always felt that these people looked at him as if they were looking at Pokemon. Azumarill and Cobalion seemed to be unaware. I just feel a little curious. You are someone from outside. We heard that a group of people from outside have been arrested. Do you know anyone in your group, or do you know what happened? Yes, you don't have to be nervous. We don't mean to do anything to you. We just think that this side the situation is a bit strange. The people around him stared at Lin Chen with curiosity. While they were watching Lin Chen, they asked 637 what they wanted to know very much. After hearing what these people said, Lin Chen did not react. If he asked if he knew those arrested people, I have met them several times and communicated with them before, but I don't know them. Lin Chen's attitude was very calm and he said word by word. When the people around heard what Lin Chen said, their eyes flickered slightly and it seemed that there was no problem. Just when everyone was thinking about what to say, Lin Chen said, I saw Su Mao coming out. Should you say something to Su Mao? Your relationship with Su Mao seems to be different. If something happens, should you all go to find Su Mao? Lin Chen interrupted these people's questions first and took the initiative. Everyone was stunned for a moment, thinking carefully about the situation here, and it sounded like this. Yes, that's right. Chapter 761, The Power of Holy Sword. Pokemon Danger of Yandere Pokemon. Please collect. Please subscribe. Everyone looked in the direction of Lin Chen and felt that he was indeed different from others, and his courage was also different. If it were other people who saw them again, they would definitely feel a little nervous or dare not say anything first. But Lin Chen had no such concerns at all, and he even talked to them. Sheng Huan knew from this alone that Lin Chen might have come prepared. How did you get in? It's not easy for ordinary people to get in, and they might encounter some problems, but from the surface you don't seem to have encountered such a situation. Yes, we are also a little surprised. Can you briefly explain the situation here to us, or what can you tell us? The people around him looked at Lin Chen with bright expressions. They kept approaching Lin Chen while talking. Lin Chen knew that these people had no ill will towards him, but if they got too close, Nan Zhong would feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Chen had to step back a few steps and distance himself from them. Seeing these people's uneasy look, he had to call out softly. Everyone's faces showed confusion and they had not figured out what the situation was. They found that Cobalion and Azumarill had turned back to Lin Chen's direction. It turned out that Cobalion and Azumarill were gradually getting out of Lin Chen's sight, and they were a little worried that something else might happen here. Your Pokemon looks pretty powerful. Can we have a duel? Yes. One of the men had a serious look on his face. He clenched the Pokeball in his hand and looked looked eager to try. They often duel among themselves, but finally an outsider came. They didn't know if this would drive Lin Chen away. The reason for this problem is that Su Mao had told them before that if they really wanted to duel with others they must first ask if they are willing. If they are not willing they can't act rashly, otherwise it is likely to bring them some problems. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect these people to say such word first. He frowned innocently, staring at the direction of the crowd and speculating in his heart. Anyway, the current event seemed to be different for Lin Chen. It's okay, but I have other things to do with that person later. Su Mao will be out soon. We need to do other things. It may not be appropriate to be with you. Lin Chen's frank eyes fell on the people around him and his tone was still a bit calm. The people around him were of course thinking about the situation here. They had been thinking about it for a long time. But are you rejecting us? You are so strange. Why don't you just say it directly? Actually, we don't quite understand it. You can just say it directly if you want to reject it. Are you worried about what will happen? Everyone surrounded Lin Chen curiously and whispered. Azumarill and Cobalion also separated their positions at this time. Although they felt that there would be no fight here, they were always a little worried. What if something really happened? On the other side, Su Mao had quickly entered the training hall. They all felt that the situation here was a little different, but no one could judge the specific situation. The people around him clearly revealed a bit of complicity in their hearts and they subconsciously looked at each other. Su Mao, why did you suddenly appear here? If I remember correctly, shouldn't you be busy outside? Yes, Su Mao, we all feel that something is wrong. How come you suddenly appear here? The eyes of these people fell on Lin Chen with a little curiosity in their hearts, always feeling that something is wrong. Su Mao had nothing else to say about his own comment. He said very calmly, it's like this. We were originally outside but suddenly encountered some situation. I came here to ask if you have any way to blow it. What happened over there is not as simple as we imagined and it may be more complicated and difficult. I can't solve it by myself and the outsiders I caught before may make some other moths, so I want to come here to mobilize some people. I don't know what you think, can you agree? Su Mao's eyes fell on the crowd and there was still a bit of curiosity in his tone. The people around thought about it seriously and it sounded as if there was really no problem. We roughly know what you said but we need to think about it. Chapter 762 The Power of the Divine Beast Team, the Demon King that shocked the world. Please subscribe. They didn't say much, looked in the direction of Su Mao and there was still a bit of helplessness in their heart. I think the situation here may not be simple. After all, it seems a bit sudden. I think so too. It is a bit sudden, but what should we do to be more appropriate? The hearts of the people around have long been full of complicity. They looked at Su Mao and organized discussions in private. This matter must be more troublesome than they imagine. We have a relatively large number of people and some people are training outside. It is enough to transfer some people, but I don't know how many people Su Mao need. If there are too many people it may have some subtle effects on us. That's right. If there are really some differences at that time it will be a bit abnormal. Maybe it won't be good. 637. Everyone's face clearly showed a bit of helplessness. They looked at each other carefully and did not give any direct response. On the one hand they had concerns and on the other hand they all heard that Su Mao seemed to have brought a new person back. By the way, Su Mao, what's the matter with the person you brought back? We all heard about this incident. Is this a coincidence or did it really happen? What's the matter with that person? Do you know his specific situation? Everyone's eyes fell on Su Mao and there seemed to be some curiosity and anxiety in their tone. Su Mao was still a little uneasy at first, but at this time he seemed to have suddenly stabilized. Arcanine turned around Su Mao as if reminding him, this person is pretty good. He led us to catch those people. We are sure that he will not have any impact on us. Can you hand over some people to me first? Lin Chen felt that these people were too enthusiastic. They had fought with Cobalion in just a few minutes. Lin Chen touched his chin with his hand. Fortunately, Cobalion's strength was quite good. Quick attack. Before these people could do anything, as Cobalion launched an attack, the Pokemon on the opposite side, they all showed shock on their faces. They had never expected that Cobalion would be so strong in Lin Chen's hands. They had heard about it before, but they were inevitably shocked when they saw it. The looks of these people kept changing. They thought for a long time, but they didn't know what to do. I feel like it's a little different. Who said it wasn't? Then what should we do? Net. Everyone's face showed curiosity. They had sent many people to fight with Lin Chen, but all of them were defeated without exception. If some new people were sent, would there be some other situations? They looked at each other. Most of them returned with a kill, so what kind of people should be sent? Net. While everyone was still thinking, Lin Chen lazily hit Yan and touched Azumarill's head. He didn't want to waste time here, but since these people were very interested in this matter, it didn't matter. I saw Su Mao. After Su Mao comes out, I may need to leave with him first. Otherwise, let's stop here. If there is a chance, we will see each other. Net. Time. Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly and a smile bloomed directly. His eyes fell on the people around him and said softly. The faces of the people around him were obviously surprised. They didn't expect Su Mao to appear so quickly. This was a little different from what they imagined. They still hoped to solve the problem here as soon as possible. Oh, Su Mao came out so soon. This is a little abnormal. It must have taken a long time for Su Mao to go in before, so did he really encounter any problems this time? The people around looked at each other with some speculation in their hearts, but no matter what they thought in their hearts, many situations may not be so simple to explain. There are also some people who took a few steps towards Su Mao and they simply negotiated with Su Mao. What's going on with Su Mao? Are there any other problems? Yes, we also think that something is wrong here. The people around, the faces of these people clearly showed some curiosity. Su Mao did not come out alone. There were many other people following him. But what happened here? When Lin Chen heard what these people said, he certainly knew the situation here. It seems that there should be no problem with Su Mao's situation. He waved in the direction of Azumarill and Cobalion. Chapter 763 Dark Ray of Destiny, the Power of the Dark Beast. Please subscribe. If there is no problem, we can leave. It's just that some temporary problems have occurred, so I need to transfer some people. You should do whatever you need to do. In fact, the situation here has nothing to do with you. You don't have to worry. Su Mao felt the gaze of the crowd and suddenly a helpless expression appeared on his face. He didn't expect that they would care so much about this matter. If it were in the past, these people's reaction would definitely not be like this. Could it be because of Lin Chen? Although Su Mao felt a little different in his heart, he didn't say anything directly. He just simply said a few words to these people and sent them away. Su Mao didn't plan to waste too much time in this place. Arcanine seemed to have sensed the situation here and ran quickly in the direction of Azumarill and Cobalion. After this period of contact, the relationship between the three Pokemon seemed to be quite good. Su Mao smiled helplessly and did not respond to Lin Chen's eyes. The situation here is indeed no problem for them. Lin Chen has been thinking about it for a while. Since Su Mao is ready to leave, he can also get away. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, looking at the people around him, and said simply, "Then things here should be almost done. I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. If there is a chance, why don't we see each other any time?" Lin Chen looked at the people around him with a smile and his tone was serious. These people naturally did not expect the situation to turn out like this. They looked at each other blankly and always felt that things here were a little different. I can understand Su Mao taking people to do the work, but does he want to take Lin Chen with him? From the surface it seems to be the case, but we don't know why it is like this. The people around looked at each other with some compulsive feelings in their heart. They looked at each other carefully and finally shook their head. In their opinion, this kind of thing would not necessarily have a big impact on them. Lin Chen had actually guessed some things a long time ago, and it didn't matter what these people really thought. They walked towards the river in an orderly manner. Since the road was not very close, they were not in a hurry. Lin Chen had been silent all the time, and the people following Su Mao were a little curious about Lin Chen. Originally, some people wanted to talk to Lin Chen, but looking at the situation here, it might not be appropriate for them to talk. The thoughts of the people were constantly changing. They secretly looked in the direction of Lin Chen and felt that no matter what they said, it was a bit bad. Anyway, no matter what they really thought in their hearts, the situation here was different. Lin Chen, do you know some of the things that are happening here now? We heard that you seem to have a good relationship with Su Mao, although you met on the road. Did Su Mao tell you about any problems? Yet we also feel that it seems a little different. What did Su Mao tell you? After the initial tension, the people around him began to try to talk to Lin Chen. Su Mao just felt a little helpless and rolled his eyes. They wanted to communicate. Why did they bring him along? Please give me flowers. In the cave where the trap people were on the other side. These people have been here for a long time and they all realized that the situation here was a little bit wrong. But many of the situations here are a little different from what they imagined and they don't know how to do it. What should we do now? Many things that happened here seem to be a little different and we also feel that something is wrong. The people around them were obviously cautious and they looked quietly in the direction of the cave entrance. At this moment, a black shadow quietly flew in front of everyone. When they saw this black shadow, they always felt that it seemed a little familiar. If I remember correctly, this should be a Pokemon. Why is it here? Could it be that someone wants to come here to save us, so he will appear here? It shouldn't be a coincidence. I remember he is Darkrai. Some people have already smiled. They opened their eyes wide and watched the situation here closely. Maybe this Pokemon is really here to save them. They clearly remember that Darkrai looks pretty good and has a pair of blue eyes. His hands are a bit like Lawson. The appearance seems to have matched. These people's eyes have been shining and they are excited to call Darkrai. If Darkrai can play a certain role with them, can they leave here smoothly? People. Chapter 764 Disaster Level Pokemon, the Terrifying Earthquake. Please subscribe. Lin Chen is not very clear about the situation here and he doesn't know that something else has happened in the cave. He still calmly followed Su Mao and the group walked towards the river slowly. In fact, facing some of the current things, they have guessed the situation here. Originally they were still a little nervous, but then they were not like that. Lin Chen was not too worried about the situation here. After he walked a few steps forward, his footsteps suddenly stopped. He always felt as if something was watching him in the dark. Even Azumaril and Gopal Road 640 Wang became alert all of a sudden. They kept looking around as if they wanted to find the things that were secretly observing, but it was obvious that they had difficulty finding them. What's going on? Is there something wrong with this place? It's possible, but I don't know what the specific situation is. The people around looked at each other carefully with a bit of helplessness in their hearts. Su Mao subconsciously walked towards Lin Chen's direction. He also felt that the situation here might be a little wrong, but he didn't notice anything. If he wanted to figure out the situation, he would definitely need to ask Lin Chen to see if Lin Chen was willing to explain it to him. Relatively speaking, this might be clearer. Su Mao's hand had just landed on Lin Chen's shoulder and Lin Chen shook his head calmly. He said in a low voice with a bit of sharpness in his eyes, "The situation here is indeed a little bit wrong. I also noticed that the situation here is different. Although I don't know what happened here, try not to interrupt." Lin Chen's expression clearly revealed a bit of seriousness and he made a gesture of silence. Su Mao had to nod quietly. He and the others stood together paying close attention to the nearby area. They had no way to judge what was happening in this place, so how to solve it more appropriately. What exactly happened here? Did a Pokemon appear? Or did something special appear? Everyone's face showed confusion. The net moment Lin Chen suddenly found that there was a sound of Pocky in the sky. What's going on? Pocky looked at the sky and said, "Did you see it?" That Pocky's voice. I don't know, it looks a bit similar, but I remember Pocky's voice was a little different from the other one. Yet I remember that Pocky's face was not likely to appear. The hearts of the people were obviously a bit complicated. They looked up at Pocky's face and looked at him. Their hearts were already full of complete and confusion. For them, many of the situations here were completely different. Lin Chen was not very worried about the situation here. He just looked slowly in the distance. Anyway, no matter what these people meant, it shouldn't be. It's not good. You guys turn around and look over there. Why is there smoke suddenly coming out of the cave? This is not normal. Could it be those people? The faces of the people around showed cautious expressions. They patted Su Mao's shoulders uneasily. These people really didn't think that the situation would become like this. Even Su Mao's face changed drastically in an instant. If this matter is true, the impact on them must be not small. Oops, don't waste time here. We have to go over there as soon as possible. Lin Chen, the matter over there has to be put on hold for now. Everyone hastily greeted Lin Chen and ran directly towards the direction of the cave. Lin Chen hastily looked up and saw that direction was exactly where the people who were imprisoned before were. Could it be that there was something wrong with those people? Lin Chen sighed a little helplessly and felt that the situation here was indeed different. The people in the cave had never expected that Darkrai would be like this. They thought that this Pokemon was likely to come to save them, and as long as the situation here was resolved, they would be able to leave here smoothly. But who knew that Darkrai would blatantly set fire here? If they blocked the entrance to the cave or even set it on fire, how could they survive? This place 15 is completely different from the cave they were in before. They were trapped here and it was difficult for them to even move. What should we do now? Whose Pokemon is this Darkrai? I don't know. It's possible that Darkrai was originally ownerless, but we can't offend him. Why did the situation here become like this? Everyone's face showed confusion and even a little hopeless. They never thought that the situation would be like this. Just when everyone was thinking about the situation here, there seemed to be a rumbling sound outside. Chapter 765, The Strange World of Dusk, The Power of the Forbidden Beast. Please subscribe. Su Mao and his team were the first. Those who ran to that location certainly knew that something was wrong here, especially when they saw the smoke coming out of the cave. If it weren't for their good eyesight and the distance, the people inside might have died. In contrast, Lin Chen was in a state of leisure, as if the situation here would not be a problem for him at all. But to be honest, what happened here had nothing to do with Lin Chen, so Lin Chen naturally wouldn't take it to heart. When Su Mao and the others ran to this location one after another and saw the firewood piled at the door, they all showed helpless expressions on their faces. Who did it? Are they a little too? Who knows? I can't figure it out at all. The people around him shrugged helplessly. They looked at each other and hadn't even figured out what to do. 14. Put out the fire first and then think about other situations. Who set the fire? I remember that when you left a few people at the door to watch. Where did the people who were watching go? Su Mao's heart was already full of complete and collapse. He stood there expressionlessly directing everyone to start putting out the fire. Is there anyone alive in there? If there is someone alive, please make a sound. If there is no one alive, forget it, we won't make such a fuss. fuss. Su Mao stretched his neck and shouted in the direction of the inside. At this time Lin Chen just walked to this area. He did not approach the cave entrance directly. He found that there seemed to be something in the bushes not far away. Lin Chen glanced in the direction of Azumarill and Cobalion. The two Pokemon rushed directly to the things hidden in the bushes from different directions. Oh no, it's me. The noise here quickly attracted Su Mao's attention. Su Mao frowned and looked in this direction in confusion. So what is going on here? You guys keep fighting the fire here. I heard some noises inside. There should be some people alive. Although we don't know what happened to the fire here, if we can save those people maybe they will give us an explanation. Let's solve the situation here first. It's not particularly important. The man on the side clearly showed some helplessness in his heart. He took a step and looked in that direction quickly. After hearing Su Mao's instructions, the people around nodded. They moved a little hastily, but they still insisted on putting out the fire here. Su Mao walked towards Lin Chen. He also felt that the situation here was not as simple as they imagined. But what happened? Is it you? Didn't I ask you to watch here before? Did you see what happened here? What happened here? Did you see anything just now? Su Mao frowned tightly. Of course he knew that Lin Chen's insight was very good, otherwise he would not be able to find himself in that situation. Before the person lying in the bushes confirmed, he deliberately stayed behind to patrol, but this guy looked a little miserable. His hands were tied and his eyes were black like a panda, as if he had been punched, but there was no problem with other situations. It was because of this that Su Mao felt that the situation here was a little bit complicated. He frowned tightly and kept thinking about the situation here. Was it their internal people or some powerful talents coming in from outside that made the situation here like this? How should it be handled more appropriately? Looking at Su Mao in deep thought, Lin Chen just glanced in his direction but did not give any reply. Lin Chen felt that in this situation it was better for him to pretend to be a wooden man. 640. Anyway, the situation here is a little different from what he guessed, and Lin Chen thought there was no need to say anything more. These people actually felt that the situation here was a little different, but how to do it specifically? With these people's embarrassment, Lin Chen suddenly said, "Is it possible that this person is dreaming? His expression is a little strange. Didn't you say before that there are those Pokemon that make people dream? Are you sure that those Pokemon can listen to you and not attack you? There should be no conflict between you and these Pokemon, right?" Lin Chen's calm eyes fell on these people and his heart seemed to be a little complicated. Suddenly hearing what Lin Chen said, these people froze in place. It seems that they really can't judge this situation completely. Not very clear. There should be no problem. Why do you suddenly ask this? Chapter 766. The Power of the Nightmare God. The shadow covering the world. Please collect. Please subscribe. In fact, in some ways those Pokemon are quite obedient. The one who is responsible for making them dream is Darkrai. Yes, that's right, because Darkrai himself is quite strong and he can make people have nightmares, but he targets people with special conditions. We will never do such things to good people. But the situation here does seem to be a little different from what we imagine. We are not sure about the specific situation, so we may need to conduct an investigation. The man's heart clearly revealed a bit of helplessness. He shrugged and glanced in the direction of Lin Chen. The people who approached the cave one after another had already put out the fire. The people inside were dreaming. It seemed that they did not make any calls for help. These people looked in the direction of Lin Chen and they did not think about what they should say. Some people even looked at Lin Chen with a wary look. They all doubted that the coincidence of what happened here was absolutely related to Lin Chen. When Lin Chen did not appear, nothing happened here, but when Lin Chen appeared, the situation here became like this. Does this situation really have nothing to do with Lin Chen? Why do I always feel that it seems to be different? The sharp eyes of the people around him fell on Lin Chen. They had already noticed the situation here. After hearing what these people said, Lin Chen sneered coldly. Azumarill and Cobalion had appeared beside Lin Chen without knowing when. They all looked at these people with vigilant eyes. Don't do it. I believe Lin Chen has nothing to do with this matter. Lin Chen has not appeared out of our sight for a while. If he really appeared, it would definitely not be Lin Chen. Even Lin Chen's Pokemon has been following us. You are not blind. You should be able to see the situation here. Su Mao's face clearly showed some helplessness. He looked deeply in the direction of these people. He didn't know what these people were thinking. When helping, they were slower than each other, but they were more active than each other in suspecting people. But the problem was that they had to suspect the right people. The faces of the people clearly showed some helplessness and surprise. They didn't expect the situation here to be like this. So if this is the case, what should they do to be more appropriate? The eyes of the people around them flickered slightly. They were guessing the situation here, but there were not many solutions. They had been thinking about it for a long time, but they always felt that something was wrong. We are sorry, Mr. Lin Chen. We apologize for our previous suspicion of you, but we always feel that the situation here should not be so simple. What can be done to be better? The hearts of the people around them were obviously a bit complicated. They looked at each other carefully and many things seemed to be a little different. Most people's eyes have fallen on Lin Chen, hoping that Lin Chen can give them a reply. They think that if it is someone else who solves the situation here it may be a little difficult, but if it is Lin Chen, will it be different? Lin Chen's educational philosophy is different from theirs and he may be able to solve the problems here more simply. Lin Chen thought about it seriously and of course he could understand some of the situations here. I think what you said does make sense, but don't you think some things are a little different? For example, the person you left here to guard, is this the only one? It shouldn't be. I remember that according to your rigorous judgment method there will be at least one person left here, so why is there only one person in this place? Have you counted the people in the cave? When the people around heard what Lin Chen said they were obviously surprised. It seems that they did take it easy, but the specific people said that they did not count. 3 people were brought out by us. Is there any problem? There were not many people here before. Did we guess the situation wrong, or are there more or less people inside? The faces of the people around were obviously surprised. They looked in the direction of Su Mao. After all, under normal circumstances Su Mao should know more about this matter than them. Su Mao sighed helplessly and shook his head. If he remembered correctly, the number of people they brought back seemed to be 5 at the beginning. The number of people has indeed changed. We brought more people back before, so where are the missing people? Were they captured by others? Or Chapter 767, Shattering the Endless Void, the form of the most powerful god. Please collect. Please subscribe. When Lin Chen heard what these people said he just nodded secretly. It seems that they themselves have no way to determine the current situation. Then you should first think of a way to see if you can wake up the person who was sleeping just now. I think there are so many situations in the middle. Is it possible that they don't want you to go to the river, give you all kinds of things so that you can't focus on the previous point? Maybe they may take this opportunity to do something else. Lin Chen's calm eyes fell on the people around him. He looked at these people calmly and said word by word. When these people heard Lin Chen speak, their hearts were already full of complete and confusion. Inexplicably they felt that what Lin Chen said did make sense. So is this really the case with 643? If so, what should they do? It shouldn't be far away, Saul. We have more people anyway. Leave a few people to wake them up and the rest of the people will chase them around. Lin Chen, I'll go to the river with you. I think what you said makes sense. Su Mao's deep eyes fell on Lin Chen. He walked a few steps in the direction of Lin Chen, stretched out his hand and patted Lin Chen's shoulder gently. If they can solve it as soon as possible it might be more appropriate. So Lin Chen didn't have any ideas about this situation before, and now it seems that it might bring them some special situation. Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a helpless expression. Okay, then let's go over there first to see if you have any other ideas. In fact, I think they might be paying attention to us in secret, so you can leave more people. Lin Chen's calm eyes fell on the person in front of him. Anyway, whether before or now, Lin Chen could guess the situation here. Everyone's heart has long been filled with some caution. While thinking about these things, they looked up and looked into the distance. After a brief discussion, they soon separated. Some people chose to stay here for the time being, and some people thought it would be more appropriate to go to other locations first. Then we will search nearby and you take a few people with Lin Chen. What about Cobalion and Azumarill? Do you have any distribution for these? Su Mao looked in the direction of Lin Chen. He felt that if he wanted to go down the river he must go with Azumarill. Azumarill is better at swimming and it is a bit difficult for him to tell the direction underwater. Anyway, no matter what the situation is here, they all feel that these things are indeed a bit complicated. Lin Chen heard what these people said and nodded. He thought that it might be better for them to discuss this matter together. Then let's go to the river first. Maybe there will be something else there. Are there any other points to pay attention to besides this? Lin Chen's calm eyes fell on the people around him and asked faintly. Everyone shook their head. They felt that as long as the current situation is done according to the previous plan, there should not be too many mistakes. Don't worry, we have lived here for so long and we are familiar with every tree and grass on the mountain. If someone wants to hide, we will definitely find them in the shortest time. Just find them according to our previous experience. The people around him were still somewhat calm. They looked in the direction of Lin Chen and said with certainty. These people even walked towards the distance. Looking at the location of these neighboring areas, Lin Chen also felt that something seemed a little different. He always felt that things here were somewhat different from what they imagined. Su Mao stood behind Lin Chen and patted Lin Chen's shoulder gently with a calm tone. Okay, the situation here is similar. We can go to other places to have a look. I think there is no problem with the situation here and it is still quite good if it is solved in this way. Su Mao gave Lin Chen an affirmative look, but he walked away. Before they met Lin Chen, no matter what they encountered, he was the one who made the decision. Now with Lin Chen, some other situations will appear which surprise Su Mao. He thought it was a good idea to do so. Arcanine, Azumarill and Cobalion lead the way. If you encounter other Pokemon, remember to report to us in advance. We all think the situation here is a little difficult, but if it can be solved as soon as possible it would be better. Chapter 768 Marill, the characteristic of Hercules, the nemesis of the god of fairy. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen did not react much. Anyway, things here have progressed to this point and there is no big problem to continue pushing it forward. No matter what other people think, it is not important to Lin Chen. The hearts of the people around them clearly revealed a bit of complicity. They only brought a small number of people to follow Lin Chen and Su Mao. They were a little surprised about what happened here, but they didn't know how to intervene in many things. Are we going to push forward like this? Do they need to care? In fact, I also think that the situation here seems a bit wrong. What if something happens in the middle? The people around were obviously surprised. They looked at each other carefully and asked tentatively. The leading man didn't care about what was happening here. Su Mao walked forward and looked back in the direction of Lin Chen. They all knew that the situation here was a little different recently, but they didn't know how to respond to the specific situation. Unconsciously, there seemed to be some special bird calls in this place. Lin Chen's pace had gradually slowed down and he looked up in the distance. He didn't know why this place was in this situation, and many things here were indeed different from what they imagined will be different. Maybe there are some other problems in the middle. Azumarill and Cobalion have accelerated. Should we follow him closely or should you disperse some more people? Maybe dispersing some people will make those guys come out faster. Lin Chen looked particularly calm. He said one sentence at a time while walking forward. Anyway, no matter what the specific situation here is, it is not very important to Lin Chen. Su Mao nodded slowly. Anyway, he felt that the situation here might have a great impact on them. As for what would happen in the middle, many things would be completely different. Otherwise, let's do it this way for the time being. I think many things should not be like that. The people around him had been quietly following Su Mao. They all felt that doing so might be a little abnormal, but since it was so certain, did they really want to do so? The footsteps of the crowd were obviously a little doubtful. They looked in the direction of Lin Chen and Su Mao before leaving, but Lin Chen and Su Mao's footsteps were steady. They seemed to have already determined how things should be done here. Seeing the situation here, their minds became much calmer. They walked calmly and headed outside. Whether before or now, they always felt that there was no problem with the situation here. As they continued to move forward, there might be some things that were different for them. Have you noticed that this place seems to be getting quieter and quieter? By the way, have we sent people to check on those who were caught before? If no one is watching what happens to them in the middle, we may not be able to react in time. Should we report to Lin Chen? The people around were stunned for a moment. They stood in place and looked in the direction of Lin Chen and Su Mao in front of them. Long before this incident happened, they had already determined that the situation here would definitely not be that simple, but according to the current situation, how to solve it would be more appropriate. The hearts of the people were already full of complicity. They took steady step and continued to move forward, so they already knew some of the situation here, but it seemed that there was no way. Everyone was walking forward one after another. No matter what they were thinking, many things were a little different. Actually, I also think that the situation here might be a little bit wrong, but now we can only accept it like this. Many things are a little different from what we considered before. Can we make other judgment? The people around were still a little cautious. While talking, they tried to chase in the direction of Lin Chen and Su Mao, but for some reason they found that the distance between them and Lin Chen and Su Mao was getting farther and farther, and even Arcanine, Azumarill and Cobalion beside them were missing. Something is wrong. They can't leave so quickly. Could it be illusion in front? No way. We suddenly fell into the illusion without any signs, which seems a bit abnormal. The faces of those who followed Lin Chen and his people soon showed suspicious expressions. They looked at each other nervously and didn't expect the situation here to become what it would be like. At this time, Lin Chen and Su Mao did not notice the problem person behind them. Chapter 769 Eternal Divine Beast, Forbidden Zone, Dark Creation, God Incarnation. Please collect. Please subscribe. The hearts of the crowd clearly revealed some confusion and puzzlement. They were speculating about the things here while thinking about other things, but obviously many situations here are indeed different from what they imagined. What should we do now? Or we should stay where we are. Maybe the person we are following in front of us may not be Lin Chen. There are indeed some problems here. The hearts of the people around them clearly revealed some helplessness. They looked at each other and always felt that the situation here was different. Lin Chen was of course aware of the things here, but 643 was not something that Lin Chen was worried about. The hearts of the people around them clearly revealed some speechlessness, and they slowly approached the direction ahead. Everyone knows that many situations here are indeed a little different, but what if other situations occur? They found that the surrounding environment seemed to be changing quietly and they seemed to be trapped in the same place. Why don't we stop here for a while. We can't judge many things at all. What if? How can we judge that there is no problem with the current terrain and that what we see in the glasses is a normal phenomenon? The people around them suddenly became quiet. They thought about it carefully and felt that the situation here was a bit abnormal. As for what they should do, it seemed to be more difficult. They have been thinking about the situation here, but with the recent situation the danger to them may be higher. No matter what these people really think, they only know that the crisis has come. It enveloped them quietly. Lin Chen seemed to have guessed the situation here a long time ago, so he didn't have any ideas about what was happening here. Anyway, no matter what these people wanted to say, Lin Chen could guarantee a stern attitude. Not far ahead is the stream we visited before, but I think the environment here seems a little abnormal. Didn't you notice? This place is exceptionally quiet and the people who followed us before disappeared without a trace. This makes it even more strange. Under normal circumstances they can't disappear quietly unless there are some problems here. What do you think happened here? What happened here is different from what happened to Pocky. Lin Chen's expression seemed to be a bit frank. Suddenly, hearing what Lin Chen said, Su Mao, who was standing aside, shook his head. He couldn't figure it out. Simply their Pokemon were still with them. Even if there were any problems at that time, they might be able to solve the problems here more easily if they joined together. I don't know what happened here, but it is very likely that someone else did something in secret. Could it be Darkrai? We entered the dream inadvertently, so this happened. The eyes of the people around him showed some uneasiness. They looked at each other carefully and felt that the situation here was indeed a little bit wrong. Lin Chen shook his head. He touched Azumarill and Cobalion's head with his hand. If it was really Darkrai, Cobalion should have reacted. It seems that we have no way to reach Zishui over there, but who is doing it in secret? I also think that the situation here looks very different, but what is their real purpose for doing this? The man's heart has long been full of complete and confusion. He has been thinking for a long time, why is it like this? In contrast, Lin Chen is much calmer. He stayed quietly aside. Regarding the current situation, Lin Chen would not have anything to say. Anyway, since it has come to this, they just need to wait quietly. We can wait here for a while. If the people behind the scenes come out, they will definitely explain their intentions. No matter what their real purpose is, no matter what they want to do, it may be more appropriate to solve the situation here. Lin Chen's expression clearly revealed a bit of calmness. He gently patted Su Mao's shoulder, and the two people and three Pokemon just stood there. 1-5 In fact, in the dark there are indeed some people who have always kept a sharp eye on Lin Chen and the others. They also realized that the situation here was a little bit wrong. But as time passed, why didn't Lin Chen show a panic expression? This is a bit different from many things they can consider. I also think that there may be some problems with the situation here, so what do you think should be done? Net, if things here have always been like this, it may not be appropriate for us. Chapter 770 Darkrai's Fantasy Dreamland, the Corrupted Divine Beast. Please subscribe. Among the hiding people, Darkrai was among them. He was not in a hurry about the situation here and hid himself in the darkness, quietly watching what was happening here. No matter what these people wanted to do, it was all okay for Darkrai. Anyway, they had their own things to do, and as for how to solve the NET situation, they could also guess it. The hearts of the people were obviously a little complicated, and they were all paying careful attention to the situation here. Time has passed bit by bit. If we keep wasting time here, isn't it a bit inappropriate? Should we find an opportunity to see if we can get in touch with them? Actually, I have this idea, but I always feel that something is not right. The people around looked at each other carefully. They had already guessed the situation here. Facing the various things happening now, it should be, why don't we send a few people to sneak in secretly to see how Lin Chen and Su Mao react? If they have other reactions, it may be easier for us to do other things at this time. Let's see if they will collapse first. Everyone was more or less in ease. Lin Chen could certainly understand what these people meant, but facing some of the situations happening here, Lin Chen did not have any big reaction. Many things are similar to them, but there are also some situations that don't have to be so. Let's just wait for a while. Lin Chen, look, there seems to be something approaching us over there. Su Mao's face suddenly became nervous and he pointed to the distance with an incredible look. Lin Chen looked in the direction Su Mao pointed, and the thing was indeed a little different from what they imagined. Isn't that Palakai's hydrazine? Didn't Su Mao see it? That Palakai's hydrazine. How could you not recognize Pocky's voice when you and Pocky are on the same journey together? Where does Pocky often appear in your area? Why, has he been constantly showing his presence recently? Lin Chen's face showed a clear expression of curiosity and he asked in confusion. Suddenly Su Mao shook his head after hearing what Lin Chen said. I don't know. I didn't see it was Palyaki at all, and I always felt that it looked a little different. Su Mao also felt that there might be something wrong with his business, but what was going on? Could it be that these people had problems randomly? Then some people disappeared and faced different situations randomly. Su Mao's heart was was already full of complete. He looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen, trying to see clearly what Lin Chen looked like in front of him, but for some reason he felt that his business seemed a little blurry and it was indeed a bit difficult to see some things clearly. Lin Chen was not in a hurry. He looked calmly in the direction of Su Mao. You can wait a while. I think the situation here should be within our planning range. Everything that happens here can be solved, don't worry. Lin Chen comforted him while pulling Su Mao's arm and helping him sit on the ground. He looked into the distance and the things that appeared in this place were indeed a little different from what they imagined, let alone how the people who followed them disappeared. Those people left here without making a sound, which was already eye-catching. Secondly, there were so many situations in their sight, so who did so many things in secret? Lin Chen nodded in the direction of Kobalion. Kobalion rushed directly to the position in front. After the people hiding in the dark noticed the situation here, they were distracted. They suddenly stood up from their hiding position and said in disbelief, "Oh no, look at what the Pokemon 643 is going to do. Are they crazy? They dare to keep doing this. We did it." The faces of these people were obviously shocked. Before they could figure out what was going on here, they heard the sound of crackling from the barrier not far away. The people around were dumbfounded. Under normal circumstances this thing could not be easily broken. What should we do now? It's about to break. If we stay here we will be easily discovered by those people. Not only that, if this formation is broken the others will also be broken, and then the people we trapped before will find their location. Everyone's faces showed obvious worry. They never expected the situation to suddenly turn out like this. This is very different from what they could imagine before. Chapter 771. Don't be too arrogant. Yandere Pokemon Shura Field. Everyone looked at the situation here nervously. After hesitating for a moment they finally figured out what to do. Then let's put the situation here aside for the time being and leave here. We can't be e-posed anyway. If we are e-posed at that time many situations will definitely become completely different. Indeed, I think what you said makes sense, so let's do it this way first. The people around looked at each other with deep helplessness on their faces. After a brief discussion they quickly hid in the distance. They all knew that the situation here would have some impact on them, but they could only do this in the face of the current situation. As everyone quickly hid in the distance, Lin Chen seemed particularly natural. No matter what these people think, Lin Chen has already guessed some things here. Because of this Lin Chen doesn't care much. Lin Chen slowly approached the front direction. No matter what they think, some situations can always be solved. He has seen those places where after images are faintly appearing and loopholes that are showing flaws. Azumarill, follow Kobalion. See if you can e-pan that place. Lin Chen pointed to the direction not far away and said with certainty. Kobalion worked harder and kept bumping forward, and even Azumarill became more and more courageous. Su Mao, who was originally sitting on the ground, also noticed the situation here. His eyes flickered slightly and he soon realized the difference here. His vision has gradually returned to normal and he also found the problem here. These people are really brave. They dare to act so directly in our territory. Don't they really worry about anything? Su Mao's face turned red with anger. He directly commanded Arcanine to join the team of Azumarill and Kobalion. He knew very well that even if the situation here was a little different from what they imagined, it didn't mean that it would be difficult to solve. Lin Chen was not worried about the situation here. He just turned around and looked in the direction of the crowd. He had already guessed some of the things that happened here. It is precisely because of this targeting of the current Lin Chen was calmer than before. Su Mao stood up from the ground at once and he looked in the direction of Lin Chen and his mood became better. I know what's going on here. I'll let them solve it. No matter what's going on here, I must make them pay a certain price. Su Mao's eyes were red and his expression clearly showed a bit of seriousness and he ran quickly in the distance. No matter what these people really think, this side is not very important. Not far from them, those who were trapped in the place were also stunned. Everyone looked at each other carefully, recalling the situation here. They felt that there should be no problem with this kind of thing. Look at these environmental illusions around. They are gradually disappearing as if there is nothing wrong. Yes, I also found that my vision is returning to normal over there. Isn't it where Lin Chen and Su Mao are? Everyone showed a look of surprise on their faces. They looked up in the direction of Lin Chen and their faces showed a bit of excitement. They showed a bit of smile on their faces and ran quickly in the distance. The people around him were obviously helpless and they all felt that things were different. Lin Chen turned around and noticed those people. They simply looked at each other and thought about the NET situation. Things here should be fine. What should we do? NET, you are not injured? Are you normal? Lin Chen patted Su Mao's head, looked in the direction of the other people and said softly. The people were obviously helpless and they all felt that there was nothing wrong with the situation here. No, we thought we missed you before and we were a little worried about the situation here. I hope you are okay. Yes, we have been a little worried about the situation here before and we didn't expect it to be like this. The people around him were obviously helpless. They gathered gathered together again, and it seemed that many things were different for everything that happened at present. Do you need our help? We also feel that the situation here seems to be different. Yes, Lin Chen, what can we do? Everyone showed a firm look on their faces. Those people who did such a thing must bear the final consequences. Azumaril Kobalion, you come back first. Arcanine should be able to find those people you can follow. Chapter 772 Dream God Killer, the fear of Nightmare God. Everyone pursed their lips tightly and their faces showed obvious impatience. Of course they should do so. They quickly ran in the distance. Anyway, no matter what they thought, they could pretend not to care about many things. As they kept chasing Arcanine's location, this place seemed very quiet. Everyone showed some hesitation on their faces. They didn't know how to say many situations. I think things here seem a little wrong. What should we do? I wonder if those people who were far away from us know about this situation. Maybe we can pretend not to care. The people around him clearly showed some helplessness in their heart. They subconsciously looked at each other and said very calmly. Lin Chen was also very clear about some of the situations here. When these people were discussing things, Lin Chen just kept calm. Anyway, Azumaril and Kobalion had returned to his side. As for what happened here, it was not important to him. Lin Chen watched the people around him and Su Mao rushing towards the distance quickly. It seemed that they had been waiting for a long time. He not only sat down slowly but also paid close attention to the surroundings. Maybe what happened here was just a coincidence and there should be other things in the dark. Although they could not fully judge what happened here, it did not mean that there was no way to solve it. When the people around him had almost disappeared one after another, the black figure quietly appeared in front of Lin Chen. I remember you. You are Darkrai. The situations that occurred in the cave should have a lot to do with you. Why did you cause so many things? As far as I know, you should have no grudges with them. Lin Chen's eyes fell on Darkrai and he said in a low voice with a bit of confusion in his tone. Perhaps because of what Lin Chen said, the other people also realized the situation here. Of course it is because many situations that occurred here are a little different. We don't know why the situation here has become like this, otherwise we can find other people to help solve it. Darkrai showed a confused look on his face and began to play dumb in front of Lin Chen. You should have done it on purpose. Lin Chen approached the person in front of him step by step. No matter what the situation here was, it was not important to him. Pokemon, you and Pocky, are you here because of Pocky's problem? If the situation here is really it is more troublesome, even complicated, and there is no way to solve it, maybe you can explain it in detail. What if I can help you solve this problem? Lin Chen showed a big smile on his face and his tone was still a bit calm. Suddenly he heard what Lin Chen said and the man's eyes flickered slightly. Even Darkrai felt that Lin Chen was very different from others. If it were someone else who encountered the situation here, the first reaction might be to be on guard or even attack him, but Lin Chen did not have such a reaction. This is not right. Why did Lin Chen react like this? Don't forget that I trapped you here and I didn't expect you to be able to crack it. If you can't crack the things here, maybe we have succeeded and you may die here. Just like that. Do you still want to talk to me? Darkrai's blue eyes stared at Lin Chen tightly as if he wanted to know whether what Lin Chen said was true or false. At least from the current situation, we are all alive and there is no problem. I just don't quite understand what happened before and why you did it. I believe you must have a reason for doing these things, so are you willing to explain it? Lin Chen's expression clearly revealed a bit of calmness and he spoke softly. Darkrai shook his head dully. He didn't want to talk to Lin Chen at all. Anyway, there are indeed many problems here, so they can only think about other things. Don't think about it anyway. I can't tell you about this and there is nothing else. What happened in the middle may be more troublesome, but I'm not very clear about the others. Darkrai distanced himself from Lin Chen. They were both very clear about the current situation. Lin Chen looked at the hourglass like Darkrai and guessed that this guy might use his power to put himself into a deep sleep. He didn't want to fall asleep, otherwise he might miss a lot of things. Chapter 773 Shattering the Eternal Dream, the Eternal World Tree. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen's face clearly showed a helpless expression. He looked deeply in the direction of Darkrai and said cautiously, maybe you don't have to be so uneasy. Let's have a good talk. There will definitely be a result here. I know your purpose and what you are worried about recently, but this situation is definitely not good. Lin Chen struggled to look at Darkrai. You put me in a dream, so what about you? Even if I have a nightmare, we can't continue to talk. I don't mean to hurt you at all, so why do you want me to have a nightmare? I just want to have a good talk with you and figure out what happened here. Lin Chen's expression still looked somewhat helpless and calm. He stared at Darkrai calmly. Darkrai thought seriously for a while and felt that the situation here seemed to be like this, but what about other situations? How can I judge whether what you said is true or false? What if something else happened? I admit that at least so far you haven't done anything to hurt me, but I can't completely believe it. The whole play seemed particularly calm and Lin Chen also guessed the situation situation here, which is why he felt that the situation here is not important. Okay, let's do it this way for the time being. You can go and solve the problems here first, Lin Chen said with a smile. Anyway, no matter what they think, Lin Chen thinks there will be no problem. Then can I go find those companions before? They should have been greatly affected. I'll go find them and have a simple discussion with them to see if the situation here can be stopped. Here at least they won't affect you. Lin Chen's expression looked particularly calm. While he was talking, he looked up in the distance. Dark Ray thought about it seriously and felt that what Lin Chen said did make sense, and if Lin Chen didn't want to talk he could have used other method, but Lin Chen didn't. Instead he looked very patient. Okay, then we've settled the situation here. Let's go see what the situation is over there first. In addition to the situation here, do we have anything else to do? If so, you can also say the impact. Net time I will find someone to communicate with you. Dark Ray didn't forget to look in the direction of Lin Chen before leaving. He was too suspicious of some of the situations here. Lin Chen showed a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth, nodded in the direction of Dark Ray and then said very calmly, okay, you can go and do your own things first. After I solve the things here we can discuss other things. Dark Ray looked in the direction of Lin Chen. He didn't waste much time here and soon left. Early before the incident happened here, they had already realized that the situation here was a little different. Why waste some time on this? As these people left one after another, Lin Chen sighed slowly. Lin Chen had already guessed it. What are you still doing in the dark? Why don't you come out directly? It's probably not appropriate to keep hiding like this. Please give me flowers, Lin Chen said very straightforwardly. The few people hiding in the dark felt a little helpless and surprised. They thought they had hidden deep enough, but they didn't expect Lin Chen to know so quickly. These people were the ones who followed Su Mao before. Some of them went to deal with others and the other part was a little curious about what was happening here. We heard from Su Mao that we were worried about some problems here, so we planned to come and see if there was any help for you. Yes, we just want to know if there is anything we need. If so, you can just tell us. The people around were still a little nervous. They quietly looked in the direction of Lin Chen, thinking about the situation here and what to do. Anyway, the current situation is very different from what they imagined and they probably don't need to say anything more. As time passed, they already knew some of the situation here. They didn't expect that Lin Chen could actually say a few words to the man called Dark Ray. According to their previously awake companions, it seemed that Dark Ray could solve the problems here without talking to them. In this way, many situations are completely different for them. When everyone's hearts were clearly showing some helplessness, Lin Chen felt more stable. It's not a big problem, we can put it aside for now. Have you found Su Mao's location? People. Chapter 774, Infinite Divine Bee, Secret Realm, Dark Primordial Power. Please collect. Please subscribe. When the people around heard his question, they were obviously confused. They knew where Su Mao was before, but when they were watching Dark Ray just now, they were a little too excited and didn't pay special attention to the situation here. You should know, but there will inevitably be some gaps in the middle. Is there anything we need to correct? Yes, we think so too. If there are some of that in the middle. The faces of the people around were obviously surprised and their expressions were a little different from the others. Si-47 Lin Chen had to shake his head helplessly when he realized what these people said. He has realized that these people are not in a completely normal state, as if they are a little stupid. Then take me to Su Mao. I have something to tell him about the current situation. You should have no objection, right? I also think there will be no problem with the current situation. Just take me there. Lin Chen's eyes fell on the people around him and his tone was still a bit calm. Everyone nodded when they heard it. They walked towards the front, but there were still some surprises in their heart. Azumarill and Cobalion have been following Lin Chen. They don't have much idea about what happened here. Although there may be some gaps in the middle, at least it won't be a big deal. Lin Chen's heart clearly revealed a bit of calmness. He took the initiative to walk towards the front. With the recent situation, Lin Chen did think there would be no problem. Unconsciously he had seen the thing that Su Mao, Arcanine and the others were fighting against. Lin Chen tilted his head and paid close attention to the situation over there. He always felt that something was wrong here. Regardless of the attitude here or other things, is it a bit too hasty for them to do this? Wouldn't it cause other things? The people behind Su Mao seemed to have noticed the situation here. They looked at each other carefully and they hadn't figured out what to say yet. Everyone had stopped in place peacefully. They looked at Lin Chen's steps and stopped with a little nervousness in their heart. But no matter what they thought in their hearts, they felt that they should still respect Lin Chen. They all knew that the situation here was a little different. It's over there. Zishui is near them. We don't know why they suddenly started fighting. It feels like there may be some special problems, but we have no way to intervene. What do you think we should do? The people around them clearly showed some helplessness in their heart. They subconsciously looked in the direction of Lin Chen and said softly. Lin Chen also sighed. He didn't have any good solution. questions. Since they all felt that there was no way, why couldn't they wait here? I think the situation here is indeed different. We don't need to be so uneasy. Just wait here for a while. Anyway, I believe Su Mao will know how to handle this kind of thing. Kobalion Azumaril, you can also go over and help, Lin Chen said directly. Kobalion and Azumaril were very fast and rushed directly in the direction ahead. At this time, the people who were originally locked in the cave also quietly opened their eyes. Their eyes were full of confusion and they hadn't figured out why they were here. When they saw where they were surprised to find that they were no longer in the cave. Oh my god, take a good look and see if you have noticed that our current location is different. The faces of the people around them were obviously surprised and they shouted excitedly. Yes, we also found out how we got out. I thought I was dreaming before and I thought I would be burned to death. Why did this place suddenly become like this? The faces of the people around them were obviously surprised. They were still thinking about the situation here, but suddenly Lin Chen's voice came over. Because you were almost burned to death, and if we hadn't arrived in time you might not east now. 1-5. Although I don't know what the situation here is, it shouldn't be very important. Lin Chen's eyes fell on the people around him and his tone was still a bit calm. When the people around heard this, they immediately showed surprise on their faces. They looked at Lin Chen's direction cautiously and a trace of vigilance flashed in their eyes. They all felt that the situation here was a little bit wrong, but what should they do to be more appropriate? Just as these people were discussing the situation here, Lin Chen said again. Chapter 775. The Dusk Council reappears. The sickly beast. Please collect. Please subscribe. I think you are quite interesting. Shouldn't you thank us? If it weren't for us, the current situation might not be like this. Lin Chen's calm eyes fell on these people and he said word by word. When everyone heard this, their heart became more complicated. They glanced carefully in the direction of Lin Chen. Their hearts were already full of tension, but they did not dare to make any other reactions on the surface. These people knew that their fate was likely in the hands of Lin Chen, so how could they make themselves safer? The few people in the distance kept exchanging glances, hoping that Lin Chen could ignore the situation on their side. No one wanted to encounter a catastrophic problem and it would be best if they could survive. The faces of the people kept changing, but the leading man simply closed his eyes and said directly, I advise you to say it nicely. Why hesitate here? Even if we have fallen to this point now, I have to listen to you, but it does not mean that we have no other way. Just say what you want to do. The man was so angry that he straightened his back and looked at the direction of Lin Chen and said calmly. Hearing what this person said, Lin Chen also showed a helpless expression. In fact, Lin Chen never felt what the situation was like here and he didn't worry about some things here. Okay, then what do you want to say? Anyway, I have some time now. Lin Chen's voice had just fallen and Kobalion and Azumaril naturally lay down near Lin Chen. I don't know if they were too tired or they were staring at these people with a covetous look. The few people who had spoken more arrogantly at first suddenly felt nervous. They never thought that the situation would turn out like this. What should they do? The eyes of the people net to them kept flashing. They always listened to the boss. Boss, take a look quickly. Now the situation has become like this. What should we do? Yes, boss, I also think that the situation here is not right. Do you have any ideas? Everyone was already very nervous. Looking at these people so cautious, Lin Chen felt a little helpless. They had actually guessed the situation here a long time ago, but what could they do? Lin Chen looked at these people slowly with his shoulders folded and a hint of interest flashed across his face. He could probably guess what these people were thinking. Lin Chen touched Azumaril and Kobalion casually. He felt that there was nothing wrong with the situation here. Don't you want to know what happened just now? If you want to know, you can ask me carefully. Maybe I can tell you. The corners of the man's mouth in front of him curled up slightly and he looked at the people around him with a smile. These people hiding in the dark only knew that the current situation was a little wrong, but they had no idea how to solve it. Just when everyone wanted to say something, footsteps suddenly came from not far away. Su Mao ran over hurriedly with a bit of helplessness in his tone. Why are you here alone? Do you know that the recent situation seems to be a little wrong? Has something happened recently? I always feel like something is not normal. The man in front of him was obviously speechless. Lin Chen suddenly heard what Su Mao said and his eyes flickered slightly. He really didn't think that someone would come so quickly. Lin Chen turned his head and looked in the direction of this person, then looked at the people who had already woken up, pointed at them and said, you should say something about the current situation. I also think these people seem a little abnormal. Anyway, I don't know the specific situation. When Su Mao saw that these people had woken up, his eyes changed immediately. In fact, Su Mao had known the general situation a long time ago. As for what to do here, he still had to consider it properly. Su Mao took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. In the eyes of these people, Lin Chen and Su Mao had a simple discussion, that is to deal with them. What should they do? Hey, what are you guys going to do? We didn't do anything and the situation here has nothing to do with us. That's right, the things here have nothing nothing to do with us. What do you want to do? We are also victims. You said to lock us up here. Who knows why the situation has become like this? If you want to say whose fault it is, it must be your fault. If you hadn't made so many troubles, how could it be like this? The eyes of those people must be fired in the direction of Lin Chen, and they said uneasily, trying to get rid of this pot for fear that they would be accused of something high. Chapter 776, The Mysterious Pokemon Forest, The Legendary Beast Mew. Please collect. Please subscribe. Not far from them, the people who followed Su Mao had gathered in this direction. They also felt that the situation here seemed a little different, but how to solve it specifically, I am afraid no one can tell clearly. Several people looked at each other and their faces were a little ugly. Anyway, the situation here was very different. Why do I always feel that the relationship between that Lin Chen and them seems a little abnormal? I don't know, it shouldn't be. Su Mao is very famous here, there is no problem. The people around looked at each other and shook their heads slowly. They didn't think there would be any problems here. Perhaps it was because they heard what these people said that they were also thinking about some related things. This person's e-pression has been constantly changing, but the most important thing is that they haven't figured it out until now. Okay, don't worry about what's going on here, we'll wait at the door. No matter what they want to say, they'll come out sooner or later. Su Mao has always been on our side. He can't suddenly listen to others. I absolutely believe this. One of the men standing aside said very calmly, holding a pokeball in his hand. After hearing what this man said, the other people looked at each other. They could probably guess what was going on here. Just when they were thinking about when the people inside could come out, the sound of footsteps finally came from not far away. Lin Chen and the others walked in this direction. They looked at each other carefully and could probably guess some related things. Oh, we seem to have come here quite early. Everyone wants to say something. We also think that things here are a little different. Su Mao glanced at the people standing in this place and his tone was a little strange. Following closely behind was Lin Chen as well as his Azumarill and Cobalion. Lin Chen looked very calm, as if the situation here didn't make any sense at all. Anyway, no matter what these people were discussing, the situation here didn't matter to Lin Chen. Lin Chen sat on a big rock beside him holding Cobalion and Azumarill and made an okay gesture to Su Mao. Anyway, the basic problems have been dealt with and what they want to discuss is their own business. Lin Chen didn't want to waste some time on some of the situations here which would not benefit them at all. Maybe he would get involved and it would definitely be very troublesome at that time. You can say whatever you want to say. Feel free to discuss. If you think my presence here may affect you, I can also take Cobalion and Azumarill to other places. By the way, Su Mao, remember what we agreed on before. If you really have any news about Palyaki, remember to tell me. I am indeed a little curious. What happened to Palyaki? Lin Chen's e-pression clearly revealed a bit of frankness. He waved in the direction of the crowd and said very calmly. The other people probably understood some of the situation here, but many of them were completely different in their heart. The wind blew around, bringing a hint of coolness to these people. They had long realized that the situation here seemed to be a little bit wrong, but what should they do? This situation seemed to have a great impact on them. These people opened their mouth and their faces were obviously confused. They hadn't even thought about how to say it specifically. I'm a little confused. When did their relationship become so good? I don't know. In fact, we don't know either, but maybe there were some accident. The people around looked at each other carefully. They had been thinking for a long time, but many things were different. In contrast, Lin Chen was very calm. In the cave it was cool everywhere and the few people who woke up were arranged back. They looked at the eats on both sides and breathed a sigh of relief. At least it would be impossible for them to be burned to death by the fire outside. For some reason they felt a sense of stability. If this was true, would there be some other problems? There was a sense of helplessness in the hearts of the people. They leaned lazily to one side, completely holding a tendency of self-abandonment. They had no idea why the situation here had become like this, and with the recent development of these situations they could understand some things. Su Mao, can we go over there to talk first? There is some water over there which may be relatively good for us. Chapter 777, Conquering the Nightmare God, Dark Ancient Secret Realm. Su Mao certainly didn't care about what was happening here. After hearing what these people said, he just nodded slowly. Before leaving, he deliberately looked in the direction of Lin Chen. After all, some of the things that happened here were indeed quite different from what they imagined. Don't worry, you can go with them. I can handle the things here by myself. I'll just stay here for a while, or I'll go to the creek to see the relevant situation. After I'm done, we'll have a good talk. Lin Chen's e-pression clearly revealed a bit of seriousness. He waved his hand in the direction of those people, looking particularly refreshing. It was as if many things that happened here were not important to them at all. They didn't care much about the situation here, but the more this happened, the more complicated and confused these people felt. They always felt that something was a little different. If they wanted to solve the situation here in person, what would be more appropriate for them to do? The companions around Su Mao opened their mouths wide, slightly surprised. They looked in the direction of Lin Chen 650 and then looked at Su Mao. In fact, some people were more interested in Lin Chen's Cobalion because they found that Cobalion's strength and speed were stronger. Unfortunately, from the current situation it is difficult for them to guarantee consistency. Cobalion coughed twice to wake up the people around him. His cold eyes fell on these people and winked at them. The crowd led Cobalion to the distance and found a thatched house that looked a bit dilapidated, but at least they could talk temporarily. A few people were left to guard the door and the rest of the people all went into the house. Su Mao, of course we believe in your contribution to all of us, but we still have something to remind you. You should be different from this person called Lin Chen, right? In case something happens in the middle, you should still stand on our side, right? You should know that none of the recent situations are simple. If these things can't be solved, do you know what kind of impact it will have on us? At this moment the hearts of the people around have long been full of compulity. They will never allow Su Mao and Lin Chen's friendship to exceed the normal limit. What if their friendship is higher than other situations? Su Mao blinked innocently, looking at the helpless expressions of the people around him. He certainly understood. Although I don't know why you have such thoughts, I can prove that these things are not important. You can say whatever you want, the situation here is really not good. Lin Chen looked at the people around him calmly. He really felt that this situation didn't matter. Lin Chen sighed, slowly turned back and looked in the direction of the people around him. He thought about it carefully and was still thinking about whether he should wear Azumarill and Cobalion and move to a distant direction which might be safer. The eyes of the other people flickered slightly. They also felt that the situation here was somewhat different, but how should they deal with the specific situation? I also think that his place is not as simple as imagined. How should we deal with it? Not sure if it can't be dealt with as soon as possible. There may be some other troubles. At this time Darkrai seemed to have known the situation here and he was walking away with the people around him. They simply couldn't figure out why the situation had become what it was now, but what had happened here had obviously had a certain impact on them. If they could reduce those troubles they would definitely be more suitable, but it was obvious that the current situation was too different from what they imagined. What should we do now? The things here are really troublesome. We don't understand why you let that person go just now. Don't you think it's a bit strange that he left? Yes, we do think the situation here is a little different. Facing these whispering people, Darkrai finally stopped. He didn't think there was any problem. The discussion between Lin Chen and me is a matter between the two of us. No matter what he thinks, whether I am willing to meet him or have further contact is also a matter between us. You idiots, you can't even do a little thing well and you dare to come here to find me. Don't you think it's too much? Darkrai's eyes fell on these people with a kind of cold and arrogant look. Right, the people around were obviously moved but dared not speak. If possible they would rather use Pokeball to subdue Darkrai, but they also knew that their own strength was not enough to fight Darkrai and they might be eliminated. Chapter 778, The Strongest King of Fairy Dark Holy Sword Pokemon. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen didn't care what happened to Darkrai and he couldn't care about other people's affairs. He just said it casually before thinking that the situation here might be a little different from what he imagined, so he considered it here. But the specific situation may be different. Lin Chen took Azumarill and Cobalion to the stream. They all thought that things here should be fine. The water was still as clear as before and the things here were still very different from what they had imagined before. What should we do? I always feel that the situation here may be somewhat different from what we imagined and some related things. Lin Chen touched Azumarill's head with his hand and said in a low voice with a bit of sincerity, anyway, just wait a little longer from this place and their results will come out soon. No matter what those people really think, there will always be no other problems. At this time Azumarill suddenly became extremely excited. He ran towards the direction of the stream not far away, running back and forth all the time and even shouted in the direction of Lin Chen as if something had gone wrong. Lin Chen frowned calmly and felt that the situation here might be a little different, but what happened? Lin Chen subconsciously looked in the direction not far away with a bit of compulity in his heart. He didn't notice anything in the distance. Why did Azumarill's reaction suddenly change so much? Just as Lin Chen was thinking about the situation here, some other sound seemed to come from not far away. What's going on? I remember that the situation here should have been dealt with almost. Why would someone approach this direction? Who knows, maybe it attracted the attention of others, otherwise it would not be possible. The people nearby were approaching Lin Chen and his group, and judging from the sound they seemed to be getting closer and closer to Lin Chen's position. Lin Chen didn't have much idea about the situation here. He thought about it carefully and directly dragged Azumarill and Cobalion to hide in the dark. Who knows what these sudden people want to do? No matter what these people think, it is not very important to Lin Chen. Lin Chen had already guessed some situations, and what these people want to do might have some other effect. Those people in the distance moved towards Lin Chen one after another, and they also realized some differences in the situation here. These people stared at the surroundings carefully and their expressions also changed. I think this location seems a little wrong. Look, there are footprints and other traces here. Has anyone else been here before? I found it too, but what is coming here? What should we do? Everyone's heart trembled, their faces became very nervous, and they were still worried about the situation here. The expression on Lin Chen's face was indeed a little different from before, and he also guessed something. These people may have come here before and did some bad things secretly, but they just didn't want to attract other people's attention, and as this period of time develops they may. Please give flowers. Lin Chen, I finally see you. I heard Darkrai mention it before. You should be around here. Why hide? We can meet and deal with the situation here. What do you think? Lin Chen suddenly heard his own voice and his expression suddenly changed, but he thought that these people would never find out where he was. As for some specific things, Lin Chen didn't worry about it. Azumarill and Cobalion also became very cautious in an instant, and they were also worried about some problem. Seeing Azumarill and Cobalion about to rush out, Lin Chen hurriedly grabbed them. He was sure that these people should not have discovered their location, but things here were a little abnormal. As for how to do this specifically, it was probably completely different. Don't worry, be quiet. These people should not be very clear about our situation here. We just need to wait. Lin Chen's firm eyes fell on Azumarill and Cobalion, and he shook his head slowly. The man who shouted also revealed a bit of compulity in his heart. He was sure that someone must have come here. Wasn't it Lin Chen? The man's heart clearly revealed a bit of compulity. He walked forward. He walked a few steps in the direction of the front and suddenly stopped. The people around him had already clenched their pokeballs and seemed ready to take action at any time. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Yes, we also think that the situation here is a bit wrong. Do you need us to do anything? The people asked in a complicated way. Chapter 779, The Power of the Great Demon King, the Root of the Secret Realm. Please collect. Please subscribe. Everyone was a little nervous and they had no way to judge what was going on here. They had heard about what kind of person Lin Chen was. Anyway, it was not easy to deal with, and it might bring them some trouble. If they kept wasting time, the impact on them might be greater. What would be good for them? These people stood back to back with sharp eyes, looking around, trying to find the person hiding in this place, but it turned out that they seemed unable to find it as soon as possible. So what should they do to be more appropriate? Everyone looked at SI50 carefully in the direction of their boss with a little nervousness in their heart. Of course, they also noticed some problems here. Boss, did you really see that strange person? If so, do we need to do anything? Yes, boss, we all think that the situation here is a little bit wrong. Should we speed up a little? Everyone looked cautiously in the direction of their boss with a few lessons in their heart. The leading man shook his head suspiciously. He could only be sure that other people should have been here, but he had no way to judge the specific situation. The man called Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly felt his feet sink. He looked down and found that it was Arcanine who ran here at some point. This is indeed a bit strange. How could Arcanine be here? Seeing that Arcanine wanted to shout, Lin Chen shook his head and blocked Arcanine. He didn't want Arcanine to suddenly shout and attract the attention of others. If so, the impact on them might be a bit big. Where is your master? Are you the only one here? What happened here is not as simple as imagined. Maybe there will be some other things happening. Do you have anything to tell me? Has the situation with Su Mao been resolved? If possible, it's better to call Su Mao over. I'm also a little worried about some of the situations here. Arcanine howled a few times after hearing what Lin Chen said. Of course, he could understand what Lin Chen meant, but his master's situation was not as simple as this one. Azumarill and Cobalion seemed happier after seeing Arcanine come out. They kept jumping around Arcanine, obviously curious about the situation here. Lin Chen originally thought that the things here were not that important at all and it should be relatively easier to solve them, but some of the things that have happened now may have some other problems than what he imagined. Lin Chen sighed slowly, thinking about what they should do. The situation here is a little bit wrong, especially these few people who appeared. They should have other purposes. Although we don't know what their specific purpose is, it will definitely have some impact on us. You can go to your master first to try to solve the situation here. If we let things here continue to develop, by the time your master reacts, it may not be appropriate and there may be more problems. Lin Chen seemed to have suddenly figured something out. He sighed slightly, looked at Arcanine's direction seriously, and explained to him. At this time, Su Mao and the others were walking around. They also realized that the situation here might be a little bit wrong, but what was the specific situation and could they fully judge it? Under normal circumstances, this place would not attract the attention of so many people, but why were there so many chaos? Everyone's hearts were already full of compulity. If there was no way to solve it smoothly in a short time, the impact might be even deeper. The situation here must be wrong. Who is making trouble here? If no one is is making trouble. The situation here must have been solved long ago and it would never become like this. Su Mao's presence clearly revealed a bit of complicity and his face sank, obviously a little unhappy. What he hates most is that the people here mess around, making it impossible for them to solve the problems here normally. The other people were also a little nervous. They looked at each other carefully and didn't know how to say 1-5. Su Mao's companions seemed to have known some things here for a long time. Maybe Su Mao didn't lose his temper because of some situations here, but just to deal with some things that happened at present. Su Mao, then I think it's better for us to put things here aside and find Lin Chen first. Lin Chen may be able to distinguish some things here more clearly, and isn't our relationship okay? Yes, I think Lin Chen might be able to help us. If it weren't for the situation here, it wouldn't be so easy for us to solve it. Chapter 780. The three sacred beasts descend. The authority of the Creator God is missing. Please collect. Please subscribe. Su Mao frowned tightly and the whole person seemed to have become dull. He looked deeply in the direction of the crowd. Some people may not understand what these people said, but as the wisest among them, he certainly knows what they mean. Some of the current situations have caused some impact on them, but the solution, we have no way to judge what the black shadow that Lin Chen mentioned is, and it may have some impact on us. What do you think? I think Lin Chen should know what the black shadow is, but maybe he didn't tell us directly for some concern. Maybe we can use 14 other methods to discuss it with him. Anyway, if we can figure it out, maybe the things here are still a good thing for us and won't cause too much impact. What do you think? The companions around Su Mao have been thinking about it for a long time. This time their eyes look more serious and they ask tentatively. Since these people have said so, Su Mao could only nod and agree. He didn't want to waste so much time in this place, otherwise it might not be appropriate. The other people's hearts clearly revealed a bit of helplessness. They followed Su Mao and found that Arcanine seemed to be gone. That's not right, Su Mao. Hasn't your Arcanine been with us before? Why did he suddenly disappear? Yes, Su Mao, we also think that the situation here seems a little wrong. How should we deal with it? Where did he go? Could it be that he found some dangerous situation so Arcanine went to deal with it? Is this really okay? Su Mao rolled his eyes directly. The custom dog was able to leave here, of course he sent it out. If Arcanine didn't get his consent or permission, how could he leave by himself? I don't know whether these people are really stupid or fake stupid. Okay, all of you be quiet for a while. Go in that direction. Lin Chen left Cobalion behind. If he was really discovered, Cobalion could fight with them for a while to delay the situation. It would still take time. Since these people could find that he appeared in this position, it means that they have been observing him for a long time and the corresponding situations should be clearer. Lin Chen was not worried about the situation here. Now he has a related idea. Anyway, some things will happen sooner or later. Why hide here? If they can deal with the things here as soon as possible, it will be a good thing for everyone, even friendly. Cobalion, you stay here obediently. I'll take Azumarill to find Arcanine. I also think that Su Mao's situation may be a little bit difficult. Maybe someone deliberately created such a series of things. Maybe Palyaki's attack is also related. You can look around. Do you want to know where Darkrai is? Maybe Darkrai is with them. Lin Chen didn't finish his words directly, but he showed a firm look. He patted Cobalion's shoulder gently and then left here directly. Looking at the direction where Lin Chen left, Cobalion also straightened his back. He felt that Lin Chen entrusted such an important matter to him and there would definitely be no other problems. Arcanine had been waiting in front to see Lin Chen and Azumarill and had already run in this direction, and his speed was even faster. Arcanine could feel that Su Mao seemed to be looking for him for some of the situations that happened here, and they didn't know how to explain some things. It may have some impact on them, or these impacts may be relatively reduced. They have no way to fully judge the specific situation. Maybe there are some special situations over there. What should we do? It was Arcanine's more violent growl that responded to Lin Chen's 650. Lin Chen slightly widened his eyes and his face showed a bit of surprise. What is going on? He could only take care of Azumarill, put it back into the Pokeball and run out faster. They gradually found that there seemed to be strange footprints nearby. Although they could not fully judge, Lin Chen still relaxed his pace. He felt that the situation here might not be as simple as he imagined, so what should he do here? Lin Chen also heard Su Mao's voice coming from the air not far away. What's going on? Su Mao seemed to be running much faster than before and he had found Lin Chen. Lin Chen, how come you are here? I came here because I sensed that Arcanine was also approaching this direction. I remember you seemed to be heading towards. Su Mao was stunned for a moment. Chapter 781. The strength of the Divine Beast team is enhanced and the strongest Demon King is intimidating. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen originally thought that Su Mao might be the only one in this place, but now it seems different. There are several figures behind him running in this direction, one after another. Lin Chen looked in that direction specifically. Is it okay? There are so many many people behind you. Aren't these the people who were responsible for patrolling with you before? What about those people in the cave? Have you arranged them all? So it seems so, Rella Ed. Now is there anything else? Lin Chen said with a little surprise on his face, puzzled. The people around him suddenly heard what Lin Chen said and their hearts were also a little complicated. They haven't figured out how to talk about the things here. Some things must have caused some impact on them, but it doesn't necessarily mean what will happen. It turned out to be Lin Chen. No wonder. We were wondering why Su Mao suddenly ran so fast. We thought there were some problems in the middle of the journey. After a long time he was in this state. The people around him clearly showed some helplessness and relief in their heart. They were so uneasy before and they never thought that the situation would become like this, but now it is relatively better. What should we do? I don't know about this situation. The people behind him looked in the direction of Lin Chen and Su Mao while talking quietly. Anyway, many things are completely different from what they imagine. If they can judge, there may be something else. I met some people over there. They seem a little strange. They should not be from your village. They look a little different from some people in your village. Do you want to go over and take a look? I think things over there are a little abnormal. Lin Chen's first thought when he saw Su Mao was to talk to them briefly to see what was going on. The people around him were surprised when they heard this. They hadn't even figured out what to do. The only thing they had to admit was that some of the sudden situations here did have some impact on them. They didn't dare to think about why such a thing would happen suddenly. Lin Chen walked a few steps slowly in the direction of the front. He felt that there must be some other problems here. Why do you all have this Zion? Do you know the situation over there or not? Anyway, I think there may be some other problem. Do you want to think about it? Lin Chen frowned calmly. He had no idea what these people were really thinking. What if they wanted to continue to delay or want to judge? Anyway, many things are a little different for them. If possible, Lin Chen still hopes that they can do it as soon as possible. The hearts of the people clearly revealed a bit of complexity. They actually guessed what was happening here, but they might not judge some other things. I think what Lin Chen said does make sense. Why don't we go over and take a look first? Some things here are a little different from what we imagined before. We have no way to judge whether there will be other people involved. Maybe there will be, so it must be solved as soon as possible. The presence of the people around him clearly showed some caution. Su Mao also fell into silence. He knew that Lin Chen must have caught some evidence in such a short time because of this matter. Moreover, Lin Chen could not come if necessary. Can you wait a moment? I will ask these people what they think first. If there is no problem, it will be better to solve the problem here. Lin Chen's presence clearly showed some calmness. Su Mao reached out and summoned all the other people. It was indeed a bit difficult for them to judge the situation here. You should have heard what Lin Chen said just now. What do you think we should do in response to the current situation? Should we go over and take a look? If we can go over and take a look, it may be more convenient. Anyway, we can't waste time. The man on the side calmly looked at the people around him. These people thought about it carefully and they really didn't think about how to do it. Under normal circumstances, we should really go over and take a look. After all, these people came very unexpectedly and we haven't received any relevant news here for such a long time. But I also think there is something strange about this. Some people think they should really go over, but some people are still a little cautious. I admit that I shouldn't doubt Lin Chen, but will he tell Palyaki? Or did anyone else say anything? Chapter 782 The Beast That Walked Out of the Sun. The Eternal Creator. Please subscribe. After hesitating for a while, they soon considered what they should do. How about this? Take some of your people and follow Lin Chen to see if we can solve the problem there smoothly. As for us, we will go back and see the captured people. If they don't make any rash moves, we can also deal with them as soon as possible. What do you think? The man to him flashed his eyes slightly and soon knew what should we do about the situation here. When Su Mao thought about it, it seemed that what he said was indeed reasonable. If they did what he said, it would bring them some convenience in a short time. Okay, then do as you said. After receiving Su Mao's signal, the people around him still had some complicated thoughts in their hearts. Soon several people stood beside Lin Chen. Otherwise we will go with you and the rest of us will go back to see those people. It shouldn't be troublesome to solve the situation here with so many of us. What do you think? After we deal with the situation here, we can go back and discuss it together to see how to deal with the situation here, which will be more appropriate. It shouldn't be such a troublesome situation. These people still had some complicated thoughts in their heart. They speculated and even secretly looked at each other. Many things that happened were a little different from what they imagined. If they kept wasting time like this, it would definitely be more inappropriate. After Su Mao had discussed with these people, he turned back and nodded heavily in the direction of Lin Chen. Since this matter has been discussed, they don't need to worry about other things. Anyway, most of these situations will be solved easily. Everyone nodded and walked quickly in the distance. Under the leadership of Arcanine and Azumaril, they didn't seem to be as worried as before. With some some recent event some people are still a little complicated. Is this place too quiet? We just need to stay here. It should be about the same. Just stay here and see if there will be other people passing by. I have heard someone talking. The hearts of the people around them clearly revealed a bit of tension. They subconsciously looked in the direction of Lin Chen. After all, perhaps only Lin Chen could help them with many things. If Lin Chen had been here before and knew the situation here, then they didn't need to worry at all. Lin Chen did not respond directly to the people around him. He saw the shadow that suddenly appeared not far away. Lin Chen actually already knew some of the situation here. He could feel that the people who had been talking here before seemed to have hidden themselves. At least now they would not be able to find anyone. Maybe we can slow down first and see what is around here. Maybe they have discovered Kobalion's e-instance, otherwise this place would not be so quiet. If we are too uneasy, it might cause something else. Lin Chen's brow slowly relaxed and he gestured to the people around him. Everyone nodded and looked in the direction of Arcanine and little Azumarill. After the people separated, the situation here seemed to be a little bigger than before. They looked in the distance slowly. Originally they thought that there should be no problem with the situation here, but it was obvious that something was not right. Kobalion's whereabouts were completely unknown and the few people could only look for them aimlessly around. No one knew what happened at this location when they left. I also think that the situation here seems a little bit wrong. Take a look at this place. The lawn in this place seems to have been deliberately tampered with by someone and there are footprints on it. What's going on? The faces of these people suddenly became cautious. This kind of footprint looks a bit like that of Pokemon. Lin Chen, come and take a look. Is this footprint from Kobalion? I think the footprints here look very wrong and it seems that someone has seen them before. Can you confirm it? If it can be confirmed, it may reduce some of our threat. Su Mao's companions also showed some urgency on their faces. After hearing what these people said, Lin Chen had to walk towards this direction. He frowned calmly and felt a little. When he looked down, this footprint could definitely not be from Kobalion. It looks a bit like Darkrai. I met Darkrai before. I should have told you about this before. Chapter 783, Infinite Reincarnation of Palak, the Power of Dark Nightmare God. Please subscribe. The e-presence of the crowd obviously changed slightly and they were all speculating about what was happening here. If it was really Kobalion's footprints, then where did Kobalion go now? They did wander around here for a long time, but no one found Kobalion's whereabouts, which might not be suitable for them. It looks like it is somewhat similar to Kobalion's footsteps. Others may not know, but I am sure I know the situation here. After all, I am the only one who has been in contact with Kobalion for a longer time. The man Su Mao's eyes flickered slightly and his heart was still a little complicated. He really felt that the situation here was a little bit wrong. The other people also showed some doubts in their heart. They looked in the direction of Lin Chen and Su Mao. I don't know how to say it at all. In some ways they think they should really figure out what's going on here. So what should we do now? The number of people left in our hands is definitely limited. If we do something rashly, it may attract the attention of others. I think it may not be appropriate to do so. The eyes of several people standing aside flickered slightly and their e-presence clearly revealed a bit of indifference. Anyway, for some of the current situations they think there is nothing wrong. Even if Lin Chen has guessed the thoughts of these people, he doesn't intend to intervene. He knows the purpose of these people very well. What they want to say is completely their own business, and even how they think the things here should be solved can be left to them. You can judge freely. I believe that it should be relatively easy to solve the situation here with your strength. Lin Chen's eyes fell on the people around him. Are the people going to gather in a circle again to judge? Those people thought about it carefully. Their eyes flickered slightly and then they shook their heads slowly. In their opinion, although the things here may be somewhat different from what they imagined, it is not that they cannot trust Lin Chen. In comparison, Lin Chen can definitely be trusted, and as for other situations, they have not thought about it yet. I think we can trust him. I think so too, so why don't we follow him and see what the situation is over there? The people around them clearly revealed a bit of depth in their heart. They nodded in the direction of Su Mao, indicating that everything was up to Su Mao. Su Mao said whatever he said. Su Mao thought they could trust Lin Chen and follow Lin Chen, so they could do so anyway. Other situations would not be the case. Lin Chen had already sensed the attention of these people and it seemed that they should have made their judgment. If you think there is nothing wrong with the situation here, then we can get a result now. Follow me now, or should we wait here for a while? I don't care. Anyway, I can listen to your opinions appropriately and see what you choose. Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders and said to the people around him with a bit of calmness in his tone. Everyone felt very uneasy when they heard it. Let go. We also think that the situation here is a bit wrong. If we can, please give flowers. One of the men's eyes flickered slightly as if there was something unexpected here. They suddenly looked up in the distance and a huge monster appeared at some point. The huge monster suddenly smashed towards them. I know that Darkrai. He may be planning to put us into into a dream. How did he appear here? When the people around saw Darkrai suddenly appear, their faces were obviously shocked. They didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. Lin Chen subconsciously rolled towards the distance. He also needed to ensure his own safety. Although the situation here was indeed a little abnormal for him, they would never leave their safety outside. They had to deal with the situation here as soon as possible. Hide quickly and ensure your own safety no matter what. If it has a great impact on us, there may be more problems at that time. The faces of the people were obviously a little ugly. They stared at each other closely and said uneasily. Lin Chen also had some intersections in his heart. So where did Cobalion go? Could it be that he had been taken to a dream? Darkrai was clear. Basically the situation here seemed a little abnormal. Lin Chen, go and see if you can find Cobalion's whereabouts first. He is our biggest help. I think any problems that arise will have a great impact on us. You must do it as soon as possible, Su Mao said uneasily on the side. Chapter 784 Ancient Pokemon Ruins the Divine Beast Priesthood. Please subscribe. Lin Chen's eyes flickered slightly and he naturally realized the situation here. They must not waste time on this. I see. Then you try to stay here as long as possible. The longer you delay, the better it may be for us. If the time is shorter. Lin Chen was interrupted by Su Mao halfway through his word. It doesn't matter, just leave the things here to us. You guys go for it. Hurry up. If you are worried, I can lend you Arcanine. Maybe it will be easier for Arcanine to find Cobalion. Su Mao's eyes SI57 have become serious. He said quickly. Lin Chen nodded heavily and watched Arcanine's shadow rushing to the distance and ran over. The other few people also clearly revealed a bit of confusion in their heart. They always felt as if something is different. Is that it? Lin Chen ran away so quickly. How can you talk like that? This is not running away at all. Didn't Su Mao say that the situation here is very tense? I think so too. We should go and have a look first. Everyone united together and tried their best to resist Darkrai. They certainly didn't want to be affected, especially when facing the situations that appeared in front. They have deeply realized the difficulties here. The longer the time is wasted, the bigger the problems will be. If they can't deal with the things here in the shortest time, then the impact on them will definitely be greater. Lin Chen didn't know what the people behind him were thinking. In his opinion, the things here should not be particularly difficult to solve. Lin Chen still had some helplessness in his heart. He looked up and looked in the distance. Of course he also guessed this situation. Arcanine's footsteps have slowly stopped. He explored the way ahead and kept calling. Obviously they have realized that the situation here is different. Lin Chen certainly knew the situation here. His expression clearly revealed a bit of caution. He looked towards the tree not far away. I know you. You are Palyaki. I didn't expect you to appear here. Why don't you go to find those people before? I guess the reason why those people got into trouble before may still have something to do with you, right? Otherwise it would never be like this. Lin Chen veiledly blocked Arcanine behind him. His expression clearly revealed a bit of calmness and he said word by word. The situation here seemed to have suddenly stagnated, but the specific situation was different. A figure suddenly appeared in the dark. It was Palyaki they had been looking for. Palyaki was Cobalion. Lin Chen had long guessed that Cobalion should not have any big problem. In this case, Cobalion, how are you doing now? If there is nothing wrong, try to find Su Mao and the others first. Did you hear me? The situation here in Cobalion is not as simple as we thought. You can go and deal with the things there first. While Lin Chen was talking, he was directly directing Azumarill to go to Palkik and ask Azumarill what he was thinking. He was going to attack him now. Palkik's face clearly showed some rage. He felt that Lin Chen was really too much. I didn't mean to attack you at all. I brought you here on purpose. Don't be ungrateful. If it's not good, don't blame me for being rude to you. Otherwise, why do you think you are the only one here? The Palyaki, who was not far away, changed. He stared at Lin Chen's direction. Obviously the situation here was different from what they thought. Lin Chen was sure that he knew some of the situations here and knew what these people were thinking. He didn't really want to fight with Palyaki. He also had something that could release smoke in his hand and he saw Palyaki was constantly dodging. Lin Chen directly received Cobalion and Azumarill in the Pokeball and then threw the smoke-releasing thing in his hand over. In just a moment the diffuse mist 1-5 suddenly rushed out. They didn't expect the situation here to suddenly become like this. Everyone's face showed confusion. They hurriedly looked in the direction of Lin Chen, trying to figure out what was going on. The situation here seems a little wrong. What should we do? I don't know. We also think that the situation here seems a little wrong. Is the difference between the situation here and what we imagined too big? Everyone's face flickered slightly. When they ran out of their hiding place, they found that they could not find Lin Chen. Chapter 785 The Battle of the Eternal Divine Beast. The changes of the Yandere Pokemon. Please subscribe. Their hearts have long been full of complicity. This kind of thing is really far from what they imagine. The hearts of these people are almost twisted together. They never thought thought that Lin Chen is such a difficult person to deal with. How could it suddenly become like this? As far as I know, Lin Chen was clearly here before. I don't know. We didn't expect it. I also think that something might be wrong here. The people around looked at each other cautiously. Some of them were indeed guessing what was happening here, but some people were trying to pretend that they knew nothing. Many things here seemed to be not going well for them. Palyaki looked at the corner of his eye. His pupils slightly contracted and his face showed a confused state. This kind of thing is too different from what they imagined. How is it? The person just now was indeed here. Why did he suddenly disappear? I clearly saw that person. Is there something wrong? Is there someone secretly supporting him so he took him away? The faces of the people around him were full of smiles, obviously showing some confusion. They looked at each other as if hoping someone could help them reply. Those who were hiding in the dark ran out from their hiding places one after another, and they shook their heads cautiously. They had no way to fully judge what was happening here. I don't know why things here have become like this. Yes, and the situation here seems to be a little different from what we imagined. These people were almost digging this place 3 feet deep, but they didn't see where Lin Chen was at all, and they couldn't even figure out where Lin Chen left from. At this time Lin Chen was hiding in the dark. He was panting heavily, and the situation that suddenly happened here was indeed a little different from what he imagined. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, looking at Kobalion Azumarill, who was in his arms, and Arcanine, who was with him. There shouldn't be any big problems here. We can go find Su Mao first. The situation over there may not be easy to solve. Things over there shouldn't be as difficult to solve as we thought. If we can solve it as soon as possible, it might be better for us. Lin Chen hooked his finger in the direction of Arcanine, hoping that he could cooperate. If it was the beginning, Arcanine would definitely not listen to Lin Chen. After all, they had no way to judge whether what Lin Chen said was true or false, and whether Lin Chen would bring them some other problems. But after such a long time of getting along, they felt that Lin Chen was still a pretty good person. After all, Lin Chen not only did not cause them any danger, but even helped them solve some problems, which was really good for them. It should be okay. I think things here are not as troublesome as we thought. We can go find Su Mao first. Arcanine nodded in agreement, then identified the direction, sped up, and headed in the distance. Azumarill and Kobalion followed behind naturally, and they were also a little worried. Darkrai faced Su Mao and his men, and no one knew what the final result would be. Rationally, they hoped that the people over there would be safe and sound, but if something really happened, they might not be able to fight back. Lin Chen looked calmer than the others. When they ran to the vicinity of this place, the situation here seemed to have been almost resolved. Lin Chen raised his head and looked in the distance. He thought that things here were different. Strange, it should be this place. Why don't we see anyone? I don't know. We are not very clear why the situation here suddenly became like this, but it is not impossible if we think about it carefully. Kobalion and Azumarill surrounded Lin Chen, and they carefully stared at the situation around them. It seemed that the situation here was indeed different for them. Lin Chen could of course understand what these people said and knew what their real purpose was, but the situation here would not be a big problem for Lin Chen. Since they couldn't find Su Mao and his people, they could ask other people to help. They had more people. Let's do this. I also think that things here seem a little wrong. Send some people to find out what happened. If possible, we must solve the things here as soon as possible, otherwise it's not appropriate. Let's act separately. Kobalion or Azumarill can follow me. We must find Su Mao first. It's also okay to find someone around Su Mao. Chapter 786, The Power of the Dragon Slaying Warrior, the most powerful space master. Please subscribe. The most active among these people is Arcanine. Others may not worry about the situation here, but Arcanine is most worried that if something happens to Su Mao, they will not be able to react. Lin Chen's presence clearly revealed a bit of calmness. He gestured in the direction of Kobalion and Azumarill. Anyway, they still have more people here. In comparison, Lin Chen was not particularly worried. Anyway, with them it should be a matter of time before Su Mao is found. They didn't need to worry too much. Follow the directions that Arcanine thought were possible before. Let's disperse first and deal with things here as soon as possible. Don't go too far, it might not be good. If anything happens, you must notify me as soon as possible. Lin Chen's eyes fell on these people, and he spoke softly with a bit of calmness in his tone. There seemed to be something else hidden in the dark, but they had no way of judging what it was. Kobalion and Azumarill could certainly understand what Lin Chen meant, and the Pokemon nodded and ran away in all directions. Lin Chen's presence seemed to be more serious. He didn't move closer to the front and kept observing. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any big problems here, but what happened? Lin Chen couldn't judge some situations directly. He only knew that things here might not be as simple as he imagined. Gradually, Kobalion and Azumarill disappeared from Lin Chen's sight. Many of the situations here seemed a little different to them, but no one could judge the specific situation. I do think things here seem a little different, so what should we do now? We haven't found found anyone else here? Is there something wrong, or has someone deceived us? The faces of the people changed slightly. They had been thinking about it for a long time, but the result was nothing. Lin Chen had already guessed what was happening here, and as for other situations, Lin Chen had no idea to say. He could sense that a group of people were near him. Although he didn't know what these people would do, he had to solve it as soon as possible. Lin Chen sighed slowly and walked forward slowly. Anyway, he had realized that something was wrong here. Some fog suddenly appeared around him. Lin Chen couldn't figure out what was going on here, but he could only watch the situation here calmly. As he kept approaching the front, Lin Chen also heard what others said. I also think that things here seem to be a little wrong. Didn't you find that there seemed to be other sounds? What you said, there are other sounds in this place, but what's going on? Why didn't I figure it out before? Yes, why didn't we hear other sounds in this place? Is there something wrong or something else wrong? The faces of the people around him showed obvious doubts, and they looked in the direction of the people around them, but overall it seems to be different from what they imagined. I think there should be someone walking around, but there is no way to tell who is walking around. That's right. At this moment, Lin Chen's eyes flickered slightly and he suddenly looked in the direction behind him. If I remember correctly, this breath seems to be, it should be Palyaki. Palyaki. Lin Chen's eyes shrank slightly and his face showed a bit of shock and disbelief. He really felt that the situation here was very different. When Lin Chen quickly hid in a position not far away, some people were approaching this direction. Of course, they also realized what was happening here, but it was obvious that some situations were completely different from what they imagined. Palyaki flying around, he also realized that the situation here seemed a little different. What's going on? Under normal circumstances, he should be able to find people here. Why didn't he find anyone? At this time, Pocky came to the door and said, how come you are here? As far as I know, the situation here is not suitable for you to appear suddenly. What do you mean it's not suitable for me to appear? Someone will appear sooner or later. Isn't this normal? I just think the situation here is a little different. The two Pokemon looked at each other and their faces were obviously not very good. You should listen to me about the situation here. How come you suddenly appear here? You can't be here alone. What about those people following you? Don't you think it's inappropriate to do this? Chapter 787, The Beast That Suppresses the Sky and Tears the World Apart. Please subscribe. Pocky's E-Press Zion was obviously a little unnatural, but he didn't think he did anything wrong. Looking at the woods all around, Pocky winked at Darkrai. The situation here is indeed not as simple as we thought. Maybe we can go to other places to have a look. Go to a place where there is no one. Do you think there was a cave not far away? That location should be more suitable for us. Palak said word by word. Darkrai was stunned for a moment. He felt that what Palak said might not be very appropriate, but since he had said so, if he didn't go, who knew what would happen? It's okay to go and have a look. Maybe there won't be other people in this place. Palak walked towards the front quietly, and the people hiding behind them gradually revealed their figures. These two Pokemon seem a little strange. They should know what happened here. Then what should we do? The people behind the tree came out quietly. Their eyes flickered slightly, and they always suspected that the situation here was a little abnormal. I don't know. I think our purpose may have deviated. Didn't we want to find Lin Chen in the beginning? Why did it suddenly become something else now? If it always stays like this, won't there be new problems? The man standing aside clearly showed some annoyance on his face, and he frowned quietly. Before Lin Chen showed up, we were looking for Pocky. Now that Pocky is gone, why do we have to change our target? The man who was about to speak didn't know what he should say. Isn't this an order from above? Lin Chen turned around and didn't find the people he wanted to find. This was a bit abnormal. He turned around for a while and was sure that he couldn't find what he wanted to find before, so Lin Chen was not in a hurry. He slowly approached the front and soon saw other people. It was Su Mao's previous companion. How could they appear here? Lin Chen suddenly had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. His eyes flickered slightly and looked in the distance. For the situation here, Lin Chen did think it might be a little different from what he imagined. He slowed down his speed and walked over there step by step. He also felt that there might be something hidden in it. When approaching those people, Lin Chen could clearly hear what they were talking about. I also think that the situation here seems a little wrong. Didn't we all discuss it before? Why did the situation here suddenly become like this? Didn't Su Mao and the others separate? We also think that the situation here is not as good as we imagined, but these people spoke hesitantly as if they were affected by some reason. It turned out that Lin Chen was going to approach them directly, but when he saw their words, there was an ominous meaning in the language, and Lin Chen's footsteps also stopped. Why do they have so many other questions? I don't understand why Su Mao and Lin Chen have such a good relationship. Everyone knows that there may be some problems here. Why don't they stop them? Lin Chen is a trainer. Who knows if the Cobalion or Azumarill in his hand was obtained by him through normal channels? If it was a normal channel, we would definitely not make a fuss, but those who were arrested with Lin Lin Chen are obviously not. On the surface they seem to have no connection at all, but who knows if they really want to show that in private. I'm not. That means they have been deceiving us all the time. If so, do we still have to believe them? The faces of these people suddenly became heavy, but before they had time to continue discussing, Lin Chen had already seen Arcanine beside them. Arcanine didn't seem very happy either. He barked a few times and ran towards Lin Chen with his men. No matter what these people thought, he still believed in Lin Chen and Su Mao more. Seeing Arcanine suddenly run in a direction not far away, these people showed confusion and shock on their faces. What happened to this dog? No, this dog was quite calm just now. Why did it suddenly run to that place? Did something happen? Or did something special happen? The faces of these people were obviously surprised, and they suddenly looked in the direction of Lin Chen. The situation here would not have any great impact on Lin Chen, and he also walked out from behind the tree. Chapter 788 The Secret of the Supreme Creator God, The Battle of the Ancient Divine Beast. Please subscribe. Lin Chen did not seem to be very worried about the situation here. He stood in front of these people calmly, looking at them coldly. In contrast, the people around him were a little embarrassed. The people who were still discussing things suddenly stopped. They looked at Lin Chen awkwardly and then looked at Arcanine, who was rubbing against Lin Chen. According to normal reason, Arcanine should have a better relationship with them, but now it seems that many things are the opposite. Arcanine seemed to have betrayed their friendship, making everyone feel a little at a loss. The faces of the people were obviously a little embarrassed. They pursed their lips tightly and looked in the direction of Lin Chen. So what should we do now? I don't know. I also think the situation here is not appropriate. How could Lin Chen suddenly appear here? Arcanine should have known the situation here a long time ago, but why didn't he remind us before? How embarrassing. Did he hear what we said before? If he really heard it, it might not be good. The people around him clearly showed some helplessness in their heart. Anyway, they are clear about some of the situations that happened here, but how to solve them specifically. Seeing that the atmosphere here was a bit dull, Arcanine called a few more times as if he just wanted those people to come as soon as possible. In contrast, Lin Chen was not worried about the situation here. He looked at the approaching people and nodded slowly and said bluntly with a bit of curiosity on his face, "Shouldn't you be with Su Mao? Why are you here? This place doesn't look like Su Mao's body. Ying, what happened to you?" Lin Chen's eyes fell on these people and there was a bit of curiosity in his tone. The faces of the people around him were obviously in a colorful state. They didn't know how to say it at all. With the recent situation, they certainly noticed some problems. Yeah, Su Mao separated from us and said that we should find something here. We thought you were with Su Mao before. Why are you not here? Several people asked Lin Chen with an awkward smile. Lin Chen nodded and had no intention of continuing to talk to them. If you want to find Su Mao, it might be more appropriate to let Arcanine go. I didn't expect Arcanine to find you so quickly. That's good. He was a little worried that there would be other problems with Su Mao before. Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly. He bent down and touched Arcanine's head with his hand. Perhaps the people around were still speculating about the situation here, but obviously many things were completely different from what they thought. Arcanine circled around Lin Chen for a few times and then ran directly back to these people. In contrast, they have always been a little worried about other problems. We thought you should know something about Su Mao, or you really have nothing to do with those people who were locked up in the cave. One of the men was still a little impatient. He looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen and asked confidently. Lin Chen's reaction was relatively calm. Please give me flowers. Near the cave, Halleck and Darkrai walked here. They all knew that there should not be many people who could stay in this position. Am I the only one who thinks the situation here is not suitable? Of course it's not just you. We all think the situation is not appropriate, but there seems to be no way. The expressions of the people around him were obviously a little dull. They sighed slightly and even shook their heads slowly. Some of these people followed Palyaki and some followed Darkrai, but the specific situation was very different. It's best not to let the people around you follow some of the topics we discussed. It's not suitable for them to know, and many of the situations that appeared in the middle are not very certain. Darkrai glanced in the direction of the hidden people as a warning. In contrast, he believed that the relationship between him and Lin Chen must be different, at least with this Palyaki. Although he didn't know what happened between Lin Chen and Palyaki which led to so many problems, it was at least not like this. I'm a little unclear. After all, Lin Chen is a person. Although he has some Pokemon, it's not worth your attention. Why have you been paying so much attention to Lin Chen recently? You even want to ruin my plan? It's not appropriate for you to do this, and there is a great possibility that it will have some impact on me. Don't you think it's not good to do this? Halleck talked for a long time and said word by word. He didn't intend to say this. Chapter 789 The Reaction of the Sick Pokemon in the Forbidden Area of the Supreme Divine Beast. Please subscribe. Darkrai's expression did not change at all. Of course he could understand what what this Pokemon said. Didn't I tell you before? Because Lin Chen helped me. If Lin Chen hadn't helped me, then I would definitely not be able to say anything more to you about the situation here. But judging from the current situation, Lin Chen's helping hand to me is still very large. Darkray's presence clearly revealed a bit of stability. He didn't care about this person's true thoughts at all. If Lin Chen hadn't made such a move before and might have fought with him, he SI3 would certainly not speak for Lin Chen. But the difference is that Lin Chen is completely different from others, and the things he is worried about have not happened. Because of this, Halleck was shocked. He kept dodging steps in his current position, occasionally looking back and looking viciously in the direction of Darkrai. It was not easy for him to reach an agreement with Darkrai, and no one had to intervene and affect them in the middle to achieve the current situation. But the fact proved that even if he and Darkrai reached a short-term agreement, there might still be some problems due to other things. But I must take action against Lin Chen. You can hinder it a few times, but you can't always hinder it. Don't you think that if you keep hindering it, the impact on us will be greater? What good will this do for you? As far as I know, I'm afraid there will be no benefit. Pocky said, I don't understand. Darkrai probably already knew that Pocky was talking to him. On the surface he said he was talking to him, but it was more likely that he was warning him. Is this necessary? Will it bring him any harm? I don't quite understand. In the wood, Lin Chen and others were around him. Other Pokemon appeared one after another, such as Cobalion and Azumarill. They were originally searching around, but suddenly heard Arcanine's growl and rushed in this direction. They thought they had found Sumao, but now they didn't see Sumao at all. So what was going on here? Cobalion and Azumarill's eyes flickered slightly. They both felt that the situation here was a little different, but no one could figure it out in detail, especially when they saw so many people on the opposite side. Their mood was a little complicated. These people should not have too many problems on the surface, but do you know what's going on here? Why did so many people suddenly gather? I don't know, who knows why, but I always feel that it should be different from what we imagine. They shouldn't want to fight, right? If they really want to fight, we must take some actions in advance. The eyes of these people flickered slightly, and they had already guessed some related situations, especially Su Mao's companions. When they suddenly saw Lin Chen's Pokemon coming back, their hearts became even more complicated. This was quite surprising to them, as they had never thought of such a situation before. So how could his Pokemon come back in such a short time? Did someone tip him off? Then who knows, even if someone tipped him off, it wouldn't be that fast. Lin Chen didn't plan to waste too much time here. He just glanced briefly in the direction of the crowd and then walked away. If he remembered correctly, he remembered that the stream that seemed to have problems before was just in front of them. Although it was unclear whether there was anything hidden in the stream, it might have some other effects on them. It depends on where you want to go, Net. You can't just follow me all the time. Our ideas are originally a little different. You can do what you want to do, and I will do what I want to do. Let's separate from this place. Lin Chen's calm eyes fell on these people, and his tone was still a little calm. The pupils of the people around him had shrunk slightly, and they were obviously a little bit unbelievable. In their opinion, Lin Chen was very likely to approach them for some other purpose, and now Lin Chen could so frankly propose to leave. Does this mean that what he wanted to do before has been achieved? If it hadn't been achieved, how could Lin Chen leave so easily? The footsteps of those people moved lightly, and they subconsciously wanted to surround Lin Chen. Lin Chen just glanced in their direction with cold eyes. No matter what these people were thinking, Lin Chen could guess it. Don't act rashly. Chapter 790. The Supreme Level God. The world-destroying war begins. Please subscribe. The complicated thoughts in everyone's mind seemed to have become more and more, and their eyes also revealed a bit of shock. So what should they do now? I also think that the situation here is a bit wrong. What should we do now? I don't know. Should we agree to the condition he proposed before, or should we leave here now to find Sumao and then consider other things after finding Sumao? As these people were having a brief discussion, one of the men shrugged helplessly. His rational eyes fell on these people. Didn't they realize that some of them were not appropriate until now? Although I think what you said is not wrong, but I also hope that you can think clearly. If you really do that, what kind of impact will it have on us? Don't you realize that in this situation, no matter what, we are all listening to Lin Chen's opinions? You can't. 14. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the people around them flickered slightly, and they became quiet all of a sudden. They did find that what this person said was right. Everyone's heart clearly revealed a bit of tension. They secretly looked in the direction of Lin Chen, but found that Lin Chen always remained calm. He hugged Cobalion and Azumarill together and didn't seem to be very curious about what was happening here. The people around him seemed to have some confusion in their eyes, and they were still thinking about some of the situations that had occurred here. They could indeed imagine what was happening now, but while those people were still discussing, Lin Chen was already a little impatient. He walked towards Arcanine and looked up at them. There's no need to waste time here. Tell me, what are your ideas? There are so many people on your side, there must be a leader. The leader or the one who has the final say. Please stand up quickly. I hope to solve the problem here as soon as possible. Suddenly hearing Lin Chen's frank words, everyone was a little surprised. Although they always knew that Lin Chen was more casual about doing things and even had a careless situation when this thing really happened at that time, they would still be a little uncomfortable. It's us. You can think of it as me who has the final say. What's the situation? The yellow-haired man who had been standing in the corner without saying much came out from the darkness holding a pokeball in his hand, as if they could react immediately if Lin Chen did anything. Lin Chen just glanced in the direction of this person. He didn't have a particularly clear idea about some of the situations that happened here. Anyway, many things are similar to them and the other things may not be the same. Are you going to follow me or go find Su Mao and the others first? In my opinion, you should value Su Mao more. If that's the case, you can go find someone first. Why are you hanging around here? Lin Chen's puzzled eyes fell on these people and asked softly. The faces of the people around him became embarrassed when they heard it. They didn't think about how to recover at all. Under normal circumstances, Arcanine would take us there, but he seems to be a little resistant now. That's right, we haven't found a specific solution and we haven't figured out how to do it. The few people nodded. They really didn't know what they should do. As for Palyuki's death near the cave, they also parted unhappily. Anyway, Palyuki's death involved his plan and had some impact on him, not to mention that because of his e-distance, those people he wanted to catch ran away. Why can those people catch Pokemon when they want to catch them and run away when they want revenge? These people are really too much. What they can do themselves, why can't others do it? Anyway, since Darkrai has reached an agreement with Lin Chen that has not been e-planed, the situation on their side is not unsolvable. Since you've said that, let's do it this way for now. You do your thing and I'll do mine. I won't report to you, so you don't have to follow me anymore. We'll talk about the specific situation when we meet NET time. If you don't pay attention to me, I will also restrain these people below and try not to let them do anything to you, but if you affect me, the situation here may not be guaranteed. Palyuki looked a little sharp. Darkrai nodded. Chapter 791, Taboo of the Eternal Secret Realm, Plundering the Supreme Priesthood. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen also felt that the situation here was a bit strange, but no one could figure out the specific situation. He walked a few steps forward, feeling a little helpless in his heart. It has been so long, why is there no other situation? According to normal things, it shouldn't be like this. Lin Chen was still a little alert in his heart, and a series of tales followed him. Originally, Lin Chen didn't want to move forward with these people, but these people were unwilling to leave Lin Chen no matter what, so he had no choice but to take them forward. The people behind him had been secretly paying attention to Lin Chen, and they were carefully discussing some other situations behind him. I also think that things here are a little bit wrong. This guy doesn't seem to be as cautious as we thought. I don't think it's necessarily that he is not cautious enough. Maybe he doesn't take us seriously at all. The faces of the people behind him clearly showed some helplessness. I'm afraid no one knows the situation here better than them. Their footsteps slowly stopped, and this matter sounded like it was true. It's already this time. Haven't you figured out what to do? Are you going to go directly to Su Mao or wait from this place? Too much time wasted will cause bigger problems. Lin Chen's calm eyes fell on everyone and his tone was still a bit calm. Of course, the people around him didn't know how to respond because they didn't make a good choice from the beginning. If they really thought about what to do, they wouldn't waste so much time here with Lin Chen. I think this guy is bullying us. If we really knew what to do or how to make things happen, why would we be here? He said so much, but it's of no use to us. Do we have to waste time with him here? These people's faces showed obvious impatience. They looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen, and their impatience was even worse. Just when these people wanted to do something, Cobalion, Arcanine and Azumarill were already waiting in front of Lin Chen. They shook their tails and looked at these people with disdain. Obviously, these Pokemon are all going to protect Lin Chen. They know the situation here too well. No matter what these people want to do, they will never let bad things happen or attend. Lin Chen is not afraid of this. I didn't do anything wrong. What you want to say is your own business. Don't go too far. If you go too far, don't blame us for being rude. At this moment, another voice came from behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked back, and it was Su Mao. He didn't expect Su Mao to appear at this time. They were still looking for Su Mao's whereabouts, so what was going on? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and looked in the direction of Su Mao. There was a bit of confusion in his eyes. The situation here was indeed very different from what they imagined. Su Mao didn't want to reply to Lin Chen at all. He pulled the corners of his mouth and forced a smile to Lin Chen. Anyway, they thought the situation here should be fine. Let's do this. I have been to the location of the stream you mentioned before. I did find that the situation there was a little different from what I imagined. You can go there first to see the situation. Azumarill and Cobalion will follow you. If you are worried, I can lend you Arcanine. They can better protect your safety together and there is no need to worry about other situations. Su Mao stopped those who wanted to speak and there was even a bit of vigilance and threat in his eyes. These people were obviously stunned. They didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. So what was going on? Originally they thought that there might be some problems with Su Mao, but now it seems that Su Mao may have been following them secretly. These people looked in the direction of Su Mao and Lin Chen and didn't think about how they should say it. Lin Chen was not worried about some of the situations here. He just looked in the direction of these people and he was still a little speechless. It should be no problem. Then I will take Arcanine Azumarill and Su Mao over first. If there is any situation you can call me. If there is no situation, things here can be left like this for the time being. Lin Chen's tone seemed to be somewhat calm and he waved his hand in the direction of Su Mao. When these people reacted, Lin Chen had already left here with the others. Looking at Lin Chen's actions, everyone felt a little helpless. Chapter 792 Suppress the God of Space and the God form is opened. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen walked towards the distance step by step and was relieved to make sure that the people behind him did not continue to follow him. If these people continue to follow him, they will be a little overwhelmed. If Su Mao can solve the situation here, they certainly don't have to worry about anything. Azumarill and Cobalion seemed to have not yet reacted to the situation here. They were obviously a little confused and looked in the direction of Lin Chen, but Lin Chen seemed very calm. It was just a few steps away and Lin Chen was already standing by the stream. He looked deeply at the original place. In fact, facing some of the situations here, Lin Chen really didn't care. He didn't directly let Azumarill and Cobalion. Instead of going into the water, they chose to wait for Su Mao to come. The things they discussed here are basically almost done, but there is a high possibility that some other problems will arise. Azumarill turned around several times and was about to jump into the water, but she found that Lin Chen seemed very calm. Lin Chen reached out and grabbed Azumarill and shook his head. It's not appropriate to go down now. You can wait here first. See if Su Mao will come back. It might be better if Su Mao can come back to solve the situation here. Lin Chen smiled and patted Azumarill's head gently. Although Azumarill felt a little reluctant, she could only call out a few times. They really need to wait here, but Su Mao's situation doesn't seem easy to solve. I don't know when Su Mao's affairs will be resolved, otherwise there may be greater trouble. Lin Chen walked slowly along the stream with his hands behind his back. He had vaguely guessed some of the situations. Lin Chen had some guesses about what these people were thinking and what was happening. There were also those people who were inexplicably trapped in the cave. As for why these people, they were forced to stay here and their thoughts were similar. Maybe the people in this village wanted to do something but they didn't want others to know. Judging from the things that happened on the surface, the people in this place seemed to have been divided into different forces. Lin Chen looked up in the direction of the sky. It has been so long and the sun is about to set, but Su Mao has not appeared yet. Because of this, Lin Chen felt that the situation here seemed a little wrong. What is going on? The longer the time passes, the more problems may arise. Lin Chen couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up from his position and looked in the distance. Even Arcanine was affected by Lin Chen and suddenly jumped in the direction of Lin Chen and seemed to have some compulity in his heart. How about this? You can go to Su Mao first and see when Su Mao can come back. There is no problem with the situation here, so let's go to the NET step directly. Ask Su Mao if he still wants to follow the previous plan will be carried out. If he wants, I can wait a little longer. If he doesn't want, then the situation here can end here. Lin Chen's expression clearly revealed a bit of calmness and he said word by word. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Arcanine nodded immediately and he quickly ran away with his short leg. Looking at the direction where these Pokemon left, Lin Chen seemed to feel a little helpless. On the other side, Darkrai and Pocky separated and they also felt that the situation here was a little different. Darkrai had some people behind him who supported him, but each of them had a different purpose. They were temporarily combined because of different interests. Of course there might be some problems in the middle, but at least for the current big view this is completely normal. What should we do now? I also think that the situation here seems a little inappropriate. Darkrai, you and Pocky are going to fight. Won't there be some other impacts in the middle? Should we take the opportunity to do something? The people around him clearly revealed some helplessness in their hearts and they looked carefully in the direction of Darkrai. They had cooperated with Darkrai before, partly because their situations were similar, but now it seems that many situations are a little different. It is precisely because of these people's little thoughts that Darkrai knows more clearly what kind of person Lin Chen is compared with them. Darkrai stopped and looked deeply in the direction of the crowd. He regretted cooperating with these people. If he didn't cooperate with these people to find Lin Chen, would Lin Chen accept him? Maybe the situation in the middle is completely different from now. Darkrai's eyes turned slightly and then he said to these people very frankly, how do you think you compare with Lin Chen? Chapter 793 The Strongest longest Pokemon battle from the priesthood of the mythical beast. Please collect. Please subscribe. The faces of the people around him were obviously surprised. They never thought that Darkrai would suddenly say such a thing. Everyone had no idea how they should say it. They looked in the direction of Darkrai in surprise. We can probably understand it. Although Lin Chen did help you before, we should know each other better, right? I'm afraid no one knows what happened here better than us. Lin Chen is just a person from outside. No one can judge what he will do. Do you want to cooperate with them? What if they don't want to cooperate with you at all? Then you will get nothing. Wouldn't it be terrible? The people around laughed coldly and looked deeply in the direction of Darkrai. That's right, this is equivalent to threatening Darkrai from the side. In their opinion, a righteous person like Lin Chen would never cooperate with Darkrai. Darkrai's face also became extremely ugly. He didn't expect these people to be able to turn the tables. Are these people too much? Don't forget that the reason why you can get to this point now is that most of you still rely on me. Since you look down on me so much and think that the situation between Lin Chen and me will definitely fail, then don't rely on me. I believe that you are stronger in your own strength and you should be able to do this kind of thing by yourself. Darkrai's eyes were full of sharpness. He took a deep look and everyone turned around and left directly. Looking at the direction Darkrai left, everyone suddenly felt something was wrong, but when they chased after him, everything seemed to have changed. The scene in front of them was different from before and there was no way to judge where Darkrai was. Oh no, what's going on? Why did Darkrai suddenly disappear? Just when Lin Chen was about to look for Su Mao had already walked towards this direction. The two saw each other clearly when they were at a certain distance. Lin Chen blinked innocently and there was a bit of surprise on his face. This situation was indeed different from what he imagined. Lin Chen didn't expect him to come so quickly, which he didn't dare to think about before. How could it be so fast? It seems that something is wrong. Why did you come at this time? I thought you hadn't solved the problem over there yet and you still need to wait for a while. Is there anything I can help you with? Lin Chen touched his chin with his hand and said while looking in the direction of Su Mao. He even suspected that the Su Mao in front of him might not be the real Su Mao. Maybe there might be some problem. Su Mao didn't care about Lin Chen's attitude at all. He just held the corner of his mouth and waved to Arcanine. Arcanine quickly went to Su Mao, ran towards Lin Chen and threw himself into his arms. Perhaps they all felt that the situation here was a little different. What's wrong? Are you a little impatient? I encountered some situations before and briefly told them. Su Mao scratched his hair a little embarrassedly and looked seriously in the direction of Lin Chen. Lin Chen knew some of the situations that happened here. Please give me flowers. Just when Su Mao was thinking about how he should move Lin Chen suddenly pointed at the river and said, do you want to go down and take a look? It just so happens that Azumarill is here too. If we go together it may be faster. Have you explained it to the people in the village before? If you don't have time to explain it, there may be some other situations. I hope you can solve them in advance. Lin Chen's expression clearly revealed a bit of calmness. Lin Chen had actually already made preparations for the current situation. No matter the current situation or the NET situation, it was not important to Lin Chen. Su Mao was a little speechless for a while. He hadn't figured out how to say it. Some of the current things were indeed a little different from what he imagined. Actually, I also think that there is nothing wrong with the situation here. What do you want to do? I don't know what you are thinking about. Anyway, it doesn't matter to me. The man secretly glanced in the direction of Lin Chen. He had many other ideas in his heart. Su Mao clenched his right fist and put it to his mouth and coughed a few times. His eyes fell not far away. He could feel that there seemed to be other people in the wood. The rustling sound brought by the wind soon exposed the traces of those people. Why did these people come here secretly? What exactly did those people want to do? Anyway, no matter what the specific situation was, he always felt that the situation here was not normal. Chapter 794, The Remains of the Supreme Beast, the Eternal Level Artifact. Please collect. Please subscribe. Su Mao also realized that the situation here was not as simple as he imagined. His eyes flickered slightly and he stopped. So what is going on here? Anyway, according to the situations they know, the situation here will definitely not be a simple matter. How can it be solved more smoothly? Su Mao stared at Lin Chen with a dull look. The two seemed to have fallen into silence. They were both thinking about the things here, but obviously their solutions here may be somewhat different from some of the situations they had thought about before. At least they haven't thought about it yet. Lin Chen smiled. It doesn't matter. I think some of them may be your people or people from outside forces. No matter what the real purpose of those people coming here is, we can go and see first. Azumarill and Cobalion, just wait for me here. Can you come over after you solve the things over there? Lin Chen asked back. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Su Mao, who was standing aside, could only agree. After all, in this situation the worries of the future must be solved first. Only by solving the worries of the future can other situations be solved, making them feel more relaxed. I'm sorry, there are indeed some confused people in our village. Arcanine, you stay with Lin Chen and come to me if there is any problem here. I'll go and solve the problem here first, don't worry. Before leaving, Su Mao did not forget to pat Lin Chen's shoulder gently. Anyway, when Lin Chen looked up, Su Mao's figure had disappeared long ago. Lin Chen was not too worried about the things here. He knew a lot of things that happened here. Azumarill couldn't bear it anymore and quietly looked in the direction of Lin Chen and jumped into the water with a splash when Lin Chen was not paying attention. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, just standing on the shore and watching Azumarill's actions with a smile. In fact, there is nothing wrong with this. If Azumarill can first explore what is underwater and wait for Su Mao to come back and deal with it, the situation here may be faster. Azumarill's disobedience didn't seem to cause much trouble here. Lin Chen had been waiting here for a while and there seemed to be other noises outside. Unconsciously, the sound of stream water was constantly approaching this direction. Lin Chen had already realized some problems here. He looked back in the direction of the stream and it seemed that some people were lurking in the stream. No, this is even more strange. There was no one approaching this stream, so how could there be some people lurking here? Lin Chen was suddenly shocked. His eyes were very sharp and fierce and they fell into the stream at once. He was also thinking about what was going on here. Did someone do something here? So what was the real purpose of these people? Lin Chen pursed his lips tightly, still thinking about the situation here. He had realized that things here were a little abnormal. Lin Chen subconsciously wanted to call Azumarill and let Azumarill come up as soon as possible, but at a glance Azumarill seemed to have disappeared long ago. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. His eyes fell into the water, wondering why Azumarill had disappeared. It seemed that something was wrong. Under normal circumstances, how could Azumarill disappear? At this time, Su Mao had no idea what was happening on Lin Chen's side. He was still walking towards the distance. Anyway, most of this place was wood and it would be difficult to hide without being noticed. Su Mao knew too well what these people were thinking. Who else could be so familiar with the environment and terrain of this place except his own people? Come out, I don't know what you want to do, but do you want to have some influence on me? I have already reminded you of the previous things, what you can do and what you can't do. Aren't you doing too much now? Su Mao's face was getting uglier and uglier and he stared at everyone coldly. Those who were hiding in the dark had never thought that Su Mao would actually walk directly towards them, and he didn't even bring Pokemon 1-5. Is Su Mao very confident that he can solve the situation here by himself, or does he have other Pokemon in his hands? The people hiding in the dark were still a little confused at first, but after they calmed down for a while they came out from their hiding places one after another. These people looked in the direction of Su Mao and asked questions in their tone. Hey, isn't this Su Mao? Why are you here? Yes, we have all heard about some things that have happened recently. What is the reason for your appearance here? Chapter 795. Lin Chen, who has a charismatic personality and the sick Pokemon are in action. Please collect. Please subscribe. Su Mao didn't want to reply to these people at all. After all, they looked like they knew the answer, and judging from some other things, these people might just be here to make trouble. Otherwise, how could they appear here? What I want to do is my business. What does it have to do with you? What do you want to do here? Su Mao's eyes have revealed a hint of sharpness and he just glanced in the direction of the crowd indifferently. People appeared in front of Su Mao one after another. They kept a certain distance from Su Mao and pulled their mouth. We just know some of the recent situations. Don't you know? Yes, the things that happened recently are not easy for us to deal with. What do you think? Everyone's cautious eyes fell on Su Mao. They are not completely from this village, and with the recent development of some recognition, they also think that Lin Chen will bring them some special benefit. But Lin Chen is very close to this person called Su Mao and it is difficult for them to approach, so they will resort to this bad plan. Su Mao stared at the people around him and they found that these people were just people on the edge of the village. The village that joined them at the beginning seemed to be for the purpose of capturing Palyaki. Before that, it was not because of some situations in the middle that they were given an orange juice machine, otherwise they would have difficulty entering in their lifetime. Su Mao sneered twice, probably understanding why these people were here, but he didn't plan to speak. You are really good. You won't let go of any opportunity. No wonder they say flies don't bite. Seamless egg. You are even more annoying than flies imagine. Otherwise, how could you appear here? Don't you think you should leave first? These people's sharp eyes fell on Su Mao and they subconsciously wanted to attack him. Lin Chen realized that Azumarill had disappeared after entering the water and was likely to be captured by those people, but he was not in a hurry. He was still very confident in Azumarill's strength. Pokemon have a natural adaptability to nature. Lin Chen didn't know the specific situation of other people. Lin Chen quickly chased in the direction Su Mao left before. He felt that what happened to Su Mao might not be a coincidence. Maybe someone is planning to take advantage of this opportunity to do something, and their purpose may be to separate them because Su Mao left here first. As long as this situation situation succeeds, then the other things may be similar and the impact on them will only become greater and greater. Lin Chen sighed, slowly recalling the things here, and he has become more and more aware of the instability of the situation here. He continued to run in the direction ahead and soon saw Su Mao's figure. However, there seemed to be many other people around Su Mao. Judging from the surface things, the situation over there is definitely not simple. Lin Chen did not make a rash noise. He looked around and wanted to find other solutions. No matter what these people were going to do, Lin Chen was relatively calm. He stepped forward, slowly staring at the distance with his eyes, and then asked, "If I remember correctly, you seem to have looked for me before. Although my memory is not very good in some aspects, it is still quite good sometimes. What was your purpose in looking for me before?" Lin Chen's sharp eyes fell on these people and asked directly. When the people around heard this, they immediately showed surprise on their faces. They didn't expect Lin Chen to appear here. If this is the case, would it be easier for them to reach an agreement? Ha ha ha, what a coincidence, we didn't expect to see you here, isn't it? This is really a match made in heaven. We have something to tell you. The people around him looked at Lin Chen with a smile, and their tone seemed to be a bit calm. 670. But facing what these people said, Lin Chen's expression did not change at all. It was impossible for him to believe these people. The recent events have already had a certain impact on them. If they can still believe these people, it will probably be even worse. Lin Chen forcibly dragged Su Mao behind him and released Kobalion. Since we already know that the situation here is not that simple, why bother pretending with them? Some things are better to be revealed directly, which may be more appropriate for them. Forget it, I know your malice. You might as well tell me directly and see what you want to do and what you need me to do. You will never come to me for no reason. Those people who were caught in the cave before encountered arson. It should be you. Lin Chen's eyes showed some frankness. Chapter 796 Pokemon Team Expansion, the Devil's Yonder of Pokemon. Please collect. Please subscribe. Everyone sneered twice. They didn't expect Lin Chen to be able to figure out the situation here in such a short time. This is indeed a bit unexpected compared to some of the situations they imagined. The eyes of these people changed slightly, and they were still speculating about some things here. Although there may be some gaps and subtle differences from the imagination, it may not be. Yes, those things were indeed done by us. So what? Don't tell me that you are very upright. Don't you have anything to do with those people being arrested? The people in the distance released their Pokeballs directly. In an instant there were more than 10 Pokemon on the opposite side. Lin Chen felt a little helpless. No matter how powerful Kobalion was, he could not defeat so many Pokemon with his 4 hands. Kobalion showed a helpless look on his face. He secretly turned back and looked in the direction of Lin Chen. If it was 1-to-1, there might still be a certain chance, but I don't know if the people on the opposite side can agree. Even Su Mao felt a little helpless. He looked in the direction of Lin Chen with a bit of complicity in his heart. From some things, their ideas are basically the same. As for how to solve the problems here, maybe they need some time. Where is my Arcanine? If you bring the wind speed, maybe the solution may be simpler. Oh, Su Mao looked in the direction of Lin Chen with a bit of curiosity in his tone. As for Lin Chen, his eyes were obviously a little dull. He thought that under the current situation there should be no need to discuss the whereabouts of Pokemon. First, see if you can find out the basic reasons why the people on the opposite side did these things. If you can know, then they will have more targeted countermeasures and know how to do it more appropriately. If there is nothing, they must run away. So many Pokemon will definitely be a melee. It doesn't matter whether there are Pokemon or not, we can solve the problem here. I came here to tell you that some inapplicable people appeared under the previous news and Azumarill disappeared after jumping in. I can find the whereabouts of Azumarill, but if you want to solve the situation here smoothly, you may need some more. Lin Chen's deep eyes fell on Su Mao, patted Su Mao on the shoulder and gave him a calm expression. Then Lin Chen shouted, "Run!" Su Mao originally planned to confront them head-on, but he didn't expect it to turn out like this. He could only shake his head helplessly, turned around and ran quickly in the distance. Lin Chen had already made his choice. As long as they circled around a few more times in this place, it would be difficult for these people to find their location. The faces of those people in the distance were obviously confused. They never expected that the situation would suddenly turn out like this. No way, why did they suddenly run away? Who knows, they definitely don't want to stay here, otherwise how could it turn out like this? The faces of those people showed confusion. They reacted and quickly chased after Lin Chen and the others. No matter what others think, some of their important strategies require Lin Chen or the Pokemon in Lin Chen's hands. Until now they have determined that Lin Chen's strength must be cooler than they imagined. They certainly can't let Lin Chen go to give gift like this. Damn, you speed up and catch them as soon as possible. Don't let these 2 people go no matter what, otherwise it's not quite right. The faces of the people around them were obviously a little ugly. They watched the other party scatter quickly and chased in the direction of Lin Chen and his group. In comparison, Lin Chen and Su Mao cooperated separated more tacitly. While fighting in the woods, the two looked around. Are you sure you want to run in this place? The situation here seems to be a little bit wrong. I also noticed that the situation here is a little bit wrong. The crowd was obviously helpless. At this time Pocky knew that the situation here was not worth his concern for Lin Chen's affairs. It has been so long and he only needs to win over some people to get rid of Lin Chen. It is nothing more than a matter of time. Lin Chen has already caused some influence on them because Lin Chen's existence caused the mistakes in his previous plan. If he can find Lin Chen earlier, maybe many things here can be solved and some of his goals can be achieved smoothly. Pocky looked in the direction of the outside. Look. Chapter 797 The Battle of the Two Gods of Time and Space, the Demon King who suppresses everything. Please collect. Please subscribe. But at this moment Pocky heard a sound coming from not far away as if there was an explosion. Pocky looked up in the distance. What happened? Under normal circumstances things here should not be like this unless something else happened. Pocky walked a few steps in the direction of the outside. He looked in the distance and was also guessing what was going on. What's going on? I heard other sounds outside. Can you check the situation? In fact, we don't know what happened outside, but it feels a little wrong. The people who had been outside heard what Pocky said and quickly rushed toward Pocky. They were still a little nervous. If they knew what was happening here, it wouldn't be like this. Everyone cautiously walked toward Pocky and whispered, "It seems that something else suddenly happened at that location, but we can't tell what it is. I saw a lot of smoke in that place. There might be some problems. Do you think we need to go there to take a look?" The faces of the people around him showed some surprise. They thought about it carefully and were a little worried. Since the things here have already happened, they must use other ways to solve them. Palyaki heard what these people said and his eyes changed slightly. He naturally felt that the situation here was a little bit wrong, so what should he do? Send some people to investigate and see who is related to the situation here. I think the situation here is a little bit wrong. See if you can solve the things here as soon as possible and don't waste time. If you can find Lin Chen's whereabouts, you must tell me as soon as possible. Suddenly hearing what this person said, the other people were stunned for a moment. Their mouth slightly opened and they haven't figured out how they should explain it. Lin Chen and Su Mao also felt a little helpless in their heart. They all thought that the situation here was a little different. What should be done now to be more appropriate? The things here are very different from what they imagined. What should we do? I also think the situation here is a bit inappropriate. If it continues like this, there will definitely be more trouble. Why don't we separate things here are too? The people around looked at each other nervously. They have been thinking about it for a long time, but there is basically no solution. Lin Chen has guessed what these people said. Facing his reply, Lin Chen just looked at him calmly. Of course we can separate, but once we separate, those people behind us will definitely swarm in. What do you think we should do? Will they catch you or me? Do you have many Pokemon around you? Can you solve the things here normally? Lin Chen said calmly. For them, the current situation is that they should look for Azumarill first, which will be more normal. If they can find Azumarill, the other things can naturally be solved. If they can't find it, what's the situation over there with Azumarill? Can you give me the location of Azumarill? Why don't I go find him first? Then you can find us. Su Mao hid behind a tree not far away. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Lin Chen, still a little nervous. Lin Chen was also thinking about the situation here. He also knew that things here must be a little different. Okay, I can tell you the last situation. It probably in the creek before. The specific situation should be similar. When you get there, you should be able to see some traces left on the ground and there's nothing else. Lin Chen looked at Su Mao and then quickly climbed up the tree. He could clearly see where those people were, so they didn't have to worry about other situations. Su Mao didn't know what he should say anymore. He widened his eyes slightly and looked in the direction of Lin Chen with an unbelievable look. He had to admit that the things here were indeed very different from what he imagined, so what should he do? Why are you still standing there? If you don't leave quickly, believe it or not, it won't take long. Maybe Darkrai or Palyaki will come over and it will be more troublesome for us at that time. Lin Chen frowned coldly and stared at the direction of Su Mao, obviously unhappy. Su Mao took a deep breath and nodded. He thought the situation here should be like this. He waved in the direction of Lin Chen and then ran away. Chapter 798 Fairy of Dragon Slaying, the Sacred War begins. Please collect. Please subscribe. At this time, Azumarill has found something like a teleportation array. After all, this thing is underwater, which has brought some impact to them. Azumarill's vision fluctuated a little and he was also thinking about the situation here. How should he deal with it? He had no way to judge. If Lin Chen was here, it would be great. Lin Chen would definitely tell him what to do. It's a pity that he is alone in this place now. Azumarill's heart has brought all kinds of helplessness and he sighed lightly. Or else go back and find Lin Chen first. As long as you bring Lin Chen here, other things will definitely be easier. Thinking of this, Azumarill breathed a sigh of relief, increased his strength and prepared to swim swim back. He was not worried about the situation here. Anyway, with Lin Chen here many things can be solved easily, which is definitely a good thing for them. Azumarill speeded up his speed in the stream and swam back. He was looking at other things so that he could report to Lin Chen clearly when he saw him net time. As a result, at this moment there seemed to be many things approaching Azumarill in the distance. When the distance was closer, Azumarill found that these people seemed to be the ones who were going to cause trouble for him before. Azumarill opened his mouth slightly, revealing an expression of disbelief. He really didn't expect these people to come so quickly, which was indeed a big gap from what he could have expected before. He had to escape from here. From some perspectives, Azumarill was still a little timid. If Lin Chen was there, she might be more courageous, but facing the situation here, he was obviously a little at a loss. On the other side, after Su Mao separated from Lin Chen, he quickly ran towards the stream. In any case, he felt that what Lin Chen said was right, since Lin Chen had said that he must go to a more suitable place first. When he arrived near the stream, he found that it was quiet here. Anyway, judging from the current situation, there should be no problem. I also think the situation here seems a little different, but how should we deal with the following things? Haven't we seen the Pokemon called Azumarill before? We have been walking for so long, why haven't we seen it yet? We have sent so many people. If we can't even find a Pokemon, how should we respond then? What will others think? We will definitely think we are not good enough. The man frowned tightly with an impatient look on his face. Others didn't know what to say when they heard it, but we don't know where that guy went at all. We have tried our best. If possible, we also hope to find that guy as soon as possible. The man standing aside retorted. His companions immediately frowned when they heard it. This guy is really brave. He dared to refute in front of him. Do you know who you are talking to? I'll give you a chance to think it over. If you do this, don't blame me for being rude to you. Su Mao's ears moved lightly and he could clearly hear what these people said. Oops, it looked like the situation here is not very good. Please give me flowers. Lin Chen's indifferent eyes fell on the people on the opposite side. He could probably guess what these people were thinking, which was why Lin Chen didn't say anything. Then he thought this road was more suitable, but he didn't expect to end up here. Those people who had been chasing him behind him sneered twice in a daze, and they directly blocked Lin Chen's retreat. How is it you can keep running? Why did you suddenly stop here? Do you feel hopeless? We always think that there will be no problem here. 0. This group of people were all dressed in black with cold expressions on their faces. They looked at Lin Chen, who was at the end of his rope, and showed a bit of taunt on their faces. Anyway, in their opinion, Lin Chen had no other chance. Lin Chen didn't think the situation here was good anyway. It was for him. I know what you mean, so what do you want to do? If I want to do it net, maybe I can jump directly from this place, but from what you said it seems that you don't have that idea. Lin Chen took a few steps back and it was obvious that they had reached the edge of the cliff. The leading man's eyes were slightly dark and he certainly didn't want Lin Chen to die like this. He felt that if Lin Chen stayed by his side, he might be more likely to be used. The leader sighed helplessly, gestured to the people around him, and then said very seriously, I think you can think about it carefully. Maybe we can cooperate well. Of course I don't want you to die, but there are some problems. People. Chapter 799. The power that sweeps the world. The tyrannical demon king. Please subscribe. At least we don't mean to press on step by step, since it's better to calm down first. I can ask them to postpone it. I just want to talk to you briefly about the things here. The leading man winked at the people behind him, signaling them to step back. The people around didn't want to obey, but now it seems there is no other way. They could only nod with gritted teeth and retreat to a safer distance. If they could, they would never let Lin Chen leave here easily. So can you tell me what you want to talk about first? Just say it here. Si-7-0. Lin Chen's attitude was very firm. The leader seemed to be choked. His eyes widened and he obviously showed a bit of helplessness, which was very powerful. He was almost gnashing his teeth with anger. You are really good, Lin Chen. Except for you, I have never seen anyone like you. No one dares to threaten me like this. Lin Chen's face did not change at all. Anyway, there are many things that need to be tried. What's the matter? There will be 2 times and you will get used to it slowly, right? Maybe you are not very familiar with the situation here, but I know and I understand it very well. Lin Chen's expression clearly revealed a bit of calmness. As he said this, he looked up in the distance. Anyway, the people on the opposite side did keep a certain distance from him. If he jumped directly from the cliff, they would definitely not be able to catch up. With this idea, Lin Chen was also thinking about what the others wanted to do. Don't get excited, let's discuss it first. We all know the purpose of your coming here. We are basically the same and we have also investigated it before. Although I don't know why you are working with Su Mao, maybe we can cooperate. The man on the opposite side suddenly showed a smile on his face. He paid close attention to Lin Chen and said softly. Lin Chen did feel that the situation here was a little different, but what impact can this have on them? Lin Chen nodded silently and continued continued with a very calm look. I could feel that someone had been spying on us secretly before. I thought it was Pokemon. I didn't expect it to be you, so what do you want to do? Lin Chen gritted his teeth and stared at the people around him. He always felt that this place was weird. Boss, why spend so much time discussing with him? If he wanted to die he would have jumped down long ago. Why would he wait here for so long? I guess he must be bullying people. By the stream, Su Mao had already seen that these people who appeared had already posed their identities, so he might as well make it clear with them. Where did you come from? I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Do you really know what has been happening recently? I advise you not to act rashly. We have people in this village. You people appeared here inexplicably. Aren't you really afraid that something will happen? Su Mao's presence clearly revealed a bit of coldness. He felt that the appearance of these people had caused a great impact on them. The people on the opposite side were shocked when they suddenly heard Su Mao's word. They didn't expect that this place would suddenly become like this. So what should they do? Everyone's heart was pounding. They were always thinking about the situation here. If it couldn't be solved as soon as possible, the trouble might be even bigger. You bunch of idiots, this place suddenly appeared and other people didn't know to pay attention to you. Are you all blind? If I had known that you were all so stupid, I shouldn't have brought you here. The leading man was almost fuming with anger. He looked in the direction of Su Mao and felt a little helpless. There are some things I have to admit. The situation here is indeed a little different from what you imagine. Our goal is Azumarill. I guess your idea should be similar to ours. Why don't we compromise? What do you want? Give it to us. Maybe this matter can end here. The people around him were obviously calm. They watched Su Mao and surrounded him quietly. It seemed that they would never do anything that would be disadvantageous to them. Since these people had offended them, they would never give them a chance. Su Mao knew the real purpose of these people and what they wanted to do. He said, pulling the corner of his mouth. A stiff smile appeared on his face and then he said, if you have anything to say you can talk about it nicely. Arcanine. Chapter 800. The Demon God that Shrouds the Void. The Dark God Form. Please subscribe. With the sudden appearance of Arcanine, the faces of the people around him were obviously confused. They forgot that Su Mao also had Pokemon and they could only blame it on the fact that they did not understand the situation here before. The hearts of the people were already full of complexity and they never expected that the situation would suddenly become like this, so what they should do is to solve it first, and Su Mao should solve his Pokemon first. Okay, what should we do now? It seems that we have missed the best time to act. The faces of the people around him were all cold and they also wanted to summon their own Pokemon. Azumarill pursed his lips tightly and they all felt that something was wrong with 14. Every time something happened here he was a little scared. After all, if you follow Lin Chen, even if you encounter these things, the person responsible for solving the situation here is Lin Chen instead of yourself. Su Mao was a little helpless. He directly hugged Azumarill in his arms and Arcanine followed him closely. Although they knew that the situation here was not as simple as they imagined and that such a situation could occur, the people on the opposite side must have made a good choice. He had never seen these people before. How could they come to this place quietly? If no one led them, it would be absolutely impossible. Su Mao's heart was constantly changing. He had been thinking about the situation here, but how can we deal with the things here smoothly? Those people on the opposite side didn't care about Su Mao's real reaction at all. Our goals are basically the same, otherwise you can tell us the secret of Azumarill. We can take or not take this Pokemon Azumarill anyway. You are not his master and what you say may not work. Su Mao sneered. I advise you not to dream. There are some situations where I really can't make the decision and I won't agree. If it is something you have already discussed with Lin Chen, you can go and ask him. On the other side on the cliff, Cobalion was already standing in front of Lin Chen. He knew that the situation here was obviously a little bit wrong, and seeing that these people might not be in a favorable situation, Cobalion also felt that this matter might not be solved well. He was ready and could fight back at any time. Lin Chen didn't think that the situation here would be over as long as he fought a game. After all, everyone's ideas were a little different. Lin Chen touched his chin with his hand and a pair of sharp eyes fell on the person in front of him. Since the people around him wanted to discuss it with him, it was indeed possible. If they could solve the matter here without confirmation, it would be a good thing for all of them. Lin Chen walked a few steps forward, looked deeply in the direction of this person and said softly, it's true that I overreacted just now. I think your consideration is indeed good. You can say it again. I want to know what you want to do. We can discuss it. Lin Chen's eyes turned slightly and he decided to use some time to argue with these people. In this way it would be relatively easier to solve the problems here. The hearts of the people around him clearly revealed a bit of complexity and curiosity, and their hearts were pounding. How could Lin Chen be so easy to talk to? He clearly didn't want to cooperate with them before, but he listened to their opinions so quickly. The hearts of the people around him clearly revealed a bit of tension. They looked in the direction of Lin Chen Chen carefully, always feeling that something was a little different. Boss, do we really have to have a good talk with him? Boss, we have no way to judge whether the 670 words this guy said are true or false. What if it has some impact on us? The people around him only said half of the word and they subconsciously glanced in the direction of Lin Chen. How afraid they were of Lin Chen. Lin Chen seemed to not care about what these people said. Lin Chen just glanced in the direction of the crowd with a half smile and then hugged Kobalion directly in his arms. He really felt that there was no problem with the situation here. Even if they really started fighting, Lin Chen might be able to escape. At the moment, Lin Chen just wanted to figure out why these people appeared here and what they wanted to do. Anyway, some of the current situations should not be simple. The leading man took a deep breath. Then, can you get closer to me? You are too close to the cliff. I am a little worried. We really want to have a good chat with you and we have no intention of hurting you. Chapter 801, Covering the Sky God Twist the Will of All Things. Please subscribe. Since these people really want to have a good talk with him, Lin Chen thinks it is not impossible to listen to them. Lin Chen slowly walked a few steps forward. His eyes fell on the crowd with a smile and asked softly, okay, you see I am already very cooperative now, so can you tell me what happened here? My purpose is also very simple. I just want to know what you are going to do here and what kind of things you will do so that at least I can be mentally prepared. Lin Chen said calmly while looking in the direction of the crowd. It has been so long and their layout is still relatively rich, so it can prove that they are definitely not fighting a battle without confidence. The leading man gently touched his hat with his hand. He often does this when he is nervous and he can feel that Lin Chen should be a very difficult opponent. Well, I can tell you the truth. My purpose is actually very simple. I just want to know what you want to do now. You are hanging out with Su Mao probably for the Palyaki in their place. Our purpose is the same. We also want to find Palyaki and hope Palyaki can help us solve some problems. Another point we also know is that Palyaki is not easy to find and he may not be with anyone. We can only reach an agreement temporarily, at least for now. We can be allies. The man paid attention to Lin Chen's expression and confirmed that when Lin Chen did not directly refute, he was relieved. The most frightening thing is that Lin Chen may not accept their proposal but will attack them instead. They know that Lin Chen's strength must be extraordinary. After all, he was able to successfully integrate into Su Mao's tribe in such a short time. Kobalion and Azumaril probably contributed. The people around him carefully watched Lin Chen and smoothly expressed their purpose. Lin Chen could understand what these people always said and he didn't care about the recent situation, but on the surface he couldn't really present all his thought. He just nodded lazily and sat down on a big rock beside him. Looking at the frightened look of the people on the opposite side, Lin Chen just shrugged his shoulders. He really felt that the situation here was not a problem for him at all. No matter what others think, no matter what kind of impact or purpose they want to cause, Lin Chen thinks these things can be solved. You are right, I came here for Pocky, but there is one thing you should know, that Pocky doesn't belong to any of us. He doesn't belong to me and he won't belong to you. Pocky's life is actually like these Pokemon. Lin Chen's eyes fell on everyone as if he was explaining. The faces of the people opposite had changed and even had a hint of contempt. They had never thought that Lin Chen could say such a thing. As trainers, how could they really regard Pokemon as more important than their own lives? Maybe some fools do think so, but at least they don't think so at all. Everyone looked in the direction of Lin Chen. If it weren't for the fact that they were going to cooperate with Lin Chen now, they wouldn't have to be so pretentious. I know you don't agree with my opinion at all. In that case, why do you still want to cooperate with me? There are so many ways to catch Pocky. You don't have to cooperate with me at all. Isn't it good to go your separate ways? Lin Chen's application clearly revealed a puzzled look. He looked deeply in the direction of the crowd and said straight to the point. The people around him never expected that Lin Chen would be so straightforward. It was obvious that Lin Chen could have a good discussion with them at the beginning, but he turned his face and refused to acknowledge them. Hey, aren't you going too far? Yeah, didn't you mean to have a good chat with us before? Is this what you think? These people slightly widened their eyes, looked incredulously and looked in the direction of Lin Chen. After hearing what these people said, Lin Chen just shrugged casually. He did say that he could have a good chat with these people, but it didn't mean what the final situation would be. Lin Chen was about to say something but suddenly heard some special movements around him. Prepared to look back to see what happened, a huge flare suddenly appeared not far away. The yellow light directly illuminated the entire sky and they had all discovered the flare. Chapter 802, Suppressing the First Level God. The Dark Champion is coming. Please subscribe. Those who were originally preparing to discuss with Lin Chen stopped immediately. They didn't know what happened here at all. The faces of the people around changed slightly. They were still thinking seriously about the specific situation here, but now it seems to be a bit troublesome. What's going on? If I remember this direction correctly, it seems to be over the stream. Maybe there are not many people left over there. How could there be a problem with so many people in such a short time? Isn't this a bit strange? The faces of the people around them were obviously confused. They never thought that the situation would turn out like this. Some people didn't know how to speak at all. They also realized that the situation here was a bit strange. In comparison, I'm afraid only Lin Chen could maintain the most basic calmness. As for the feelings that these people wanted to discuss, Lin Chen didn't care at all. Kobalion, he was also a little uneasy. He kept leaning on Lin Chen's arms and moving him, constantly wanting to know what happened. It was obvious that Lin Chen could know that something happened in the distance, but he did not react directly. So was the situation here a little different from what they imagined? The eyes of the people on the opposite side fell on Lin Chen, and Lin Chen was also paying attention to these people. Anyway, no matter what they think, each party will have some different ideas. Maybe for them the final situation may be completely different. Lin Chen could feel that these people were looking at him with a hesitant expression. Anyway, Lin Chen didn't care about these people's affairs, and he would never waste more time. Didn't I tell you before that I have sent Su Mao over there, so Su Mao should know what happened here? I don't care about anything you do, but if you really hurt something, Su Mao will be the first one who will not let you go. Lin Chen just shrugged helplessly. He felt that everything he said was true, but if no one believed it, there was nothing he could do. The faces of the people on the opposite side clearly showed some surprise and disbelief. They felt that Lin Chen was almost pissing them off. When the people on the opposite side were ready to rush towards Lin Chen with their fists ready to attack him, Lin Chen said arrogantly, "It doesn't matter. You don't need to continue to bite. If you want to do it, you can do it directly. I can give you this opportunity." In fact, Hockey was on the other side. He also felt that the situation here was a bit wrong and the noise in this place was a bit loud, so he came here by accident. He never thought that these people were actually trying to sow discord. The relationship between him and Lin Chen was not very good, but he didn't expect that they were actually going to join forces with Lin Chen. Before, Pocky was not stupid. Lin Chen himself could successfully deal with those annoying humans. If it weren't for the greed of those humans, how could they have come to this point now? Although Lin Chen might be a little different from others, there are some important situations that don't seem to matter at all. After Palyaki retreated, the people behind him had already heard some of the situations that happened in this place. They held their weapons tightly and were ready to take action at any time. They always felt that the situation here was a little bit wrong. These people sneaked here and the result was just to say such words. Originally, Palyaki's mood was very ugly, and after hearing what Lin Chen said, it suddenly turned from gloomy to cloudy. Although he felt that he and Lin Chen were in a stage of irreconcilable opposition, Lin Chen could help him with some minor problems at a critical moment and he could completely ignore them. "Palyaki, how long do we need to stay in this place again? I also think the situation here is a little bit inappropriate." "Yes," Palyaki said, that it's probably not inappropriate at all. It's so simple, it's a little bit wrong. If we keep waiting like this, no one knows what will happen. Shouldn't we continue to be humble? Yes, Pocky hopes that we can get out as soon as possible and teach them a lesson. It is estimated that we can change their inner thoughts and they will not bully us easily. Time. Pocky's mother thought that Pocky's mother was thinking that it might be easier to do it alone. What if the number of times increases? Pocky looked at the people who were talking to him and he even roared with rage. "Are you done yet?" The faces of the people who were about to speak suddenly showed surprise. This situation seems to be even more wrong. Why is Palyaki so angry all of a sudden? Chapter 803. The strongest dragon god has come and the fairy queen who rewrites everything. Please subscribe. The people around him calmed down completely now. They didn't dare to argue with Palyaki anymore. "I just hope that my boyfriend can calm down for me. If Palyaki gets angry, they may not be able to do anything and they may even do something wasteful." The people around him finally realized that they had angered Palyaki's nature and they kept complaining to Palyaki. Sorry, we really didn't expect the situation here to be so troublesome. Yes, we originally thought that things here should be very simple, but the fact proved that we really can't figure out what's going on here." The people around were almost crying out of anxiety. They looked deeply at Pocky and hoped that they could accept their apology. Until now, Pocky had never heard the words of the man in front of him. Pocky was very worried. He might not believe these people. After all, they were all for different masters. Everyone had their own little thought. As for what they would do and what they wanted to do, Pocky didn't want to know. "Okay, it's been so long anyway, so let's do it." At the same time, the other people in the village were a little worried about Su Mao's situation. They didn't know how to say it specifically, but they felt that this place was not as safe as they imagined. Maybe something happened in this place and they were waiting for them to rescue it. The people in the village squatted at the house they had built before. This place was the observation platform. They had specially stood on the side of the mountain. If there was any situation in other places, they could find and respond in the first time. This was actually the common identification of many of their Pokemon. In fact, I don't think the situation situation on Lin Chen's side is enough to worry about Lin Chen. This person is not a simple person at all. Yes, in fact I think so too, but no matter what, Lin Chen is our guest here. If something really happens it will definitely not look good. The people around them clearly showed some helplessness in their heart. They looked at each other apologetically and could only bow their head and say, otherwise we will separate again. Some people will go to Su Mao to discuss themselves and some people will go to Lin Chen. Anyway, no matter what decision we make it may be possible to separate in the end. If it continues I am not sure what will happen. The people around looked at the leader with interest. The leading man patted his head with his hand a little helplessly. He didn't know what was going on. Maybe. We think what you said does make sense. Some people actually wanted to compete with Su Mao, but they also knew that they were not as strong as Su Mao. They could only take this opportunity to find other people to see if they could solve the problem here in another way. But the fact proved that there was a big gap between their ideas and the actual implementation. On the other side, Lin Chen stood on the edge of the cliff and felt a little tired. Please give me flowers. It's better to be tired, but the wind in this place is too cold. If he stays in this place, Lin Chen feels that he is about to catch a cold. Wait a minute, I think what you said just now is pretty good. Can we go to another place to continue the discussion? You see, there are quite a lot of people here. If there are too many people and miscellaneous things are spread out, what they say must be bad. I think you should not want others to know what you have done here. Lin Chen's expression clearly revealed a bit of seriousness. While he was talking, he looked up in the distance. The people around him thought that Lin Chen was in torment, but since Lin Chen had said so, what should they do? Everyone widened their eyes slightly with an unbelievable look. Looking in the direction of Jean Lin Chen, they certainly realized how different the situation here was. Do we really have to agree? I think this person is simply pushing the issue. No, he's probably not just pushing the issue, because these people were almost so angry that veins on their foreheads were throbbing, but there was nothing they could do. Lin Chen didn't care about other people's ideas at all. Anyway, everyone's ideas were completely different. He just liked the leader who talked to him. I think you should be the only one who speaks more reliably among these people. What exactly do you want to say and what do you want to express? I can do my best, but I don't want to discuss it here, you can understand. Chapter 804 The Power of the Eternal Dragon God Counterattack the Supreme Beast. Please collect. Please subscribe. The leader standing aside shook his head helplessly. Since they have said so, they must show sincerity. Anyway, the situation here is not a loss-making business for them. They have already saved some savings before, regardless of whether those things are useful or not, but it is not certain. Let's put it this way. We do have a place here to live or to talk about things for a short time. We don't know what kind of things you like, so you may not like the layout of that place. I hope you can forgive me. The man standing aside SI-77 clearly showed some helplessness in his heart. Of course, he knew that many situations were somewhat different from what they imagined. As they approached the distance, Lin Chen finally knew why they all lived in this place. This place does look pretty good. There is also a small house in this secluded valley. I'm just a little curious about what you are going to do here. Don't you think the situation here is a little different? Lin Chen's eyes fell on the people around him and his tone seemed to be a little confused. When the people around heard what Lin Chen said, they were obviously surprised. They didn't expect that Lin Chen could break through the barrier nearby and see everything that happened here. Deng Doctor of Human Psychology, most of them looked down on Lin Chen before, so if Lin Chen really knew the situation here, what should they do? Many things are completely different from what they imagined. The green plants in this place seem to be pretty good, but why do I always feel that this place looks a bit weird? Can you briefly explain what's going on in this place? Lin Chen's eyes fell on the production class of the people around him, but these people avoided Lin Chen's incident one after another, and it seemed that they didn't want to stay with him at all. Lin Chen didn't know what he should say. Anyway, more people might feel a little helpless. The people on the opposite side always followed Lin Chen, and of course they could know some of the situation here. Anyway, they didn't figure it out. So what should we do now? Why do I feel that there is something wrong in our boss' heart? He was not like this before. Look at what has happened recently. He doesn't seem to care at all, and he always looks like you can do whatever you want. The man on one side clearly showed some confusion and puzzlement on his face. He couldn't figure it out at all. He didn't even understand who could grab it. Just when the people around were about to start the NET step, Lin Chen also took a step back, pretending to be a little uncomfortable, and said hurriedly, Wait, I think we can really discuss it. Then you should at least meet my own requirement. If you can't even meet the requirements I put forward, aren't you a little too much? We don't want you to do anything else. Lin Chen's eyes fell on everyone and his tone clearly revealed a bit of helplessness. The nearby Pokemon have actually noticed the situation here, which is a bit wrong, but they have no way to explain the specific situation. If they can solve the situation here, they will certainly be better, but the facts prove that many things are a little different. I feel like there there seems to be a very powerful trainer approaching this direction and I don't know what he wants to do. Who said it wasn't? We also noticed that the situation here is indeed a bit different. Do you want to go over and take a look? Some Pokemons showed obvious surprise on their faces. They have noticed that the situation here is not as ordinary as they imagined. No one can figure out what the real situation is. Lin Chen has been brought to the house in this secluded valley by everyone. He can feel that many situations in this place seem to be a little different. Just when Lin Chen wanted to ask more about the situation, he had already seen the table. 1-5. This conversation was relatively quiet and the positive confidentiality was relatively complete. Anyway, the other people have already thought about it, especially the leader. They know very well who may have the power. Although they know that there is no way to catch Pocky now, they can't. Lin Chen really doesn't want to waste time with these people, but judging from the current situation, there is no customer for simply talking to them about the situation here. We can spend some time to see what everyone wants to talk about. Chapter 805, Suppressing the God of Space, the Might of the Phantom Overlord. Please subscribe. After hearing Lin Chen speak, the eyes of the people around him kept changing. At least according to the current situation, they don't think there will be any problem. It's like this: haven't we told you some things before? Our purpose is relatively simple. You should know that Palakai is not a good person. We just want Palakai to be a good person, but we don't know your personal thought. What do you think? Do you want Palakai to be a good person? The faces of the people around him suddenly showed a few smiles. They secretly glanced in the direction of Lin Chen and said tentatively, how could Lin Chen not want Palakai to be a good person? Didn't they know the purpose of coming here? Lin Chen's suspicious eyes fell on everyone and he didn't respond directly. He picked up Cobalion. In some cases their ideas are basically the same, but there are also some subtle differences. Yes, that's right, we do want Pocky. Everyone's purpose is the same. This secluded valley is pretty good. You should have raised a lot of Pokemon here. I observed it when I came here. So what is the real purpose of bringing me here? It's impossible that you are planning to trap me here. I believe you don't. It is impossible to do such a thing. Lin Chen laughed twice and his calm eyes fell on the people around him and he said word by word. The people around him were even more surprised. Lin Chen knew too much, which was indeed different from what they imagined. Everyone simply changed prescience, and just when they wanted to say something to Lin Chen, the leader shook his head calmly. There is no need for them to discuss some situations at this time, and it may cause some impact on them. Anyway, these things will cause some problems for them anyway. You go out first. I will talk to Mr. Lin Chen alone about the things here. If you stay here, it may ruin our conversation. Go out. The leading man's eyes lit up and he looked at everyone coldly and said. The people around felt a little helpless, but since the boss had said so, they had no way to stay any longer. Everyone had to nod nervously and ran out quickly. As for the other side, Lin Chen had already estimated some of the conditions here. Lin Chen touched his chin with his hand. After everyone had walked out, he observed the house carefully. He had long noticed that the structure of the house was a little different. When you first built this house, it should have taken a long time, and you also studied the structure. I'm a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Lin Chen laughed twice and said seriously. The man in front of him also felt a little strange. He felt that the person Lin Chen was paying attention to might be a little different, but there was no need to pay attention. You can say whatever you want. Anyway, I don't care much. We all think that things here are a little different. Why don't we be honest? I have many other Pokemon here. You can look around. If you like any, you can catch them with the Pokeball. We will discuss it later. The leading man realized that Lin Chen did not necessarily want to talk to him, but just wanted to know more information. He was a little nervous. He looked deeply in the direction of the takeaway, gestured to him and fled in embarrassment. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly at the man who had left. The situation here was not as simple as they imagined. Originally, these things were similar in some situations, and Lin Chen also felt that he was a person who could handle it well. Okay, of course, no problem. 677. Then I will walk around here first and see what you see. Lin Chen nodded frankly and watched those people walk out. The faces of those people opposite him were obviously dissatisfied. Although they were far away, they could still hear the conversation between the boss and Lin Chen. The Pokemon that so many of them could choose were limited. The boss would never give them such great authority. Why could an outsider do that? The faces of the people around him showed surprise and confusion. They looked in the direction of the boss as if they wanted to say something. Boss, I think this might be a bit inappropriate. Why give him the authority to choose? Yes, boss, the situation here is obviously similar for everyone. Who does he think he is? The people around him stared at him as if they could eat Lin Chen at any time. Chapter 806, The Demon Who Shattered the World, the Guzzlord Who Devoured Everything. Please subscribe. The leading man actually felt a little helpless, but since the things here have already happened, it is not good to force the people who suppress him. Some things are different. Don't you understand? There are a lot of unfairness in this world. It depends on whether you have the ability. If you have the ability, whether it is fair or unfair, you can get what you want. The problem is that it's a pity that you people don't have the ability at all. The leading man's eyes fell on the crowd and there was a contemptuous emotion in his tone. Sure enough, the expressions of the people around him changed all of a sudden. They widened their eyes slightly and looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. What's special about Lin Chen? Is he much stronger than us? Yes, isn't it just that his Pokemon is stronger? But other than that, we have no way of knowing what advantages he has. Everyone's eyes widened in anger, looking unconfident, but the boss didn't intend to plain to them anymore. He just looked in the direction of everyone, shook his head and left. Lin Chen didn't think there was anything wrong with the atmosphere here when he stayed in the house. The sun can penetrate here and the air outside can be felt to be quite good. If Palyaki is caught, it might be better. Although Lin Chen thought so in his heart, he couldn't show that Palyaki was afraid that there should be some problems with the people in this place. Lin Chen has been seriously recalling some of the situations that happened here, and gradually he remembered what happened before. When he just came here, he did find that those people seemed to be chasing Palyaki, but for some reason their strength was very poor. Palyaki was not able to easily solve these people, which meant that the situation here was different from there is indeed a certain gap between what they imagined. Palyaki was not very good at this, but at the beginning he seemed to want to let it go. Of course, he also wanted to participate in the middle, otherwise the situation in the middle might be different. Everyone's heart was still a little complicated. They all knew some of the conditions here, but some things were also different. So what should we do? I also think that many things here are wrong. It's not just wrong. The people hiding outside were still discussing, but at this time they actually saw Lin Chen's figure. Is Lin Chen really going to come out to catch Pokemon? Why is he so brave? The eyes of the people around him kept changing. They were almost angry to death when they saw the situation in front of them, but they didn't dare to say more. After all, this was the boss's order. Lin Chen did not go directly to catch Pokemon but released Cobalion. He knew that Cobalion usually liked to run around in this place. Originally the situation here was a very simple thing for them, and it was the same now. Lin Chen walked forward slowly, looking at Cobalion, who was having fun, and shook his head. The situation here would not cause anything to him at all. You'd better pay attention and don't have any big problem. If you encounter any situation, you can tell me at any time. I will do my best. Lin Chen waved in the direction of Cobalion as if to comfort him. Those who were hiding in the distance felt that something was wrong. Could it be that he was going to use Cobalion to capture the Pokemon in this place? The eyes of the people in the distance were almost popping out. They stared at Lin Chen and wanted to poke him. Cobalion seemed to sense the people hidden in this place. He looked in the distance with some uneasiness, as if he was ready to attack those people at any time. Lin Chen didn't want this to happen. It was not easy to come to this place, and it was in the name of being a guest. Even the people in Sumakan were not so polite to him. Of course, it was understandable. After all, they hoped that he could cooperate with them. Since it was a cooperation, some things must be discussed. Lin Chen smiled and touched Cobalion's head, speaking softly with a bit of calmness in his tone. It's okay, things here are not as difficult as you think. You just have to go and have fun. I also want to know what the people in this place want to do. It shouldn't cause much impact. Cobalion nodded. He drilled in the flowers and found that there were many butterflies and other things in this place. Lin Chen also felt that the seasons in this place were a little different from what they had imagined before, so I wonder what the situation is like over there with Su Mao. Do you think Su Mao can find Azumarill and the others if he reaches the stream quickly? We should be able to meet each other. Chapter 807. The Traces of the Supreme Sky Overlord. The sky-splitting sitting. Please collect. Please subscribe. Su Mao was obviously a little cautious in his heart. Indeed, as Lin Chen said, he had already confronted the people on the opposite side, and in Su Mao's view the situation here would not be a big deal. He didn't like what these people did. He wanted to get rid of them right now, but there seemed to be no good way. Su Mao cautiously winked in the direction of Arcanine and questioned these people while holding Azumarill in one hand. I think you'd better think clearly about what to do. My people will be here soon. If it doesn't work, we can do it. Anyway, I won't be afraid of you. Su Mao's expression clearly revealed a bit of dullness. The men in black clothes on the opposite side suddenly showed surprise on their faces, and they looked at each other. Originally their purpose of coming here was to get some news and see if they could take away what they wanted smoothly. First an Azumarill came out and disrupted their situation, and then some other forces appeared. They were afraid that they would not be able to get the secrets here very well. What should we do now, boss? Should we fight them first to teach them a lesson, or should we choose other method? Yes, boss, we also feel that the situation here is a little bit wrong. If we let these people leave, it may have a greater impact on us. The expressions of the people around him were almost heavy. They had been thinking about the situation here, but it seemed that many things were a bit extraordinary. No matter what these people thought, the boss had already made a real decision. Okay, since you have already said so, then go. We don't need to fight you. Anyway, it's not certain what will happen if we fight. The people around him were obviously a little hasty. They quickly ran in the direction of Lin Chen, hoping that there would be no other situation. Su Mao stared blankly at the direction where these people left. He never thought that the situation here would be like this. They just left. Lin Chen walked around in the flowers for several times and he could see some traces of Pokemon. It's just that the Pokemon in this place seem to be a little different. They are so like being caught and experiment on. Lin Chen couldn't be completely sure. After all, when those Pokemon saw him again, they would deliberately hide far away. Lin Chen had no intention of catching them. His main purpose of coming here was for Palyaki. Except for Palyaki, the other Pokemon were not worth his attention. That couldn't be said. After solving the situation here, maybe he could report the news to Su Mao. They might have a great way to deal with the people here. Cobalion kept drilling in and out of the flowers and didn't hit any Pokemon. This is why the faces of those people in the dark showed puzzlement and confusion. They didn't understand what was going on at all. Lin Chen and his Pokemon looked a little strange. What's going on? They seem to be a little bit wrong and they didn't do anything. Yes, in fact we also found it, but we don't know what's going on here. Should we do something else? The people around him were obviously a little nervous. They secretly looked in the direction of Lin Chen and asked subconsciously if the things here can be solved normally. I think Lin Chen and his Pokemon are cowards. Didn't you see that they didn't catch anything? I don't know if they are too confident or they think it's too much to look down on these Pokemon, because the people who were in the dark only felt that they were angry. It was obviously what they wanted, but Lin Chen didn't care. How could this not make them angry? Of course Lin Chen could hear what those people said in the dark. He didn't care about these things. Isn't it normal? After hearing what those people said, he slowly walked towards the crowd. He parted the nearby bushes and saw those people who were angry one after another. Suddenly he couldn't help laughing. I just didn't expect you to be so jealous. Is there anything wrong with the situation here? It was your boss who insisted on giving me the Pokemon here, hoping that I could cooperate with them. What about you? Our positions are different. It was your boss who begged me and you begged your boss. Can you figure out the relationship between superiors and subordinate? Lin Chen's eyes swept over the people around him and there was still a bit of helplessness in his tone. The people around him pulled their mouths awkwardly. They really didn't expect the situation to be like this. So what? Chapter 808 Eternal Divine Beast Realm Dark Taboo Object. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen didn't want to say anything to these people at all. He waved in the direction of Cobalion and prepared to take him back to the house first. It's true that the situation here is not good at all, but he won't waste time talking to these idiots. These idiots, whether now or before, are a bit stupid and they don't understand the situation at all and many things. If we waste time with them here, it will only bring more impact to them. There is no need for this. Looking at the direction where Lin Chen and Cobalion left, everyone was so angry that they stamped their feet. They didn't expect the situation to become like this. I didn't say anything wrong. Why can these people still look so righteous? Don't they realize that the situation here is a little bit wrong? The people around were so angry that they trembled all over. They stared at the direction where Lin Chen left, but they didn't know how to say some things. After Lin Chen returned to his house, his presence showed a bit of calmness. Lin Chen knew a lot of things before. For example, these people are using other things or Pokemon to make profits for them, but doing so will eventually cause Pokemon to reflect, so the current situation will occur. Maybe what Palyaki said before was right. Why did he wait for these people to use him for experiments and he couldn't resist these humans? How can there be such a big reason in this world? Lin Chen lay in his room. His presence clearly revealed a bit of confusion. He didn't want to waste any more time in this place. It was originally a matter that could be easily solved. Why did they have to waste time staying here? Many situations were nothing. Lin Chen touched his chin with his hand. While thinking about some recent situations, he opened the window. Those who were originally responsible for guarding the surroundings had already walked away in the distance without knowing it. It seemed that they were also a little worried. The things here are likely to have some impact on them. They must solve the things here and minimize the danger. Lin Chen had already guessed the situation here, so what these people said didn't matter to him at all. The boss of this place on the other side was also asking about Lin Chen. It has been so long, they hope that the things here can be solved as soon as possible. If too much time is wasted, the problems will be more troublesome. How is it has Lin Chen gone to catch Pokemon? Have you seen what kind of Pokemon he liked? The man standing aside showed a bit of surprise on his face and looked in the direction of the people around him. When everyone heard this, they didn't know how to respond at all. They opened their mouths slightly and felt a little guilty. I don't know, we were watching, but Lin Chen didn't seem to choose anything. Lin Chen doesn't seem to be interested in the Pokemon on our side and even speaks nonsense. The boss's eyes were indeed a little ugly. He just just glanced coldly in the direction of the crowd and waved his hand. Doesn't he want to listen to these people continue to talk? Please give me flowers. By the stream, Su Mao had been waiting here for a long time, so when the people who had surrounded them retreated, his own people seemed to be running in this direction. Su Mao's heart clearly revealed a bit of helplessness. He gently patted Azumaril's shoulder and looked into the distance. He had no way to judge which side those people who came over were on. What if they wanted to harm them or wanted to snatch Azumaril? With this idea in mind, Su Mao did not rashly move in that direction but took Azumaril and hid aside. No matter what these people think and do, no matter what these people are like, they must find a suitable way to deal with them. As time goes by, it seems that more and more people are approaching this direction. Azumaril also struggled. Obviously he is not suitable for the situation here. If this kind of thing continues, they have no way to judge. Okay, don't move. I can take you to hide first. We will wait for Lin Chen to come here, okay? Su Mao's face clearly showed some helplessness. He could only try to learn from Lin Chen's previous actions to appease the Pokemon. Fortunately, Azumaril was a little different from other Pokemon. He soon calmed down. Because he didn't know when Lin Chen would be able to come back, it would be difficult for him to complete the work here if he stayed here alone. Su Mao was very nervous. He could feel that someone seemed to be conducting a carpet search nearby. If so, it wouldn't take long for those people to come in his direction. It was too difficult. Chapter 809 The God of Nightmares is coming. The infinite power of the Dragon God. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen had been in the house for a while. Anyway, he didn't think this place might be. What's the problem? He is not interested in the Pokemon in this place, nor does he want to be controlled by these people. As the saying goes, if you take something from someone you will be grateful. Isn't this the same principle? If he really took something from the people in this place, then the situation here will definitely be very different and many things may be a little strange. The people around him clearly showed some confusion in their heart. They are responsible for guarding this place, but Lin Chen has been around for several days and there is no big reaction at all. They only know that the situation here is a little bit wrong, but they have no way to figure out what the specific situation is. Is there really nothing wrong? Lin Chen hasn't gone out recently. Will he have escaped? Are you dreaming? How could he escape with Lin Chen's strength and without alarming us? This is absolutely impossible. The faces of the people at the door showed deep sarcasm and they turned back to look in the direction of Lin Chen's door. They deliberately increased their volume, thinking that Lin Chen would definitely be able to hear it. However, even if Lin Chen could hear it, he would not make any reaction, which was a good thing for them. Of course Lin Chen could hear what they said, but he only felt that what these people did was a little childish. Lin Chen and they were not originally together. No matter what these people wanted to do, it would not have much impact on him. Lin Chen stayed here just to wait for a suitable opportunity, a thing that would allow them to smoothly resolve the situation here. As for what this real opportunity is, Lin Chen certainly could not tell these people. After all, the strength of these people would be very different from theirs. After shouting for a while, the people at the door suddenly felt a little helpless. They originally wanted to attract this attention, but Lin Chen was able to turtle at the beginning without any reaction at all, which made them feel a little unbearable. They had not seen anyone who could endure like Lin Chen, which was really too far from their imagination. What's wrong with this guy? Does he know our plan? Or does he know that the situation here is a little different from what we imagine? I don't know. We don't know the situation here, what's going on, but it does seem a little wrong. The faces of the people around him showed helplessness and they shook their heads slowly. Lin Chen originally thought that there would be no problem here, but suddenly Lin Chen found that there seemed to be something different. A black mist appeared around him as if something special was gradually appearing. Lin Chen supported his chin with his hand and looked up into the distance. What on earth were these things? What kind of impact will it have on them? Just when Lin Chen wanted to see some of the things that appeared here clearly, Darkrai appeared in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't know what he should say at all. How could this little guy be so brave? I heard that you were caught by someone and the situation here is a bit wrong. Do you want to go with me? You don't have to have other ideas. You have helped me before and it is normal for me to help you. Do you want to promise me? As long as you promise me, there will be no problem with other things. We can solve the problems here smoothly. Darkrai looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen and said with a bit of ease in his tone. Lin Chen frowned tightly. He had to admit that maybe Darkrai was right, but on the other hand he didn't know what this guy was thinking. So what do you want to do? There is no possibility of friendship between us, right? We are of different races. You are a Pokemon and I am a human and even a trainer. Lin Chen was deeply concerned about the 1-5 guy in front of him and shook his head at him. He probably knew what Darkrai was thinking, but some things were different for them after all. Hey, don't be ungrateful. I came here to save you. How can you be like this? Do you want to come with me? I think I have done my best in many things. If you continue to refuse, don't blame me for being rude. Darkrai was almost angry. He stared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen had to admit that his blue eyes were indeed beautiful. Chapter 810 Legendary Pokemon The Birth of a First-Level God. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen smiled in his heart. He knew what he should say, but maybe what he said would make Darkrai angry. Okay, but you are not particularly safe here. Come in quickly. There are many people watching this place. Although I don't know how you came here so arrogantly, it is very likely that you will have a certain impact on us. Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders and his tone was obviously calm, and he said softly. Perhaps it was because of what Lin Chen said that Darkrai's presence was indeed better than before. He also felt that what Lin Chen said made some sense, and Lin Chen was thinking about himself. At least he was not the kind of stupid human who was unwilling to listen to what he said about what happened. Darkrai looked reservedly in the direction of Lin Chen and nodded slowly. Lin Chen directly opened the window and waved in the direction of Darkrai, hoping that he could jump in through the window. As for the other people, Lin Chen had already noticed that something was wrong here. As for what the others wanted to do, it would not have much impact on them. Lin Chen had already known what was going on here. The people around him were obviously a little complicated. They looked carefully in the direction of Lin Chen. I think it's a bit strange. I seemed to see something just now and it flashed directly into Lin Chen's house. Really? Are you sure your eyes are not wrong? We seemed to have seen the same thing just now, but we don't know what happened. The faces of the people around him were obviously confused. They looked at each other and ran towards Lin Chen subconsciously. They needed to judge whether this matter was true or false in a short time. If it was true, they certainly needed to solve it as soon as possible. Lin Chen's presence was obviously calm. He knew very well what these people were discussing. Even if he had heard what those people outside said, Lin Chen was not going to do anything. Darkrai lay on Lin Chen's hand and suddenly felt warm. In his opinion, Lin Chen is different from others. Why do you want to help me? I don't think you and I have any other ideas. Do you also want to be my trainer so you help me at this time? Darkrai's face clearly showed some doubts and he looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen. In fact, it would be fine to become Lin Chen's trainer. He felt that he and Pocky had no strength. Anyway, everyone has their own strength and weaknesses. He and Pocky had no strength. Lin Chen felt Darkrai's doubts and he didn't know what this little guy was thinking. Anyway, the situation here would not be a big problem for Lin Chen. Lin Chen touched Darkrai's little head with his hand and said with a stable and relaxed tone, Okay, I advise you to keep quiet and don't do anything. I already know that the situation in this place is a little different, so let me handle the net things. You don't have to deal with anything. Lin Chen's voice had just reached the door when the sound of tackle was heard. The sound of dong 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 seemed very impolite and Darkrai was already hairy. He hadn't seen such impolite people for a long time. What did these humans want to do? If these humans wanted to be rude to Lin Chen, he would definitely not let them go and might even teach them a lesson. Let me go, let me solve the situation here. These people are really too much. They dare to do such a thing. We must teach them a lesson. Darkrai's eyes were almost red with anger and he kept talking. 680. Lin Chen knew the situation here. Maybe you didn't disguise yourself when you came here before and you were seen by those people on the opposite side, so you became like this now. It shouldn't matter, you just need to stay here quietly. I know how to solve the situation here. Lin Chen's presence showed a bit of indifference. He gently patted Darkrai's shoulder and whispered, Hide quickly, otherwise the problem here will definitely not be solved. I don't want you to be posed here. Darkrai's face showed obvious confusion. He looked in the direction of Lin Chen and nodded. They all knew that the situation here was a little different, but there might be some other problems. Okay, if there are other problems, let me solve them. Darkrai bit his lips tightly and said to Lin Chen. Chapter 811 The Strongest SP. On the plea of the Nightmare God. Please collect. Please subscribe. Darkrai was indeed dissatisfied with the situation here, but because Lin Chen had no other options, he could only nod slowly. Lin Chen thought about it carefully. What if those people came in for spot check? He might not be able to find a solution. Thinking of this, Lin Chen took out the Pokeball and collected Darkrai. Originally he thought this operation might be a bit low. After all, Darkrai was a Pokemon and maybe a freedom-loving Pokemon. The possibility of success in this situation was very low, but he did not expect Darkrai to not reject him at all, but just obediently got into the Pokeball. At the same time, the door outside was finally knocked open. The faces of the people around them clearly showed some calmness and they looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen. They always felt that there must be some other problems in this place, otherwise why didn't Lin Chen open the door for them for so long? But they had no way to fully judge what the specific situation was. They just stared at Lin Chen with sharp eyes. What are you doing here? Are you doing something we don't agree with? We have been waiting here for a long time and we haven't seen your other actions at all. Are you? The people around stared at Lin Chen and even wanted to search Lin Chen, but before their operation could succeed, Lin Chen looked at them with his eyes. Hey, I advise you to think clearly about about what you are going to do now. Do you believe that if you do this I can leave now? Even if I can't leave here directly, your boss will never cooperate with me again. I won't agree. You have to think clearly. This is my personal place. I didn't even go out. You dare to search my things without permission. This is too much. Lin Chen hugged his shoulders and glanced in the direction of the crowd, saying calmly. When the people around heard this, they suddenly felt a little nervous. They felt that what Lin Chen said was indeed correct, but they couldn't just give up. They felt that there must be some problems on Lin Chen's side, otherwise why would Lin Chen be sneaky, and why did Lin Chen take so long to open the door? So what do you mean? Do you think what we said is wrong? That's right, we think there are some situations on your side, so it's like this. The people around him looked at Lin Chen in resistance and spoke softly with a bit of calmness in their tone. After hearing what these people said, Lin Chen was also thinking about the situation here. Of course he had already realized some things here. Lin Chen laughed twice and he looked in the direction of these people. Anyway, in Lin Chen's opinion there would be no problem here, but Dark Ray in the pokeball was a little unhappy. They all felt that the situation in this place was a bit strange and these people were simply bullying people. What happened here was indeed a bit surprising. Lin Chen touched his chin with his hand. He had wasted some time in this place and it was impossible to wait any longer. He could be sure that there might be some problems between him and those people, but the specific situation might also be somewhat different. Why don't you go to your boss first and see how your boss thinks the situation here should be handled? I think your boss should know the situation here better. When the people around heard this, they immediately showed doubt on their faces. They carefully watched Lin Chen, seemed to be judging whether what Lin Chen said was right or wrong. In some ways they believed what Lin Chen said, and they also knew that there were some problems in this place. Wait, let's go now. Several people glared at Lin Chen angrily. They didn't even give Lin Chen a chance to speak and turned around and ran outside. Facing the situation here, only Lin Chen remained calm. Lin Chen seemed to have known that something had happened here. Anyway, no matter what the real purpose of these people was, Lin Chen would never say it. Lin Chen stayed quietly aside. Some of the situations here really touched him deeply. Dark Ray stayed in the pokeball and kept turning around. Since most of the people here have left, can he come out? No, you have to stay inside for a while. Who knows if these people will suddenly come back. That way you may be E-posed. If your E-instance is suddenly E-posed, there will be more problems and it will bring us a lot of trouble. You can't come out and act crazy. Although Dark Ray felt a little dissatisfied, he could only listen to what Lin Chen said. Chapter 812, The Eternal Moon Beast, the Strongest Agron. Please subscribe. The people before did not intend to report the things here directly. They all felt that the situation here was a little wrong. If they report directly, the impact on them may be greater. Everyone has been speculating on the situation here. They all know that some things can be done that way and some things absolutely cannot be done that way. If they deal with it that way, it will bring them big problems and a lot of trouble. So what should we do now? We are in a situation where we have to shoot the arrow on the string. Should we go to those people first to see if we can make things clear here? If we waste too much time, there may be some problem. The people around were obviously confused and their expressions kept changing, but even so there seemed to be no good way. Let's go and tell the boss first. Since the things here have already happened, we must not say it. If Lin Chen complains to us at that time, we will definitely be more unlucky. The faces of the people around were very aggrieved. They looked at each other carefully and felt that this matter did make a lot of sense. The people around took unified steps and walked towards the distance. Regarding some of the current things, some things should indeed be dealt with as soon as possible. There are a few people who have been observing in secret, staring at Lin Chen's house. They did not see any changes in Lin Chen's house. With such an idea, the people around felt a little helpless. Have they been used by others? If they hadn't been used, how could the situation here become like this? They all felt a little ashamed of themselves. Actually, I also think the situation here is a little bit wrong. You see, nothing happened here originally, but now we all seem to have done something wrong. Lin Chen's ears moved lightly and he had heard what those people said, but the situation here was not a big deal to Lin Chen at all. Even if Lin Chen could hear what those people said on the other side, he wouldn't care about it. Lin Chen thought carefully about the things here and looked in the distance. No matter what they wanted to do, he thought that these people must need some people to participate in the activities or someone to make plan. The pokeball containing Dark Ray kept shaking. They felt that so much time had passed. Should they think of some other ways? Okay, be quieter. Those people should be here soon. I'm also worried that there might be some other situation. You've been in there for a while. It would be bad if you came out and attracted the attention of those people. Why don't you be a little more aggrieved and be good? Lin Chen gently patted the pokeball to comfort him. Although Dark Ray felt a little unhappy since Lin Chen had already said so, he certainly couldn't refuse, so he had to agree. The people outside were speculating about some recent situation. They watched these people leave here and called their boss over, but the boss's face seemed a little bad. The faces of the people were obviously a little nervous. They secretly glanced in the direction of the boss, not knowing how to say it. It's over, so what should we do about the situation here? I don't know. Anyway, I think the things here are probably not a good thing for us. We can only keep quiet. The people around were obviously a little nervous. They looked at each other carefully and shook their head. Anyway, no matter what happened here, it might have a certain impact on them. Lin Chen had already guessed what these people said. No matter what they really meant, Lin Chen would never have any impact on them. The sound of dong dong dong, the sound rang out, and Lin Chen could guess that the person who came this time should be the boss they were talking about. Anyway, there would be no problem for him here, and he didn't know what problems these people would have. Lin Chen opened the door with confidence, and seeing the boss's hesitant look, he shrugged directly. I don't think there is any need for us to continue to cooperate. The people here don't believe me at all. You can send someone to count the Pokemon here. Anyway, I think the things here are meaningless, and I don't think the Pokemon here are what I need. Lin Chen's e-pression clearly revealed a bit of calmness, and he said word by word. Chapter 813, Supreme Space Overlord Ultra Beast Evolution. Please subscribe. The faces of the people around him clearly showed a bit of confusion. They felt that the situation here was a bit unpected, and they hadn't even figured out what to do. Lin Chen knew what these people were thinking. So what do you want? You can first count whether there are any Pokemon missing outside. If there are, you can search my place. But before that, if you want to search my place for no reason, I will never agree. I think you should understand this. Lin Chen's calm eyes fell on the crowd, and it seemed that he was still a little hostile. The man in front of him showed a little shock on his face. They had all noticed the situation here. When the boss heard what those people said, he also felt a little absurd. In his opinion, Lin Chen was not willing to do this at all. He had already told Lin Chen that as long as it was something Lin Chen wanted, no matter what it was, he could take it at will. So this naturally proved that many situations were a little different from what they imagined. He even suspected that the people around him were causing these situations. I hope you can check and see if there are any problems with those Pokemon first. If there are really problems with those Pokemon, I can talk to Lin Chen again. If you are slandering others, it's not that simple. The boss was almost annoyed to death by the people around him. He never thought that these people would have so many problems. Originally, this should have been a very simple matter, but they never thought that the situation would turn out like this. The people around him were obviously a little nervous. They thought about it carefully and could only agree directly. I understand. We think there should be no problem with the situation here. Yes, I also think the situation here should be okay. We can agree to it. The people around looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen and bowed solemnly to him. Lin Chen's e-pression clearly showed a bit of calmness. He looked at the people around him and said, "It doesn't matter. As long as I can prove my innocence afterwards, I don't care much about other situations. Anyway, many situations here are similar. You can think about it carefully." Lin Chen's calm eyes fell on the people around him and said softly. Everyone glanced in the direction of Lin Chen with a little rage. They gritted their teeth and felt that many things were completely different. But even so, many things might be completely different. Lin Chen didn't care about the situation here at all. The people around walked out in a nervous mood. They had actually guessed some recent things a long time ago. Anyway, no matter what they think in their hearts, it may cause a lot of situations. There should be no problem. We can continue. If it's true, then continue. Anyway, the situation here may not be what it will be. The few people stared at Lin Chen deeply and then ran out directly. They thought the situation here should not be what it is. Please give me flowers. The boss on the side looked nervously in the direction of Lin Chen. They all felt that many things were a little different. The people around him were obviously confused, and they looked at each other carefully. Actually, I don't know what the situation here is. Mr. Lin Chen, why don't we discuss it properly? Anyway, there are only you and me here. No matter what happens here, maybe there is no problem. The people around looked at each other and smiled a little. Lin Chen touched his chin with his hand. Of course he could understand what these people said, but what could he do? Lin Chen originally wanted to leave, but this boss actually stayed here all the time and wanted to figure out the situation here so he could spend some time talking to them. Although I can understand why you want to capture Palyaki, the situation here is obviously a little different. Palyaki is a potential card, but it's not appropriate to do anything. And do you think Palyaki can help us? Lin Chen's eyes fell on the people around him, and there was a bit of curiosity in his tone. The people around him were obviously surprised when they heard it. They didn't expect Lin Chen to be so bold. Just when they were thinking about other solutions, Lin Chen said again, "I just give you a chance to consider it. I think my position is still relatively firm. If you can't do it, it doesn't matter to me." People. Chapter 814, The Authority of the God of Creation, The Remains of Arceus. Please subscribe. Now, let alone other people, even the boss feels that the situation here is a little bit wrong. Why did Lin Chen say such a thing? Has he already made smooth contact contact with other people and their goals are a little different. The boss's eyes clearly revealed a bit of suspicion and he looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen. In some ways he didn't really believe in Lin Chen, but so many situations have already happened here. Some things have nothing to do with whether you believe it or not. The boss did feel that many of the situations in the middle were a little different from what he imagined. He had originally tried it and needed to use some situations to solve the problems here. Although I don't know why you suddenly have this idea, we can wait and see what others think about this matter. Anyway, the situation here is not particularly urgent, right? The boss forced a smile. He looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen and began to have doubts in his heart. He was sure that he had arranged many people to guard this place and it was impossible for others to appear here quietly. So what exactly happened in this place? Who is doing something else in secret? Lin Chen didn't care about the boss's thoughts at all. No matter what the boss meant, it would not have much impact on him. He leaned lazily on a chair beside him holding Kobalion, gently pulled his arm and looked in the distance. Anyway, they can chill here and see what kind of results those who went to search can get so that they can know something. The people outside were a little nervous at first, but they thought for a long time and finally felt that Lin Chen would definitely not have any good ideas. The people in the flowers were under the scorching sun and their hearts were furious. It's all those people's fault. The key is that Lin Chen can do whatever he wants anyway. He won't run away. That's great. We are working with our heads on the line. What if something really happens and it has nothing to do with Lin Chen, but we lied about the truth? The people around were almost pissed off. They glared at the distance and felt that the situation here was a little different. Of course some people could sense the situation here, but they didn't say anything directly. Those people just thought about the situation here calmly. Even if the problem was a little wrong, it didn't mean anything. Lin Chen probably knew what these people were thinking. He thought about some specific things carefully and said softly, I don't think there should be any big problems. We can wait. Many things are a little different. What if Lin Chen really took the Pokemon away? Wouldn't it be easier to promote our cooperation? Can you guys think straight? After hearing what the wise man said, the people around them became calmer. Their inner thoughts were actually similar. Since they were already here, maybe they could know the specific situation and it would be more convenient to solve the problems here. Lin Chen's eyes fell on the people around him. While he was talking, he looked up and looked in the distance. It seems that your people seem to be very confident and feel that they can solve the situation here. You can rest assured. I don't have any ideas about your people. Many people and many things are a little different. I just suddenly remembered something. I heard that you had sent people to investigate some special situations before. Lin Chen's expression clearly revealed a bit of calmness. He looked in the direction of the guy in front of him and said frankly. Sure enough, the boss's face changed as soon as he said this. They all felt that something was wrong here, but no one could figure out what the specific situation was. The people around thought about the situation here seriously. Their 1-5 faces kept changing and they felt that there seemed to be some exception. So what should we do now? There shouldn't be too much conflict between us and Lin Chen, right? The old class said that we have searched for most of the Pokemon and there is no big problem at all. The man standing behind the boss's eyes flickered slightly. When he got the news, he already knew that the situation here was not good, but they couldn't frame anyone at all. Since there is no problem, there is no problem. The boss nodded heavily. Chapter 815 Lost Pokemon. The Wheel of Time turns. Please collect. Please subscribe. The boss glanced in the direction of Lin Chen. So what exactly is going on? Just when the boss was about to tell Lin Chen the final result, there was a fierce sound of banging on the door outside. Several people hurriedly ran in this direction. They had realized that the situation here was a little different. If they continued to waste time, they might miss the best opportunity. Boss, open the door quickly. We have discovered the situation here. Yes, boss, we found that the situation in this place is indeed a little bit wrong. You open the door quickly. The faces of the people around them clearly showed a look of rage. They roared loudly and looked in the direction of Lin Chen. Lin Chen had actually guessed what was going on here. He just took a look and the boss hinted that he could open the door. Maybe these people really have some discoveries, but no one can judge the specific situation. Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly. He felt that there would be no big problems here. With a bang, the door was opened and Lin Chen also saw the figures of these people. Okay, we can discuss it now and see what happened here. What do you want to say? Lin Chen's eyes fell on the people around him and his tone was still a bit calm. When everyone heard it, they also felt that many places seemed a little different. They thought carefully about the situation here, but they didn't know how to say it. Everyone stared at Lin Chen and secretly looked in the direction of their boss. Of course he wanted to explain the situation here. We found some things that happened recently. Yes, we thought there was no problem with the situation here before, but now many things are different. We checked before and it seems that no Pokemon were lost, but after a careful look it seems that one was lost. Everyone looked in the direction of the boss with a bit of grievance in their tone as if Lin Chen was deliberately bullying them. The boss was a little surprised. He looked in the direction of Lin Chen and then looked at the people around him. He still believed in what his employees did. But what is going on here? Where does this problem it? What you said does make sense, but we still have to think about the specific situation. Many situations are indeed a little different from what we considered. The people around him pursed their lips tightly. They have been thinking about the things here for a long time. Anyway, many of these situations are a little different for them. Lin Chen has guessed what these people said. He just smiled and shook his head slowly. Since you have all said that you lost your Pokemon, can you tell me what Pokemon you lost? I also find it a bit strange. The number of Pokemon I brought here is limited and I know every one of them. What about you? Since you have all checked carefully, you must know that you lost your Pokemon. Lin Chen touched his chin with his hand and looked at the people around him calmly. Of course, everyone felt that the situation here was a little different. They glared at Lin Chen and quickly changed press Zion. What's the matter? Of course we think that there will be no problem here. If you have the ability, wait here for a while. Let's go and solve the situation here first. The people around them winked at their boss frantically. They hoped that the boss would stand on their side so that it would be easier to solve Lin Chen. The people around felt helpless, but since they 270 had already said so, then they could only do so. The people's heart clearly revealed a bit of helplessness. While thinking about the situation here, they looked in the distance. Anyway, as time goes by, many situations will not be too big of a problem. The boss clenched his fist and cleared his cough a few times, looked in the direction of Lin Chen and asked subconsciously, "It seems that there is really no big problem with what you said, so let's go out for a walk." Lin Chen, what do you think of the situation here? I'm not sure whether what they said is right or wrong, so why don't we go out and take a look first? The people around him clearly showed some helplessness in their heart. They looked in the direction of Lin Chen and were still speculating about what was going on here. Lin Chen naturally would not have other ideas. Anyway, this matter is beneficial to them. Anyway, it's impossible to see Palyaki. Go out. I also want to know what Pokemon did you lose? Chapter 816, The Power of the Supreme Demon God, the original returning beast. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen's heart clearly showed some helplessness and he has been speculating about some recent situation. In fact, they have been able to guess this matter and it is very likely that this several people slandered him, but since it has already happened, we have to take a look. As they walked out, Lin Chen could vaguely feel that more and more people were watching him. Can you control the people in your place first? I understand if they look at me, but it may not be appropriate if we keep doing this sneakily. Although I don't know what happened here, at least from the current situation we still have a certain chance. The situation on your side may not be wrong and the things happening on my side may not be the same. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and really looked in the direction of the boss. He felt that what he said was clear enough. If the boss still didn't understand, then their cooperation had to stop. Originally, Lin Chen didn't plan to cooperate with this boss. If the boss hadn't insisted on cooperating with him, the situation would not have turned out like this. The boss bit the bullet and looked in the direction of the employees in the distance, and the other party also said, "Okay, are you guys going to stop? If you have nothing to do, stay away from this place." The boss's face was obviously a little ugly. After he said this, he deliberately looked into the distance. In fact, they were able to figure out some of the things that happened here. Lin Chen's face showed some curiosity. He had long understood what these people meant. "Did you see it? We originally saw Bulbasaur here, but I don't know what happened. It suddenly disappeared." Yes, we saw a shadow drilled into Lin Chen's house before, but we didn't find the Pokemon. We all suspect that what happened here should have a lot to do with Lin Chen. Lin Chen knew that this was probably what they had considered before, but the things here would not be a problem for Lin Chen at all. These people looked in the direction of Lin Chen with rage and their expressions clearly showed some caution. "I think what you said does make sense, but do you know where Bulbasaur is? Did you see what happened here? If you didn't see anything, how can you prove what happened here? Is it because you didn't look for it properly that you didn't see the frog species? And you have great interest in me, so you speculate that Bulbasaur is here with me." Lin Chen's face clearly showed an innocent look and he looked deeply in the direction of the people around him. What happened under the commercial performance was not a problem for Lin Chen at all, and Nance Hong didn't think that he had done anything wrong. The people around him were almost mad at Lin Chen and they never thought that Lin Chen was such a person. "You are lying with clever words. You are basically cheating people. It's your problem." Yes, we have all found out that the situation here is your problem. Why don't you admit it? The faces of those people clearly showed the emotion of rage. They said to Lin Chen with wide eyes. Lin Chen didn't know how to reply. Who knows what these people think? If they say it's their problem, is it necessarily their problem? Lin Chen's half-smiled eyes fell on that kind of person. At least the current situation is not likely to be a big problem for Lin Chen. "I think this is just your wishful thinking. If this this matter is really related to me, then many situations will not be like this at all. It seems that you don't know the specific situation at all. Bulbasaur I saw before, it's not at this location at all. Suddenly hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone's faces clearly showed some confusion and guilt. At first they thought there were many Pokemon in this place. How could Lin Chen know the location of every Pokemon? Then you say, where is that Bulbasaur? We didn't see it. Everyone's faces clearly showed a look of rage. They pointed to the location of the crater before and questioned Lin Chen. Lin Chen was almost amused by their actions. He had no idea what these people were really thinking, but according to the current situation he could guess part of it. I had a big pond behind the garden before and there seemed to be a Bulbasaur nearby. You should know that some Pokemon always run around. Why blame others? Chapter 817 Mysterious Legendary Beast, the power to manipulate time and space. Please subscribe. Everyone looked at Lin Chen with obvious impatience on their faces. You guys won't change at all. With so many of us, is it necessary to deceive our boss? That Bulbasaur must have disappeared, so we said that. We mobilized so many people and searched for so long. Are we deliberately acting for you? The faces of the trainers in charge of the search were particularly ugly. Lin Chen certainly noticed this, but in his opinion the situation here really had nothing to do with him. Is it necessary to think so about such a simple thing? Are you sure it's the Bulbasaur seeds that disappeared? We have to take a good look. Look, what if Bulbasaur is found and you say that other things are lost? It's impossible for you to say that something is lost and I took it. Lin Chen's attitude was very frank. He stood aside calmly and looked in the direction of the boss. Anyway, this kind of thing would never exist for him. He was sure that this matter had nothing to do with him. Since these people must frame him, he could also clarify it. The boss didn't know which side he should stand on. If it were normal, he would definitely believe himself. There was no problem with this group of trainers. They had worked together for so long and these people were carefully selected by him. But now it seems that many things are not normal. The boss looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen as if he wanted to judge the situation here. He also realized that some things here were not normal. What you said does make sense, but I don't think what you said is true. If it is true, who can be sure of what possibilities will be? Net is the last thing your teacher said, Bulbasaur? If it is, just say it directly. Mr. Lin Chen is right. Although the boss stood on Lin Chen's side this time, they were also communicating secretly with their eyes. If they can really confirm that Lin Chen took Bulbasaur away and refused to admit it, they would have reason to. Yes, that's right, we are sure that Bulbasaur is missing. This Bulbasaur has been here all the time, but Lin Chen walked around here for a few times and suddenly disappeared. We must have some doubt, so we want to question Mr. Lin Chen. That's right, there is no problem. The cold eyes of the people around him fell on Lin Chen, and even with a bit of sarcasm they felt that Lin Chen would definitely not be able to turn over. Since they had already judged this matter, they would definitely not wrong themselves and others to do so. They just needed to get the final result. Other things were not considered by them at all. Lin Chen also chuckled. He just looked in the direction of the people around him calmly. Anyway, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with these situations. Okay, let's do it this way. I'll tell you where Bulbasaur is and I'll take you to find him. Then you should apologize to me for this matter. Lin Chen's expression looked particularly frank, as if Bulbasaur's whereabouts really had nothing to do with him. Seeing that Lin Chen's eyes were so firm, everyone's hearts were a little suspicious. What's going on? Is this really the case? Of course. Do we still need to discuss this kind of thing here? What should we do? Net. The people around them were obviously a bit complicated and they looked at each other carefully. Anyway, no matter what they thought in their heart, some things were just like that. Lin Chen also walked out with a calm mind. The people behind him all chose to follow. Lin Chen walked forward, silently leading them around the original place, but they didn't see Bulbasaur's whereabouts at all. He can't really find Bulbasaur's whereabouts. Maybe we found it wrong before. I don't know who can be sure in this situation. Don't forget, the boss is already very angry. If we really found it wrong, then this matter will only be more troublesome. Yes, instead of hoping that we found it wrong, it's better to hope that Lin Chen can't find the second frog seed at all and then do the real thing he did. The eyes of the people around were particularly sharp. They looked at each other carefully and then fell silent. Lin Chen led everyone to walk a few steps forward. The people behind him were already full of caution and they looked around. No, there is no Bulbasaur in this place. Lin Chen, you didn't bring us here on purpose, did you? You don't want to sneak away from this place? Chapter 818 The Devil Who Distorts the Time and Space of All Things and Shatters the World. Please subscribe. Lin Chen's face immediately showed a sneer. The things here are so obvious that they don't need to continue to grope blindly. I think you are just kidding. There is nothing wrong with the situation here. I can also tell you very clearly that you can pull out the grass in front to see if there is any. I have already brought you here. It's impossible for me to do it myself. Suddenly hearing what Lin Chen said, the people around him widened their eyes. eyes. They also showed disbelief on their faces as if they didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. Does what Lin Chen said make sense or not? Of course the boss also heard what Lin Chen said. His eyes fell on the people around him and he snorted at them. Do as Lin Chen said. See if you can find that thing. If you can find it, you know the consequences. The boss's calm eyes fell on the people around him and he said word by word. The people around him could only bite the bullet and they glared at Lin Chen fiercely when they passed by him. Even now they didn't think about the situation here at all, and this matter really had nothing to do with them. Look for it. Is he really a fortune teller? I don't believe he can find things so easily. The people around him frowned tightly, looking very dissatisfied. They walked in the direction of the bushes pointed by Lin Chen and started weeding. Lin Chen was not in a hurry and slowly sat on a big rock beside him with Cobalion in his arms. He also deliberately looked at the surrounding terrain. To be honest, he really wanted to find a suitable opportunity to leave here. It's a pity that many situations are not the same as they imagine. This place seems to be a bit quiet. Under normal circumstances, if there are really many Pokemon in this place, the environment will not be so quiet, Lin Chen said lightly. The boss knew that Lin Chen was talking to him. He forced a smile and said softly, then what? Although I think what you said does make sense, it may not bring us anything. What do you think we should do? Mr. Lin Chen, I am very curious. You seem very confident and think that things here can be controlled by you. The boss looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen. Lin Chen was indeed thinking about the situation here. He touched his chin with his hand and said frankly, yes, of course I am very confident. This matter was not done by me. Of course I will not admit it. As for your people, it is a little different. The boss just nodded coldly. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong. Anyway, they hadn't found Bulbasaur yet, so no matter who said the final situation, it didn't count. The truth had to be used. You don't have to be particularly an ES. Let's wait a while. Anyway, there are not many bushes here. The people who were working were already filled with resentment. They frowned tightly and looked in the direction of Lin Chen reluctantly. Please give flowers 0. They felt that if it weren't for Lin Chen, how could there be such a heavy workload? The things here were simply Lin Chen deliberately trying to tease them. But even if their thoughts have become like this, they have to do it. There is no way to make Lin Chen's position much higher than their own. If they really resist, there will be more and more problems. Everyone can only bite the bullet, and seeing that more than half of the grass here has been consumed, their mood has also become comfortable. That's great. I was a little worried before. What if the Bulbasaur that Lin Chen said is really here? Now it seems that Lin Chen is just a blind cat that has met a dead mouse and even wants us to trouble. He did it on purpose, wanting to bully us. The people around were almost furious. They looked at the other party's response to the situation here and they didn't think about how to say it specifically. Lin Chen maintained a calm attitude. Of course he had guessed what was happening here. Mr. Lin Chen, the result here will be known soon. You don't seem to be in a hurry. What if the final result is different from what you imagine? Why can you be so calm? Are you really not worried about the situation here? The man standing aside showed a little surprise on his face and his eyes flickered slightly. Lin Chen could of course understand what he meant. He thought about it carefully, smiled and shook his head. I just think your people will be unhappy soon. I'm absolutely right. Chapter 819, The Origin of Arceus, Plundering the Authority of the God of Creation. Please collect. Please subscribe. The boss narrowed his eyes slightly and felt that the situation here was even more surprising. Lin Chen is really a very strange person. If it were anyone else, he would never say such a thing. What exactly is he thinking? And what kind of purpose does he have? Does he really know everything about the situation here? The boss's eyes were dim and he just looked in the direction of Lin Chen, groaned and looked into the distance. Anyway, in his opinion, many things are a little different. Lin Chen doesn't care about this at all. It shouldn't be a big deal. For the time being, SI83 will be like this. Aren't you tired of standing here? Anyway, there are quite a lot of big rock here. You can sit here and take a rest. I think your people are quite resourceful in their work. Looking at the people who were about to get tools to mow the grass, Lin Chen showed a faint smile on his face. These people didn't get the tools earlier but waited until they were almost done. It seems that they really want to make a fool of themselves. Anyway, Lin Chen doesn't care about the things here. It's almost done, Mr. Lin Chen. I can still give you another chance. I really don't understand what's so good about Bulbasaur. Why do you like that kind of thing? If you like our place, there are still many Pokemon. I have already said that you can choose whatever you want. No matter what kind of Pokemon you like, as long as you can pick it, I will definitely give it to you. Why do such a thing? The boss frowned tightly and stared at Lin Chen's direction, looking very surprised. Lin Chen laughed twice and didn't think about how he should say it. This guy is really completely different from what he imagined, but unfortunately he doesn't need it. Boss, you can wait until all your employees have finished and then you will know who is telling the truth. As for what is so special about Bulbasaur, every Pokemon has its own role. I think you also know. Lin Chen's reply was watertight. He didn't didn't want to reveal anything about himself, not to mention that in his opinion there was nothing wrong with the situation here. The man standing aside was obviously cautious. The people who were working were getting more and more excited. They felt that they would definitely find out the final situation. Lin Chen hadn't spoken until now. He must have confessed. Anyway, they would be the ones who won in the end. The faces of the people were obviously happy. They turned over the last grass. The whole grass field had been finished by them. Look, we have finished everything here, but what is the final result? We didn't find the whereabouts of Bulbasaur at all. You must be bullying us. You think we can't handle the situation here, right? That's right. We have been waiting here for so long, but we didn't get anything. You are just teasing our boss. What do you think we should do? The people around looked in the direction of the boss and they were still a little nervous. Wait for me to get closer and take a look. With so many of you, you definitely can't do anything to slander Lin Chen. I also want to know what kind of response Mr. Lin Chen will give us. Anyway, just stay calm. The boss glanced in the direction of Lin Chen and walked towards this direction with big stride. He really felt that the situation here was a little bit wrong. After looking around, there was no trace of Bulbasaur except for the place where the soil was left. Was Lin Chen playing tricks on them? The boss felt anger rising in his heart. He knew that there might be some problems between him and Lin Chen, but he brought Lin Chen here because he believed in Lin Chen. If Lin Chen's purpose for him was just to tease them like this or even bully them, Lin Chen, I don't want to waste any more time. Think about whether you should give me a result. Lin Chen slowly brushed off the non-instant dust on his body and walked towards them. Does this kind of thing still need to be considered? Of course, it's because they have already brought Bulbasaur out only 07, but these people were too excited and didn't notice it at all. You can take a good look and you will know. Do you still need to ask me about this situation? I really don't know what you are thinking. You can look at the ground. Don't you notice something moving over there? You guys are looking farther and higher, but it's a pity that you can't even see something so obvious on the ground. Lin Chen's words were simply ironic and blatantly ironic. He passed these people and picked up the Bulbasaur on the ground. Chapter 820, The Battle of the Strongest Divine Beast, The Revival of the Three Pillars of God. Please subscribe. The prescience of these people suddenly froze. They really had never thought that the situation would turn out like this. Indeed, Bulbasaur seemed to be on the ground before. They watched Lin Chen pass the people around him and pick up the Bulbasaur on the ground without even the slightest hesitation. They had been thinking about it for a long time, but they didn't know how to do it. Isn't this situation a bit too surprising? Lin Chen had already guessed the situation here. Hearing what everyone said, he just glanced in the direction of those people. So why do you have such an prescience? Anything else you want to say? Anyway, I still have a lot of time, so I can listen to you talk about it. Lin Chen directly handed the Bulbasaur to the boss. A smile had already appeared on his face and he looked particularly calm. The people around him only felt 14 stiff all over. If they had known that the situation would turn out like this, they would not have stayed here. These people could only bite the bullet and look in the direction of Lin Chen. Especially those employees blushed slightly, and even the boss felt a little embarrassed. The boss looked carefully and found that this Bulbasaur was indeed the one in their place, and there was a number on it. There was no mistake at all, which meant that Lin Chen really did not move. These people were lying and even wanted to slander Lin Chen. Then their guilt was great and this matter could never be solved so easily. The boss turned back with a cold face and looked in the direction of the crowd. Although he did not speak directly, everyone felt that he had seemed very unhappy and even ready to do something to them at any time. The people around were almost scared to tears by the cooperation between Lin Chen and the boss. They trembled nervously and didn't know how to say it. No, we have all realized our mistake and we really know that the situation here is indeed wrong. Yes, I hope you can let us go. We didn't expect the situation to become like this. We didn't see Bulbasaur before. Aren't we also thinking about our own place? If we had seen this Bulbasaur before, there would be no need to deceive others. Hearing what these people said, the boss was almost shaking with anger. Look, now can you prove that what I said before was not wrong at all and the things here have nothing to do with me? Lin Chen's attitude was very frank and he looked at the people around him calmly. These people only felt that their minds were particularly complicated and what Lin Chen said was indeed correct. Especially the previous employees. At this moment they wished they could bury themselves in the soil and pretend to be mushrooms, just hoping that the boss would stop looking at them with that kind of eyes. What are you still doing here? You are a bunch of shameless people. If you stay here, will this matter be resolved? The boss's cold eyes fell on everyone and he was obviously angry. None of the people around dared to say anything more. They looked in the direction of Lin Chen and ran away quickly. After a while, only Lin Chen and the boss were left in this place. In short, facing the current events, Lin Chen didn't care much at all. He had already guessed some things and knew that these people must be looking for an opportunity to deal with him. Since this matter has been proven to have nothing to do with me, what are you going to do? Can I take Cobalion back first? I thought the situation here was fine, but you guys had to make such a big deal about it. There are many Pokemon here, but the specific situation is your own situation. I think you should solve it properly. Lin Chen's calm eyes fell on the man in front of him. The boss's face turned pale and blue, and he really didn't know how to say it. He looked carefully in the direction of Lin Chen and had to agree. Yes, you are right. I am really sorry. I never thought that the situation would turn out like this. I am really sorry for what happened before. Why don't you go back and have a good rest first? If you need anything, you can tell us directly and we will do our best to help. The boss now only hopes to get rid of the great god Lin Chen as soon as possible, otherwise the situation here is too worrying. Lin Chen just looked deeply in the direction of the boss and did not intend to do anything about it. He nodded lightly, turned around and walked out not far away. Looking at the direction where Lin Chen left, the people behind him felt very complicated. Lin Chen has left, so there is nothing else, right? Chapter 821, Hunting the First Level God Champion Level Combat Power. Please collect. Please subscribe. Everyone turned their heads to the other side with guilt. Of course they didn't know how to talk about the things here. Essentially it should be fine. Can we leave here for the time being? If we don't stay here, will the boss scold us? Let's go first. I also think that the situation here should be fine for the time being. The group of employees around left in a hurry, leaving only a few people who were still looking for trouble to ridicule Lin Chen and wanted Lin Chen to be responsible. Everyone's heart was obviously speechless. They had been guessing for a long time. I also think that the situation here is a little bit wrong. Who said it's not? Then what should we do about the situation here? This situation may not be good. The remaining few people lowered their voices and secretly discussed the situation here. Before they could finish their words, they had already touched the boss's death site. Everyone became nervous all of a sudden. They certainly knew that the situation here was indeed wrong, otherwise it would not have become like this. They raised their heads awkwardly and looked in the direction of the boss. Even if the boss didn't say anything, they knew that the situation here was their own problem, but who was willing to admit it? Boss, we are also very sorry. We didn't expect the situation here to become like this now. Yes, we have realized that the situation here is indeed wrong and we hope you don't mind. The people around could only bite the bullet and say it. The boss didn't give these people a chance to speak at all. He had a cold face and waved his hand to hit them. Do you know how much impact what I'm doing now has on me? Because of you, the situation here has become what it is now. The eyes of the crowd changed slightly and they never expected the situation to turn out like this. At this time Lin Chen had successfully returned to his room with Cobalion. Originally the situation here was nothing to Lin Chen, and even if something happened it was not entirely their own problem. Lin Chen knew these very well. I know the purpose of the people and I also know what they want to do, so I didn't get involved too much. Anyway, everyone's ideas are a little different. Lin Chen stayed lazily aside. With the recent events he obviously got some news. Cobalion, you stay at the door first. If there is any disturbance you must pass the news to me as soon as possible. I hope to solve the things here as soon as possible. Also Darkrai, you can come out. Anyway, those people should not come here to cause trouble in a short time. What did you want to tell me before? Lin Chen's face clearly showed a bit of curiosity. He released Darkrai and stared at Darkrai seriously. Darkrai was also a little nervous. With some recent events, many things were a little different from what they imagined. They all understood what happened recently, but they were not very clear about what would happen besides that. It's all right. Anyway, I think there's nothing wrong with this. Why do you want to help me? I came to help you because you helped me before, but you don't need to help me at all. This surprised me. Darkrai looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen. His face seemed to have revealed a bit of complicity and curiosity. Many situations were different for him. Lin Chen didn't think about how he should reply at all. Since it was something he wanted to do, there shouldn't be any big situation. Maybe it's because everyone has different ideas. You haven't had any impact on me and I think you're cute. We've met before and you won't have any impact on me. Isn't it normal for me to help you? Lin Chen even showed a bright smile on his face. He smiled and waved to Darkrai, looking very calm. Perhaps it was because of what Lin Chen said that Darkrai's face was obviously a little embarrassed. So what should they do? Net? Although I don't know why you suddenly become so simple, you'd better stay away from Pocky. Not all Pokemon are as easy to contact as me, and Pocky may do something else to you. Anyway, many things are a little different. You just need to keep a distance from some Pokemon, otherwise intestine. Darkrai only said half of his words and heard Cobalion's attitude not far away seemed a little uneasy, as if someone was approaching this direction. Cobalion's voice was very loud, attracting the attention of Lin Chen and others. Chapter 822, Pokemon of the Fallen God, Time Dragon God Form. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen also felt that the situation here seemed a little different, but he had no way to fully judge what happened. He didn't want to put Darkrai directly into the Pokeball. After all, he was not his Pokemon. It was a bit inappropriate to always be like this. There seems to be room under the bed. You can block it first. It's dark over there anyway. I'll go see who the person is and solve the problem here as soon as possible. You don't have to bear such a heavy burden. Lin Chen's presence clearly revealed a bit of coldness. He subconsciously gestured to Darkrai and finally walked out frankly. The person who came over was the boss he met before. The boss's heart was already full of entanglement. He certainly knew that his subordinate did something wrong, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. But things here have already happened, plus his previous attitude towards Lin Chen. It is estimated that Lin Chen is more likely to be unhappy. Of course they hope that the situation here can be solved more smoothly. I'm sorry for what happened in 687 before. I didn't expect the situation here to become like this now, and I hope you don't mind. The boss bowed to Lin Chen solemnly. With the development of the previous incident, the impact it brought to them was of course very large. Lin Chen probably understood what the boss meant. His eyes flickered slightly and there seemed to be a bit of surprise in his eyes. But it may not be what happens, right? It doesn't matter. Since I've already passed this matter, I certainly won't argue with you. Do you have anything else to say? If so, you can say it directly. Anyway, I don't think there will be any big problems here. Lin Chen's calm eyes fell on everyone. After all, he found that it was not just the boss who came here. There were some inexplicable people behind him who had been paying attention to this place. This means that these people may want to do something behind the scenes, so they made the situation here like this. The boss not far away had a slightly flickering look in his eyes. They all knew that some of the situations here were a little bit wrong, but what could they do? It's like this, Mr. Lin Chen. We also know that some of the recent situations are indeed a little bit wrong. What we did before was really wrong. I don't know if you want Bulbos, or if you want it we can give it to you. If you don't want it, we have other artifact. After all, as long as you need it, we can give it to you. Hearing what this person said, Lin Chen's face showed a helpless smile. This guy is indeed different from what he imagined. There are many things that Lin Chen had never thought of before. Alright, actually I don't plan to take any Pokemon from you. I don't think they are suitable for me. You know, the stronger the Pokemon the better, but in some ways of course you have to choose one that suits you. I think Pocky is more suitable for me. Lin Chen smiled as if he was joking. Suddenly the boss standing beside him looked embarrassed when he heard what Lin Chen said, but he knew he was in the wrong and couldn't say anything to Lin Chen. The two stood at the door with a stiff attitude. Lin Chen didn't plan to invite the boss in, and the boss didn't know what to say. On the other side, the other employees had already walked to the lounge, but the attitude here was a little different. I said some people are still embarrassed to stay here. If it weren't for you, would we be so embarrassed? Yes, we dug so much grass, but in the end we still did something wrong. What if the boss fired us or something happened? The faces of several workers showed obvious dissatisfaction. They looked up in the direction of the man not far away with a bit of contempt in their eyes. The man standing on the other side also showed a bit of surprise in his heart. His eyes flickered lightly. He didn't expect these people to get angry at this time. This is a bit too much. He didn't expect why the situation here would become like this, but they got angry at this time on purpose. So what do you want to do? When I proposed this theory before, didn't you ask back? You also agreed and cooperated with us to kill Lin Chen. Now that there is a problem, you want to take the blame on us. The two people standing at the door suddenly changed their presence and questioned with a dissatisfied look. Chapter 823, The Fallen First Level God, the Power to Destroy the World. Please subscribe. The two employees knew that they were the first to come up with some bad ideas, so it ended up like this. They knew they were in the wrong and hadn't figured out what to do, so they were a little nervous all the way. The whole room seemed unusually quiet. The employees looked at each other and ignored the two people. Anyway, there was no benefit in continuing to talk to them, so it would be better to find a chance to see if they could apologize to Lin Chen. As long as Lin Chen himself could let this matter go, their boss would definitely not say anything more, and this matter would be easily posed. Just a warning to some people to think carefully any time they do something. Who said it wasn't? Look at the situation you have made into what it is now. Do you still think it has nothing to do with you? Several employees kept making sarcastic remarks, and you could even pass by their shoulders when you left. The two people who first wanted to harm Lin Chen were hit on the shoulders and had no way to avoid it. After a while, there were only two of them left in the entire employee lounge. Both of them were obviously helpless. They never thought that the situation would turn out like this. What should they do now? Actually, I also think that things here are indeed a bit wrong. If this situation continues, maybe more things will happen to us. We have offended Lin Chen, and maybe the boss has also been offended. If we go to complain and apologize at this time, who do you think will forgive us? The staff lounge fell into silence again, as if no one would forgive. At the door of Lin Chen's room, the boss had been standing here for a long time, and he looked at Lin Chen's interview. He had said so much, but Lin Chen had no intention intention of letting him in. What was going on? The boss's heart clearly revealed a bit of helplessness and his eyes were always looking up and down at Lin Chen. Anyway, the situation here was not a problem for Lin Chen at all. No matter what the boss wanted to do, it was their own business. You don't have to look at me with this look. You can do whatever you want. If you still suspect that there are other Pokemon in my room, you can search for them. Anyway, your people are about to do such a thing and there is even another frame up. I think you can do whatever you want. Lin Chen's expression seemed to be somewhat calm. He stepped back a few steps and opened the door. If the boss really wanted to go into Lin Chen's room to take a look but suddenly heard Lin Chen's words coupled with what happened just now, he didn't dare to go in. The boss's face was a little distorted. After all, he wanted to go in. The place to go is right in front of you, but there is no way to get in. This is really tangled. Lin Chen touched his chin with his hand. Many of the situations that have occurred recently are within his scope. He doesn't need to make things difficult for him at all. It doesn't matter. Just do whatever you want. I think there is really no problem with the situation here. Lin Chen's calm eyes fell on this person. The boss's foot, which was originally ready to sell and suddenly stopped in midair. He couldn't continue to drop this foot. Please give flowers 0. He knew very well that if this foot fell, the problem might be even bigger. He might as well stand there with a calm attitude. I'm sorry. I was wrong about what happened before. I didn't expect the situation here to turn out like this. I came here this time to bring those employees to apologize for you. They were too careless. They could still make things like this. I have already taught them a lesson. Don't worry. I will definitely believe you about what happens. Net. The boss looked at Lin Chen deeply. He seemed to be a little nervous and looked serious. Lin Chen really didn't take the situation here seriously. Many things didn't matter anyway. He just looked at the boss with a smile and there seemed to be some other guesses in his mind. It doesn't matter. Anyway, your ideas are different from mine. You are free to do whatever you want. I'm just a little curious. Why are your people suddenly so hostile to me? Is it related to some measures you have implemented? Lin Chen's question made the boss stunned. Lin Chen's feeling was too sharp. In just a moment the boss's face changed dramatically. His eyes were wandering around and he hadn't thought about how to respond. Of course this might be the case, but they had no evidence at all. The boss didn't want Lin Chen to know. Chapter 824 Smash the Dark World, the Authority of the Supreme Beast. Please collect. Please subscribe. Chapter 825 The Power of the Dragon Slayer, the Spirit of the King of Fairy. Please collect. Please subscribe. Darkrai could clearly hear what Lin Chen and the people around him said, but he always felt that what was happening here was a little different, but he had no way to do anything. Sometimes Darkrai felt that he envied Cobalion. At least Cobalion could walk around outside casually, and he could follow Lin Chen. Wait, this idea of his seemed a little wrong. Cobalion was originally Lin Chen's Pokemon, but he was not. It's really strange. If you don't know, you might think Lin Chen gave me some kind of love potion. The situation here was a little different. Why did it become like this? Darkrai 14's heart clearly revealed a bit of curiosity. His eyes turned slightly and he was still thinking about the situation here. Anyway, no matter what other people think, Lin Chen always feels that the situation here is not necessary at all. Many things are basically the same for him. There may be some individual problems, but these can be solved. Lin Chen looked at the people around him with a smile and he really wanted to figure out what was going on here. You haven't said it yet. The situation here is like this. I see that the people who changed the most before don't seem to be here. Did something happen? You guys are not in conflict, right? I think this is unnecessary. After all, it's all a coincidence here. Why do you do this? Lin Chen's calm eyes fell on everyone and said softly. After hearing what Lin Chen said, the people around him felt a shudder in their heart. They never thought that Lin Chen could still think so much about them. If it were someone else, they would probably hope that something would happen to them. The expressions of the people kept changing and they hadn't even figured out what they should do. I think the difficulty is indeed a little different from ours, so what kind of situation should we make? Net. I don't know if he doesn't play by the rules. If he does, he will definitely ask us about the Net thing. The people around them were obviously confused. They thought about it carefully, but many situations definitely had a lot of impact on them. I know you may want to apologize to me for the previous things, so you are so hesitant. There is no need for this at all, and I can't think it's your problem. Lin Chen laughed twice and patted the shoulders of these people. He really felt that there was no problem with the situation here. If he really cared about these people because of this matter, the situation might not be like this at that time. Lin Chen knew the most complete idea very well and knew what these people were thinking, and there was no need to do so. Don't worry, just do your own thing. After all, you are the boss's subordinate. You must obey the boss's orders. The boss won't say anything more. The boss's calm eyes fell on the distance. He seemed to hear someone discussing this. His eyes flickered slightly for a moment. He also felt that the situation here was a little different, but he was not in this situation. On the other side, Azumarill and Su Mao were were still waiting by the stream. They always felt that the situation here was a little bit wrong. After all, it was already dark. It seemed that a long time had passed and there might be no figure at all. They didn't know where Lin Chen had gone. Even Su Mao himself felt that the situation here was a little bit wrong. He had been around this place for several times, but he didn't know how to find what happened here. Under normal circumstances it would definitely not be like this, but what happened? Could it be that someone was vaguely dealing with some other problem? Several people had noticed Su Mao's location. They originally wanted to sneak over to this place, but 690 also felt that something was wrong here, so he didn't come over. Why are there people wandering around here? I don't know. Maybe they are looking for something here. If they are not looking for anything, it would not be like this. But it is not easy for us to go there. The people around them were obviously a little nervous. They were actually thinking about what was happening here. Azumarill realized that something was wrong here and looked far away. You also think that the situation here is a little abnormal. I wonder what the purpose of those people coming here is. Maybe they want to find Lin Chen here like us. Su Mao was obviously a little nervous. He looked up and looked in the distance. His expression seemed to be a little serious. This matter is not so easy to judge. Chapter 826, The Attack of Sick Pokemons, The Dark and Fallen Beast. Please collect. Please subscribe. Su Mao could only wait here with Azumarill in his arms. He actually had some guesses about what was happening here, but they had no way to judge the specific situation. As time passed, Su Mao had to guess whether something happened to Lin Chen or whether he might not be able to come on time. If this is the case, it is normal. After all, those people are not difficult to deal with. They can understand that some problems occurred in the middle. So according to the situation here, how should they deal with it? Should they send some other people to help them? Su Mao stretched out his hand and touched Azumarill's head several times. His expression seemed to be a little cautious. He didn't know what to do at all. As for Azumarill, he was a little impatient. He kept looking around. Under normal circumstances he shouldn't waste so much time. Even if they all knew that the situation here might not be what they imagined, but Lin Chen had not appeared for a long time, they had no way to judge the situation here. Su Mao held Azumarill in his arms and asked helplessly, "Or we can walk around and see if we can find Lin Chen in this direction or find out some information about him. Those people who came out of nowhere, do you know what they do? I seem to have investigated before, but there are not so many strange people in our village, and they suddenly appeared here in such a short time, which always makes people feel a little bit wrong." Azumarill did not give any response at all. They all felt that the situation here was a bit unexpected, even a bit abnormal, but no one knew what was going on. Lin Chen was still in the valley. He had realized that the situation here was a bit wrong, but everyone had different ideas. Lin Chen found that the environment of this place seemed to have a subtle change compared to before. He felt that it should not have much to do with Darkray's arrival, but as for why the situation here became like this, no one would give him a suitable answer. Unknowingly, many things were approaching this direction one after another, and they were all speculating on what happened here. In Lin Chen's view, many of the situations here are basically what they expected. Even if there are some special problems, they are not unsolvable. Hey, have you noticed that this place seems a little bit wrong? Lin Chen seems to come out very little recently. If he doesn't come out, we can reduce some troubles here. It's not bad if there are troubles. The people around him obviously showed some tension in their heart. They simply exchanged glances and slowly approached the position where Lin Chen was. Some people already felt that the situation here was a little bit wrong. I think it's not good for so many of you. Lin Chen didn't make things difficult before, and we didn't look for us. If you come closer at this time, aren't you adding insult to injury? No matter what this gentleman is doing, we shouldn't disturb his safety. At least this is a good thing for everyone. The faces of the people around him clearly showed some dissatisfied. They looked at each other cautiously. Anyway, the situation here was a little different for them. The people around were actually considering the situation here. If they could solve the problems here as soon as possible, they would definitely not have to waste so much time. It was because some problems occurred in the middle. The previous few people had already disagreed with them, which led to many situations among them that they had no way to consider at all. We don't think we have any problems, and most of the time they are wrong. I think so too. If the people on the opposite side are wrong, do we have to buy for them? There is no such reason at all. I think no matter what they think, we should call Mr. Lin Chen out and think about it carefully. Some people seemed to have discussed it in advance. They stood at the door of Lin Chen and didn't want to leave at all. They even wanted Lin Chen to hear their voices. Lin Chen felt a little helpless. He felt that he could leave smoothly if he stayed in this place for a while. He didn't expect these people to be so crazy about this matter. He didn't know what these people wanted to do. According to the previous situations, these things should be easy to solve. Are these people a little too much? Lin Chen's expression seemed to be a little deep. His eyes flickered slightly, warning Cobalion and Darkrai not to go out casually. Chapter 827, The Remains of the the Supreme Beast, the secret realm of the God of Creation. Please collect. Please subscribe. Although Lin Chen felt that the situation here was a little different since the things here had already happened, it was not impossible for them to take a good look at each other. This room is very quiet, and after the last incident no one else should come. You stay here. Well, no matter what happens outside, no matter who it is, don't open the door. I'm worried that if you open the door something else will happen. Otherwise hide under the bed. Cobalion can be more casual. If a stranger comes in you can attack them directly. Lin Chen gave some simple instructions and nodded in the direction of Cobalion and Darkrai. In short, Lin Chen felt that the situation here was not as simple as they imagined, and maybe these people outside might have some other ideas. Anyway, no matter what they wanted to do, Lin Chen wanted to see what tricks they had come up with. Lin Chen pushed the door openly and walked out to the outside. He saw those people who were hesitant at 690 point. The things that happened recently may have been gesso when he saw their eyes flickering. Lin Chen's expression did not change. Okay, I think everyone can discuss what happened and what you want to do. I thought the situation here has been resolved. Didn't you come to apologize for the last incident? So what is the purpose this time? Just when the people at the door felt a little impatient and tried to force their way in, Lin Chen's door was suddenly opened. Lin Chen walked out step by step towards the crowd with a calm pace, and looking at his expression, he didn't seem to care about what happened here at all. When the people around saw Lin Chen, their expressions suddenly became a little stiff, and some of them even stepped back subconsciously. They felt that Lin Chen's aura was a little different from that of others. We have actually always been with the boss, and we are also his loyal subordinates, but recently we have received some special news. In general, we don't want to obey the boss anymore, and we hope to solve some problems ourselves. That's right. The eyes of the people around flickered slightly, and there was a bit of certainty in their expressions. They looked in the direction of Lin Chen. Many things that happened recently were a little different for them, and they didn't care about these things. As long as they could solve all these things, they could save a lot of effort. Lin Chen's eyes swept over these people, and what they said was probably understandable. You don't have to rush to talk about what happened and what I need to do. Since you want to cooperate with me, you should be honest. Can you do something for me secretly while hoping to cooperate with me like before? Lin Chen suddenly laughed out loud, and his sharp eyes fell on the people around him. Hearing what these people said, he didn't believe them. Rather than believing that they would not cause any problems, it is better to think that they are likely to dig a hole for themselves, and it would be more normal to cause more things. The eyes of the people around him clearly revealed a bit of tension. Of course they could understand what Lin Chen meant, but that's why they felt something was wrong. When did Lin Chen become so easy to talk to, and did he really not care about what happened before? If it were them, they would definitely care, and they would also worry about whether there would be some other situations in the middle. Just when everyone felt that the situation here was very strange, Lin Chen might not necessarily obey when they were about to leave, and there was a high possibility that they would secretly sabotage. Lin Chen suddenly looked up and looked into the distance. I do think there is nothing wrong with the situation here, but if you keep wasting time here, some things are indeed a little different. How much time do you plan to waste on things here? Lin Chen's frank eyes fell on the crowd, and he gently knocked on the door behind. The people around him were also thinking seriously. They decided to cooperate with Lin Chen because they found that Lin Chen was different from their boss, and they had no intention of cooperating with their boss for such a long time. Some of them were no longer trusted by the boss. If this was the case, they had to leave here as soon as possible. We also want Palyaki to help me, and we also have some simple information. If we cooperate, we are willing to share our information with you, Palyaki. Then we will rely on our own abilities. Chapter 828. The Demon King who suppressed the first level god, the source of darkness that devoured everything. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen certainly heard what these people said, and his eyes flashed with the same brilliance. He didn't expect that these people would betray their boss so quickly. This seems a bit wrong, right? Obviously the relationship between them was quite good before. Why did this happen? The whole place seemed particularly quiet. After these people finished speaking, they didn't leave directly. They just sat here quietly. They thought that it would be better to trust Lin Chen than to trust others. Maybe Lin Chen could help them, but if it were someone else, this matter would be a no-brainer. Maybe those people would tell on them, but they thought Lin Chen was not that kind of person and could still help them. Lin Chen probably guessed what the people around him said. He looked at them with a smile, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. He probably knew what they wanted to say, and the situation here was not a big problem for him. I understand, but do you think it's really appropriate to discuss this kind of thing here? If there are some people arranged by your boss in this place secretly, it might not be safe. Lin Chen's expression seemed to be a bit frank, and he said it word by word. After realizing what Lin Chen said, the eyes of the people around him also changed slightly. They felt that Lin Chen's consideration was indeed very normal. Is Lin Chen really willing to cooperate with them? otherwise how could he consider so many things for them? If not, what's the point of Lin Chen saying this? Will Lin Chen do something to them in secret? The people around have been speculating on various possibilities that have happened recently and they have no idea what they should do. Just when everyone felt a little confused and was still thinking about the situation here, what should they do? Lin Chen said, "Okay, I think you don't need to worry about the situation here. It doesn't matter at all. You can go to a more suitable place and we will discuss the situation here. At least it's not appropriate now." Lin Chen simply said a few words to the people around him and he waved his hand and returned to the room. Only the people near the door were left looking confused. They hadn't figured out some of the situations here. So did he agree to cooperate with us or not? I don't know. If he agreed, he might say it directly. If he didn't agree, he wouldn't say such a thing. Could it be that he hasn't had time to think about it yet? The hearts of the people around him clearly revealed a bit of complexity. They were always speculating about the situation here, but many things were really different from what they imagined. Lin Chen had actually guessed some of the situations that happened here a long time ago. Anyway, other people's ideas are somewhat different from his own. He had just entered the room when Cobalion and Darkrai rushed towards him. What exactly do they want to do? I also heard these people talking. They are quite courageous. They want to abandon their masters so quickly. Please give flowers 0. Darkrai and Cobalion's faces showed some confusion. They didn't expect that these humans' thoughts would be so complicated. After hearing what they said, Lin Chen's face also showed a trace of helplessness. He also felt that some of the situations that happened recently were a little different from what they imagined. He thought about it carefully and then explained, "You should be able to figure it out. Many things are a little different. They can actually figure it out when they make such a situation. 0. Let's stay here for a while. Maybe they will come again. It will be easier for us to solve the problems here. No matter what they want to do, it should be a good thing for us. We can take a good look at the situation here. Don't worry." Lin Chen's eyes fell on Cobalion and Darkrai and his tone was still a little cold. He was a little worried about the situation at Azumarill. I don't know if Azumarill and Su Mao have come together after such a long time. If they are together, it may be faster to solve some problems. Su Mao can go with Azumarill to see if there are any special problems underwater. Otherwise, when they all go to find Palyaki, the impact may be greater. And vaguely, Lin Chen also felt that the situation here might not be as simple as they imagined. There seemed to be a lot of people coming here. Lin Chen directly opened the window and looked outside. At this time, the moon was gradually becoming rounder and rounder. I really hope that things here can be solved as soon as possible. Chapter 829, Hunting the Ancient God. A figure walking out of time. Please collect. Please subscribe. The boss was alone in his office. He had been thinking about how to say no to Lin Chen to let him cooperate with him. But as time has passed, the boss's heart has become more and more complicated. He feels that there is no problem with the situation here. He sat in the boss's chair, stretched out his hand and gently knocked on the table, making a crisp sound. Unconsciously, there were still some people walking around and the boss couldn't figure out what Lin Chen wanted. Some of the things they chose were a little different, but as time went by, there was no need for them to hide anything. If these situations could be resolved as soon as possible, they would definitely be better. What should we do? The sound of dong 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 rang out and the boss suddenly looked in the direction of the door and said, "Who is coming in?" The man outside the door was still a little nervous and he quietly looked in the direction of the boss. We found that a group of people looked a little strange. They went to find Lin Chen, but their presence and state seemed to be concealed. We have no way to judge what those people did, but we always feel that the situation here may be a little unpacted from our imagination. Should we investigate further? The eyes of the people around him clearly revealed a bit of curiosity. The boss's face changed as soon as he heard it. It shouldn't be. What do these people want to do together? The situation here has been dealt with almost. If they do something to reverse the right and wrong in secret, Lin Chen knows whether he will be angry. The people around did not dare to speak at all. They just stood quietly aside, waiting for the boss to give them a reply. Anyway, they all knew that things here were a little wrong and many situations were indeed different from what they imagined. I probably know it. You can go back first. When everyone had walked out, the boss's heart was even more complicated. He couldn't figure out what these people wanted to do. If there was no situation, the situation here would not be like this now. What are these people thinking? The boss stretched out his hand and knocked on the table gently. Anyway, some of the situations here would definitely be very different from what they imagined. If there is no way to solve the things here as soon as possible, maybe they will do something in secret. After Lin Chen sent those people away, he deliberately walked in the direction of the outside. He didn't take the things these people were worried about seriously. Lin Chen always felt that the situation here looked similar and they could solve many situations accordingly. Because he would be noticed by many people when walking outside, Darkrai was not convenient to appear. Lin Chen could only walk around alone with Cobalion. He felt that many defenses here seemed seemed to be a little law compared with before. But Lin Chen did not see some teleportation arrays in this place. If there were teleportation arrays, they would be able to leave here more easily. Those who were talking to Lin Chen quietly walked in this direction again. When they saw Lin Chen, their eyes had changed slightly. They knew that this matter could not continue like this and they needed to find a suitable time. Several people who were talking with Pokemon looked in the direction of Lin Chen and they were also guessing what to do about the situation here. Anyway, whether it was before or now, many situations are a little different. The man has come. What should we do now? Should we try to take him to another place and have a good talk with him? The people around him were obviously a little complicated. Their eyes flickered lightly and they subconsciously wanted to get closer to Lin Chen. Lin Chen also noticed the actions of these people. He patted Cobalion and glanced in the direction of the people on the opposite side. They were able to do it so blatantly. It seemed that their minds were not very clear. After all, there were still many people watching in secret at this time. If this matter is posed, the impact on them will definitely be greater and there may be many bad things. Thinking of here, Lin Chen's heart showed some helplessness. He felt that the situation here was not necessary at all. If so many situations really happened, there might be a lot of trouble for them. What do you want to do? I don't think there should be any problem here. You don't want to slander me? Chapter 830 The Fear of Nightmare God, The Secret of World Fusion. Please subscribe. The faces of the people on the opposite side were a little confused when they heard it. So what was going on? Originally Lin Chen was not in this state at all. Why did he suddenly become like this now? Did something go wrong in the middle? They looked in the direction of Lin Chen. They were still thinking about the situation here and how to say it, but the net moment Lin Chen had already glanced in the direction not far away. Even though this action was very obscure, the people around seemed to have figured out a way. I'm afraid the situation here is indeed different. Does this mean that there are other people secretly monitoring us? So Lin Chen said that. I think so too. If it is a normal situation, Lin Chen will definitely not say such a thing. So there must be something else wrong with this. The hearts of the 14 people around him were obviously cautious. They looked at each other and felt that the situation here should not be a big deal. Lin Chen was not worried about some related situations. He already knew what others were thinking. He ignored the people around him and walked directly towards the inside. Looking at him, he seemed to not want to discuss anything because of these people. Lin Chen had completely left here and the people around him felt even more speechless. Okay, I'll go somewhere else first. I also think that the situation here may be a little bit wrong. Maybe there are many other people around here, so the situation here has become like this. Let's find a suitable opportunity to contact Lin Chen net time and try not to make things here too troublesome. The people around him clearly showed some caution in their heart. They looked at each other, made gestures and finally ran away quickly. Lin Chen was really not worried about the situation here. He already knew why things here became like this. It was because of these situations that he felt that many things seemed to be a little different from what they imagined. Anyway, everyone's ideas may be different and there may be some problems between them which is not particularly worthy of attention. Lin Chen just walked a few steps forward and found that there seemed to be some people looking at him vaguely. What do these people want to do? Are they discussing some other situations? Maybe they have some other things. At this time Lin Chen has returned to his room. Anyway, he is not too worried. What those people outside said is that the situation here is similar to what they imagined. Lin Chen just sat here alone and released Darkrai in the Pokeball. He felt that he and Darkrai could really have a good talk. In some ways the situation here is basically the same. Do you have any new ideas? Or do you have anything you want to do? I can listen carefully. When do you plan to leave here? You have stayed here for a long time. If you continue to stay, there may be some other problems. I just think it's a bit inappropriate. Lin Chen's expression seems to be full of calmness. While he was talking, he looked up and looked in the distance. Anyway, no matter what happened recently, it would not have much impact on Lin Chen, but others may not think so. Perhaps because of what Lin Chen said, Darkrai thought seriously for a while. He and Palyaki were not familiar with each other, but some things that happened recently were indeed a little different from them. Palyaki and I met before and we talked about some things, but some of the situations in the middle were indeed a little different from what we imagined. He seems to be very interested in you. I don't know the situation here. Maybe there are some other reasons. If you have anything to tell me, I can take you back. Darkrai looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen and said softly with a bit of caution in his tone. Lin Chen sat quietly on a stool beside him, thinking about the situation here. He also felt that everything here was a little different. I know that the recent events may have some impact on us. I want to know your true thoughts and how you leave. If we stay here for a longer time, it may attract the attention of other people. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Lin Chen poured himself a glass of water with a calm tone and took a deep look in the direction of the Darkrai in front of him. It is obvious that these people inside are no longer reliable. Chapter Chapter 831 The Battle of the World-Destroying Beast, the Demon King who suppresses everything. Please subscribe. Lin Chen knew that these people's behavior was a bit strange, but why did it become like this? Lin Chen had no way to make it clear. No matter what these people want to do, no matter what kind of people they have reached an agreement with, the situation here must have had a great impact on them. Darkrai thought seriously for a while. He and Palyaki did have some purpose before and they had reached a certain agreement, but should he tell Lin Chen now? Nothing actually happened between Palyaki and me, but there are many different situations in the middle. Many things may change. Darkrai lowered his voice a little. He looked in the direction of the outside and always felt that these people here must have ulterior motives if they want to do something else. If you want to leave, you can let them fall into a dream anyway. Most of them are not very good dream. We can take advantage of this time and then let them dream here first and we leave. This was Darkrai's initial idea. He felt that his idea would definitely not have any problems and would not bring any special effect. As long as Lin Chen could agree, many things should be solved. Lin Chen thought about the situation here seriously. Maybe what he said did make some sense, but Lin Chen might not have such an idea. He was a little worried that if some other situations occurred, would it cause them some new problem. Okay, I think what you said does make sense, but I don't particularly agree with it, and I suspect that some other situations may arise in the middle. Lin Chen was about to continue talking, but there was a sudden knock on the door outside. The sound seemed a little hurried and there should be quite a few people. Darkrai's eyes flashed with impatience. I really don't know who the people who came here at this time are. Are these people a bit endless? Don't they think the situation here is very strange? Okay, I'll go and see who the people who came here are. I also think the situation here seems a bit wrong. You hide first, maybe it's those who wanted to cooperate with us before. Lin Chen's expression seemed to be a little cold. He made a gesture to Darkrai and then walked out in a chic way. Long before this incident happened, Lin Chen had guessed that they might be divided into different situations, otherwise it would not have dragged on for so long. Anyway, no matter what their real thoughts are, Lin Chen will never allow something special to happen. After all, if it is really like that, it will have a great impact on them. Lin Chen just opened the door and saw some people wearing strange clothes. They should have never seen them before. These people have something like masks on their faces. Obviously they don't want to reveal their identities at all. So why do these people appear here at this time? Are there any hidden things between them? And do they have any special ideas? Lin Chen's thoughts must be a little different. He just calmly watched the people around him. He also thought that there might be some differences between the situations. Lin Chen calmly paid attention to these people with a bit of complicity in his heart. He was also thinking seriously about the situation here. You can tell me the real purpose of coming here. Why are you here? Your boss is here. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, the people around him each changed glances and nodded politely to Lin Chen. Yes, our boss asked us to come here. He said that there might be some problems in this place and someone might even have bad intentions. We don't know exactly what's going on here, but we hope Mr. Lin Chen can cooperate with us carefully. We promise that there won't be any more troublesome things. If you can cooperate with us, it will definitely be easier to solve the situation here. The eyes of the people around him fell on Lin Chen. While they were talking to Lin Chen, they made a gesture of invitation without making any sound, obviously hoping to take Lin Chen away directly. Darkrai's face in the dark suddenly sang. If he had known that these people would act so quickly, he might as well have prepared in advance. But what should he do now? Cobalion also realized that the situation here seemed a little different from what they had considered before, but they looked at everyone and he roared threateningly. Chapter 832 How to Obtain the Priesthood Artificial First Level God. Please subscribe. Lin Chen's face looked much calmer. He just looked in the direction of these people calmly and hugged Cobalion into his arms. I'm really sorry, Cobalion doesn't like so many people. I understand what you said, but I still put some things here. Can I clean them up first? Do you want to come and visit? Of course it's not impossible, but I'm a little uncomfortable. Otherwise you can report to your boss first. Lin Chen's attitude seemed very determined. He just looked at the people around him calmly and said word by word. The people around him, when these people heard this, they knew that some people had suffered losses because of this matter before. If they did it rashly, it would definitely cause some bad situations. Doing so may not necessarily bring them some benefit, but it will definitely bring them some trouble. If they do that, it will definitely be bad. The faces of the people around them became more and more gloomy. They thought for a long time and then 693 nodded seriously. Of course the situation here is indeed not well thought out by us. Then we will leave first, and I hope you don't mind what happened here. The people around looked at Lin Chen helplessly and they looked at Lin Chen carefully and deeply. After everyone left here quickly, Lin Chen didn't think there would be any problems with the situation here. In his opinion, the situation here is basically the same. No matter why these people appeared at this time, they must have bad intentions. Lin Chen made sure that these people had almost left, so he put Kobalion outside directly as if he was monitoring. He closed the door with his backhand and said something in the direction of Darkrai under the bed. Okay, the situation is basically the same now. These people can come here at this time, which means that this place is definitely not safe. What are you thinking? We need to leave as soon as possible in the shortest time, otherwise there may be more problems. Lin Chen rubbed his eyebrows with his hands and felt that the recent situation was really speechless. He didn't know what happened in this place, and these people could change so much in a short time. Originally there were not so many people in this place, but they could be divided into different parts and even different organizations and factions. Even the boss seemed to be secretly supporting many people. No matter which aspect, they could make them feel that the things here were not simple, and maybe they had been involved in the void of this matter. Lin Chen had felt that the village where Su Mao was located was a little different before, but the recent events made them feel that the situation here was really a little unacceptable. Darkrai sneaked out from under the bed, and he also felt that the actions of these people were a little unusual. What do you want to say? You can think about it carefully. Do you want to go with me now? These people are obviously not normal. If you can obey and go with me, the situation here may be solved. Darkrai's eyes lit up at once. He looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen with a bit of curiosity in his tone. If it were anyone else, he would never go to Geekwan, but Lin Chen was completely different from others. Lin Chen had been able to help him before, and he could also help Lin Chen. Lin Chen's Zion seemed to be a bit helpless and hesitant. He thought about it and felt that the situation here should not be messed up at all. I think the boss should be able to use me, so as long as I am still useful, he will not kill me directly. Of course, if it takes too long, this boss is likely to do something extraordinary. Lin Chen is still very clear about his position. He knows what most of the recent situations mean and what kind of results they are likely to cause. Su Mao and Azumarill had been waiting outside for a long time. It was almost dawn, but they didn't wait for Lin Chen at all. They were almost tired, but Su Mao didn't know what to do. As time passed slowly, Su Mao dozed off. He leaned against a tree and almost fell asleep. At this moment there was a dense sound of footsteps not far away. It seemed that there were more people than before. Who were they? What was their real purpose here? Su Mao suddenly woke up and looked in the distance. He always felt that something was not quite right. Chapter 833, Sweeping the Dust World, The Fear of Ultra Beast. Please subscribe. Azumarill also became alert. He also thought that the people and things that appeared here must be a little abnormal. It could be people from his village, but it is more likely to be other people or enemies. Su Mao's Zion suddenly became sharp. He stared at everything around him cautiously. He would definitely not let those strange things ruin things between them. No matter who it is. Be quiet, let's climb up the tree to see who these people are. If they don't have a big impact on us, of course it's good. If they may have an impact on us, we also need to deal with it as soon as possible. Su Mao's eyes clearly revealed a bit of depth. He has been speculating on the situation here. He has long known that things here will be a little different, but no matter what others think, what Lin Chen's ideas are a little different from theirs. Su Mao pinched Azumarill's little ear and guessed that if Lin Chen was here, they would definitely be able to solve the problems here smoothly. It seems that no matter what happened, Lin Chen could figure out the way in the first place and quickly find a solution. The footsteps in the distance were getting closer and closer. Su Mao vaguely saw the clothes of those people, which looked a bit like the people in the village, but he didn't dare to recognize them rashly. Until the footsteps of those people were getting closer and closer, Su Mao realized that these people looked a bit like, but they were not necessarily people from the village. At least most of them were strangers. Could they be from other places? If so, what was their real purpose of coming here? In the valley where Lin Chen was. It had been so long, and Lin Chen and Darkrai did not completely reach an agreement. He put Darkrai in the pokeball and put it in his arms. He walked out in the direction of the outside. He felt that there should not be any big problems here. The people outside also felt that the situation here was a little bit wrong, but they did not do anything rashly. They just chose a distance that was not too far or too close and quietly watched what was happening inside. They had long known that many things happening in this place were a little different from what they imagined, but no one could tell clearly how to solve them. What should we do now? I also think that things here seem a little bit abnormal. Should we go in and take a look, or help keep an eye on it? Although we all think that this person may not necessarily do anything, it may have some impact on us. I don't know what the boss is thinking. Several people showed obvious dissatisfaction on their faces, and it seemed that they had some complaints about what was happening here. Anyway, Lin Chen didn't care about what these people thought, no matter what they wanted to say. Lin Chen had already guessed the situation of these people, and he pushed the door open and walked out. Perhaps because of the faster speed, he just said hello to those people. Those people were a little worried at first. They were about to break in to see what Lin Chen was doing in secret, but they didn't expect to see Lin Chen coming out. Their movement suddenly froze and they looked cautiously in the direction of Lin Chen as if they didn't know what to do. Net. Oh, why are you here at this time? I think the situation here is basically almost the same. Do you want to do anything, or do you want to go in and check it yourself? Anyway, I think the situation doesn't matter. If you want to go in, of course you can. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and simply greeted the people around him and even pushed the door open. The hearts of the people around him clearly revealed a bit of depth, and they always felt that something was a little different. Sorry, we just need to check if there is anything left inside. If there is, it may not be appropriate. You just need to wait outside for a while. We will be able to check it out soon. Don't worry, we are completely professional in doing this kind of thing. The people around gestured in the direction of Jean Linchen and soon sent some people in. Anyway, Linchen didn't care whether these people were professional or not. For Linchen, this matter would not cause any big problem. Linchen just stayed aside calmly. No matter what they wanted to do, Linchen definitely didn't care. Kobalion also ran towards Linchen unconsciously. Chapter 834 The Supreme Creation Authority Guzzlord of the Roaring World. Please collect. Please subscribe. In fact, there are still some people hiding in the dark. They all feel that the situation here is a little different, but with the development of many things recently, they don't know what they should do. They originally just wanted to secretly see what the situation here would be like and what choice Linchen would make, but the current situation has obviously brought some impact to them. I don't think it's normal. These people are not right. Or you think the situation here is not right? We are also aware of the situation here, but we can't do anything at all. What should we do? He can suppress the things here smoothly. If he can't suppress it, the impact may be greater, and many things are not friendly. Have you seen Lin Chen? Why are Lin Chen and those people together? Have they reached an agreement or even betrayed us? I think you may think too much. If Lin Chen really wants to betray us, he doesn't need to remind us. Wouldn't it be better to let the boss find out directly? Maybe Lin Chen is helping us. In the hearts of those hiding in the bushes, it is obvious that revealing a bit of compulity and depression they have been thinking for a long time. Anyway, they feel that the situation here is very wrong. Lin Chen seemed to have felt that there were many people around him who were paying attention to him. He looked up in the direction of those people in the distance. He had already guessed some related thing. However, in Lin Chen's view, their ideas were originally a little different. He just glanced at the people opposite and then thought about some other situation. He made a hidden gesture to those people obscurely so that the situation here might be e-posed, or it might be that the boss had other thoughts or someone else reminded him secretly. Many situations are a little different for them and they don't need to worry about so many things at all, which can clearly guess some of the recent situations. And as for what other people think, for Lin Chen there will be no so much trouble. Those who have entered the house also have some complicated thought. They thought about it carefully and always felt that the situation here is a little wrong. They looked for a lot of things but found that no matter how they looked, there was nothing worth investigating, as if Lin Chen had already cleaned up the place. With this idea, they felt that something was wrong. They changed the cabinet's bed and even many things that could be turned over. There was nothing hidden. Then if there were some problems, the things were likely to be on Lin Chen. The people around looked at each other and always felt that the situation here was a little bit wrong. How could Lin Chen be so cooperative with them? They always felt that it was not good. So what do you think is going on here? I also think that the situation here is a little bit abnormal. Who said it's not? Then we should go out and talk to him briefly. Although he may not say it, we still have to ask, otherwise we will not be able to report when we go back. The hearts of the people around were obviously a little helpless. They simply looked at each other and then walked out in a neat pace. They soon saw Lin Chen and even greeted him on purpose. We are a little curious about some things in this place. Although it seems that there is no problem with the layout, some people suspect that you might be. Lin Chen just heard the word and knew what they wanted to say. Are these people still thieves? A smile suddenly appeared on Lin Chen's face. His calm eyes fell on these people and then he asked with confidence, I think your words sound a little unrecommended. You clearly know that the situation here is a little different, so what do you want to ask? Do you think I secretly hid some 07 things or took away your Pokemon? But don't you have a certain number of Pokemon? If it was really me who took your Pokemon away, it wouldn't be like this, right? Anyway, the Pokemon in your place are all counted, so you can take a good look at what Pokemon is lost and then question me. Isn't it better? It's impossible that you want to treat my favors as your own. The people around heard what Lin Chen said, but their faces flashed a little embarrassed. What Lin Chen said made a lot of sense. Chapter 835 The Original Taboo Pokemon The Traces of Rayquaza. Please collect. Please subscribe. They carefully thought about the situation here and they didn't know how they should deal with it at all. Lin Chen replied. Originally they felt something was wrong when they asked this question. At first they also felt it was not normal, but the boss had already ordered it and they had no other choice. Now they had to doubt whether there was something wrong wrong with what the boss said before and whether the boss was deliberately tricking them. If there was no problem with what the boss said, the situation would not have become what it is now. Everyone simply exchanged glances. They were all thinking carefully about the situation here, but the situation here was too troublesome for them. Everyone was already deadlocked here in silence. Kobalion just lay quietly beside Lin Chen's legs, not saying anything at all but just staring at these people with his eyes. If it really came to the battle, Kobalion would definitely be able to beat these people, but Lin Chen felt that there was no need for this. Lin Chen also had a secret killer, which was Dark Ray. If he released Dark Ray, it would definitely be the best to let these people dream. Lin Chen actually wanted to leave, so he couldn't leave alone. He would let all the Pokemon in this place go, which might be more suitable for them. The eyes of the people around him flickered slightly. They felt that they might have wasted too much time in this place. Since they didn't find anything, they might as well go to the NET step. They were doing this in this place stalemate. There is no use at all. Maybe it will bring them some trouble and there will be no way to E-plane when they go back. In this way, the people around him reluctantly smiled, nodded to Lin Chen apologetically, and then said uneasily, "I'm sorry, the situation here is indeed that we didn't investigate it well before. Maybe we really made a mistake. We are not very clear about what Pokemon is missing, just asking symbolically if there is really nothing. Of course, you can rest assured." The faces of the people around him clearly showed a helpless expression. They carefully looked in the direction of Lin Chen and said very politely, but no matter what the people around him said, what exactly did they mean? Lin Chen could understand that these people were doing it on purpose. Whether there was anything or not, they just wanted to make some special problems. Lin Chen didn't care about the real thoughts of these people at all, but since the situation here has already happened, he would never give these people another chance to take the test. "Let's not talk about it. I think since you have brought up this topic, you must have found some clues. Since you have found some clues, why not take a good look? You can't just pretend you don't know anything. Tell me what you found inside. Did I leave something inside, or is there a problem? Or did you see some Pokemon in this place?" Lin Chen's voice seemed a bit cold and he just looked in the direction of the people around him. When the people around heard it, they felt as if they had been tricked by someone. What should they say to be more appropriate? The boss still thought that the situation here should be easy to solve. They have already gone to Fengming and Lin Chen will definitely cooperate, but he never expected that the situation here would be complicated, and many situations in the middle were a little different from what they imagined. The people around him were obviously a little nervous. They were always speculating about what was going on here, but many situations seemed to be completely different from what they imagined. Even though time was passing by, the boss still felt a little uneasy. She was afraid that if there was any problem in the middle, Lin Chen would not be able to help and cause a temporary situation. The boss had already stood up from his position, and the other employees subconsciously looked in the direction of the boss and felt that the situation was a little bad. "Boss, is there anything wrong? Is there anything we can help with?" "Yes, boss, if there is anything we can help with, you can just tell us. We will do our best." The people around him were obviously cautious. They looked carefully in the direction of the boss and said quickly. Hearing what these people said, the boss just shook his head. He was just a little worried that something special might happen to Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen is a very special person, whether it is the Pokemon in his hand or him. Go and see why Lin Chen didn't come. Chapter 836, Controlling the Power of the Law. The sick Pokemon is in action. Please collect. Please subscribe. The people around seemed to have guessed what the boss said long ago, and they just nodded heavily. They soon walked out in the direction of the outside. Since they all have some of those Lin Chen and others, in fact many of these people also think that Lin Chen is a little different. Some people don't know why Lin Chen has become what he is now, and some people think that there seems to be something wrong. Why these people seem to be very restrained about Lin Chen. More than restrained, these people think that Lin Chen may be very different. Haven't you heard of the previous legend? Don't you know why the boss brought Lin Chen back? Of course it's because this guy is a little different from the person we knew before. One of the men's face clearly showed some serious affection and his voice had just fallen. His people felt that the situation here seemed a little inconsistent. When the people around them successfully arrived at Lin Chen's place, they found that the situation here was indeed very different from what they imagined. Originally they thought that the reason why the team sent out had not come back to Lin Chen for such a long time was probably because Lin Chen had not packed up his things, or it was also possible that these people had some stalemate with Lin Chen, which led to the situation on their side being unable to continue. When they had arrived at this place, they found that the situation here was indeed very different from what they imagined. Lin Chen seemed to have no problem at all. He just stood quietly aside and even looked at the opposite side in a friendly manner. As for the other people, they were indeed a little guilty. They were all thinking carefully about the situation here and had not figured out what they were going to do. Lin Chen's cold eyes fell on the people coming from the opposite side and a sneer appeared on his face. He had already known that the situation here was a little different. So what did these people want to do, and did they have any special purpose? The people around noticed Lin Chen's gaze and felt that the situation here was a little wrong. They thought about it carefully and then took a step directly and walked towards Lin Chen. We also think that the situation here is a little bit wrong. The boss is waiting for you. It's been so long. We think that the situation here seems to be a little bit wrong, so we came here. Excuse me, has something happened here? Or have you encountered some problems here? Is there anything we can help you with? The people around looked in the direction of Lin Chen and they felt that there didn't seem to be any big problems here. Lin Chen certainly didn't think there was a problem, but these people didn't necessarily think so. I don't agree with some of the things they did, and they also think that I might have taken your Pokemon. I think you guys may be a little strange and there is no new EQs at all. Pokemon is not very important to me and I don't like the Pokemon in your place. So you still don't understand what happened here? The expressions of the people around suddenly became a little stiff. They thought that the Pokemon in their place were of course quite good, but how come they became a more disgusting instance in Lin Chen's mouth? Everyone's face was a little ugly. They thought about it seriously and always felt that Lin Chen was bullying people, but they had no evidence at all. The hearts of the people around them were obviously a bit complicated. They had been thinking for a long time and always felt that the situation here was very different from what they imagined. Then what should we do now? I also feel that things here seem a bit bad. If things here continue to develop, it will definitely be wrong. We will go back and report to the boss about Mr. Lin Chen's things here. Why don't you go with us first? These people glared at the people standing around Lin Chen fiercely and even made a polite invitation gesture to Lin Chen. Lin Chen certainly thought there was no problem. He nodded lightly and followed these people with Cobalion in his arms. It seems that the things that happened before can be let go. In the hearts of those who were originally standing there, they always felt that they were set up by Lin Chen, but they had no way to explain the situation here. In their opinion, the situation here has nothing to do with them at all and they are just following the boss's orders. So why does it seem that they did something wrong in the end? I feel a little wrong. The situation here is not a big problem for me and we are not very clear about this side. Chapter 837, The Demon God of the Roaring World, the Godly Power of Suppressing the Law. Please subscribe. Lin Chen had already filmed the situation here, so no matter what these people think, he would not care. He followed the people around him silently and walked out quickly. In his opinion, there would not be any big problems here. The people around followed in front. There is no big problem. It seems that Lin Chen is not an unreasonable person. Yes, that's true. I think Lin Chen seems to be quite reasonable and the other situations are not clear at all. The hearts of the people around him clearly revealed a bit of complexity. They carefully recalled the things here and always felt that there seemed to be something special in their hearts. So Lin Chen has been constantly walking towards the outside and the hearts of these people are constantly changing. The situation here is a little different from what they imagined, but no matter what they really think, it will not have much impact on them. It seems that there are some things that can be used for breeding here. Do you like it? The environment here is pretty good. If you like it, you can tell the boss and he will make some changes according to your mood. In fact, some are more suitable for Pokemon, but it depends on what kind of personality it is. We will make some adjustments internally. The man on the side seemed to suddenly remember something. He looked in the direction of Lin Chen with a smile on his face. While he was talking, he was paying attention to Lin Chen calmly. The only thing that had to be admitted was that the situation here was indeed a little different for them, and Lin Chen was completely different from what they imagined. Lin Chen probably knew what these people were thinking. Anyway, he felt that the things here would not cause him any big problem. Lin Chen knew why these things happened and why things here suddenly became like this. I understand. I will seriously consider what you said. I just hope that everyone will not pay too much attention to me. I will not be able to adapt to it. I am just an ordinary person. It's just that the Pokemon in my hand may be a little different from yours. Isn't this something everyone knows? Lin Chen looked at the people opposite him very modestly. He seemed to have a bit of innocence on his face. When the people around heard this, they always felt that something was wrong. Did Lin Chen really think so? Although the people around felt that something was wrong, they didn't know how to get involved. They just felt that Lin Chen was more like a very mysterious guy. Everyone's face was a little disappointed. They just nodded quickly, hoped to quickly take Lin Chen to where he should go. If there are any unpacked things in the middle, they have no way to consider it and there may be more problems. It should be almost the same. We all think that there is no big difference in the things here. I don't know what you like. Yes, we also think it seems a bit unpacked. I don't know what you think. Lin Chen did not give a complete reply but just looked deeply in the direction of the previous surroundings. She thought that the people around her should be saying good things. Nothing. When the boss heard the reply from the people below that Lin Chen was already moving in this direction, he was relieved. As long as Lin Chen made maybe the other situations are not important and they will solve the things here as soon as possible. The boss was almost laughing. He still hoped that the things here could be solved as soon as possible. As long as there are not too many problems, it will definitely be a good thing for them. The boss had been a little worried about some of the recent situations before, but if things were so troublesome it would definitely be a bit inappropriate for them. It doesn't matter to me as long as you solve all your problems as soon as possible and try not to cause too many problems. See what Lin Chen thinks and what special request he has. If he has any, let him raise them. I will try my best to satisfy him. Anyway, you just need to know some of the recent situations and these recent things. Do you understand? The boss even had a smile on his face. While he was talking to everyone, he looked out happily. Anyway, for the boss it seemed that as long as Lin Chen came here, many things could be solved. Although the other people didn't quite understand why the situation became like this, they didn't say anything rashly. Chapter 838 The Dragon Slaying War begins. Hunting the strongest divine beast. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen was not worried about the situation here, and these people didn't understand him. What they didn't know was that once they made up their minds they would never regret it. Since they were ready to leave, it was impossible for them to be indecisive in this place. When he appeared in front of the boss, the eyes of the employees around him flickered lightly. They hadn't even thought about what they should say. Boss, Lin Chen is here. This place has nothing to do with us. Should we leave first? Yes, the situation here won't be a big problem for us. Otherwise, let's leave here first. The people around were still a little nervous. They quietly looked in the direction of Lin Chen and the boss and said quickly. The boss pondered for a moment and knew that these people staying here might only get in the way and make it impossible for him to implement his work. Of course, you should be busy with what you should be busy with. Lin Chen, you are indeed a little late. I have something to discuss with you. Maybe you know it. What do you think of the situation we discussed before? If you think there is something inappropriate in the middle, we can completely change the item. The expression on the boss's face softened a lot. He knew that Lin Chen was the most important to him. Originally he wanted to find some other partners, but those partners were all making ecus and even always had a lot of other things to say. In comparison, it was better to cooperate with Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression was still somewhat calm. His deep eyes fell on the boss. He actually knew what had happened recently. I came here to say goodbye to you. The situation here is basically the same and you don't need me to stabilize anything here. If you want me to help you catch Pakia, the possibility is indeed a bit low. I can't agree. Lin Chen's attitude was very firm, which was completely different from his previous state. The boss was stunned at the time. He never thought that Lin Chen would say such a thing. This was obviously different from the person he knew before. What do you mean? You didn't refuse me before, so why do you say that now? You have to know what is happening now. Besides me helping you, who else do you think is willing to cooperate with you? Even if you want to find someone else to cooperate with, there are people who want to be with you. Don't you think these recent things are strange? The boss's face turned pale and he looked at Lin Chen deeply. He was already thinking in his heart what would happen if he forced Lin Chen to stay and let him work hard for him. Anyway, there is nothing he can't get. If Lin Chen really thinks this way, he must consider other ways. Lin Chen can feel the boss's thoughts and know what he wants to do. The various situations that have happened recently have made him deeply aware that this boss is not a serious businessman at all, and it may cause a lot of trouble. If they cooperate with this boss, the impact on them will be greater at that time and it may be a disaster. I can't cooperate with you no matter from which aspect. If you must coerce me and ask me to cooperate with you, I can consider it, but I have no way to judge what the final situation will be. I think you don't want to force someone to stay. That will not be good for you at all. The boss's face was very ugly. He looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen. This guy really dared to say that. He has been doing this business for so long and no one dared to resist him, and Lin Chen was the first. At this time, Su Mao had been waiting in this place for a long time. He held Azumarill and always felt that the situation here was a little different. 00. It has been so long, why hasn't Lin Chen come yet? Was he caught over there or did something else go wrong in the middle? Can you find the whereabouts of your master? I am also a little worried. Su Mao's face showed an expression. He gently called Azumarill with a bit of hesitation on his face. There were sparse footsteps outside and Su Mao's expression suddenly became cautious. There would be footsteps at this time in this place. I don't know if those people are searching for things here or if there is any special situation. No matter what the situation of the base is, Su Mao feels that things here are a little abnormal. The originally quiet Azumarill suddenly became excited and he quickly ran out. Fortunately, Su Mao's reaction was faster. He grabbed Azumarill's ear before he could run out. Hey, wait a minute, do you know how dangerous it is outside? Many people outside are trying to catch us. Chapter 839 The Beast That Twists the Law. The authority of the Supreme Creator God. Please collect. Please subscribe. Azumarill kept swaying back and forth and his e-pression seemed a little uneasy. In fact, judging from the current situation, Su Mao already had a series of speculations in his mind. He suspected that Lin Chen had been caught and the situation in the middle was definitely not simple. Let alone their village, how could so many people appear inexplicably and say that it had nothing to do with them? Su Mao suspected that the people in their village might have contacted people outside or even had bad ideas, otherwise it would never become like this. Azumarill made a low call. He was obviously a little uneasy. After all, Lin Chen had not been here and the situation here was a little bit wrong. Wait a minute, I think there should be something outside. I'll take you out to see. Don't run around. If you run around you might be caught by those people and then we will be in trouble. Your master won't be able to see you when he comes back. We can only spend more time, understand? Su Mao's eyes looked firm. He poked Azumarill gently with his hand and his tone was serious. Sure enough, Azumarill became visibly quiet just after he finished speaking. Su Mao looked up in the distance. In the dark woods he could still vaguely see some people, but these people didn't seem to be from their village. So what was the purpose of these people coming here? It's impossible for them to appear here for no reason. They must have their own things to do. What kind of impact will it have on them? Su Mao's heart had already become a little uneasy. He walked around uneasily, always feeling that the situation here was not normal. In the valley, at this time the sky in the valley had changed and the boss's heart sank like the sky. He never thought that Lin Chen would say such words to him so blatantly. Is it because you are unhappy with what the previous staff did so you made such a request? If that's the case, I can fire all those staff members. You can keep any staff member you want. It may be difficult for you to capture Palkia alone. If we work together to capture Palkia, it will be a simple matter. We are already here. Do you still plan to do it yourself at this time? Do you really know what is going on here? The boss frowned tightly and looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen. He felt that Lin Chen should not be the kind of person who acts on impulse. Lin Chen's face suddenly showed a helpless expression. He probably knew what the boss was thinking. Each of us has different ideas. You can't use your own requirements to ask others. You want to catch Palkia and I also want to catch Palkia. There are many people who catch Palkia, but does everyone have to cooperate? You can't just find someone and need to cooperate with him. I believe you should have observed me for a long time so you have such an idea. Lin Chen looked extremely calm. He had no intention of listening to what this person said, not to mention that his staff looked a little strange. Each of them had their own thoughts and no one could judge what the final situation would be. If there was any problem they would each do their own thing. The team in front of them would bite was disrupted in an instant. What benefits can be brought to them at that time? Nothing is possible and it will bring them endless troubles. Lin Chen had already guessed the situation here and knew what these people were thinking. He would never cause trouble for himself. I think you are indeed a little different. Why don't you go back to your room and think about it carefully? You can't move around from this place during this period. Since you are not our helper, we will force you to do something. You have been here for so long, you have to do it whether you are willing or not. The boss's eyes suddenly became sharp. He looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen and made a gesture of invitation. Originally, in his opinion, Lin Chen would definitely turn around when he realized that his attitude had changed and he no longer forced to cooperate with him. But he never expected that Lin Chen would turn around and leave without saying anything more to him. The boss's face clearly showed some confusion and surprise. So what was going on with this guy? Did he already know about the situation here? Lin Chen did know about the recent situation. No matter what these people really thought, he would never believe an outsider. Chapter 840, The Remains of the Ancient Champion Class, the Dragon God that Devoured the World. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please collect. Please subscribe. Cobalion has been following Lin Chen. They all felt that the situation here was a little different from what they imagined, but no one could figure out why this situation happened. They were still a little complicated in their hearts, especially Cobalion. He quietly tugged at Lin Chen's sleeves and could feel that there were still some people behind him staring at them all the time. What exactly did these people want to do? The auras of these people were somewhat different. Some of them wanted to join forces with them before and some of them were people who had harmed them before. Another part might be the people that the boss had resent to monitor them. He didn't expect that such a small valley could accommodate so many people. Lin Chen's face also showed some surprise. He also felt that the situation here was a little different from what he imagined, but what was their purpose in catching him? He thought that there shouldn't be many Pokemon coming out, but these people really look poor. The look of relentless pursuit. There were still many people guarding the door of Lin Chen. When they saw Lin Chen, they immediately showed indifference on their faces. No, I thought you would get a certain result. I thought you would cooperate well with our boss. Look at how you look now, just like a prisoner. Don't you think the situation here is a little different from what you imagined? The people around looked at Lin Chen with a smile and a deep look. They had guessed that the situation here was a little different. After hearing what these people said, Lin Chen's Pres Zion did not change at all. Lin Chen felt that what he wanted to do was simply my own business is completely different from these people. They may do this for money or for various things. So do you want to taunt me now? If I want to cooperate with your boss, you will be the unlucky one. I advise you not to do something impolite to me, otherwise I will never let you go. When to do what you should know better than me, don't you? Lin Chen sneered twice. His sharp eyes fell on the people around him and asked back. When the people around heard this, they immediately showed nervous expressions on their faces. They trembled all over and they didn't know what to do. I didn't dare to speak anymore. The few people who wanted to speak rudely to Lin Chen also became sober instantly. They quietly pulled their companions' clothes and shook their heads slowly. They all knew that Lin Chen was not someone who could be easily provoked. If they really angered Lin Chen, they would be the unlucky ones in the end. The situations that had appeared before were a complete detailed explanation. Anyone who wanted to find Lin Chen would have problems in the end. Looking at the people around him who suddenly became cowards, Lin Chen showed a sarcastic smile on his face. He had long known that these people would never do anything fair and square because they were such people. The warnings I gave you before have always been effective. I advise you to figure out what to do and what not to do. Don't try to provoke me, otherwise I will give you an unforgettable lesson. Lin Chen passed by the people around him and went straight back to the house. Why are you so proud? He's not a prisoner yet. Okay, stop talking. Su Mao always thought that the situation here would not be a big problem, but he found that those people were searching in the direction of the cave. Su Mao quietly climbed up the tree with Azumarill in his arms. He thought that since the cave was not safe, they would climb the tree. Anyway, it was dark at this time and no one should be able to see them. What do you think of the situation here? We have explored all the 700 parts and found nothing special at all. We have discovered this, but it seems that something is different. Do we have to wait here? We have searched this place for several times and found nothing suspicious. But didn't someone report that a Pokemon was found here? The faces of the people around him were obviously confused and complicated. They thought about it for a long time and couldn't figure out the specific situation and where it appeared. The man net to him also showed a puzzled expression. They also thought about the situation here seriously, but it seemed that something was different. I don't know. I suspect that some of the situations here may be related to Su Mao. I heard that someone from Su Mao and Lin Chen was arrested. I don't know who the arrested person is. Maybe we can get some information from it. Chapter 841, Evolution of the Nightmare God, the Authority of the Supreme Beast. Please collect. Please subscribe. What they didn't know was that Su Mao was following behind these people. When they were whispering, Su Mao happened to hear everything they were discussing clearly. The person who was arrested was of course Lin Chen, but what good news could they discuss? Azumarill also realized that the situation here was not simple. He quietly looked in the direction of Su Mao and found that it was not growing. If they could directly attack these people. I don't know where Arcanine is. He stayed in this place for a long time and didn't see Su Mao's Arcanine. How about this? Let's contact those people in the village first, otherwise we will waste too much time here which may delay our progress. I think what you said does make sense. You can send some people to the village to check the situation first. If Barry can't find Su Mao, he can blame him first. Su Mao has lived in the village for such a long time. Will those people really listen to our one-sided word? I think they may trust Su Mao much more than us. The faces of the people around them suddenly showed dangerous expressions. They looked at each other carefully, speculating about the things here and looking at each other. Many situations are different from what they imagine. The leading man showed a sneer on his face at that time and he looked deeply in the direction of the crowd. Others don't know what's going on here. How can he not know? Of course he knows these people's little thought very well. I advise you to figure it out. If Su Mao is on our side, we certainly won't do this. But you have been testing for so long. Will Su Mao help you? Su Mao is a very determined person in all aspects. He will never listen to us. You can think about what to do. The person who spoke was wearing a black robe. He was the boss of these people. These people fell silent at once. They certainly knew that the situation here was not simple. In the valley house, Lin Chen had guessed some of the situations that happened here. He didn't want to waste so much time at all. However, with the recent development of things, he also realized that these people seemed to have different thought. Lin Chen walked out slowly. With the recent situation and the problem of progress, Lin Chen found that these people might have other little thought. No matter what these people really think, what should they do to be more appropriate? There are more and more people patrolling outside the door. Different people will be responsible for delivering things to Lin Chen, but they are all a little curious. What did Lin Chen mean before? He should have been helping us, but why didn't he agree to the boss? If he doesn't cooperate with the boss, is there a certain possibility that he is ready to cooperate with us? Otherwise he has no need to help us under such circumstances. The faces of the people at the door clearly showed worried expressions. They looked at each other cautiously and speculated about the situation here in their heart. There are too many things that have have happened recently. Even though they have guessed a lot, many situations seem to be a little different. The people at the door were responsible for patrolling while secretly looking in the direction of Lin Chen's room. But Lin Chen closed the doors and windows tightly and they had no way to get any information from the inside. If I remember correctly, isn't there someone who is responsible for delivering things today? Why not let the person who delivers things go over to test the waters? I have the same idea. Lin Chen is always different from us. Maybe we can't know Lin Chen's thoughts, but maybe Lin Chen is willing to talk to us. The eyes of the people around changed slightly and there was still a bit of curiosity on their faces. As soon as they finished speaking, some noises came from the house. Everyone stopped and looked carefully in the direction of Lin Chen. It was he who opened the house. Lin Chen also felt that the situation here was a little different. He glanced in the direction of those people. When he saw that they were all staring at him, Lin Chen asked curiously, "Can you stay a little further away from this place when you are patrolling here? I want to rest, but you guys are talking too loudly. Don't you think it's a bit inappropriate to do this? If something really happens, I should be able to report it to your boss." Although your boss is quite angry, he didn't say there is no human right. Lin Chen patted Kobalion gently and his sharp eyes fell on the group of people around him. When the people around heard what Lin Chen said, they clearly showed some embarrassment and surprise on their faces. So what exactly did Lin Chen mean? Isn't this bullying? Chapter 842 The Power of the Eternal Dragon God, the Light of the Roaring World. Please subscribe. No matter what other people think, Lin Chen doesn't care at all. He knows very well that he will get what he wants, and as for the situations that happened here, they can be solved if they need to be solved. The people around looked in the direction of Lin Chen, and Lin Chen also stood there calmly looking at these people. They seemed to know some of the situations that happened recently. Anyway, no matter what other people think, it will not have much impact on them. Why do I always feel that this guy is a bit too much? He really doesn't take us seriously. When did he not only not take us seriously but also our boss seriously? The people around him suddenly showed a sneer on their faces and they glanced deeply in the direction of Lin Chen. Anyway, there are some situations that they have no way to figure out. So do you want to listen to me or not? If you listen, just run back. If you don't listen, it doesn't matter. 700 Lin Chen put Kobalion in the house. He didn't leave the house, but his aura naturally leaked out, which made the people around him a little scared. The people around him felt guilty and looked in the direction of Lin Chen. They might need to report this matter to the boss. Otherwise, you wait here first. We will go back to ask about the situation, and if the boss agrees, we will agree. Can you go back first? We are a little worried that there may be other situations in this place. The people around looked nervously in the direction of Lin Chen. They always felt that things here were not as simple as they imagined, and Lin Chen was not someone who could be easily negotiated with. Lin Chen sneered twice and his half-smiled eyes fell on these people. No matter what these people's performance was, he certainly knew it. Okay, no problem, you can do what you want to do, but I suggest you be smarter. Hurry up. If you have anything you want to discuss with me, I can spend some time to listen to what you think. A special light flashed across Lin Chen's eyes and he waved to the people around him with a smile. When the people around him reacted, Lin Chen had returned to the house and slammed the door shut. The eyes of these people flickered slightly and they could probably guess some of the situations that happened here. Of course, they wanted to tell Lin Chen something, such as asking Lin Chen if he was willing to cooperate with them. After all, they were now grasshoppers on the same line. Pinch me quickly. What Lin Chen said just now should be full of hints. I didn't understand it wrongly. In fact, we think so too. We think there should be no problem with what Lin Chen said. He really wants to cooperate with us, but there are some situations that even he himself may not be sure of. The people around simply exchanged glances and their hearts were obviously full of compulity. If this matter can be resolved as soon as possible, they certainly don't need to participate in other things, but what to do will be more appropriate. In the village, the hearts of these people inside have long been full of compulity. They think Su Mao should be a very responsible person, but after so much time they have not found Su Mao's whereabouts. Everyone is worried that something happened to Su Mao. Some of the people who went out with him disappeared and some came back, but no one can tell what the specific situation is. Even Lin Chen disappeared. It is because of this situation that everyone gathered together and prepared to take an EM first. They think they should figure out what happened here and see what happened. Is there any hidden secret in the middle? I think everyone should be very clear about what happened recently. Lin Chen and Su Mao have disappeared and we haven't even found their Pokemon. Not only that, there seem to be many strangers in this place recently. We have no way to judge what happened here. I think a lot of people have the same idea as me. You are a little worried and want to know what to do about the situation here. I gathered everyone together to find out what everyone thinks. How do you think the situation here should be solved more appropriately? What should we do to solve the problem here smoothly? The leading man still had some compulsive feelings in his heart. He looked deeply directly in the direction of the crowd, and his tone was still a little profound. The eyes of the people around him trembled slightly when they heard it. Some people in the crowd were avoiding the sight of others. Chapter 843 Devouring the Nightmare God. Beauty, the secret realm of the dream god. Please collect. Please subscribe. No matter what other people think, how could the people in the village find out the reason for the situation here in such a short time? I always feel that something is wrong. Many people who are me-ed in the village did not say anything. Their eyes flickered slightly and they naturally realized that the situation here might be a little subtle. I also think that the situation here is indeed a little different. What should we do? Su Mao did have some problem. Should we send someone to ask about the situation or send someone to solve it? The faces of the people around them clearly showed curiosity. They simply looked at each other and they were obviously still speculating about some related things here. Many original residents in the village turned back and looked in their direction. Some of them often stayed with Su Mao and some were recommended by Su Mao. In fact, we don't know what's going on here. We just want to ask you. After all, Su Mao seemed to be with you before he disappeared. Do you know what happened here? One of the men showed some curiosity on his face. He asked subconsciously while saying this. The eyes of the people around him flickered slightly. Of course they knew some situations, but knowing didn't mean they could say it. Some people planned to pretend that they didn't know anything from the beginning so as to avoid some problem. We don't know. After all, we had separated from Su Mao before this happened. Yes, that's right. Everything was normal before the separation. Su Mao also assigned us to do other things first. It seems that they don't know where Su Mao went. In the valley, the boss was alone in the laboratory. He was very angry when he recalled what Lin Chen said. In his opinion, if he were Lin Chen, he would definitely agree to his request. After all, he had lowered his attitude enough, but with the recent events he deeply realized that Lin Chen seemed to be very different from others. How should they do it to be more appropriate? Knock knock knock. At this moment there was a knock on the door. The boss's face showed a bit of surprise. Who would knock at the door at this time? The boss opened the door and looked outside. He always felt that things here seemed a little different. What's wrong? If you have anything to say it quickly. The boss's dissatisfied eyes fell on everyone and there was a bit of urging in his tone. The eyes of the people around them flickered slightly. In fact, they have been thinking about the situation here for a long time, but they have not figured out some things. We just feel that things may be a little bit wrong recently and we don't know what Lin Chen is planning. Didn't you say that you hope we can strengthen our defense and patrol Lin Chen's side? But we seem to feel something strange these days. The people around looked carefully in the direction of the boss. They were originally responsible for reporting, but they always felt that there seemed to be some differences everywhere. Please give flowers 0. What's strange? You must keep an eye on Lin Chen. If he runs away, then the situation will definitely not be simple. After hearing what the boss said, the people around nodded. Of course they could understand the situation here. That's not what I mean. We are just a little worried that there may be some other problems in the middle. Yes, that's true. Lin Chen sighed slowly and looked up in the distance. Although those people had already reported the news to the boss, as time went by Lin Chen always felt that something seemed to be wrong. 00. It's just a report. Does it take so long? Aren't they going to discuss something else? Lin Chen has been in the room for a while and even Darkrai can't stand it anymore. Darkrai got out of the Pokeball and he looked carefully in the direction of Lin Chen and asked in confusion, "It's been so long, when can we leave here? You people are really a bit strange. Since you have made up your mind, why don't you leave earlier?" Darkrai turned around Lin Chen. He knew that most of these people wanted to capture Palkia. But what's good about Palkia? Is it better than me? I tell you, Palkia is very fierce and he hates you humans the most. If you are with me, maybe I can help you solve some dangers. Chapter 844 Eternal Rayquaza Shiny Divine Beast. Please collect. Please subscribe. Darkrai's tone sounded a bit cautious. He deliberately shook his arm gently in front of Lin Chen with a bit of seriousness. After hearing what the little guy said, Lin Chen's face showed a bit of helplessness. He certainly knew that what Darkrai said was true. It's just that some things are completely different. Everyone has their own characteristics, just like every Pokemon. They are all completely different. I know your good intentions and I know that there is a 90% chance that you came here for my good, but I still have my own things to do. 700. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he gently stroked Darkrai's head with his hand. He felt that these things have been almost done recently. Wait a little longer, the situation here will be resolved soon. If we leave now, it may cause some other changes, so we can only wait for a while. Lin Chen's heart clearly showed a bit of calmness. He had already guessed some of the situations here. Darkrai went to Lin Chen's direction, glanced at him, turned around and walked away with rage. Obviously he was very unhappy with what happened here. Don't go out. If you go out, you will be easily discovered by those people, and I suspect that those people are interested in all kinds of Pokemon. They may catch you. This is not good. Do you understand? Lin Chen sighed helplessly and looked in the direction of Darkrai with a bit of depth in his tone. Darkrai had to quietly stop his steps. They all felt that the recent situation was a bit strange, but what should they do? I have stayed in this place for a long time. I don't want them to keep making trouble here. Can you send me away earlier? If they keep making trouble here, we will be in trouble. Darkrai pursed his lips tightly and his face showed a bit of dissatisfaction. He gently pulled with his hand. Lin Chen still only hoped to get another promise. Lin Chen sighed helplessly and gently pulled Darkrai's little shoulder. Of course they all knew that the recent situation was a bit troublesome, but some things were not as simple as they imagined. If it is really possible to solve it in any way as they thought, then wouldn't it be? Okay, be quiet first. I feel footsteps around approaching this direction. Although I don't know what they want to do, let's wait and see. Otherwise you hide in the Pokeball first, and after I solve the situation here we can talk about other things. Lin Chen's expression clearly revealed a bit of seriousness. Although Darkrai was a little reluctant in his heart, he glared at Lin Chen angrily and entered the Pokeball. Some people outside the door have indeed arrived here. These people are responsible for conveying the boss's instruction. They all feel that the situation here is a little different, but many things can be kept silent. Su Mao has been outside for a long time. When he realized that these people appeared here, he always felt that something was different. He took a deep breath and patted Azumarill gently. The two had been hiding in the tree for a while. The situation here should have been over for a while, and I don't know when they can leave. If they don't leave, we will be trapped up there temporarily, and it is estimated that there is no way to go down in a short time. Su Mao sighed helplessly. He looked down and felt that these people were a little different. There are actually many people who guessed the situation here. Many people are still wandering under the tree. In fact, I also think that the situation here is a little different. Since Su Mao and Lin Chen have already had problems, why are we still chasing them here? Should we think of other ways to solve the situation here? The people around him clearly showed some curiosity in their heart. They felt that it seemed to be different. We didn't find anything here. Maybe there were some problems in the middle, but we got the news 07 before someone did run in this direction. The person who ran over was either Lin Chen or Su Mao. We guess that the person who ran over is most likely Lin Chen, and he seems to have some Pokemon in his hands, which should be Azumarill. Many people have conducted investigations before. Azumarill is Lin Chen's Pokemon, so there shouldn't be any problem. The expressions of the people around him look particularly serious, and they didn't think there would be any situation in the middle. When Su Mao heard what these people said, his pupils trembled lightly. These people are really amazing. Chapter 845, The Secret Realm of the Supreme Fantasy Beast, The Change of the World Tree. Please collect. Please subscribe. Su Mao always felt that something was wrong, and now he seemed to understand something. These people already knew that they might get into trouble, and they had an investigation on Lin Chen and him, so they ended up like this. So what is their purpose in doing this? Something will happen to them. Maybe these people are secretly doing something wrong. Otherwise, how could they know so much detail? Su Mao's heart was beating like a drum when he thought of this. These people were really too much. Originally he and Lin Chen didn't notice these hidden details at all. Now, you said what should we do? Net? These people seem to be too much, and they don't think there is anything wrong with their actions. Should we go back to the village first and tell the villagers about the situation here so that they can have an understanding of the situation here? In addition to the possibility here, what else can we do? Should we deal with all the situations here as soon as possible or solve all these troubles? Su Mao's heart has long been full of complete, and he is uneasily thinking about the situation here. Anyway, no matter what the specific situation is, he thinks that these people must be dealt with. They can think so blatantly, and the things here are still being discussed. Do you really think that there is no one in this place? Su Mao was so angry that his face turned red. He put Azumarill on the tree, and the whole person seemed particularly cold. Wait here for a while. I have to go over to see if there are other ways to deal with it. Don't run around. Wait for me to see the situation here and then come down to pick you up. I promise to solve the situation here smoothly, and there will definitely be no big problem. Su Mao's expression seemed full of seriousness. He patted Azumarill lightly and jumped down from the tree. In the valley, Lin Chen didn't think there would be any big problems with the situation here. He thought that they had basically discussed it long ago. He just had to wait for those who went to report the news to come back. What those people thought about other situations was their own problem. As time passed, more and more people were approaching this direction. Lin Chen could feel that some people wanted to talk to him about what they had said before, and some people should. Oh, what a coincidence. Is there any problem with so many of you appearing here? Or are you aware of the situations that happened before? So many of you suddenly appeared here, and together it really makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Chen's eyes moved lightly. His eyes locked on the people in front of him, and he said in a low voice. The people around him sneered a few times. What do they think happened here? No one knows better than Lin Chen. What does Lin Chen mean by saying this now? I'm really sorry. We were sent here by the boss. The boss said that since you think this place may not be safe, let us send more people to guard here. Yes, that's what the boss meant. And the boss said that if you are a little worried about the situation here, it doesn't matter. Anyway, there are a lot of people here. We can simply communicate and exchange and there will definitely be no other problem. The people around him were talking one after another. They didn't give Lin Chen a chance to refute and they completely sealed off the place. Lin Chen could only watch these people blocking his door. It seemed that they really didn't intend to let him walk around casually. Lin Chen laughed twice. Although he felt helpless in his heart, he didn't react too much on the surface. No matter what they really think, since the situation here has happened, Lin Chen can only face it. Lin Chen sighed a little helplessly and looked in the distance. He could also know some of the recent situations. When he returned to the room, he found Cobalion and Darkrai sitting by the bed waiting for him. What? We also heard the sound outside, so it seems that the situation outside seems to be more troublesome than we thought. What do they want to do? You have no freedom now and are completely locked up here and you are not allowed to move. Darkrai's voice seemed to be a bit gloating, so Lin Chen couldn't recognize it and looked in his direction. What's wrong with this little guy? Is he so happy to be locked up? I think you should know that no matter what the situation is on my side, it's not easy on your side. Aren't you worried that you will face some other situations? Chapter 846 Darkrai's Purpose. The demon god who roars the world. Please collect. Please subscribe. Darkrai pursed his lips tightly, perhaps because he heard Lin Chen's reminder. He rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. Anyway, no matter what, he thinks the situation on their side has indeed happened and it is not particularly friendly to them. So what the things that need to be solved will be solved sooner or later and they don't need to waste too much time. It doesn't matter, I'm not afraid. Anyway, I can stay here for a while. Someone is waiting for me outside. I can go out at any time if I want to, but it's different from someone. I just feel sorry for you staying here alone, so I'm waiting for you here. If you don't need me, I can go out anytime. Darkrai's tone seemed to have some rage in it. He glared at her fiercely. Lin Chen took a look and had no intention of staying at all. He turned around and walked out. Looking at the direction where Darkrai left, Lin Chen slightly widened his eyes and there was still a bit of helplessness in his heart. In fact, Lin Chen had already guessed the situation here. With the development of these things recently, he had more and more consideration. It was absolutely impossible to stay here, but he was a little curious about what kind of defense measures this cave had. Since these people could stay here for so long, they must have a lot of equipment here. Not only that, he also deliberately observed many staff members in this place. Each staff member was in charge of something different and they each had their own power. Of course, even if Darkrai was told about this situation, he might not understand that the thinking of people and the thinking of Pokemon were somewhat different. Lin Chen could understand that it was difficult to understand humans with their Pokemon thinking, and it was not easy to understand Pokemon with human thinking. Lin Chen could sense Darkrai's anger and his face showed helpless affection, and he gently rubbed Darkrai's shoulders with his hands. Then he looked up and looked in the distance. Be good. I don't think there's any big problem here. If you're really worried, you might as well go out first. You can come and go freely anyway. You've been away for so long. The brothers behind you should be worried. Don't worry about me. I'm not worried anyway. Lin Chen's expression looked particularly gentle. While he was talking, he looked up and looked in the distance, but Lin Chen never expected that Darkrai would knock Lin Chen's hand away with a rage as soon as he finished speaking. It seemed that Darkrai was even more angry because of what he said. Shut up. I don't want to listen to you. You're so annoying. You don't understand what I mean at all. It's really slow to communicate with you human. Darkrai got angry and went straight into the Pokeball. Cobalion's face was obviously confused. He didn't know why Darkrai suddenly became so angry. Originally, the previous situations had been dealt with and they were thinking about what to do next in the village. In fact, the people in the village had already gone through several rounds of meetings, but after asking around, it seemed that no one knew about Su Mao's disappearance. Many people showed nervous expressions on their faces. They were a little worried. If something happened to Su Mao, it would be a huge blow to them. So what should we do now? We have no way to find Su Mao's project. Now we don't know whether he is dead or alive. We are a little worried that something will happen to him. Who said it wasn't? We don't know what to do with the situation here. If we let things develop here, there may be more problems. Everyone's faces clearly showed some embarrassment, and even the few people who could speak in the village showed doubts on their faces. They always felt that they seemed to have overlooked something. Su Mao and Lin Chen had a good relationship before. Are these two people missing now? By the way, our previous search target has always been Su Mao, so have you seen Lin Chen? If I remember correctly, the relationship between Lin Chen and Su Mao should be quite good. Maybe they are together. One of the men's face clearly showed some suspicion and curiosity. He said softly. Hearing this man's words, the faces of the other people suddenly showed stiff expressions. Zions, especially those who were hiding in the dark. These people's brains are really good. I didn't see them so smart when doing some things normally. How come they have figured it out so quickly now? Everyone's heart tightened. What should I do? Chapter 847, The Incarnation of the Supreme Beast, Exploring the Most Ancient Secret Realm. Please collect. Please subscribe. The people around looked at each other cautiously and they all felt that the situation here seemed a little different. We also think that the situation here is indeed reasonable. Su Mao recommended Lin Chen to come in and even brought them to our village for a walk. I think Su Mao's relationship with Lin Chen should be a little different, at least it is completely different from what we have known before. The people around looked at each other with a bit of sincerity in their expression. They thought that there should not be too many problems here, but some people's eyes were slightly evasive. Could it be that there was a conflict between Su Mao and Lin Chen and then they brought in people from outside? I also think there is this possibility. We have no way to judge the relationship between Lin Chen and Su Mao. Maybe there are still some problems between them. We can think that the relationship between Lin Chen and Su Mao is relatively good, but maybe they may not have a good relationship. Su Mao's problem may have happened on Lin Chen's side, but why can't we find him now? The people around changed expressions and speculated on the situation here. The few people who could speak in the village fell silent again. They originally thought that there were these people and they were not able to find the whereabouts of Lin Chen or Su Mao, but they could not find anything at the critical moment. Of course there is another possibility, that is these people know what happened here and the recent situations, but they are just unwilling to reveal the news to them. If this is the case, then the real situation is worth pondering. Why did these people hide such things and what did they do in the valley? Lin Chen has been trapped here for a while. Anyway, what happened here will not have much impact on him. No matter what others think, he has his own ideas and he knows the real purpose of these people. Originally Lin Chen was basking in the sun in his house, but a small paper ball was suddenly thrown in from outside. Cobalion and Darkrai, who were playing, showed obvious surprise on their faces. What's going on? Why are there suddenly little balls of paper being thrown in? It seems that some people can't wait any longer. They want to ask you what you think. Darkrai suddenly showed a playful expression on his face. Anyway, he had ignored Lin Chen for several days since the last time he punched in. Lin Chen really felt a little helpless. He wanted to pick up some of the things written on the little ball of paper. It was indeed a little unexpected from what he could feel before. He always felt that these people should not have any big problems, but judging from some special situations it might not be the case. Okay, I think you just need to keep the most basic calmness. I will solve the situation here. I advise you not to get involved, otherwise there may be more trouble. Lin Chen's vigilant eyes fell on the Pokemon around him and made a gesture to silence them. He unfolded the little ball of paper and saw the words written inside. The general meaning was that when the moon just rose in the evening, some people would come to talk to him about something. Lin Chen frowned calmly. Does he need to watch the moon every day? But he would be stuck in this place. If someone comes in or he goes out and there is no one inside, he will most likely be discovered by others. I may go out for a while at night. What should you do? Should you follow me or stay in the room? Anyway, it's fine. It should be a message from the staff. They may not be able to hold back and want to act as soon as possible. Lin Chen's heart clearly revealed a bit of helplessness. He glanced in the direction of these Pokemon and said very calmly. Suddenly, hearing what Lin Chen said, the two Pokemon were obviously very excited. They jumped and ran towards Lin Chen, and of course they hoped that Lin Chen could make a decision as soon as possible. When are we going to leave here? Yes, I also think the situation here is a bit curious. If we can leave here as soon as possible, many situations can be solved and we don't have to worry. Lin Chen, what do you think? We can help you watch the moon at night. When the moon starts to come out, we will tell you and you go to meet them. Darkrai and Cobalion's faces were obviously excited and they stared at Lin Chen closely. Although the environment of this valley looks pretty good, it's not as good as outside. Chapter 848, The God of Fate, The Road to the Supreme Pokemon. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen's face clearly showed a bit of helplessness. He shook his head. He didn't expect that these two Pokemon would have such a tacit understanding. Okay, I know what you mean and what you want to express. Just take care of your own situation. I'm still thinking about other things. Lin Chen smiled. He gently patted Cobalion and Darkrai on the shoulders and looked up in the distance. Now all they need to do is wait. Anyway, the situation here has developed almost. The staff should be almost done after thinking for such a long time, and as for the rest, there is nothing else. The people around them clearly showed some tension in their heart. Even though so much time has passed, some things are still completely different. The staff are actually nervous in their heart. They don't know how. I think we should seize this opportunity and have a good chat with Lin Chen. If we can win over Lin Chen, maybe we can get a lot of convenience. It's simple to think about it. Haven't you thought about it? The boss tried to win over Lin Chen several times before, but Lin Chen didn't agree. How How could he be with us? Don't you think the situation here is very strange? Why would Lin Chen cooperate with us when we have something in our hands? The people around were almost pissed off. They never thought that their companions would be so naive. As Yi pected after these words came out, several staff members had already quieted down. They also knew that compared with the boss they seemed to have no advantages at all. I think you can think about it carefully. Anyway, how could Lin Chen not think of what we can think of? This means that there must be some other things in the middle, isn't it? The people around, they were obviously cautious and they whispered while thinking about the situation here. It sounds like this is true, but what should they do to be more appropriate? Lin Chen didn't know the real thoughts of the staff at all. He was just waiting for time here. As long as the time is almost up, it will be easier to solve these other situations. Time passed by and Cobalion and Darkrai became more uneasy. They jumped directly onto the windowsill, looked at the space outside and soon saw the moon in the sky. It's almost time. The moon outside has come out. When are you going out? If you don't go out, the situation in the middle may be more troublesome. Hurry over. Cobalion and Darkrai waved in the direction of Lin Chen with a bit of urgency in their tone. Hearing what the two Pokemon said, Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. In fact, his thoughts were similar to theirs. Anyway, the situation has been resolved to this point, so he should go out and take a look. He should be able to solve the problem here faster. Then I will go out first. Are you really not going to follow me? Or wait here first? Maybe someone will come in to replace me soon. You'd better enter the Pokeball first. Please give me 0 flowers. Lin Chen greeted Cobalion and Darkrai and then slowly walked out. On the other side, Su Mao and Azumarill had been in the tree for a long time. Knowing that the people below had left, they relaxed a little. They had been there for a long time. The situation here should be almost settled. Should we do something else? I want to take you back to the village first. After all, the situation here seems a little abnormal and these people may have some connection with people in the village. We need to destroy their plan. 0. Su Mao's eyes flickered slightly and his tone was serious. He had been thinking for such a long time. Little Azumarill nodded slightly. They all felt that the situation here was indeed a little different from what they imagined. If they can't solve the situation here in a short time, Lin Chen and I may not be able to come back and they will face more problems at that time. If you agree, let's go to the village first to see what happened in the village. What's going on? As long as the things here are solved, other things should be relatively easy. Su Mao's heart clearly revealed a bit of caution. He patted Azumarill's head gently and let Azumarill down from the tree. He had walked around before and he didn't have direct contact with those people. After all, there were so many people who knew what would happen in the middle. Those people have indeed left. Chapter 849, The Strongest Overlord of the Sky, Sniping the Sky Splitting. Please collect. Please subscribe. Su Mao took Azumarill down from the tree and turned around a few times, making sure that there were no other things around and the remaining monitoring object, and then he sighed in peace. Do you want to go to the village with me? I think the people in the village should have received the news. In response to some of the current situations, they may. Su Mao's eyes flickered slightly. He always felt that the situation here would be a little different from what he imagined. The only thing he could be sure of now was that there must be some problematic people in the village, but other than that, Azumarill didn't say anything at all. At 703 just blinked innocently and looked in the direction of Su Mao. They all knew the situation here and there might be some accident. When will Lin Chen come to find us? We don't know what's going on with Lin Chen, nor do we know where he went. If we take too long. Azumarill seemed unhappy, sighed slightly and looked at Su Mao carefully. Su Mao could be sent again for a long time. Either they continue to wander outside to see if they can find Lin Chen's whereabouts, or they go to the villa. Lin Chen should be able to be found in the village. No problem. Then let's go to the village first. If we can't find Lin Chen, we can find some other people. If it doesn't work, we can see what those people are saying. If there are problems, those people will definitely be opposed. Anyway, I believe this matter won't be a big problem. I hope to find Lin Chen in the shortest time. If there is no way to find Lin Chen, we can still discuss it. Azumarill looked at the direction of Su Mao seriously. At this time, Lin Chen had taken advantage of the night to walk out. He remembered the real purpose of those people. It is estimated that these staff who made fun of him must want to let's discuss and see what to do. At this time, all the staff have gathered in the wood. Their place is relatively hidden and it is impossible for anyone to find them. We have been waiting here for a while. I think the situation here seems a little wrong. When can we find those people? It's really not very clear. Lin Chen should come. If Lin Chen doesn't cooperate with us, will he choose to cooperate with the boss? This is impossible. The people around looked at each other nervously. They were always speculating about what was going on here. They had been thinking about it for a long time and they thought that the things here were similar. The moon has come out. If you wait a little longer, maybe the sun will come out. I think Lin Chen may not be particularly reliable. Are you sure you want to find him? The people around have been completely silent. They think there should be no problem with the situation here. But if we don't cooperate with Lin Chen, who else can we cooperate with? Don't you think that many recent situations are a bit abnormal? Anyway, I think if we can cooperate with each other, it will definitely be a good thing for us. If not, just as these people were still discussing the situation here, Lin Chen had already approached them. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and his face clearly showed some Iparian. These people thought a lot. I thought you had already decided what to do about the situation here, but now it seems that it is not the case. So what do you think you should do? What do you think about the situation here? Lin Chen came out from his hiding place and his presence was still a bit calm as he looked at the people around him and said softly. When these people around heard Lin Chen speak, their faces were obviously shocked. They slightly widened their eyes and looked in the direction of Lin Chen, and they didn't know how they should say it. How could they know that Lin Chen would suddenly appear here, which was very different from what they imagined? After all, they were saying bad things behind their back. Lin Chen didn't seem to care what they said before. He just glanced in the direction of the crowd calmly and then asked lightly, "So what do you think? Don't you think the situation here is not appropriate?" I thought. After a brief thought at 07, the people around him quickly walked towards Lin Chen. They looked at each other and dealt with other situations. "It's nothing, I just feel a little curious. I didn't expect Mr. Lin Chen to come here. Yet we thought the situation before was just like that. You may not be interested in us, but Mr. Lin Chen is still quite punctual." The faces of the people around him clearly showed some surprise. They looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen and said as if jokingly, Chapter 850, The Dragon God Who Shattered the World, the Guzzlord Who Devoured Everything. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen's eyes flickered slightly. He looked at the people around him calmly. The reason why they came here should not be simple. He thought these people just wanted to discuss with him how to deal with the NET situation, but now it seems a little different. I thought you were going to cooperate with me, so this is why. Now it seems that your ideas may be different from what I imagined, so what do you think? Lin Chen laughed twice and said very calmly. When everyone heard this, their hearts were already full of complete. The people around looked at each other carefully. They had been thinking about it for a long time and knew that if this matter continued there might be some problem. Let's go forward now. That place will be safer and no one else will come. We need to think carefully about the things here. We just thought that Mr. Lin Chen might not want to cooperate with us. After all, there will be some differences in many situations. If Mr. Lin Chen doesn't want to cooperate with us, we definitely will. Lin Chen's eyes fell on these people with a smile. Since I'm here, I'm definitely not unwilling to cooperate with you. It's just that what kind of reward can you offer? After all, your boss has said almost everything that should be said. What he can provide is some Pokemon in this place, so what about you? The faces of the people around him froze slightly. They really didn't think about what they could provide to Lin Chen. After all, they have limited things of their own. If they provide everything to Lin Chen, there may be more problems. Seeing the hesitation on the faces of these people, Lin Chen's presence did not change at all. This is actually within his calculation range. So what do you think? What do you think the situation here should be like? Lin Chen leaned aside slowly. These people around him have actually been thinking about it for a long time. Long before Lin Chen came, they discussed what they could provide to Lin Chen, and the final result was negligible. It doesn't matter. Anyway, you can have a good talk. I will stay here for a while. After this period of time I will leave here, but before that we can have a good deal. Measure it. Lin Chen seemed to see the other party's dilemma and a friendly smile appeared on his face, and he said simply, I don't think there is anything wrong with the situation here. Mr. Lin Chen, can you wait a moment? I'm just a little curious. You don't seem to care about the boss's rights and interests, so what are you considering now? We think that what the boss can give must be stronger and more than what we give, and even easier. You don't agree with this then? The eyes of the people around him flickered slightly and there was a bit of confusion on their faces. They really wanted to know what Lin Chen's real thoughts were. They always felt that something was different. Lin Chen stood behind the big tree and looked up at the sky. If it wasn't an illusion, it seemed that someone was nearby just now. I just think there is no need for cooperation between us because you don't believe me. In this case, why should we embarrass each other? You can do what you want to do first, and so do I. Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly and his tone was still a bit calm. Su Mao had already arrived near the village. He felt that there would not be any major problems here. Azumarill followed closely behind him. The two of them looked quietly into the distance. They both felt that the situation here was a little different. This play seems to be more serious than before. I think there are some special 703 things in this place. What should we do now? If we show up directly without saying hello to the people inside, will it attract the attention of these people? Will there be any problems at that time? I always feel that something is wrong. Azumarill quietly looked in the direction of Su Mao with a bit of suspicion in her tone. Su Mao's face also showed a bit of nervousness. He also felt that the situation here was a little different from what he imagined, but he had not figured out what to do specifically. perfectly. Under normal circumstances this place would not have too many problems unless something special happened. At this moment footsteps suddenly came from not far away and someone was approaching this direction. Su Mao subconsciously took Azumarill to hide in the dark. Anyway, no matter who came they would definitely be able to solve the problem here as soon as possible. Don't talk first. Chapter 851 The Magical Skill of the Nightmare God. Stepping into the realm of God. Please collect. Please subscribe. Su Mao frowned tightly, always feeling that something was wrong here. What exactly do these people want to do? Don't they know that many situations here are a little different? Azumarill nestled in Su Mao's arms obediently. They all knew that the situation here was likely to be very different from what they imagined. If it could not be solved as soon as possible there would be more and more problems. There are many more people responsible for patrolling this place which was completely absent before. Can you find a way to get back to the village smoothly without alarming these people? I suspect that the village may not be as safe as before. Su Mao's President still looked a bit serious, but he stretched out his hand and gently poked Azumarill's mouth. Although Azumarill was a little unhappy and glared at Su Mao, he could really help with the situation here. From the current situation, if they don't help Su Mao they simply don't have a suitable way to solve the problem here. No problem, you'd better not attract other people's attention. I will deal with the matter here as soon as possible. If there is no big problem, the situation here will not be a problem at all. We'd better go underwater. What I am most familiar with is being under the water. Maybe we will encounter some dangers and sneak attack from others. Are you sure there is no problem? Azumarill seemed to suddenly remember something and he deliberately corrected some of the situations that had happened before. Su Mao blinked innocently and he seemed to have not figured out some things yet. So what was going on here? Did Azumarill know all these situations? No problem, we can try it. Let's go into the water. When Lin Chen returned to his room he already felt that there seemed to be some people following him. Although it was unclear what these people were thinking and what they wanted to do specifically, at least for Lin Chen these people were not to be feared at all. They didn't even dare to do something openly, which was enough to prove that they were very timid. Lin Chen didn't care at all and he didn't bother to argue with these people. There was no need at all and it would only cause some trouble. If possible, Lin Chen certainly hoped that the situation here could be resolved smoothly and he didn't want to waste too much time. Wow, Lin Chen, you're back so soon. Did the discussion go smoothly? Yes, I'm a little curious too. What's the situation over there? What do they think? They think that providing you with what is better, or do they ask you to provide the technology, or do they think? Darkrai and Cobalion came to Lin Chen in a bound and they both felt that the situation here was a little different. After Lin Chen left they had been searching for the situation here, but was the speed a little too fast? Did they miss something? Or did those people's discussion with Lin Chen not succeed at all? Thinking of this, Darkrai's face obviously changed a little. He felt that if this was really the case then those people were really short-sighted. What kind of person is Lin Chen? What he does is completely different from others and he is very far-sighted. Perhaps he felt that Darkrai was talking about himself in his heart. Lin Chen just looked up in his direction with a bit of helplessness on his face and slowly shook his head. Lin Chen had no idea about what happened here. You guessed it right, there were indeed some problems in our negotiations. Those people did not believe what I said and they also thought that what I said was problematic. It doesn't matter. I don't want to cooperate with them anyway. As long as the situation here can be resolved as soon as possible there is no need to worry about other things. Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly and he spoke softly with a serious tone. As soon as he finished speaking, Darkrai and Cobalion became angry. They never thought that the situation here would become like this. What do those people want to do? I don't know, I can't figure it out. Anyway, it seems that many situations are a little different from what we imagined. Looking at the angry Darkrai and Cobalion, Lin Chen had no idea at all. He just sat quietly aside and his hand gently tapped the desktop. If I guessed correctly, there seemed to be a special footstep just now. Someone came here to check so soon. Have they installed it long ago? Otherwise how could it happen so suddenly? Lin Chen's eyes looked particularly deep. Although he had some guesses in his heart, he didn't say it directly. Dong dong dong. There was a rhythmic knock at the door, obviously from those who were responsible for the inspection. Chapter 852 The Authority of a First Level God, the Strongest Champion Combat Power. Please collect. Please subscribe. The man who came in first looked in the direction of Lin Chen. He felt that the situation here was a little different from what he imagined, but he didn't know the specific things. Mr. Lin Chen, are you there? We are here to check. If there is anything wrong you can tell us. The man at the door still had a calm tone. He kept knocking on the door hoping that Lin Chen could open it for them. If it was in the past, Lin Chen would definitely not bother to open the door, but now he was suddenly a little curious about what these people were discussing. He gestured in the direction of Cobalion and Darkrai, signaling them to be quiet. Just when the people outside were almost impatient, Lin Chen opened the door directly and even smiled at them. Long time no see, I want to know why you came here at this time. Isn't it time to rest? Don't you need some rest time? Of course, if this is the case I can understand it. Lin Chen looked at these people with curiosity and asked in a low voice with a bit of confusion and bewilderment in his tone. When the people around heard what Lin Chen said, they slightly widened their eyes and clearly revealed a bit of disbelief. They never expected Lin Chen to say this as if they had prepared a reason before, but as soon as Lin Chen finished speaking he completely opposed the reason they prepared. Of course not. We received an order from above saying that you may have some situation or problems here and we need to come to help. We are just a little curious and want to know what will happen here, so we came here in advance. I'm a little sorry, I don't know if coming here at this time disturbs your rest, otherwise we can leave first. The people standing at the door said to Lin Chen with a smile, and they looked at the inside of the room calmly. They had to admit that the inside of this room did not look much different from before. If Lin Chen really did something special here, they would definitely see it at the first time. If you want to come in, you can come in directly. Even if you say it, I may not disagree. Any questions? Lin Chen opened the door directly, walked a few steps in the direction of the inside, and even tendered an invitation. The faces of the people standing outside the door showed confusion. This was the first time they accepted Lin Chen's invitation. Others don't know who Lin Chen is, but will they not know? Is there really no explosion in here? How could Lin Chen suddenly invite them to visit? The people around them clearly showed some tension in their heart. They moved their hands and feet in sync to the direction of the net, walked a few steps and looked at each other with disgust. I say, is there something wrong with your brain? I don't know who has the problem. If you think it's amazing, then you can do it yourself. Why do you have to follow us? Just go in by yourself. The two groups of people started arguing before they could even enter the house. Lin Chen hugged his shoulders and stared at the people around him with interest. They were really quite leisurely. At this time inside the village, the people who went in with Lin Chen for Pakia but were caught had already been trapped in another cave. They had already guessed that something was wrong here, but they never expected that Lin Chen could get into the village smoothly while they could only be caught. It's been so long and fewer people came to see us. Fortunately they were able to bring us some food. What should we do? Net? We can't be locked up in this cave forever, right? Shouldn't we think of other ways? The surrounding environment was quiet. They stayed in this place for a long time. If there were no people guarding the door, they would have run out long ago. While eating, these people still had some tension on their faces. They always felt that the situation here was a little different from what they imagined, but no one explained to them what the specific situation was. What should they do to solve the situation here? I advise you to be quiet. Although we don't know what happened here, it will definitely be more troublesome than we thought. I don't know what happened to Lin Chen and the man named Su Mao before. Are they in trouble? One of the men showed a bit of helplessness on his face, and he attracted the attention of many people. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at those people in confusion and asked in confusion. Chapter 853 Man-made forbidden Pokemon clues to Mewtwo. Please collect. Please subscribe. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand why you look at me with this expression. Is there anything wrong with my previous question? If you think there is any problem with what I said, you can refute it. Of course I don't have any good advantages. I just think what I said is right. The man stuffed dry bread into his mouth and said calmly. The people net to him certainly felt that there was nothing wrong with what this guy said. They were just a little curious about how the situation here should be handled to be more normal. They also felt that something was wrong here, but as the matter continued to develop, the impact on them became greater and greater. Then what do you think we should do? Yes, more and more things have happened recently. If we do nothing, the problems will definitely get worse. The people around were already full of tension. One person leaned against the corner and never spoke. He felt that although the ideas expressed by Su Mao and Lin Chen were a little different, they were not wrong. They all came for Pakia. Maybe they could help. He observed the other companions calmly. He should get rid of them. With these classmates, Lin Chen and Su Mao would never cooperate with him. This is a certainty. How can we solve these people smoothly and let Lin Chen and Su Mao see himself? The man quickly ate his portion of food and then walked aside quietly. He didn't care what these people were discussing. Inside the valley, Lin Chen looked at the people who had already risen up and had to shrug his shoulders helplessly. He felt that the situation here was not necessary at all. I think if you don't have any problems, you can turn around and leave here. I just want to have a good rest. I didn't expect you couldn't even agree to such a simple thing. In this case, let's not affect each other. Lin Chen sighed helplessly, looking very worried. He waved his hand deeply in the direction of the people around him. The people around him were so angry that smoke came out of their nostrils. They thought Lin Chen was doing it on purpose. Hey, you have already let us in. We haven't had time to go in yet and you are driving us away? Isn't it a bit too much for you to say so much? I have begun to suspect whether you are hiding other things from us. The faces of the people around him changed significantly. They stared at Lin Chen Chen with rage, wishing to teach him a lesson right now. Even though Lin Chen had heard what these people said, he was very calm. He was not worried about what was happening here. What they thought about was their own and it had nothing to do with him. I think you're thinking too much. If you want to take a good look at what's inside, just go in. If there's nothing wrong, I'll try to stay away from you. I don't want to waste time talking to you about these useless things here. Lin Chen rolled his eyes and walked out with big stride. Looking at Lin Chen's back as he walked out, people were even more hesitant. They felt that what Lin Chen said might be true or false. Anyway, whether it's true or false, it might have a certain impact on them. So what should we do now? Should we believe what he said? I don't know. I think what he said might be true or false. It's real, he might be fake. Let's take a quick look inside the house first. If there's nothing, we can report back. 0. I believe this guy won't care. Anyway, the boss doesn't have a good relationship with him. Let's talk about it after the boss and him have a good relationship. The people outside squeezed into the house smoothly and began to carefully observe the surrounding plants and trees. Lin Chen stayed outside alone. He was not worried about what these people were looking for here. He was just thinking that since the recent situation had come to this point, what was the boss's idea? The boss couldn't know nothing and he should be in a default attitude, allowing these people to do these messy things. Even the boss allowed these people to give him a warning and try to make him cooperate with him. Didn't he think that doing so would only make him farther and farther away from him? Lin Chen showed a cold smile on his face. The more he was like this, the less likely he would cooperate with the people in this place. No matter whether these people were good or bad to him, and no matter why they did this, Lin Chen would never sympathize with them. They were not good to begin with. Chapter 854, Suppressing the Dark Spirit Realm, the Nightmare God's Request. Please collect. Please subscribe. Cobalion hiding under the bed and Darkrai, the two Pokemon, looked at each other. They have heard the noise in the house getting more and more chaotic, and someone else is walking towards the house. Are they going to stop? In some cases they simply can't make other moves. After all, if they suddenly jump out, it is very likely to attract the attention of these people. It is indeed a bit abnormal, so what should they do to be more appropriate? Hey, this place look quite clean and there is nothing. Should we leave? 707. I'm just a little worried. If we stay here too long, what if Lin Chen complains? The hearts of the people around them clearly revealed a bit of helplessness. Their eyes flickered slightly and they said softly, perhaps it is because they are more worried about the situation here, so their things will be more difficult to handle. I don't know, in fact I also feel a little troublesome. If the situation here continues to be like this, it will definitely be very dangerous in the end. Go out first. People in our place are becoming more and more divided now. I suspect that it is most likely related to Lin Chen. If the boss knew, would he drive him out? Don't forget, our biggest goal now is to drive Lin Chen away quickly. As long as he leaves, everything else will return to normal. The people around him were talking faster and faster. Lin Chen, standing outside, felt that he was about to be fed to mosquitoes. Originally he thought he could give those people some time, either to look through the things in his house or to look around casually. Anyway, they would never find what they were looking for. But as time passed, Lin Chen almost doubted whether those people wanted to set up camp in his house. What could make them talk for so long? Do you really know? Lin Chen's face showed an irritable expression and he returned to the position of the house. He stretched out his hand, directly knocked on the door without any hesitation and urged, so what are you going to do? Stay here or let me go out? Anyway, no matter what you choose, I will obey your orders completely. After all, you have the final say now and you are the boss. Lin Chen's eyes fell on the people around him and he was still a little nervous, although on the surface he was a stubborn attitude. When the people around heard what Lin Chen said, their faces showed some surprise. Their pupils shrank slightly and they didn't think about what to do about the situation here. They had already guessed that the situation here was a little different. And Lin Chen, so what do you think? We checked it out briefly inside and there was really no problem. It's still relatively clean. If you need someone to clean it, you can ask or call us. We will provide you with relevant services. The leading man smiled. He briefly explained the situation here to Lin Chen while looking into the distance. It took only a few minutes for them to walk out in an orderly manner as if nothing had happened in this place. Lin Chen didn't care what these people did in the house. After making sure that they had left, he closed the door directly. In fact, Su Mao and Azumarill had successfully reached the river. Looking at this familiar river, Su Mao's heart was a little gloomy. He never thought that after all the twists and turns he would still choose this road. If possible, he would of course want to choose another way. Anyway, in his opinion, the situation here is too much different from what he imagined. You said that as long as we can successfully go from, if we jump down from this place, can other situations be solved smoothly? I am a little worried about some of the situations here. If they cannot be solved smoothly, there will be more problems in the middle. Su Mao's eyes moved lightly and his tone seemed to be a little helpless, and he said in a low voice. Azumarill had already guessed that the situation here was a little different from what they imagined, and he went directly into the river with a simple sound. From the surface of these situations, Azumarill had no worries or boundaries about the situation here. He knew very well what they should do to be more appropriate. After entering the water, Su Mao found that the situation here seemed a little different from before. Could it be a refraction problem? Where should we go? Net, can you lead the way directly in front? Just enter our village. Chapter 855 Food Guide in Progress. The Envy of Yandere Pokemon. Please collect. Please subscribe. Azumarill probably understood what Su Mao meant. He was very fast and seemed to have already identified the direction. Su Mao felt a little strange at first. After all, he had no way to believe Azumarill's meaning in the shortest time. After hesitating for a moment, he felt that the direction in front of him seemed to be correct. He occasionally floated up to see the situation not far away to see if their direction had deviated. But after such a period of time, she felt that following Azumarill was actually a very safe thing. They could avoid many attacks and solve some situations smoothly. You said we have all entered the water. When can we find Lin Chen? It feels like the difficulty has suddenly increased many times. Su Mao said as if he was joking, and 14 was also complaining. He really felt that although Lin Chen had helped him, he had no way to get in touch with Lin Chen normally, which brought them some pressure. If they could find Lin Chen normally and solve the situation here smoothly, these things might become easier. After hearing what Su Mao said, Azumarill suddenly slowed down. He also felt that it was true and even felt a little regretful. If they couldn't find Lin Chen as soon as possible in this place, why didn't they try another way? They could walk on the ground and maybe they could see Lin Chen in the shortest time. Feeling that Azumarill's speed suddenly slowed down, Su Mao's face clearly showed some surprise and disbelief. Hey, don't slow down. If we can enter the village for you, we can mobilize the people in the village to help you find Lin Chen. Wouldn't it be better to hear this? You must not slow down, otherwise it may affect many problems. At that time, Azumarill had to call out softly. He had located the location of the village, but that place was a bit strange. There seemed to be something around. On the other side, after Lin Chen made sure that everyone had left, he checked his room inside and out. He was worried that those people would take the opportunity to put something in her room. Lin Chen felt that he was a person with a strong private domain. If they were strangers, he would try to avoid them from stepping into his house, otherwise it might have a greater impact on them. Darkrai and Cobalion, who were standing aside, showed a look of hesitation on their faces. They walked to Lin Chen carefully. We have already discussed it. Darkrai will go out tomorrow. Darkrai also has his own little brother. He plans to discuss it with his little brother first and then decide what we should do. Net, Master, do you have anything to prepare? Darkrai meant to help us prepare some surprises. Cobalion pulled Lin Chen's clothes with his hand and Lin Chen came back to his senses. Why didn't he feel that Darkrai was a little different before? And so Darkrai felt that he was about to leave. He just hoped that Lin Chen could comfort him, but he didn't expect that Lin Chen didn't. Strange, what going on? Darkrai showed an impatient look on his face and he thought carefully about what happened here. Lin Chen, come out quickly, I have something important to tell you. If you don't listen, forget it. Anyway, the situation here must be. Darkrai only said half of his words. He looked in the direction of Lin Chen reluctantly. After such a long time of contact with Lin Chen, he felt that Lin Chen was indeed a good person and could fundamentally reduce some troubles. Maybe it was because Lin Chen and Pakia were both good people. I know you have younger brothers outside. If you are so worried, go out of 707 as soon as possible. Cobalion and I won't have any problems in there and we'll be out in no time. Lin Chen smiled and said, patting Darkrai's shoulder gently. He also specially prepared some food for Darkrai to eat. If you are hungry on the road, you can eat this thing. Although I don't know where you came from, it should be. Darkrai said while handing the things he had stored to Lin Chen. What I want to say is not a big problem, then I will leave first. These things are all the food you prepared for me. It seems that the harvest is quite good. I accept it with a smile. Darkrai's eyes are slightly red, his ears are also red, and he looks very shy. When he quickly left this place, he already felt that there were some unstable Pokemon around. What is going on with these changes? Why did it appear at this time? Chapter 856 The Destiny Demon God Dharma Image The Dark Forbidden Sword. Please collect. Please subscribe. Since Darkrai has arrived outside, he thinks that the situation here should not be a big problem. Anyway, the things here need to be solved sooner or later. He turned back and looked in the direction of Lin Chen. Although he felt that something was wrong, he still looked calm on the surface. Lin Chen stood not far away holding Cobalion. He was relieved to make sure that Darkrai had left here smoothly. Anyway, no matter what, he thought the current situation was not bad. Is this really possible? Do we not need to do anything? I always feel that something is wrong. What if there are other problems among them? We should need some people to check Lin Chen's side thoroughly. Otherwise, if something happens in the middle, I'm afraid no one can take responsibility. The patrolmen around him showed some hesitation and compel ity in their presence. They look carefully, and the other party said confidently. quickly. Before Lin Chen had time to go back, he had heard what these people said. Lin Chen was obviously a little surprised. He didn't care much about some of the situations here. After all, he knew the staff of this place very well. Many of them were working on their own. They could say such things because most of them had their own ideas. Kobalion also showed a worried look on his face. They were all worried that something special might happen here. If they couldn't solve the situation here as soon as possible, there might be some other conflicts with them. What should we do, Net? I also think that the situation here seems a little wrong. Should we go directly there or wait here for a while? I suspect those people may have already planned it. Kobalion pulled Lin Chen's sleeve with his hand, ready to fight those people at any time. Lin Chen shook his head. If he fought with those people at this time, maybe other situations would be known to others. It's better to wait and see. Don't worry, we'll go over here. Lin Chen looked at Darkrai from a distance. It was estimated that Darkrai had gone out smoothly at this time and they didn't need to care about other situations at all. He believed that Darkrai's strength must be much stronger than many Pokemon in this place, otherwise he would not have appeared here alone. Some things are really different. Those people in this place showed some doubts in their heart. They were all speculating about the situation here. In many cases they had no way to deal with them. Lin Chen took Kobalion and hid behind the tree. They watched pairs of people passing by here. I don't know if it was an illusion, but they found that there seemed to be many more people in this place than before, and their purpose was very clear, as if they were looking for something here. What's going on? Have they realized that it shouldn't be? I locked the doors and windows. If it doesn't work, we will go back and take a look in the basement first. Lin Chen's eyes flickered slightly. He couldn't let those people know his whereabouts. Although this valley was indeed where he was imprisoned, he felt that the secrets of this place were very big. At this time, Darkrai also showed some surprise on his face after going out here. They all felt that the situation here was a little bit wrong. He had already successfully reached the outside. Under normal circumstances, many things in this place would be solved, but why did it seem so different? Hey, do you feel a familiar breath in this place? I seem to have sensed the location of the boss. Why didn't anyone speak? I said the boss seems to be here. Didn't you feel his breath? The faces of several Pokemon around were obviously surprised. They looked at each other carefully and always felt that something was wrong. They hid in the house. To be precise, this dilapidated house seemed to have been abandoned long ago. Since Darkrai entered the valley, they have been staying here hoping to find a solution. They didn't know when Xiaomei would come out, so they planned to stay here until Darkrai came out. I don't know how Darkrai could come out in such a short time. Don't forget what Palkia said. I think Palkia is in charge of too many things. If they want to go in, why don't they just go in? They also let us guard here. We don't need to listen to them at all. Do they think the situation here is troublesome? The faces of the Pokemon around them showed some dissatisfaction and they said hoot hoot. Darkrai didn't expect to have such a surprise just after coming out. Chapter 857, Tyrannical Beast, Terrifying Demon Laren. Please subscribe. Darkrai sighed helplessly. He had already guessed the situation here, which might be a little different from what he imagined, but he never had a good guess about the specific situation, which might have a lot to do with them. No, you can tell me what's going on here. I haven't been outside for so long, I look like I've grown a lot. What are you? Darkrai's face seemed a little stiff. He appeared in front of everyone. As Darkrai's figure was completely revealed in front of everyone, the Pokemon around were all shocked. They howled and growled miserably and quickly distanced themselves from Darkrai. Obviously, Darkrai's appearance scared them completely. No one expected Darkrai to appear here so quickly. Am I dreaming? I don't know. I also think I might be dreaming. Hit me quickly. Let me see if I know the situation here. Is this really Darkrai? Have I really seen Lord Darkrai? The Pokemon around were almost scared to death. Some of them rolled down from the tree and fell directly in front of Darkrai. Darkrai's expression did not change at all. He had long guessed that the situation here might be a little bit wrong. Although it was unclear what these guys were thinking, it was not a surprise that such a thing could happen. Darkrai clenched his fist angrily and said to them, hurry up and report some recent situations, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. I have limited time. When Lin Chen secretly returned in the direction he left, he found that there were indeed many people in this place, and many of them gathered at the door of his room. It is estimated that these people did not know that they had left a long time ago. Lin Chen was sure that these people were still waiting in this place. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it in the distance. He deliberately attracted the attention of these people. After making sure that these people's attention was diverted and they looked in the direction of the stone, he quickly opened the window and flipped into the house from the window. So Lin Chen originally thought that the situation here should not be a big problem, but from the individual situation, everyone has something they want to do. Lin Chen is no exception. After he entered the house, he also heard the sound of those people banging on the door. It seemed that their patience was almost at its end, otherwise they would not have been able to enter this point in such a short short time. They were sure that they were not in the house. Lin Chen returned to the room slowly and looked at the vase near the bed, twisting it hard. A dark passage suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen walked slowly with Cobalion towards the direction below the passage. He had discovered this place a long time ago, but it had never been fully presented before. He always felt that the situation in this place was a little bit wrong, but what was going on, Lin Chen would definitely not communicate with others. Originally he wanted to tell Darkrai, but he knew that Darkrai wanted to leave, and even if he told him there might not be any result. Let's go down first. We don't know what is inside. Are you sure? You just need to keep a certain degree of silence, and those people up there are unlikely to find us. Lin Chen's eyes flickered slightly and he simply paid attention to the situation in this place. He gently poked Cobalion's shoulder. Cobalion nodded seriously. Originally Lin Chen thought that there was no big problem with the situation here. As he kept walking forward, he seemed to have discovered some special situation. There were candles on both sides of the wall, but it seemed that no one had used it for a long time. How could the situation in this place become like this? What kind of people do you think stay in this place? This secret passage certainly cannot appear suddenly, but it seems that neither the boss nor the staff know it. Lin Chen's eyes looked particularly deep. Those people outside had no idea what happened to Lin Chen. They just thought that Lin Chen was no longer in this room. After all, they shouted for so long and didn't hear any response from Lin Chen. Everyone knew the situation here and something was wrong. What's going on? Dong dong dong, dong dong knock. We have been knocking on the door for such a long time that our voices are almost hoarse. The people inside have no intention of opening the door at all. I advise you not to be polite here. Just kick the door open and it will be over. Why waste time here? Wait here first. I will report the news to our boss. Did you hear me? Give me a reply quickly. Chapter 858 Sickly Eevee. The Phantom Overlord is coming. Please collect. Please subscribe. The people who were responsible for visiting the door of course also realized that the situation here was a little bit wrong. Their faces clearly showed some caution and darkness. If we really do this, what should we do if Lin Chen is inside? Are you dreaming? You still think that Lin Chen may be inside at this time? This is absolutely impossible. We must have been deceived. If we don't kick the door open as soon as possible, maybe Lin Chen will have run away. The faces of the people around showed helpless expressions and they glared at each other. Anyway, facing the situation in front of them, they all felt that they were being deceived the most. The people around thought carefully for a moment. Since the situation here has become like this, they really don't need to wait any longer. Then you go find the boss first. We will help you guard here. I guess when the boss comes, we have already kicked the door open here. In addition to the situation here, do we need to do anything else? The people around simply changed expressions and they all felt that something seemed to be wrong. Obviously Lin Chen was about to agree to their words before. Why did he regret it at this time? Did someone say something to Lin Chen or something happened in the middle making Lin Chen feel that there was no need to cooperate with them at all? The people around have been speculating about the situation here all the time. The more they think about it, the more they feel that the situation here seems to be a little bit wrong. Anyway, no matter what these people really think, Lin Chen seems to have guessed some of the current situation. Dong dong. The sound of these people entering the door is getting louder and louder, and Lin Chen also discovered the situation here. Originally he was planning to go directly into the basement to hide his presence, but now that he saw it, he was a little curious about what these people wanted to do. Lin Chen sighed helplessly and had to climb up from the basement again. Then maybe NET time. When Lin Chen reappeared in the room, the door was almost knocked open. He sat down on a chair beside him, slowly looking lazily in the direction of the door, but his eyelids were already closed. Too sleepy. He had no other choice. Who knew that Darkrai had to be a night owl and go out at night? It would be great if he went out during the day. With a bang, the door was knocked open. The staff outside hurried into the room and saw Lin Chen's extremely sleepy state. Hurry up and take a look. Has Lin Chen already run away? We must catch him as soon as possible before he leaves. Yes, I know. Can you stop saying useless things here? Hurry up and go in and take a look. Why are you wasting time here? The people inside were almost angry to death. They finally broke into Lin Chen's house and wanted to see if there were any secrets on Lin Chen's side. But when they continued to move forward, they found that this was Lin Chen. Lin Chen sat here quietly and they always felt that something was wrong. Isn't this Lin Chen? Didn't you say that Lin Chen had already run away? It seems that the situation is a little different from what we know. Please give flowers 0. The people around him widened their eyes slightly and their faces showed a little surprise. Lin Chen heard what these people said and looked back in their direction, but he seemed unwilling to speak at all. So it's you? Why are you here at this time? I heard you knocking on the door. So if I don't speak, you think I don't exist and there is no trust at all. I don't know when your boss will be able to come. I have already thought about it and can cooperate with him, but I hope he can sort out the situation here. 0. Lin Chen's expression clearly showed some dissatisfaction satisfaction. While he was talking, he waved to the people around him. The people standing in the room suddenly showed surprise on their faces and they looked in the direction of Lin Chen in disbelief. It's over. The only thing that can be confirmed now is that they will definitely suffer. It's obvious that Lin Chen didn't want to cooperate with them before, so how come he is ready to regret it so soon? The people around him widened their eyes one by one and they were very surprised to think about the situation here. Anyway, no matter what Lin Chen's idea is, they all feel that the situation here is a bit wrong. What should we do now? I feel like something is not right here. I don't know either, but we can let Lin Chen live here first, otherwise if the boss really knows the situation here we will definitely be in trouble. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lin Chen is really good at joking. Chapter 859, The Power of the Supreme Beast Hunting the Strongest Champion. Please collect. Please subscribe. Of course Lin Chen heard these people's words as if they were joking, but his expression did not change at all. Some things don't need to be joked by yourself. Aren't many things obvious? Although it is not clear what these people are thinking and what their real purpose is since the situation has come to this point. I think you should apologize to me first. Why is it so scary now? So you also think that the situation here is a little bit wrong. You are worried that I will run away now, so you will create such a series of things. July 10th situation. Of course I can understand. Although Lin Chen said this, his legs were resting on the chair and knocking back and forth, making the people around him feel very nervous. Originally they wanted to find something on Lin Chen, but now it seems that their handle fell on Lin Chen. These people thought for a long time and felt that something was wrong here. The room fell into silence for a while. The people around looked at Lin Chen carefully. They were all speculating on some of the situations that happened here, but they had no idea what the specific things should be. Now Lin Chen is like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. What should we do? If we stay like this, will there be some other situations? The faces of the people around them suddenly showed confusion. They quietly thought about the situation here and they felt that they were the victims. But since the situation here has developed like this, what can they do? Can anyone help them? Everything seems to be temporary and they can only swallow the loss. Lin Chen looked forward to it and paid attention to what these people said. They touched their chins leisurely. Anyway, no matter what their real thoughts were, it didn't make any sense to Lin Chen. Hey, I think you'd better get your confessions ready as soon as possible, otherwise you will be in trouble when the boss comes. You don't know what kind of person the boss is, but I know. Lin Chen is still adding fuel to the fire even at this time, making the people around him so angry that they clenched their fists and wanted to beat Lin Chen up right now. Their eyes were about to burst into flame. They had been thinking about it for so long, but there was no way to deal with the situation here. Is there really no other way? We must get the verbs right now. Why do I always feel like something is wrong? The people around were almost mad to death. They stared at Lin Chen fiercely while thinking carefully about the situation here. Of course they also knew about the recent situation, but it was not because of Lin Chen. If Lin Chen hadn't caused so many weird things, they would never have made things like this. Lin Chen's eyes fell on these people with a smile. Obviously he didn't care about the situation here at all. He didn't think that the situation here was his fault. It must be these people's own problem. Laboratory. The boss has been in a bad mood. In his expectation, as long as Lin Chen cooperates with him, many problems on their side can be solved. But the fact proved that Lin Chen seemed to have eaten something special. No matter how they threatened and lured, Lin Chen had no intention of cooperating with them. These people were almost mad to death. They had no way to figure out Lin Chen's real thought. Obviously the situation here should be very simple for them. The boss sat alone in front of the computer, carefully looking at the record and some experimental procedures printed on it. He felt that his experiment was perfect and only lacked a cooperative helper. Lin Chen was unwilling to help himself, so he should find other people. Those people didn't look like a reliable person at all. It was better for Lin Chen to cooperate if he cooperated or not. At this time hurried footsteps suddenly came from the door, as if many people were rushing in this direction in a hurry. Boss, there is a problem outside. Some staff members said that Lin Chen seemed to have left. We knocked on the door for a long time outside but found nothing. They said they wanted to report to you and were ready to force the door. After all, if Lin Chen really ran away, they would not be able to take responsibility. What do you think about this situation? I have approved it. A man in red workcloth has appeared in front of the male boss and he is still a little nervous. Chapter 860, The Beast That Devours the Stars. Cosmic level Pokemon. Please collect. Please subscribe. The boss is not in a good mood, which is obvious to all of them, and when facing all situations the boss may not listen to what they say. However, since the situation here has become what it is now, no matter what they think in their hearts, they must face it positively. Sure enough, after listening to what this person said, the cup in the boss's hand fell directly to the ground. With a click, the whole laboratory was very crisp. The man standing by also felt that the situation here was indeed a bit wrong, but things had become like this and they had no other way. What do you think we should do now? It has been 5 or so minutes since the situation was reported and we all think that the situation here is a bit abnormal. The people around looked at each other cautiously and they stared at the boss's direction. At present this situation has already happened to them and they must think of a good way to solve it. If they can't solve it, there may be more problems to face. The boss sat back in his chair, his face pale. He never thought that Lin Chen would do such a thing. It's okay, I'll go check it out now. If Lin Chen really left, quickly pan the scope and surround the entire valley. I don't believe he can get out smoothly. Catch him, I must use him for my own benefit. Doesn't he treasure his Pokemon very much? If not, catch all his Pokemon for me. The boss shouted coldly. His serious eyes fell on the man and he gave orders directly. The people around were all shocked. They didn't expect the boss's reaction to be so big. It was a little different from what they imagined. Lin Chen stayed in his room slowly. He had already guessed some possible situation. The people around him felt like ants on a hot pot and Lin Chen didn't care about the things here at all and even had the mood to joke with them. So what should they do now? How can they solve the things here smoothly? They don't want to make some messy things which will only cause more trouble and impact to them. What should we do now? I've already told you that Lin Chen is not a simple person, you just don't believe it. See, now we are being played around by others and he is not in a hurry at all. The people around him showed some helplessness in their eyes. They felt that they were deceived by Lin Chen, but even if they knew, there was no way anyway. Lin Chen has the final say now. Compared with what Lin Chen did, they were simply a small witch meeting a big witch. What should they do? Lin Chen had already walked in the direction of the front. Just when they thought that Lin Chen might go to get something, everyone's eyes lit up slightly. You don't have to look at me like that. I didn't plan to run away when I closed the door before. You are in front of me now. How could I run away in front of you? I'm not a fool. Of course I know when to do what. I just want to drink some water. Lin Chen's expression clearly showed some calmness. He simply greeted the people around him and said softly. The pupils of the people around him clearly showed some desirelessness. They stood quietly at the door one by one and even their hearts had collapsed long ago. I suddenly feel a little regretful now. We really shouldn't have done it with him. In the end we are the unlucky one. It is impossible for anyone else to be unlucky except us. I really regret it. The staff around him wanted to fight for their head. They have been here for a long time. Seeing the boss on the way, they suddenly didn't know what they should do. Lin Chen didn't care about what these people said at all. Anyway, the boss would definitely ask some related things after he came and there was nothing else. What they didn't know was that the old class was arriving at a very fast speed at this time. Of course, the most important thing was that he asked someone to retrieve the surveillance of the entire valley. He didn't believe that Lin Chen could really leave here quietly. You have to know that his hands and eyes are all over the valley. He can know some news before things happen. Lin Chen alone can't run away if he wants to. The boss's face was very ugly. His fingers were clacking on the keyboard and he soon found the whereabouts of Lin Chen's output. My idea is very simple. Find Lin Chen as soon as possible and notify me. I will have someone catch Lin Chen directly. After catching him, I can give you a share of the matter of Pakia. Chapter 861. The Creation Jade is opened. The secret realm of the Supreme Beast. Please collect. Please subscribe. Not long after, a man's figure appeared on the big screen. The man showed a sneer on his face and looked deeply in the direction of the boss. Obviously he didn't expect that their cooperation would be achieved under such circumstances. It was obviously a bit difficult for them to achieve this situation before, so what exactly did this guy think? Did he really think that there would be no problems in the middle? How is this possible? Why don't you say anything? Do you agree to this matter or not? If you agree, we can cooperate. If you don't agree, forget it. Anyway, I don't have to cooperate with you. The boss's eyes had changed a long time ago and he said as if he was threatening. The man sneered twice. He felt that it was impossible to reach an agreement on this matter. However, since the boss in front of him had already said so, he couldn't express his thought completely. There was no need to, and it may not necessarily bring them any helping hands. It doesn't matter, let's do it this way for now. If I think there will be no problems in the middle, we can talk like this for now. The conditions you gave me are definitely not acceptable. We need to talk again. If you are willing, I will help you. If you are not willing, then there is no need for us to talk at all. It must be that there are some situations on your side that need my help, so you say this, otherwise I don't believe it. But why should I help you? Now it's your problem, not mine. The man's face showed a serious expression as if he was threatening. At this time the boss finally realized that this guy not only didn't think about discussing the situation with him from the beginning, but also had a mentality of kicking him when he was down. The boss was almost angry to death, but there was nothing he could do. On the other side, Lin Chen was almost unable to stay in his room. It has been so long, why hasn't the boss come yet? Are they so slow? According to the previous situation, it shouldn't be so. Lin Chen frowned tightly with a bit of helplessness in his heart. He had to admit that these people were very slow and there might be some problems in the communication between them. But the staff around him also realized that the situation here was a little bit wrong. They looked in the direction of Lin Chen quietly and they hadn't figured out what to do. So what should we do now? I also think that the situation here is a little bit wrong. Or you think it's not right? Anyone can think that the situation in this place is wrong. The faces of the people around looked very cold. They had obviously guessed it for a long time, but there were some situations that no one could explain. No matter what the people around them thought, they had already guessed some things that might happen. How about this? You guys keep looking forward and see if there is any possibility to solve the problems that have not appeared. Let's go out and pick up the boss. Anyway, if we all join together, it may be easier for the helping hand boss to solve the situation here. We must leave some people here to wait and see what other actions Lin Chen will take. As long as we figure out the situation here, won't it be easier for us to solve other things? The hearts of the people around have long been filled with nervousness. Their eyes are roaming around and they even secretly glance in the direction of Lin Chen. Anyway, their thoughts are completely different. They know that if they stay here and don't find some ways to solve the problems here quickly, they will definitely be unlucky in the end. Lin Chen's eyes fell on the people around him with a smile. No matter what they did before, no matter what they wanted to achieve, Lin Chen didn't care at all. Lin Chen had already guessed the situation here and Lin Chen also had a lot of ideas. Yes, you are all right. Quickly put all the blame on me, otherwise you will probably end up in trouble. I think you'd better speed up a little bit, otherwise no one can tell what will happen at that time. Lin Chen supported his chin innocently and looked up in the direction of the people around him. The faces of the people around him froze and they stared at Lin Chen deeply, thinking that Lin Chen said such words deliberately. But what can they do? They still have to solve the situation here as soon as possible. They know very well that if they waste more time, the problems may be more troublesome. Let's go, let's leave here first and talk about other situations later. Chapter 862, Hunting the Overlord of the Sky, the Power of the Sky-Splitting Sitting. Please subscribe. Lin Chen was almost amused by the actions of these people. He watched the people around him leave here quickly at the speed of escaping. There was only one person left in the room. The man's expression was wooden, as if he didn't quite believe what was happening here. He wanted to run out, but his reaction speed was a little slow. With a bang, the door was closed. He was locked in the room like Lin Chen and there was no way out. Actually, there is no need. After all, this door has been kicked in. Even if they go out, you can go out. Are you going to stay here and watch me or go out with those people? Lin Chen's face clearly showed a little smile. He looked deeply in the direction of the man in front of him and his expression seemed to be a little confused and curious. Because he heard what Lin Chen said, the man standing aside didn't know what he should say. He stood aside, calmly looked blankly in the direction of Lin Chen and then retracted his gaze. Anyway, no matter what his expression of thinking was, he felt that the situation here was a little bit unsatisfactory, right? And he didn't want to be alone with Lin Chen here anymore. Your thoughts are your thoughts. Your thoughts, no matter what they are, have nothing to do with me. I also think that the situation here is a little bit wrong. Can you let me go? The man standing aside was obviously cautious in his heart and he quietly cast a look in the direction of Lin Chen for help. Anyway, they had already guessed that the situation here was a little bit wrong. If the things here could not be solved as soon as possible, they might face more trouble. They really didn't want the situation here to become what it is now, otherwise the impact on them would only be more, not less. Lin Chen supported his chin with his hand and looked slowly in the direction of the guy in front of him. Although Lin Chen had already guessed some of the situations, they were indeed average. Okay, I think what you said makes sense. You can go out first. I'm going to rest. Don't bother me. I need to remind you that if you plan to talk to me while I'm resting, something special may happen. Anyway, nothing will be simple at that time. I don't know what I will do, Lin Chen said as if he was threatening. As soon as he finished speaking, he lay on the bed. The others were still thinking about the situation here, especially those who ran out quickly. The man in the room had a confused look on his face. He looked in the direction of Lin Chen blankly. He never thought that the situation here would become like this. So is there a problem or not for them to do this? The man just felt that something was wrong everywhere. He was numb all over. He carefully recalled every bit of what happened here. He always felt that he seemed to have been deceived, but there was no way to solve it. Lin Chen had fallen into a deep sleep. He knew that these people knew that he was useful and would definitely not kill him directly, so he could be so relieved. When the boss came over, he found that many people had gathered around. His face was very dark, almost like ink. Seeing so many staff gathered around, his face showed a rage. This guy, what are you all doing here? Are you here to see a joke? Do you know what happened in this place? Who asked you to gather together? The boss's cold eyes fell on the crowd and shouted loudly. Suddenly, hearing what Lin Chen said, the people around were frightened and trembled all over. They didn't think about what they should say at all. It's over, the boss is really angry. Boss, can you stop being so angry? agree? We actually have both good news and bad news to tell you, but I don't know which one you want to hear first. The people around trembled and looked at the boss. On one hand they were harassed by him, and on the other hand they carefully looked at the boss's presence. Anyway, the situation here has already had a certain impact on them and they haven't figured out which one will be better. The boss sneered twice. Of course he knew what was happening here, but what exactly were these people planning? Forget it, you can talk slowly. I'm in a certain mood and have made certain preparations. When did Lin Chen disappear? What traces have you found now? When can we find Lin Chen? The boss asked a series of questions. Chapter 863 Dark Myth Pokemon, an instance comparable to a first level god. Please collect. Please subscribe. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the people around him seemed to be quieter. Their eyes hesitated slightly as if they were considering how to explain the situation here. The people around him didn't expect that the old class didn't seem to have caught up with the news. The situation seems to be a little wrong. The boss doesn't know at all. How could this be? Under normal circumstances the boss's news should be richer than ours. The people around simply changed presence and they were all thinking about the situation here. Anyway, facing the current events they have guessed that something is wrong. No matter what they think in their hearts, they haven't figured out how to do this matter and they are a little worried. Such a boss. Something did happen among us and Lin Chen did not respond at first. We all thought that Lin Chen must have escaped, but we later broke the door and found that Lin Chen was still in the room. Lin Chen did not escape. We have already found someone to report this to you, but maybe you took a wrong path. What do you think we should do now? The people around looked nervously in the direction of the boss and said easily. But the boss, who was already angry, showed a confused look on his face after hearing what these people said. What are these people saying? Say it again, I don't think I heard it just now. Am I dreaming, or did Lin Chen really not escape? The boss showed an incredible look on his face. He looked deeply in the direction of the people around him, obviously not believing what happened here. If this is true, then it is indeed a good thing. The people around sighed helplessly and nodded heavily. Lin Chen is in the room. This is true, he didn't run away. The boss kicked the door open excitedly and the door, which was already shaky, couldn't bear it this time and fell directly to the ground. The man in the room had been frightened for a long time and he stood up from his position reflexively. He and the boss looked at each other and felt that the boss was not looking for him. This person took the boss to where Lin Chen was resting. Lin Chen seemed very peaceful and they could see Lin Chen's breathing ups and down. The boss's eyes suddenly turned red and he didn't know what he should say. If Lin Chen didn't leave, it would be better and he wouldn't need to give those grandchildren at all. Very good, very good. You have done very well. As long as Lin Chen doesn't leave, we can still discuss and solve this matter. I think you all have a promising future. We can still discuss this matter. Just keep quiet and try not to get involved in anything. The boss showed a gentle presence on his face. He simply greeted the people around him and said confidently. Although the people around him had already noticed the situation here and it might be a little bit wrong, they agreed directly after the boss said so. Please give flowers 0. Yes boss, don't worry. The situation here is indeed our responsibility. We will definitely keep an eye on this person and will never let him leave here. The people around him were relieved to see that the boss could handle this matter lightly, otherwise the situation here would be too dangerous for them. Lin Chen was actually resting all the time. He could hear the situation outside clearly, but he was too lazy to do anything. He felt that the most important thing was to rest and everything else could be solved. 0. The boss had already walked towards the door and just when everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the boss suddenly returned. The boss's eyes turned slightly and he said seriously to the people around him, "You watch here. If he wakes up, call him to my side. I just want to discuss something very important with him about Palkia. By the way, you can also tell him that he has a good relationship with Su Mao. Su Mao has encountered some crises. If he wants to help Su Mao solve the situation here, I'm afraid there is no other way except to cooperate with me. Can you all understand what's going on here? Convey every word I said to Lin Chen. I don't want any accidents to happen in the middle." The boss's presence seemed to reveal a bit of depth. He looked heavily in the direction of the people around him and said softly. The people around were of course a little scared and they nodded quickly. "Yes boss, don't worry." Chapter 864 Yandere Pokemon is in action, crushing the demon god of the void. Please collect. Please subscribe. Near the village, in a clear river, Azumarill and Su Mao wasted a long time before finally climbing ashore. Su Mao had never expected that the situation here would be like this. He thought that the situation here could be easily solved. Knowing that he was getting closer and closer to this place, he realized that the situation here seemed to be a little different. Su Mao's presence clearly revealed a little hesitation. She breathed a sigh of relief and was always speculating about what to do next. If the things here can be solved smoothly, July 13th can indeed reduce a lot of trouble, but what if there is no way to solve it easily? The people around have actually been speculating for a long time. We need to wait here to see if there are any patrols passing by this place. If there are people on the move passing by, we will wait until those people leave before going out, and then I will take you to report the news and see if we can find Lin Chen. Believe me, if we go there rashly, it is very likely to alert the enemy, which will definitely not be a good thing for us at that time. Su Mao's presence clearly revealed the seriousness and earnestness of the atmosphere. As he said this, he carefully raised his head and looked in the distance. He had already guessed that there might be some changes in the layout of the village, but he didn't expect it to become like this. The layout here seems to be more troublesome than before, and there are many mobile populations, so what are they going on? Su Mao's heart clearly revealed a bit of complexity, and he was still speculating on what happened here. At least from the current situation, he can feel that many of the situations in this place are a little different. Lin Chen had just woken up from the valley. Lin Chen didn't think there would be any problems with the situation in this place, but he never thought that there would be something wrong in his room. There will be other people. Lin Chen stared at the direction of the people around him with wide eyes and looked a little curious. What exactly do these people want to do? He looked at the people in his eyes with a bit of confusion. This shouldn't be a dream, right? The people around him naturally noticed that Lin Chen had woken up. Their faces showed a bit of strangeness, and they even turned their heads to the other side. They had no way to decide what happened here, and they didn't think about why it turned out like this. If they could, they didn't want to waste so much time with Lin Chen here. You've woken up. We have something important to tell you. We'll leave here after we tell you. Are you willing to listen? Anyway, whether you want to hear it or not, we must tell you the situation. The boss means that if you wake up, go directly to him. We have left a special person to take you there. The important things have been explained almost. If there is no other situation, we will leave first. The people around looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen, and they turned around and left here presentiously. Seeing these people suddenly leave, Lin Chen's face clearly showed a bit of surprise. It seems that there is something different. They came so easily and left so easily. Lin Chen's presence clearly showed a bit of confusion. He turned back and looked in the direction of those people. Although the situation here has come to an end, are they really not worried about some of the situations in this place? Hey, you just left like that. Don't you have anything to tell me? I thought you might explain things in more detail. It seems like something is not right. Lin Chen frowned, calmly waved at the people who left and looked confused. The people on the opposite side seemed to be chased by something behind them. Most of them didn't see Lin Chen waving and left here quickly. Anyway, after Lin Chen reacted, they seemed, why are these people so strange? What happened before? Azumarill. Lin Chen's voice had just finished calling, and then he realized that Azumarill was not by his side at all. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. He didn't want to stay in this valley anymore and hoped that he could leave earlier. He felt that the outside world was more exciting. Even the village where Su Mao was much better than this place. Of course, Lin Chen could only think about this kind of thing, and on the surface he had to pretend that this place was still okay. Otherwise, what would the boss of this place think? After all, the boss has been in this place for a long time. Chapter 865, Devouring the God of Dreams, Dark Nightmare God. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen knew very well that if he really wanted to have a good relationship with someone, then it was the most basic requirement to get closer to him and have a common language. Of course, there would be some other situations, but no matter what they thought, it was not as simple as imagined to do these things. Lin Chen touched his chin with his hand and looked up in the distance. Since the boss had said that he wanted to see him, he could indeed go over and take a look, and he didn't know what they were thinking. Lin Chen's heart clearly revealed a bit of helplessness, and he walked out in a frank way. I had just gone to the door of the room and saw several people standing in this place. When those people saw Lin Chen, they also showed some surprise on their faces. Obviously, they didn't expect why Lin Chen would appear here. This situation seemed a little different from what they imagined. What's going on? This guy woke up so quickly. I thought he would sleep for a long time. If that's the case, it would be strange. If he didn't do something special at night, how could he sleep so long? Everyone thinks there must be some problems here. I really don't know what you think. Do you really think this guy is a good person? Several people's faces showed some helplessness and shock. They have been speculating for a long time. Why can't some people understand what's going on here? I think it's not us who are stupid, but the boss. Anyway, no matter what our real thoughts are, the boss is determined to cooperate with Lin Chen. If we go to make trouble at this time, do you think we will have a good ending? Whether it is a good ending or a good result, it seems very far away for us, and we will only suffer the consequences when the time comes. Since the current situation has become what it is now, it is best for us to pretend that we know nothing, otherwise we will definitely die at that time. The faces of the people around them clearly showed some speechless presence. They looked at each other closely, and they all knew the situation here, which was indeed a bit helpless. Lin Chen seemed to have guessed the situation here a long time ago, and he didn't want to react to it at all. He quietly watched the people people around him talking. He felt that he was almost ready, but the people in front of him didn't seem to be. If it's almost, can we go directly to see your boss? I'm ready. Of course, if you feel that you still need some preparation, that's fine. I'll wait for you here. Lin Chen simply greeted the people around him. He seemed to be a very easy-to-talk person. The people around him clearly revealed some complexity in their heart. Their eyes flickered slightly and they were also thinking about what to do with the situation here. What should we do now? Otherwise leave one person here to watch and the rest of the people will take Lin Chen over. I think it's okay. The people around him quickly distributed the task. Lin Chen waited quietly by the side, hugging his shoulders and looking at the people around him calmly. He felt that some of these people's choices and decisions might have gone wrong, but he couldn't remind them. He had to leave someone in the room wherever he went. They really suspected that there was something in the room or something else had happened. Lin Chen's face clearly showed some surprise. No matter what the matter was, he didn't mean to say it. The people around him turned around and walked out. Lin Chen followed them consciously. Anyway, these people didn't give him Lin Chen and didn't want to talk to them. Are you really not curious about what happened here? We in 713 are a little confused. How could you sleep so soundly before? We have already opened the door and you just answered us lazily. So what happened before? The people around him looked in the direction of Lin Chen with curiosity, obviously thinking that Lin Chen had a shocking secret. Lin Chen looked in the direction of the people around him with shock, thinking that they were probably dreaming. What are you thinking about? If I really have a secret, how could you not find it? If I guess correctly, when I went out before, you had already been 3 feet away from my room. I advise you not to do something you shouldn't do, otherwise what if you touch something you shouldn't touch? The owners of these rooms should know what they are used for. It's no use for you to ask me. Chapter 866, The Battle of the Three Gods of Hone, the Power of the Destroying Demon God. Please subscribe. Although on the surface Lin Chen still looks righteous, but I don't know why the people around him can't believe it at all. They think that there are likely to be various problems in this matter and what Lin Chen said may not be true. Yes, you are right. We all think what you said makes sense. Why don't you wait here for a while? We are already at the gate. I need to go in and ask for instructions first. If you are interested, we can talk to you in detail after you talk to the boss. The faces of the people around him suddenly showed a smile. They simply greeted Lin Chen and said happily. Anyway, for these people, they all felt that the situation here was a little bit wrong and they didn't need to care about other things at all. Lin Chen looked at these people with a blank face and left here quickly. No matter what the situation here was, he always felt that something was wrong. Anyway, he was not in a hurry, so he could only wait here quietly. Looking around, there were indeed a few Pokemon moving nearby. Lin Chen had just sat down when he suddenly felt something strange. Although Lin Chen had not been here for long, he knew clearly what the Pokemon that moved to each place were. It was impossible for Pokemon to come to this place. He had been around this place for a long time before, and those Pokemon seemed to be very interested in this place. Even Cobalion and Azumarill would not be willing to appear here, so there was only one other possibility. These Pokemon were not from this place at all. They were likely to have come from outside. Could it be related to Darkrai? Thinking of this, Lin Chen had a headache and rubbed his forehead with his hand. What was going on with these guys? They were really bold in doing things. Didn't they worry about some other situations? Lin Chen sighed helplessly. He had been thinking about the situation here. Originally the things here could have been solved, but unfortunately these people wanted to create some higher difficulties. How could you be like, who asked you to come here? Will there be some other situations in the middle? Lin Chen took a step and took the initiative to walk towards the direction of those Pokemon. Lin Chen's Zion seemed to be a little confused and he poked the Pokemon around him with his hand. Long before the things here happened, Lin Chen had already noticed that the situation here was a little bit wrong. Anyway, no matter what these people want to do, since this thing has already happened, they can also do it well. Think about it. Lin Chen propped his chin with his hand and simply looked into the distance. He always felt that the situation here would not be a big problem. Those Pokemon could hear what Lin Chen said, so they certainly did not come here voluntarily. If Darkrai had not told them that Lin Chen was in this place and could help them, they would never test him no matter what. Do you know Darkrai? Darkrai said this place is a bit dangerous and asked us to take you out. We don't know much about other things either. What do you think? Do you want to go out with us? When the Pokemon around saw Lin Chen, they were still a little worried and uneasy. While talking to Lin Chen, they turned around cautiously, obviously looking for a way to crack it. Lin Chen didn't want to leave now. He had another reason to leave here openly. Let's do this. You go first. As for Darkrai, I will know how to explain to him. You tell him that I will be able to get out successfully in 2 days. Don't make him too uneasy and don't let him come in again. I'm worried that many situations in this place may be a little different. If he comes in, it may cause us some other reason. When the surrounding Pokemon heard what Lin Chen said, their faces showed confusion. They thought Lin Chen Chen might be dreaming. Have people now become so problematic? Do we have to knock him out and take him away? But he seems to be normal. Why did he say sleep talk? The faces of the surrounding Pokemon clearly showed puzzlement, and they look carefully in the direction of Lin Chen. Many situations are a little different from what they imagined, and they haven't figured out what they should do. Lin Chen probably guessed what these Pokemon said. He looked at these Pokemon calmly and said word by word, "I think you better not be so uneasy. Some situations are indeed different." Chapter 867 Eternal Wine, the Authority of the God of Creation. Please subscribe. The problem is that some situations are not different at all, but Lin Chen feels that he has a way to solve the situation here, but the guys around him don't believe it at all. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. It was obviously a very simple matter. As long as they communicated well, they could solve it smoothly. But why don't these Pokemon around him believe it at all? By the way, I remember that they seem to have put a lot of monitoring equipment in this place. Did you avoid it when you came in and left? Otherwise you might be discovered, which would be more troublesome. Lin Chen seemed to suddenly remember something. He looked at the Pokemon around him cautiously and said simply. Of course the Pokemon around knew what Lin Chen said, and they nodded in unison. They just felt that many of the situations in this place were a little different from what they imagined, and there was a high possibility that some special things would happen. Don't worry, we know what to pay attention to and how to do it. You don't have to worry about it. After we solve the situation here, we will definitely think of other ways. Don't worry. The surrounding Pokemon spoke to Lin Chen while quietly moving out. They have heard footsteps in this place and someone may be approaching. Although they don't know who it is definitely not as simple as imagined. As long as they solve the situation here, they can take Lin Chen away openly. I still think we should take this human away. In fact, we also think so, but if this human can really go out by himself, we don't have to waste our effort. These Pokemons communicated quietly while hiding in the blind spot of the surveillance. Anyway, they just need to spend some time here and wait for a while. You guys go out first. I won't go out for a short time. See you in the old place in 2 days. Lin Chen waved his hand directly, said hello to these Pokemon, and soon left here with big stride. These Pokemon could only watch Lin Chen leave. There was a bit of complexity and curiosity on their faces, and they didn't understand the specific situation here at all. The only thing they knew was that Lin Chen didn't seem to worry about the situation here at all, and he walked very fast. Lin Chen soon entered the laboratory. The corridors in this place seemed to be connected in all directions, and there should be many different roads. Although it is not clear why the boss wants to make this place like this, there must be some secrets in it. Lin Chen sighed slightly. He didn't want to know the secrets of Taiyuan at all, but just hoped that the situation here could be solved smoothly. No matter what Lin Chen's real thoughts were, many situations might not be a big problem. As Lin Chen continued to move forward, the doors were opened one by one, and soon the boss's laboratory was revealed. The boss has indeed been thinking about it for a long time. As this matter develops, he feels that the situation here should be almost the same. You are now. What do you think? It shouldn't be a big problem. We can wait for a while. The boss smiled and greeted Lin Chen excitedly. If Lin Chen had really run away before, or if the boss was angry, he would never have paid attention to Lin Chen. But after his previous request for help, the man asked him to be his grandson and even looked dissatisfied with his condition. He was almost mad to death. Anyway, the last Lin Chen's incident has made him realize that if he doesn't cooperate with Lin Chen, it may be even more unreliable to cooperate with others. I'm actually a little curious why you came here. Why did you come to Pakia? Maybe we can discuss it carefully. Then Pakia can be given to you. How about you lend it to me temporarily and study it for a while? The boss looked serious and glanced at Lin Chen secretly. This was the result of his thinking for a long time. If Lin Chen was rejecting him, he really had no other choice. If that was the case, he could only try other methods. After all, if he refused a toast, he would only be punished. He was very clear about what kind of person he was. He felt that if he really did this, the impact on them might be troublesome to a certain extent. Lin Chen's eyes flickered slightly when he heard what this guy said. Of course, he knew that there might be some problems with the situation here. Okay. Chapter 868 Shiny Rayquaza, the Pokemon of the Void World. Please subscribe. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, the people around him showed surprised expressions on their faces. Although they felt that something was wrong before Lin Chen agreed so quickly. Is it really okay? The few people looked in the direction of Lin Chen with a dull look on their faces. They always felt that something was wrong. Wouldn't there be some other problems if they did this? These staff members had heard before that Lin Chen was a person who was not easy to approach, and he might not agree to them. Is there something wrong with the news we got before? I don't think Lin Chen is a person who is difficult to deal with. Actually, I think so too, but we have no way to judge the specific situation. What should we do? The people around him were obviously helpless, and they looked at each other carefully. Anyway, no matter what they thought in their heart, since the situation here is like this, let's do it for the time being. Boss, since this gentleman has agreed to this matter, is there anything else we need? Yes boss, we feel that we seem to have no place to use our skills at all. Why don't you talk about it first and leave here first? If there is anything we need to do, we will do our best. The people around him paid careful attention to Lin Chen and briefly reported the situation in the direction of the boss. The boss sighed a little helplessly. The situation they were thinking about was indeed unlikely to cause any big problem. Of course, then you can go and do your own things first. Lin Chen, it's just right that you come here. Since you are really willing to cooperate with me, we can also discuss it. I have something to tell you. The boss's face showed obvious yang long. He waved in the direction of Lin Chen and his tone was still a bit calm. Lin Chen had no idea what this guy was really thinking. With the recent events, he had deeply realized that many things were a little wrong. Lin Chen sighed slowly and subconsciously looked in the direction of the guy in front of him. It might be better if they could solve the situation here as soon as possible. I heard before that you wanted to cooperate with me, but I was never ready. After so long, I think you are still a trustworthy person. If you don't think it's too serious, we can cooperate. Of course, I still want to ask your thoughts on this matter. Lin Chen said straight to the point. He looked deeply in the direction of the man in front of him and seemed very frank. The boss was very excited. He had been waiting for a long time, but he felt that Lin Chen might not be willing to agree. He showed a bright smile on his face and patted Lin Chen's shoulder to see how he looked. Okay, good, I think you are good too. Then how about we have a good discussion? When the time comes, as long as you catch Pakia can be yours. You just need to lend Pakia to me and let me study it for a while. My request should be very simple. Please give me 0 flowers. Of course, if you think this is not feasible, we can have a good discussion. Anyway, there must be a solution to this matter. Don't you think so? The boss's Zion was full of excitement. He kept paying attention to Lin Chen, just wanting to know what Lin Chen's real thoughts were. He had no way to fully judge whether Lin Chen was really willing to cooperate with them or whether Lin Chen had his own ideas and might just want to use a delaying tactic. Lin Chen sat quietly aside, seriously pondering the situation here. He really felt that there was no problem with this matter at all. Actually, this situation sounds okay. Let's do this for now. I can agree to it. I'm not worried about the situation here. Let's do this for now. Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly. He sat on a chair beside him and nodded decisively. The boss was so happy. As long as Lin Chen agreed, the difficulty of their matter would be reduced by more than half. Besides that, you can ask for anything. For example, if you want to improve your life or the environment, we will agree to it. Anyway, you can think about it. I don't think there will be any big problems here. The boss patted Lin Chen's shoulder enthusiastically and said softly with a serious tone. Feeling the boss's enthusiasm for him and his different attitude, Lin Chen's eyes subconsciously fell on this person. Although Lin Chen felt that something was wrong, he would not say it completely. Chapter 869 Dark Taboo Divine Beast Man-Made First Class God. Please collect. Please subscribe. The boss's face cooled down at a visible speed. He never thought that Lin Chen would ask to leave. He was really unhappy. He felt that Lin Chen was simply deceiving himself. Since he didn't want to cooperate with him, why bother to deceive himself? If you don't want to cooperate with me, you can just say it directly. I will never let you go. It doesn't matter if you don't cooperate with me. I can think of other ways to cooperate with you. Anyway, this matter will be resolved sooner or later. The boss's eyes clearly revealed a bit of danger. He looked deeply in the direction of Lin Chen. Lin Chen knew what kind of result he might face if he said this. He didn't care about the boss's thoughts at all. To be precise, he already knew how he should persuade the boss. What are you talking about? Haven't we agreed and reached an agreement? I just think that if we say we want to catch Pakia, we can't wait for Pakia to come to this valley in person. Although this environment does look good, you have to go out first if you want to catch him. Where can you go if you don't go out? Lin Chen's face clearly showed a bit of calmness. He spread his hands and felt that what the boss said was obviously a bit inapplicable. The boss's eyes turned slightly. Although he felt that what Lin Chen said might make some sense, what is the real solution? He couldn't believe what Lin Chen said inapplicably, not to mention that many things that happened in this place had already posed some threats to them. The boss was thinking about how many things happened in this place. Where did Lin Chen get the news? Pakia actually stayed here before, although not for a long time. I just think the merchants here are pretty good and the environment is good, so I want to build a base here. You can see it. You also think this place should be pretty good, right? The boss laughed twice and quickly concealed his expression. Lin Chen just nodded lightly. Anyway, no matter what the boss said, he just nodded now. There shouldn't be too many problems in the middle. As long as they can negotiate this matter smoothly, other situations can be solved. The boss sighed slowly and paid attention to Lin Chen calmly. He still felt that what Lin Chen said was very likely to be perfunctory. Is it really true? Are you sure you want to leave? Then where do you think you should go to find a boyfriend? end? The boss asked calmly. He felt that Lin Chen might be more likely to deceive himself just pretending to get a possibility of release. If you are worried, you can send some staff to go out with me. Isn't that better? You must trust the staff anyway. Lin Chen's expression clearly revealed a bit of calmness. He pulled the boss's sleeve with his hand and said with a righteous look, "Of course the boss certainly trusts his own staff, but trusting his own people does not mean trusting Lin Chen." The boss standing aside clearly revealed a bit of complicity in his heart. He always felt that something was wrong. What should be done? You can think about it carefully. The sincerity between us is still very high. I don't need to deceive you at all. Anyway, this matter is like this. First, in the village, Su Mao has been away for a while. They have been searching for so long, but they have not found any news about Su Mao. Some people know that they have some situations, but they dare not say it. Since things here have already happened, if they are more honest, they may have problems. What should we do now? I also feel that the situation here is a little bit wrong. What should we do to be more appropriate? I don't know. If we can't solve the situation here as soon as possible, there may be more problems. We need to work with others to solve all the problems that may arise in this place as soon as possible. 07 The hearts of the people around them clearly revealed some complicity. They carefully looked at each other's tone and said seriously. Just when these people were still speculating on the situation here, there seemed to be a sound of movement not far from them. These people soon settled down and their vigilant eyes fell on the distance, wondering who was approaching this direction. This was already a bit threatening to them. Who is thinking about it? I advise you to take the initiative to come out, otherwise tell me. We will be rude to you. We have weapons in our hands. Chapter 870 Eternal Jiraki, the power of the world-destroying demon god. Please collect. Please subscribe. Su Mao had already guessed the situation here when these people were talking, but he felt that things here should not be particularly dangerous. No matter what these people wanted to do, they were from the same village before, but with the subsequent events they had a big gap in their hearts. Su Mao is now somewhat doubtful what kind of people can be trusted and what kind of people cannot be trusted. No matter what he thinks in his heart, since the situation here has already happened, they can only face it well. I think you should still remember me. What is going on here? Why did it suddenly become like this? If you tell me that the situation here has nothing to do with you, I will never believe it. Do you want to be more honest? Lin Chen's calm eyes fell on the people around him and he said word by word. The people around suddenly heard what Lin Chen said and their eyes suddenly changed. They really didn't expect the situation to become like this. Well, why did Su Mao suddenly appear here and let them do what they should do? The situations they are thinking about in their heart. The eyes of the people showed an embarrassment. They always thought that the situation here was easy to solve, but since this guy appeared, they have deeply realized that the situation here is not the same as they imagined. Something is wrong. This guy may have known something we have hidden before. If we can't solve it as soon as possible, there will be more trouble. I want to ask, what should we do now? The faces of the people around him were a little stiff. They looked at Su Mao and didn't know whether they should go up to say hello or continue to pretend. Lin Chen and the boss had already walked out of the laboratory. In fact, he had already paid attention to the situation in this valley. He felt that most of the situations look pretty good, but there were also some special situations. No matter what they thought, many things would be solved. I know why you are so worried about things here, and I know you are worried that I will run away. I still make the same suggestion. If you are really worried, you can send some staff to go with me, preferably your core staff. You won't worry that your own people don't believe you, right? This is a bit abnormal. You have stayed in this place for a long time and you must have a lot of confidence, right? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly and he gently patted the boss's shoulder, looking righteous. The boss was so angry that his teeth itched. Lin Chen thought that there was nothing wrong with what he said, but in the boss's opinion he was almost mad to death. How is this possible? If the people around him were really good, there would not be any problems and it would be Lin Chen's turn. He had already solved the problems here and his people would have more problems after such a long time. He didn't know what his people were thinking, why they made so many troubles at this time, but he couldn't tell Lin Chen about this situation. If Lin Chen didn't plan to cooperate with him at that time but chose someone else, he would have no place to cry. Okay, I understand what you said. I will think about it carefully. You can rest assured I will inform you as soon as I get the result. How about it? The boss showed a sincere smile on his face, patted Lin Chen's shoulder gently and looked very calm. Lin Chen thought about it seriously and felt that if he waited too long, Dark Ray might not be very reassured. No, I can't wait here for too long. I think you should know what happened to Su Mao. If too much time passes, 717 Su Mao will probably be worried. If I leave earlier now, I can still go back to the village. Even if those people don't believe me, Su Mao and I will have a certain degree of trust. Lin Chen's tone clearly revealed a bit of sincerity and the boss felt that it was indeed reasonable. Anyway, the current situation has developed to this point. If he grabs Lin Chen forcefully it may not be appropriate. Okay, let's do this. Let's hold a simple meeting. If everyone in the meeting agrees, then you leave here first. I will design some staff to leave with you and they will take the responsibility of insisting on you and protecting you. The boss showed a faint smile on his face, patted Lin Chen's shoulder gently and looked righteous. Lin Chen didn't think there would be any situation here. He nodded and agreed. Of course, I'll be waiting for your good news at any time. Chapter 871, The Phantom That Distorts Reality, The Trace of Mutuo. Please subscribe. Although Lin Chen said this, in fact both the boss and Lin Chen felt that the other party was very cunning. Lin Chen walked slowly towards the outside. He was not worried that the boss would do anything else to her. Anyway, the situation has reached this point and there will probably be no other problems. The boss's heart clearly revealed a bit of helplessness and they were all speculating on some related situation. They all knew that many things seemed to be a little wrong, but what should they do in this situation? Several people soon appeared in the boss's life and their heart clearly revealed a bit of complexity. They looked at the direction where Lin Chen left and asked carefully, what should we do now? Should we really let this guy go? Obviously many things are not as simple as we imagine. The hearts of these people were obviously a little complicated and they said with a little worry. They all felt that the situation here was a little different. If they really did this, the impact on them would only be more troublesome. The boss standing aside nodded seriously. He had already guessed what was happening here. It doesn't matter. Just like he said, we can send some people to see the situation here first. Who knows if they will really do it after agreeing. If he really won't cause us some impact and can help us, then it's okay to give him some convenience appropriately. The boss's eyes looked particularly deep. He simply waved his hand to the people around him, looking very calm. They had already guessed some of the other people's situations. Okay, then do as you say. Since Lin Chen had heard what these people said, he would seriously think about the situation here. He walked towards the outside and soon saw those Pokemons walking and lying unexpectedly. They had not left yet. Lin Chen originally wanted to talk to them, but his ears were very sharp and he had heard that someone was following him closely. Sure enough, when the Pokemons in this place heard the sound, they quickly ran away. Lin Chen's expression did not change at all. He had already guessed that the situation here would happen like this, so what happened here was also a very normal situation. Hey sir, can we spend some time to simply discuss the things here with you? In fact, we have already guessed some of the situations in this place and we are a little curious, but we don't know how to say it. The faces of the people around him suddenly showed a little smile. They simply greeted Lin Chen and said easily. Hearing what these people said, Lin Chen's nerves did reveal some confusion. He turned back and greeted these people quietly. I don't really understand what you mean, so what do you want to talk about? I hope you know that I don't have much time and I have a lot of other things to do. I hope you can get to it as soon as possible. Lin Chen's calm eyes fell on these people. As he spoke, he pointed to the house not far away. I think we can go inside the house and have a good talk first. There is water in my house. I want to drink some. You can tell others if you want. I can't provide the things in my house to any of you. The boss also agreed to this. Lin Chen's expression clearly showed a bit of calmness. He said simply. When these people heard what Lin Chen said, they were obviously shocked. They all felt a little incredible. Is what Lin Chen said true or false? How is it possible? Why should we believe whether what you said is true or false? That's right. What if there are other situations hidden in what you said? How can we judge? The suspicious eyes of the people around fell on Lin Chen. No matter what Lin Chen thought, they didn't believe it. Anyway, no matter what the people around him said, Lin Chen had already participated in some situations. You are just sent by others to test the situation. You want to know what I said to the boss and what kind of cooperation we have reached. In fact, this kind of thing is very simple. You can ask directly. If I am in a good mood, I can answer directly. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smile. He glanced at the people around him with sharp eyes and said very frankly, what? Don't you believe it? Since you don't believe it. Chapter 872, The Overlord of Time and Space, the Supreme Creation God. Please subscribe. Even if Lin Chen didn't say the rest of his words, they could understand what Lin Chen really meant. Since you don't believe it, why do you still want to come over and try? In this case, there is no way it will be of any use. The expressions of the people around were frozen. It was not because they had no other way that they had to try. The hearts of the people clearly revealed a bit of complexity. They had been thinking about it for a long time. If there had not been more and more things happening recently, it would not have been like this. Let's wait here for a while. We also think that the situation here, I don't think it's right. Let's go get something first and then go to your room to discuss it later. Everyone simply greeted Lin Chen and then quickly left in the distance. Lin Chen stood aside slowly, and after hearing what these people said, he was still speculating on some of the things that happened here. In fact, he could understand the situations mentioned by others, and he could also understand why this situation occurred in the middle. But there are some special things that may not be 717 to right. Of course, after we solve the situation here we can discuss it properly. Anyway, we all think that this won't be a big problem, the people around said to Lin Chen with a smile. They simply waved to Lin Chen and soon left this direction. When most of the people here had left, Lin Chen walked slowly to the location of the Pokemon. It was a bush as tall as a person. These Pokemon hid here and no one could see them. Although I don't know why these Pokemons of mine suddenly stayed here. Don't they think this place is not hidden? You are likely to be discovered if you stay here. It's better to go to my room. I have reached an agreement with their boss. These people will listen to me and I will take some people away, so if you see me you'd better not get too close to me. I know you will bring the last message to Darkrai, so don't play dumb here. I can understand it. Seeing that these Pokemons didn't hear anything, Lin Chen had no choice but to use his trump card. As he pecked, the faces of the Pokemon around him were obviously surprised when these words came out. They never thought that Lin Chen would know the situation here, which seemed to be very different from what they imagined. How do you know that we can understand what you say? How do you know the situation here? How should we deal with it? What do you think? Do you know a lot of things? The faces of the Pokemon around him were obviously confused. They circled around Lin Chen, always feeling that something was wrong. Lin Chen didn't want to say much. In fact, some of the situations that happened here Lin Chen had guessed some of the situations before this happened. Okay, I guess those people are about to come over. You can go back and bring the news to Darkrai. When everything here has been resolved we can meet outside in the village. The hearts of the people around him were already full of tension. Just when they were about to look for the person who was talking, Su Mao had already appeared in front of everyone. Su Mao also felt a little helpless, but since the situation here has already happened they can only face it this way. Hey, I also think that the things here should have something to do with you. You won't say anything. What's going on here? What did you do? Where is Lin Chen? I still hope to find Lin Chen in a short time. If you waste too much time, don't blame me for being rude to you. Either you don't want to tell me about this matter at all or you are conspiring together. Do you think that since I have appeared those people will believe what I say or what you say? Su Mao's expression still looked a little cold and he simply said it to the people around him. The people around him clearly revealed a bit of complexity and helplessness in their heart. They have been talking for a long time and they always feel that something is wrong. I don't know. We just think the situation here might be a little different, so we do this. Yes, there are just some individual things that are a little different and the other situations should be nothing. These people forced a smile and they simply looked at each other and said quickly, anyway, no matter what the specific situation is, it is not important. Su Mao can also understand. Chapter 873, The Supreme Heaven Realm, the oppressive feeling of the first level god. Please subscribe. Azumarill stayed in Su Mao's arms helplessly. It has been so long and he felt that there is no need to continue talking about the situation here. I don't know when Arcanine has also run in this direction. They all suspected that the situation here was a little wrong and the possibility of problems should be more than they know. If the things here cannot be solved as soon as possible, the impact will be more troublesome. Okay, I think we can wait and see what will happen. Net here. Seeing Su Mao staring at the people around him so confidently, they only felt more guilty. What should we do now? The looks of these people kept changing and they felt more and more that the situation here might not be normal. Even though time was changing, the people around still felt that something was wrong. Why don't we wait a while? The people in the village will be out soon and we may be able to exchange information with them and learn more. Yes, we can wait for them to come out. What do you think? The faces of the people around them soon showed smiles and they said euphemistically while blinking frantically in the direction of their companion. Anyway, no matter what they thought, they didn't want to cause too much trouble with this guy. If that was the case, the impact on them might be greater and there would be more problems. If all things could be solved smoothly without so many troubles, it might be a very suitable thing. When Lin Chen returned to his room, he found that the situation here seemed to be a little different from what he imagined. He originally thought that the situation here had been almost solved, but it was obvious that there were some problems between other people's ideas and his ideas. Lin Chen had been waiting for a long time and found that the contact didn't say anything after coming over but just looked in his direction blankly. Although he didn't know what questions these people wanted to ask, Lin Chen had already noticed that something was wrong. What's wrong? If you have something to say, you can just say it directly. Why waste time here? If all this time is wasted, there may be more problems for us. Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly and he simply glanced at the people around him. He had already guessed some situations that might arise in the middle. There were already some complexities in the hearts of the people. They simply exchanged glances and felt that the situation here might be a little different. No matter what they were thinking about as this matter developed, they had already realized that some difficulties were there. Oh, that's right, we want to go out with you. Yes, we have all heard about what happened here. If we go out out with you we can get rid of some of the situations, right? Our boss said that we can actively sign up, but we want to ask you what you think and see your opinion. The people around him smiled and greeted Lin Chen, staring at him with curiosity. They really want to know how likely this thing is to succeed. If it works it would be better. If not, they can only think of other ways to see if they can solve the problem here. After all, Lin Chen seems to be very different from others. Lin Chen's eyes flickered slightly and he also felt that there might be some differences in the situation here, but what should they do? Lin Chen carefully guessed the situation here and he had already guessed some related things. I can probably understand what you are saying, so let's leave it at that for now. I can choose carefully. Can you give me all your resumes and the like? For example, what have you done since you came here and what achievements have you made? Lin Chen's calm eyes fell on these people, blinking innocently even with a bit of naivete. When the people around heard this, a cruel smile suddenly appeared on their faces. They didn't expect this guy to be so stupid. He looks like a dark gray rabbit, as if he doesn't understand anything. Is this true? The minds of the people around him suddenly became active, but no matter what they thought, they didn't fully press it. By the way, we can certainly understand what you said. Let's think about this matter first. Once we are sure about what to do about the situation here, we can discuss it in detail, okay?